What? The esteemed First Sword Immortal of Dun and the Southern Domain's Medicine Emperor have a master who is merely a body refinement realm warrior? Surely, one cannot believe that someone capable of producing a Sword Immortal and a Medicine Emperor is merely a body refinement practitioner. Indeed, do you know how the Lytion Gorge came to be? It was cleaved from the earth by a single strike from the Sword Immortal's master. Years later, the world's foremost powerhouses, including the First Sword Immortal of Dun, the Southern Domain's Medicine Emperor, and the Northern Sea's Blade Sovereign found themselves gravely injured and unable to withstand the emergence of the Demon Emperor. As the world braced for its demise, Shen Anzai rode forth, sword drawn, to confront the Demon Emperor. Chapter 1. Stay a moment, my disciple. On Lingfu Mountain, atop Qingyun Peak. Master, I am a disloyal disciple. Today, I must descend the mountain to inherit my family's legacy. I hope you take care. A voice, laden with sorrow, echoed from outside. Inside, a middle-aged man clad in white bore a bitter expression, lacking even the inclination to step outside and glance at his disciple. His name was Shen Anzai, and he had spent some time in this world. Initially, he anticipated a path of dominance and glory, yet unexpectedly, he found himself with a congenital disability, blocked meridians, and upon crossing over, the original inhabitant of this body was already in his 30s, devoid of any chance to alter his fate. The former master of Qingyun Peak and his disciples perished in a battle against the demonic sect over a decade ago, leaving only the original host as the last remnant. The head of Lingfu Mountain, feeling pity, made an exception and passed the position of peak master to the original host, who had only attained the late stage of body refinement. The only disciple to enter Qingyun Peak thereafter was his apprentice, Murong Tian, who, like Shen Anzai, was a true underachiever with abysmal talent. In 2 years, he had only reached the mid-stage of body refinement. Now, this disciple was abandoning his lonely master to return home and inherit his family fortune. Heavens, are you subjecting me to this torment? Shen Anzai lamented. Others cross over to become emperors, while I struggle merely to gather herbs and hunt birds, confined to this small mountain as a peak master, enduring scorn. Even if I am not destined for kingship, could you not at least grant me 10 or 8 lovely wives? I could live contentedly. I am filled with resentment. I wish to end it all. Why not send down a bolt of lightning to strike me? Shen Anzai pounded his chest in frustration. Boom! A flash of lightning startled him, prompting him to dive onto the table. Once the commotion subsided, he resumed his internal tirade. Cursed fate! You ignore my pleas for wives, but are quick to send lightning. Is this not tormenting the honest man? Master, I am leaving. Please, take care. As Shen Anzai wallowed in despair, a series of knocking sounds followed by retreating footsteps echoed from outside. Sigh. Shen Anzai sighed, feeling a twinge of regret at his disciple's departure. Although Murong Tian lacked talent, he had always shown great respect for his master. With his departure, even the company to serve tea and water was gone. System detected that the host is about to sever ties with the disciple, activating the obedient disciple training system. What is this obedient disciple training system? Shen Anzai felt a rush of excitement. Indeed, the heavens were watching over him. His golden finger as a transmigrator had arrived. How does this system work? He pondered eagerly. Can help me break through my realm? Negative. This system is designed to assist the host in cultivating a disciple. By completing tasks, the disciple's admiration can be increased to earn reward items. Can the reward items help me break through? Oh, the host is quite adorable, but still no. Shen Anzai's expression soured. If it could not help him break through, what use was it? Task issued. Win back Murong Tian. Completion of the task will yield a skill card pack X1, a skill inheritance card X1, and a chance to draw X1. Failure will done it. What happens on failure? It cannot be annihilation, can it? Shen Anzai felt a pang of anxiety. Incorrect. Upon failure, the system will compel the host to practice the BCS sword technique. A chill swept over Shen Anzai. He immediately dashed out of the door. Losing one's manhood is a symbol of manhood, is it not? Though he could not break through in cultivation, that skill card should prove useful. At worst, he could accumulate some formidable skill cards and become a card master. Disciple, my dear disciple, stay a moment. Outside, Murong Tian, burdened with packages, paused and turned back. His master rushed out, holding his garments, a stark contrast to his usual despondent demeanor. Master, what is this? Disciple, do you truly intend to abandon your master and descend the mountain alone? Shen Anzai took a deep breath, attempting to conjure tears and feign a heart-wrenching expression. If you leave, what shall become of me? Can you bear to leave your master alone to grow old in solitude on this mountain? Murong Tian lowered his head and resolutely replied, Master, do not worry. After I descend the mountain, I will have my family send 10 maidservants up to ensure you are not left alone. Shen Anzai paused and instinctively asked, Are the maidservants beautiful? Naturally, they are as lovely as flowers, fair-skinned. Listening to Murong Tian, Shen Anzai felt a twinge of desire, but quickly cleared his throat to interrupt, adopting a serious demeanor. Ahem, Master requires no maidservants. I only wish for you to remain on the mountain. Murong Tian raised an eyebrow, stepping back to shield his unbloomed flower, his expression peculiar. Do not want maidservants, only yourself. What kind of lascivious thought is this? Master, I am grateful for your guidance over the past 2 years, but I have made my decision. Please do not hold me back. Murong Tian shook his head, unwavering in his resolve. Shen Anzai furrowed his brow. Must you truly go? Yes. Cannot you stay for your master's sake? Murong Tian glanced at Shen Anzai, whose hair was slightly frosted with age, filled with doubt. Why was his master so different today? In the past, he seldom ventured out or spoke, merely tossing him some body refinement text to ponder, hardly paying attention. Today, upon learning of his departure, could it be that the shock had affected his mind? Disciple joined Lingfu Mountain to cultivate, yet over these 2 years my progress has. Murong Tian's gaze turned forlorn as he assessed his mid-stage body refinement cultivation. Progress cannot be rushed. Look at me, nearing 40 and still only at the late stage of body refinement. Shen Anzai earnestly counseled. However, Murong Tian only grew more despondent. To be honest, 2 years ago, my fiancée came to break off our engagement. In a moment of anger, we made a 3-year pact. Now, 2 years have passed, and I have yet to catch up to her initial cultivation. Shen Anzai was taken aback. A 3-year pact with his fiancée. He had never delved deeply into his disciple's life and was surprised to discover such a backstory. But this 3-year pact, why did it seem so familiar? Master, I know my talent is lacking. I cannot possibly compete with that extraordinary woman. This 3-year pact is but a joke. Murong Tian spoke bitterly, his eyes filled with despondency in youthful arrogance. He had made a bold promise. Yet 2 years later, he remained a mere body refinement practitioner. Even if he fulfilled the pact a year from now, he would merely become a subject of ridicule. What nonsense! My disciple is no worse than anyone else, a resonant voice interrupted, causing Murong Tian to look up in astonishment. Shen Anzai stood with his hands clasped behind him, backlit by the rising sun, his eyes deep and distant. Regardless of who she is, my disciple, Shen Anzai's pupil, is not someone to be bullied. The 3-year agreement now leaves us with but 1 year. I can devise ways to enhance your cultivation, but if you choose to abandon all hope, you shall indeed become a mere jest for others. Shunin spoke earnestly, his gaze piercing and his tone filled with concern. Remember, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. The dimness in the boy's eyes sparked with newfound brilliance upon hearing these words, his heart racing and his blood simmering with renewed fervor. Indeed, with more than half a year remaining, could he truly resign himself to defeat? The humiliation of being rejected in marriage. Was he to swallow that bitter pill without a fight? Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Murong Tian clenched his fists, the despondency in his gaze evaporating, replaced with resolute determination as he lifted his head and declared, Master, I shall not leave. Even with but a year remaining, I will devote myself entirely to my training on Qingyun Peak. Mission to retain Murong Tian completed. Rewards, Skill Card Pack X1, Skill Inheritance Card, including entry-level experience, selectable skill inheritance, X1, Lottery Chance X1. As the voice echoed in his mind, Shunin could not suppress a smile. He has arrived. He comes bearing extraordinary gifts. Chapter 2. I shall impart to you a sword, capable of opening the heavens. Open the gift. Without a moment's hesitation, Shunin eagerly commanded within his mind. Acquired 1 sword to open the heavens, Tianling Realm. Consumption Card X1, Cloud Pushing Palm, Qixi Realm. time-limited card X5. For a martial artist, cultivating the body, Qi Si, and returning to origin constitutes the lower three realms. The Earth Spirit, Sky Spirit, and Shinkuan represent the intermediate three realms. As for the upper three realms, Nirvana, Void, and True Ancestor, not a single one has yet appeared in the entire Dan dynasty. A skill card of the Tianling realm implies that should he gather a few thousand more cards, he could practically stride through the Da and dynasty unchallenged. Shen Anzai was ecstatic. The very name of this skill resonated with power. Just as he prepared to continue his lottery, Murong Tian looked on, eyes wide with a beaming smile, his brow furrowing in confusion. Master, what is the matter? Huh. Snapped back to reality. Shen Anzai chuckled awkwardly. I was merely pleased to see your willingness to stay. Rest assured, my dear disciple. With me as your guide, you shall surely dispel your past humiliations. Murong Tian, filled with excitement, vowed, I shall personally ascend to the gates of Tian Shui sect and challenge Qin Xianyu as promised. Indeed, maintain this momentum. Suddenly, Shen Anzai froze, staring intently at the youth before him. Where did you say you were going to challenge him? Murong Tian blinked. Tian Shui sect, Qin Xianyu. The favored disciple of the sect leader, who has attained the Gui Yuan realm, is none other than Qin Xianyu? Yes, that is her. Shen Anzai's expression soured, a tinge of bitterness creeping in. My disciple, perhaps it would be wise for you to descend the mountain. His astonishment. Murong Tian's betrothed was none other than the once-in-a-century prodigy of Tian Shui sect. If she were merely of the Qi Si realm, he could concoct a potion to elevate Murong Tian's abilities. But his opponent was Qin Xianyu. At just 16 years of age, she had already reached the Gui Yuan realm, with prospects of breaking into the intermediate three realms before turning 18. Ah, master, what did you say? Murong Tian blinked, unsure if he had misheard. Host, please reconsider. The exorcism swordplay is always at your disposal. Shen Anzai inhaled deeply. It is nothing. Please return your belongings. All right, the youth, brimming with ambition, eagerly gathered his things once more. Once he had departed, Shen Anzai's countenance fell into a deep frown. What should he do? If he failed to present Murong Tian with a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough in the remaining year, he would surely choose to leave the mountain. Once his sole disciple descends, he would be unable to safeguard his own position. Better to risk it all than to lose everything. But I still have one lottery chance. Shen Anzai's eyes lit up, anxious to inquire what treasures lay within the prize pool. The host has a chance to draw techniques or martial arts that could be inherited by the disciple. 9-grade heavenly elixirs, dragon pearls, phoenix blood, unicorn essence, divine weapons, and other unparalleled rarities. Upon hearing this, Shen Anzai felt a surge of hope. If he could draw even one of those items, wouldn't that present an opportunity? Quickly, let us draw. With his eagerness palpable, a shimmering wheel of fortune materialized before him. Spinning rapidly, his heart raced. The pointer gradually slowed, traversing past dragon pearls, phoenix blood, and the legendary Ji Xian sword, ultimately halting on a tattered green orb. Congratulations to the host for acquiring third-rank alchemist experience, additionally rewarded with 10 second-rank body refining pills and a recipe for third-rank cleansing. Marrow pills. Shen Anzai's lips twitched in dismay. System, does her father happen to be surnamed Ma? Please refrain from jesting. Does the host no longer desire the position? All right, you are indeed ruthless. Embracing the ethos of not quarreling with a minor system, Shen Anzai chose to swallow his frustration as a wealth of alchemical knowledge surged into his mind. Master, not far off, the youth scampered over, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Master, how should I proceed with my training? Shen Anzai gathered his thoughts, regarding the eager Murong Tian with a pose of a hermit gazing into the distance. Disciple, do you know what realm of power can carve mountains and sever rivers and traverse the winds? Murong Tian's eyes shone with admiration, his heart aflame. To traverse the winds, such a powerful being must at least possess strength in the intermediate three realms. No. Do you believe they could cleave the heavens with a single sword? Murong Tian was taken aback, glancing up at the boundless azure sky, and shook his head. How could human strength ever rival that of nature? Even those in the intermediate three realms would be incapable of opening the heavens. Seeing his disbelief, Shen Anzai smiled knowingly, his eyes brimming with depth. I shall now impart to you a sword technique, one that, when mastered, will enable you to split the heavens and traverse the 9 provinces. Ah! Murong Tian's mouth fell agape, a look of skepticism crossing his features as he found it hard to believe that his mere body-refining late-stage master could possess such a formidable sword technique. To cleave the heavens, it must surely be a celestial-grade martial art. Do you doubt my words? Shen inquired with a sly smile. Murong Tian remained silent, yet his expression betrayed his thoughts. Without further ado, Shen pressed a finger to his brow, secretly activating the inheritance card. Disciple, today I shall bestow upon you a sword capable of opening the heavenly gates. A tempest arose, causing their garments to flutter wildly, hair dancing in the wind. Murong Tian's gaze widened, his brow ablaze with warmth as the scene before him transformed. He beheld an image resembling his master, soaring through the winds, raising a sword that unleashed a blade of energy spanning thousands of miles, causing the heavens to mourn and tremble. The once obscured horizon of clouds parted, and all things dimmed in the presence of that unparalleled sword energy. At a glance, it appeared as though the very heavens had been cleaved asunder. The youth was left astonished, his breath caught in his throat, enraptured by the awe-inspiring sword that seemed to shake the world. Could such an unparalleled sword technique truly exist, and that it was bestowed upon him by his master? When the vision of the sword-cleaving figure faded from view, Murong Tian remained in a daze for an extended moment. He gazed intently at the middle-aged figure clad in white, standing with hands clasped behind his back, overlooking the vast expanse of clouds. The gentle breeze lifted the edges of his garments, revealing strands of silver at his temples, exuding an ethereal grace and inscrutable depth. Disciple is deeply grateful for Master's gift of the sword. Without hesitation, Murong Tian dropped to his knees, bowing 3 times with fervor. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Shen Anzai's complexion paled, silently cursing under his breath. The system did not inform him that utilizing the inheritance card would deplete such an immense amount of energy. It felt akin to conducting home visits in the red light district, nearly leaving him completely drained. And Murong Tian worship value 300, current worship level 3. Acquired special youth elixir, reverses aging, x3. Shen couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. What purpose does this serve? Does the system believe him to be handsome? If he were to age prematurely, it would be quite a pity. Chapter 3. With a master present, none shall drive you away. As Shen consumed the youth elixir, he felt the medicinal energy flow through him, visibly diminishing the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Although he still appeared middle-aged, there was now a hint of ethereal grace about him. His silver hair, while still present, seemed rather transcendent. Fewer wrinkles lent him an air of majesty. The exhaustion from using the inheritance card dissipated, and he slowly turned, beaming at the kneeling Murong Tian. Once a useless disciple, he now appeared to Shen as a prized possession. Even if he himself could not break through, if he could bestow millions of skill cards of the mid-third realm, or even the upper third realm upon his disciple, it would be tantamount to invincibility, would it not? At worst, he could assume the role of a card master, allowing his disciple to take the lead. Rise, my disciple. He stepped forward, assisting the youthful Murong Tian, whose face was flushed with excitement, to his feet. With this sword technique, if his realm could improve in the coming days, who could say who would prevail a year from now? Shen placed a vial of pills in his hand, speaking earnestly. Disciple, here are 10 body refinement pills. Take them to enhance your physique and strive to break through as soon as possible. Thank you, Master. Murong Tian accepted the pills, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he gazed at his seemingly rejuvenated master. Though his family had an abundance of pills, the sword technique was unprecedented. In the 2 years since ascending the mountain, this was the first time he felt a flicker of hope that Murong Tian worship value 30. Shen nodded slightly, preparing to utter further words of encouragement to boost his worship value when suddenly a cacophony of curses erupted. From the mountain path, Murong Tian, get out here. Damn it, you've grown bold today. You didn't even bother with the demon dung, causing me to be scolded mercilessly by the steward. Murong Tian furrowed his brow, sensing trouble. The one shouting was Zhang Shan from the miscellaneous work department. This was troublesome. Zhang Shan was a late-stage body refinement practitioner who, relying on a cousin in the law enforcement hall, often flaunted his authority in the miscellaneous work department, taking on numerous tasks while forcing other disciples to do the work for him. Originally, he had planned to leave Ling Fu Mountain today and had forgotten about this matter. Now, someone was coming to confront him. Shen frowned, perplexed by the situation. As a direct disciple of the Peak Master, why was he being treated like a miscellaneous worker? It quickly dawned on him that this was undoubtedly due to Qing Yun Peak's low status at Ling Fu Mountain, leading others to look down upon Mu Rong Tian and regard him as a menial worker. In recent days, he had been too preoccupied to pay attention to Mu Rong Tian, hence his ignorance of the situation. Seeing Shen Anzai's frown, Mu Rong Tian mistakenly thought it was his failure to complete his duties that displeased his master, and he hurriedly spoke. "Master, please do not blame me. I shall go this instant. Stop." As he turned, a stern voice rang out. Mu Rong Tian lowered his head, feeling uneasy and silent. "The reason I have not intervened these past 2 years is merely to temper your character. Now that you have been sufficiently tempered, you need only focus on your cultivation. Worship value 10. Mu Rong Tian was astonished, his eyes brimming with emotion. So it was his master had been guiding him for these 2 years, but it will be difficult to explain to senior brother Zhang. He hesitated. "With me as your master, who dares to force you?" Shen Anzai's voice turned cold. No sooner had he spoken than a derisive laugh echoed nearby. At the mountain's entrance, a burly man with squinty eyes approached, his expression mocking. "Shen, just because you've been given the title of Peak Master, do you think yourself of any significance? Quickly send him to fetch Demon Dung. Otherwise, if the steward holds me accountable, you'll be the ones to suffer." Presumptuous. Mu Rong Tian's anger flared at the man's audacity to address his master by name. Shen Anzai's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze ahead. "What did you just call me?" Zhang Shan frowned. "Did you not hear me?" Bang! A dull thud resonated. Before he could finish his sentence, a streak of light flashed past, sending him flying backward to the ground, pain searing through his chest as if struck by a heavy blow. Mu Rong Tian stared, bewildered, at Shen Anzai, who had effortlessly retracted his hand, still calm and composed, struggling to comprehend. His master was not in the late stage of body refinement. "Shen Anzai, how dare you strike me?" Zhang Shan clutched his chest, scrambling to his feet, disbelief etched on his face. "My cousin is Wang Hu from the law enforcement hall. Are you seeking death? Regardless of who you are, daring to cause a ruckus at Qing Yun Peak, do not blame me for being merciless." Shen Anzai scoffed, seizing the moment before the 5-minute limit expired, unleashing the cloud, dispelling palm, channeling spiritual energy that coalesced into a palm imprint that thundered against Zhang Shan's chest. Spiritual energy projection. Zhang Shan's pupils dilated as he flew through the air, realizing the gravity of the situation. He crashed to the ground, his expression one of sheer horror. Being able to project spiritual energy indicated that Shen Anzai was at least a practitioner of the Qi-Si realm. He could hardly believe that Shen Anzai had broken through to the Qi-Si realm. It was impossible. "Return and inform your superiors that Mu Rong Tian is my direct disciple. How dare you summon him at will? Should this occur again, do not blame me for breaking your limbs." Zhang Shan's face turned ashen at these words. He had never anticipated that the usually timid Peak Master of Qing Yun Peak would assert himself so boldly today, and with such strength. "Shen Anzai, Shen Anzai narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhang Shan panicked, hastily altering his tone, gritting his teeth. "Elder Shen, have you forgotten the sect rules? Mu Rong Tian ranked last in last year's sect competition. Had it not been for your influence, he would have been expelled long ago. He is currently unqualified to remain at Ling Fu Mountain and is not your direct disciple. My assigning him to work as a miscellaneous disciple was to give him an opportunity. Since you do not appreciate it, I shall report this matter to the law enforcement hall." With that, he swiftly turned and descended the mountain, his face dark and foreboding. For the past 2 years, he had assigned all his tasks to Mu Rong Tian, and the latter had never complained. Shen Anzai had never opposed it either. Over time, he had grown accustomed to barking orders at Mu Rong Tian, never expecting to be struck today. A useless Peak Master and a useless disciple. If he could not take down the Peak Master, could he not deal with the disciple? As long as he brought up Mu Rong Tian's last place ranking in the competition, he would surely be forced to roll up his belongings and leave. Watching Zhang Shan depart, Shen Anzai furrowed his brow. To rank last in the sect competition and face expulsion? Why had he never heard of this? Host, the Sword technique is now ready. Get lost. Shen Anzai could not help but curse, his brow furrowing. After finally persuading his disciple to stay, if he were expelled from the sect, where would he go to earn rewards? Master, I'm sorry. Mu Rongtian lowered his head, guilt etched on his face. He felt he had brought shame to his master by ranking last in the competition last year. Apologize for what? With me as your master, even the King of Heaven cannot drive you away, Shen proclaimed resolutely, his face brimming with confidence. What a jest! Regardless of whether his disciple left, he could not afford to lose his ability to earn skill cards. Master. Mu Rongtian gazed at the figure before him, his eyes reddening, deeply moved. Worship value, 10. Worship value, 20. Chapter 4. Disciple, how have I ever harmed you? Although moved, Mu Rongtian quickly fell into a state of worry. Master, that Zhongshan's cousin, Wang Hu, is a member of the Law Enforcement Hall and possesses mid-stage Qi strength, he said, his eyes filled with trepidation. Mid-stage Qi? Shen raised an eyebrow. The Qi's Fuyan Palm consumption card could only contend with those of the body refinement stage. If he were to engage with a mid-stage Qi practitioner, he feared it would not bode well, especially since only 4 cards remained, each one precious. Fear not, he is merely a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. Does he dare challenge me, the Peak Master? He snorted, puffing out his chest. At this moment, the weight of his status became apparent. If he could not win, he could at least assert his authority. If news of such insubordination were spread, the sect's higher-ups would undoubtedly intervene. Mu Rongtian hesitated. But Wang, who is the personal disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall's master, who holds a higher status than you, master. Coughing to mask his embarrassment, Shen furrowed his brow, realizing the situation had become rather intricate. Qingyan Peak was but a small peak within Lingfu Mountain, far inferior to the Law Enforcement Hall, one of the 2 major halls among the 5 peaks. The master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Lian, was a late-stage Guiyuan practitioner, just a step away from entering the mid-3 realms. The sword opens the heavenly gate was a consumable skill card. Once used, it would be gone. He could not afford to use it unless absolutely necessary. Pondering this, Shen felt a headache coming on. He could neither win in battle nor assert his status. What should he do? Seek help? To not fear Lian, he would at least need the support of the Peak Masters. Yet they were all powerful Earth Spirit practitioners, each extremely busy, and his relationship with them was not close enough for such favors. The only one with a more approachable demeanor was Lu Yunqin, the master of Qingwan Peak. However, Shen had previously pursued her in this body, stubbornly lingering at Qingwan Peak for over 10 days. In the end, even Lu Yunqin could no longer tolerate him, and had unceremoniously sent him back to Qingyan Peak, warning that if anyone from Qingyan Peak dared to disturb Qingwan Peak again, she would have their heads. Hence, seeking her help would be futile. Rubbing his temples, Shen thought, if all else fails, he could appeal to the sect leader. After all, he had to ensure Mu Rongtian remained, even if it meant invoking the sacrifices of the fallen disciples of Qingyan Peak. Though the sect leader had shown great compassion over the years, continually invoking the past would surely provoke annoyance. Yet it seemed the only viable option. With this thought, Shen silently nodded. Master, did you secretly use rouge last night? Just as he was about to set off to plead with the sect leader, Mu Rongtian, after a long gaze at his face, hesitantly inquired in a low voice. Rouge? Shen was taken aback, his expression shifting to anger. Are you insulting me? No. Mu Rongtian waved his hands repeatedly, explaining, Master, you look much younger than before. Aside from your white hair, one would not discern you are over 30. Upon hearing this, Shen suddenly realized. I forgot. I still have 2 remaining beauty elixirs. What do women care about most? Beauty. Lu Yunqin seemed to be 27 this year. In 3 years, she would no longer be young and would gradually reveal signs of aging. No woman would remain indifferent as her beauty faded away. Without entering the mid-3 realms, one remained immortal, unable to reverse aging. Lu Yunqin had long been immersed in her cultivation and did not prioritize her appearance. In this critical moment, the value of the beauty elixir was about to be revealed. Disciple, let us go inside, Shen exclaimed, seizing the boy's shoulder with fervor in his eyes. Startled, Mu Rongtian, seeing his master's passionate expression, instinctively covered his face again and awkwardly replied, Master, I'm too young. What do you mean too young? I want you to go inside and talk. Oh, inside. Shen rummaged through boxes and found a particularly exquisite white jade box, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, exuding opulence. This was one of the few treasures belonging to the original owner. He opened the box, placed a beauty elixir, which radiated a delicate floral fragrance, inside, sealed it carefully, and then wrapped it with a piece of rag to hand to Mu Rong Tian. The choice of such an exquisite jade box was to give the gift a sense of weight, while the rag was to prevent it from being snatched away. "Master, what is this for?" Mu Rong Tian asked, somewhat perplexed, as he held the jade box. "You are to deliver this to Elder Lu of Qingwan Peak and invite her to come here," Shen instructed. "Thud. Master, I know I have caused trouble. If punishment is required, why resort to such cruel methods? As a man without roots, how can I maintain my dignity in this world?" Mu Rong Tian knelt resolutely on the ground, clearly unwilling to approach Qingwan Peak. The words Lu Yunqin had spoken were not a jest. As a disciple of Qingyun Peak, appearing at Qingwan Peak meant he would lose his head. "Then return to me the sword techniques I taught you." Shen extended his hand. Mu Rong Tian's lips twitched. How could one reclaim what had already been taught? Besides, that knowledge resided in his mind. How could he return it? "Disciple, how have I ever harmed you? Today, all you need to do is deliver this to Elder Lu. Perhaps she will reward you with a bounty of spiritual medicines, a golden opportunity one have afforded you." Shen urged earnestly, attempting to persuade him. Mu Rong Tian felt a deep bitterness. Such words would not convince even a dog. "Master, what exactly is contained within?" "A pill that allows women to retain their youth eternally." Mu Rong Tian's lips twitched again, unable to resist glancing at his master. His family was in the alchemy business and had never heard of such miraculous elixirs. If one were to deceive him, at least a more credible excuse should be given. Yet, having no other choice, he could only hold the jade box and turn to leave, exuding a sense of tragic resolve akin to a hero departing for battle. Never to return. Admiration value. 20. Can this thing be deducted? Shen couldn't help but grumble, then called out to the departing youth. "Remember to tell the disciples guarding the mountain that what is contained within is something Elder Lu currently covets, a singular item in the world. Once gone, it cannot be regained. After 30, it is already too late." "Got it, master. Prepare a bigger bamboo tube for me." "What do you need a bamboo tube for?" "To pickle radishes as a family heirloom." The boy's obviously resentful voice echoed back, his figure disappearing around the bend of the mountain path. Shen shrugged helplessly. There was no other way. If he went personally, he would likely be thrown out by the disciples of Qingwan Peak before he could even speak. He truly did not wish to place his disciple in such perilous circumstances. A person like him, who valued the ethics of a master and cherished his disciples, would never resort to actions that endangered his apprentice. Chapter 5. Beauty Elixir. Mu Rong Tian descended the mountain, feeling disheartened as he approached the entrance of Qingwan Peak. Clutching the jade box, carefully wrapped in rag, he hesitated before the mountain guards. The two female disciples guarding the mountain noticed the sneaky Mu Rong Tian and exchanged frowns, engaging in hushed conversation. "Isn't that the disciple of Elder Shun from Qingyun Peak? What is it? That thief Shun, still plotting something nefarious?" Who cares who he is? The Peak Master has decreed that any Qingyun Peak member who comes will be dealt with decisively." The other female disciple scoffed. Her eyes filled with disdain as she observed Mu Rong Tian, even mimicking the motion of snapping bamboo. Seeing their expressions, Mu Rong Tian felt a wave of despair wash over him. However, when he thought of his master's arrangement, he steeled himself and stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute. Mu Rong Tian, having met the two senior sisters, asked them to relay the message that his master had something to deliver to Elder Lu. "Do the people of Qingyun Peak still dare to come to my Qingwan Peak?" A female disciple, who had just finished harvesting sugarcane, interrupted coldly, drawing her waist knife and preparing to strike. "The Peak Master has said that anyone from Qingyun Peak who dares to come will be cut down." "What is this?" "This is called obedience. The strength of a late-stage body refinement practitioner, with this blow, could cleave through stone, let alone flesh." Mu Rong Tian was merely at the mid-stage of body refinement and was no match. Cold sweat instantly covered him. He barely had time to finish what Shun had instructed him. Watching the glinting blade, Mu Rong Tian initially thought he would surely lose his life this time. But at that moment, the grand scene of Shun opening the heavenly gate with a sword suddenly emerged in his mind. The sword energy surged for 3,000 miles, causing clouds to part and the heavens to dim. At that moment, the image in his mind was extraordinarily vivid. Almost instinctively, he kicked up a withered branch from the ground, gripping it in hand and twirling it like a sword flower. The other female disciple, witnessing this scene, could not help but shake her head. The disparity in their strengths was evident. One wielded a knife while the other held a branch, rendering any comparison utterly meaningless. She had already prepared to find a bamboo tube nearby to present to this disciple of Qingyun Peak, uncertain of the required size. The knife-wielding female disciple displayed clear disdain. If her knife could be blocked by a branch, she might as well return and warm Murong Tian's bed. The forceful blade descended, targeting Murong Tian directly. His gaze sharpened as he suddenly thrust the withered branch upward. Buzz! The seemingly ordinary branch in his hand began to tremble slightly, emitting a faint sound akin to a sword hum. In the next instant, swish! The two female disciples appeared to see a dazzling sword light flash before them. Subsequently, the knife-wielding disciple retreated 3 steps, her hand trembling slightly, displaying a look of shock as she stared incredulously at the unscathed branch in Murong Tian's hand. Impossible. The other watching disciple was equally dumbfounded, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. A mid-stage body refinement practitioner had actually repelled a late-stage practitioner solely with a randomly picked withered branch. Soon, both women came to a realization regarding the underlying issue. It was martial skills. Murong Tian's earlier sword strike, seemingly unremarkable, had managed to emanate sword sounds and radiate light from the branch. His sword technique must at least be of the mid-tier Xian rank, perhaps even the upper tier. What kind of sword technique is this? They asked in unison, their voices filled with astonishment. Murong Tian, one hand supporting a tattered cloth-covered jade box and the other shaking the branch, replied proudly, "One sword opens the heavenly gate." "Who taught you this?" "My master, the peak master of Qingyun Peak, Shen." Murong Tian responded loudly, a surge of excitement within him. What a magnificent sword! His master indeed taught him an extraordinary skill. Upon hearing this, the two disciples exchanged a glance, their faces reflecting skepticism. Shen? That peak master who was still only a late-stage body refinement practitioner over 30, who would never have the opportunity to enter the Qi-Si realm, could possess such remarkable swordplay. At this point, their confidence began to waver. The knife-wielding disciple, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, seemed poised to advance again. Murong Tian was alarmed. Although his earlier strike had been impressive, it had taken a considerable toll, and his right hand still ached from gripping the branch, rendering him incapable of delivering a second strike in a short time. "Stop!" At this critical moment, the other female disciple intervened, stepping in front of Murong Tian. "Junior Murong, did you say your master has something to present to our peak master?" Murong Tian, seeing their willingness to listen, nodded with delight. "Yes, my master said that what is inside this is something Elder Lu has long sought but cannot obtain. A unique item in the world. After the age of 30, it will be too late to use." Upon hearing this, the two female disciples exchanged glances and simultaneously turned their attention to the item wrapped in Murong Tian's cloth. Such grandiose claims. How could someone like your master possibly acquire such a precious item? The knife-wielding disciple clearly expressed her disbelief. Whether the junior's words are true will be evident once we bring this item to Elder Lu. As Murong Tian spoke, he reached out to untie the cloth. The knife-wielding disciple initially intended to say something more, but upon seeing the exquisitely crafted jade box beneath the cloth, she furrowed her brow and exchanged a glance with her companion, filled with doubt. Such a precious packaging. Could it be that what lies within is truly as Shen claimed? After a moment's hesitation, the other female disciple nodded and took the jade box. "Very well. I will make an exception and deliver this item to the peak master. You shall wait here. All consequences will be your responsibility." "Thank you, senior sister. Please be sure to convey my exact words." Murong Tian respectfully cupped his hands and watched as the female disciples gradually walked away. In the peak master's side hall, within the jade pavilion, Lu Yinqin, dressed in azure, sat before the mirror, lightly brushing her fingers over a fine wrinkle at the corner of her eye, sighing inwardly. Recently, she had noticed that her skin had lost its previous smoothness and tenderness, becoming fragile. Without entering nirvana, she remained a mere mortal, unable to reverse the effects of aging. Coupled with years of dedicated cultivation neglecting her self-care, by the time she recognized these issues, it was already too late. She had inquired with several alchemists in the sect, but none could concoct beauty-enhancing elixirs, merely advising her to drink more warm water. After days of fruitless inquiries, watching her skin darken day by day, with wrinkles becoming increasingly apparent at the corners of her eyes, her heart grew heavy. She had even refrained from leaving Qinghuan Peak in recent days. Outside, footsteps echoed, followed by the respectful voice of a female disciple. Peak Master, Elder Shun from Qingyun Peak has sent a disciple to deliver a gift, claiming it is something you currently seek but cannot obtain, a unique item in the world. Lu Yinqin frowned slightly at the mention of Shunin. Do not accept it. Send it back. She spoke irritably, her annoyance escalating at the mere mention of Shun, and understood. The disciple outside responded and withdrew. Once the area fell silent, Lu Yinqin shook her head in distaste. This Shun and was truly a persistent nuisance, sending what he claimed to be something she sought but could not obtain, asserting it was unique in the world. Suddenly, Lu Yinqin paused, extending her jade hand to brush over her brows and eyes. Something I currently seek but cannot obtain? Come back and let me see what it is, she called out loudly. The female disciple outside froze momentarily before respectfully turning back. When the jade box was presented before her, Lu Yinqin opened it, her beautiful eyes squinting slightly. Inside lay a milky white pill, quietly resting, accompanied by a slip of paper bearing the name of the pill, Zhuyin Dan. This pill had been painstakingly acquired by her master. The pill was perfectly round, exuding a faint floral fragrance that was refreshing to the senses. The aroma strong enough to move even a late-stage Guling realm practitioner like her could only emanate from a fifth-tier pill. Lu Yinqin reached for the Zhuyin Dan, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. How had Shunin, a late-stage body refinement practitioner, managed to obtain such a precious pill? Moreover, named Zhuyin Dan, could it be? Her brows furrowed slightly, a hint of skepticism creeping in. The female disciple who delivered the pill, noticing the Peak Master frowning, assumed it was the shabby pill that displeased her, and immediately spoke up. Peak Master, the disciple Murong Tian who sent the pill is waiting at the foot of the mountain. How shall you handle this? Lu Yinqin waved her hand dismissively, not responding, her jade fingers pinching the pill. After a moment's hesitation, she placed it to her red lips. She had already sensed with her spiritual energy that the pill bore no toxicity and was indeed beneficial. As for whether it could truly enhance her appearance, she would need to consume it to ascertain its effects. As the pill slid down her throat, it transformed into a wave of coolness, the fragrance filling her mouth and nose, causing Lu Yinqin to instinctively close her eyes in comfort. The pill dissolved like sweet spring water, spreading throughout her body. The female disciple gazed at the Peak Master before her mouth slightly agape, her eyes filled with disbelief. In just a few breaths, the once somewhat matronly Lu Yinqin's skin transformed to a tender, luminous quality, as smooth as snow, and the fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes vanished without a trace. Astonishingly, her brows and eyes appeared even more beautiful, exuding an ethereal allure, making her look nearly a decade younger. Peak Master, the female disciple exclaimed in astonishment, hesitating to continue. Lu Yinqin opened her beautiful eyes and, upon noticing the disciple's astonishment, turned a glance at the mirror on the table. When the flawless reflection of her stunning visage, with red lips and white teeth, emerged, she too gasped, filled with disbelief. She had presumed that this elixir would merely delay her aging, yet it seemed she had become even more beautiful than a decade ago. Did Shen send this? She inquired, her voice tinged with skepticism. Yes, Peak Master. It was indeed Shen, and who had his disciple Murong Tian deliver it personally, the disciple replied. Hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Lu Yinqin's beautiful eyes as she softly commanded, Take me to meet Murong Tian. At the foot of Qinghuan Peak, Murong Tian paced anxiously, his heart pounding. It had been a quarter of an hour, yet no news had emerged from within. Could it be that the item sent by his master was a fraud, provoking Elder Lu's wrath, and now she was selecting torture instruments? He felt a bitter sense of dread. He had thought, how could there possibly exist a miraculous elixir that grants eternal youth? Even within his family, which had delved into alchemy for years, he had never heard of such a potion. Nearby, a female disciple, poised with a blade, observed his nervous demeanor with a sneer, ready to witness the spectacle of the young man being cast out by their peak master. At that moment, Lu Yunxin appeared at the mountain gate, clad in elegant green, accompanied by the disciple who had previously delivered the message. "Greetings, peak master." The blade-wielding disciple bowed respectfully. Lu Yunxin nodded slightly and scrutinized the young man before her, taking stock of him from head to toe. "You are Morong Tian?" she inquired. "I have met Elder Lu. I am but a junior," Morong Tian responded, feeling somewhat guilty, his palms slick with sweat. "That elixir is remarkable. Such a precious item. Where did your master acquire it?" Morong Tian, who had braced himself for a harsh reprimand, was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. Upon seeing the breathtaking beauty of the woman before him, he realized the truth. Was his master's elixir indeed genuine? As expected of my master, I knew it could not be ordinary, he thought, suppressing his overwhelming joy and gratitude. He clasped his hands and replied, "As for Elder Lu, my master did not disclose that information to me." Lu Yunxin furrowed her brow. "Is it that he forbade you from speaking, or does the elixir have dubious origins?" Morong Tian's heart raced, and he quickly explained, "That is impossible. This elixir was obtained by my master after enduring perilous trials in the far north, nearly losing his life to the natives who sought to turn him into a puppet. Throughout this journey, my master thought only of Elder Lu, steadfastly confronting countless dangers without retreat." Lu Yunxin, listening to the young man's exaggerated claims, found herself skeptical of the notion of venturing into the far north. That place was incredibly perilous. Even a warrior of her caliber would struggle to return unscathed, let alone Shen, who was merely at the late stage of body refinement. However, while Morong Tian's words were likely embellished, the elixir's value was undeniable, suggesting it had indeed been a hard-fought acquisition. This realization prompted her to reassess her memories of Shen, who had often wallowed in despair. She sighed softly. Perhaps he was not inherently bad. After all, he had been left alone when hundreds perished in the battle at Qingyun Peak. As for his pursuit of her, it was only natural to desire beauty. His intentions were not entirely misplaced. Compared to those who flaunted their strength or resorted to despicable means, his overt courtship seemed far more honorable. In hindsight, she regretted having looked down upon him, uttering such cold words. During this time, Shen had not visited Qingyun Peak again. Perhaps he had heard of her quest for medicinal herbs and sought to procure this rejuvenating elixir, sending his disciple instead of coming himself to avoid her disdain. Lu Yunxin's lashes fluttered as a wave of sympathy for Shen and washed over her. For someone at the late stage of body refinement to acquire an elixir of at least 5th-grade quality, the sacrifices made were not to be underestimated. Within their sect, Shen had always been a target of scorn and ridicule, often subjected to disparaging remarks behind his back. Though the sect leader had reprimanded many for their behavior, some persisted in their gossip. Even she had harbored disdain for him, having spoken harshly in the past. Yet despite this, he had not given up. He had genuinely cared about his own matters. "Please inform your master that I have accepted the item. Should any difficulties arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Lu Yunxin spoke softly, her tone significantly gentler. The two disciples beside her exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide in disbelief. Morong Tian's heart soared with joy. "As expected of my master, what a profound effect this elixir has." After the initial euphoria, a look of embarrassment crossed his face, and he sighed, feigning hesitation before bowing in acknowledgement. "In that case, I shall take my leave." Lu Yunxin noticed the guilt and hesitation in his eyes and furrowed her brows, inquiring, "Has something occurred at Qingyun Peak?" Morong Tian nodded, expressing remorse. "It is all my fault. It has implicated my master." He then recounted how he had ranked last in the sex competition last year, which had led to a conflict with the law enforcement hall due to Shen Anzai's efforts to protect him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxin's expression darkened. "Why did you not inform me sooner?" Morong Tian offered a wry smile. "You have never liked him. So my master wished to avoid troubling Elder Lu and specifically instructed that this matter not be mentioned to you." Lu Yunxin was taken aback by this revelation, sighing, "Very well, I will accompany you back to Qingyun Peak." Thank you, Elder. Murong Tian exclaimed with delight, immediately bowing deeply. With the support of the Peak Master from Qinghuan Peak, how could the law enforcement hall dare to forcibly expel him from mountain? Meanwhile, at Qingyan Peak, Shen paced back and forth, anxiety consuming him. The young man had been gone for half an hour. Why had he not returned? His restlessness grew. Was it possible that Lu Yunqin was indifferent to her appearance and disregarded the elixir? Was his disciple, Murong Tian, now rendered impotent? No. The members of the law enforcement hall were approaching. If things escalated, he would have to flee the mountain. Resolving his mind, Shen rushed into the house to prepare his belongings. Just as he was gathering his things, he suddenly froze. What was happening? His admiration points had increased? Upon realizing this, a smile broke across his face. It seemed the elixir had been delivered correctly. Elder Shen, please come out. At that moment, a voice called from outside, causing Shen An's heart to sink. What was happening? Why had the law enforcement hall arrived so swiftly before Murong Tian returned? Shen, come out. I know you are inside. Another authoritative voice rang out, belonging to the head of the law enforcement hall, Li Yin. To his dismay, he had come in person. This was disastrous. Shen raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of frustration. Li Yin, the head of the law enforcement hall, was known for his domineering nature and was one of Lu Yunqin's suitors. When the original owner of this body had pursued Lu Yunqin, Li Yan's gaze had always been as sharp as a blade. With a resigned sigh, Shen steeled himself and stepped outside. At the mountain's entrance stood two figures draped in imposing black robes, a young man and a middle-aged man. It was Wang Hu and his master, Li Yan. Two individuals observed Shen Anzai's emergence. One furrowed his brow, while the other wore a mocking expression. Wang Hu, unable to contain his derision, brought along his master, fearing that Shen Anzai might exert pressure on him due to his status. Although Li Yin held Shen Anzai in contempt, he had long harbored resentment over Shen's audacity in pursuing Lu Yunqin openly. Unfortunately, since Shen had remained secluded at Qingyun Peak without causing any trouble, he was eager for the rare opportunity to belittle him today. Elder Shen, how audacious of you to lay hands on my law enforcement hall personnel. Wang Hu was the first to speak, his tone dripping with condescension. Li Yin raised his chin, his gaze indifferent as he scrutinized Wang Hu. Initially, he had believed this fellow had indeed advanced to the Qi realm as Zhang Shan had claimed, but upon closer inspection, it seemed he was merely at the late stage of body refinement. A naturally deficient body could hardly hope to break through to the Qi. Shaking his head, Li Yan's eyes betrayed his disdain. The oppressive aura emanating from his post-returning origin realm made Shen Anzai's heart quail. He cleared his throat and forced himself to speak. Is it not within my rights, as the Peak Master, to discipline that Zhang Shan, who shows such disrespect? The disciples of the miscellaneous department are not yours to chastise. Li Yan raturta kulli. If discipline is to be meted out, should you not first address your disciple, who has languished in mediocrity for 2 consecutive competitions? Shen Anzai frowned. Murong Tian was not idle. He practiced diligently whenever he had chance. Alas, his innate talent was lacking, and even if he were not a naturally deficient body, breaking through to the Qi realm would require years of effort. I have come today to inform you that Murong Tian is now fit to descend the mountain. According to sect rules, those who finish at the bottom for 2 consecutive competitions are unworthy of remaining at Lingfu Mountain, Li Yin stated, his words laced with mockery. After all, the sect does not support the inept. Had it not been for Qingyun Peak's past contributions, you would have long been expelled. Shen Anzai's expression darkened, not merely due to the insult of being called inept, but because of Murong Tian's predicament. What would he do if Murong Tian left? Furthermore, what did it mean that the sect does not support the inept? Over the years, the sect had grown impoverished due to a great war, and thus had not allocated many resources to Qingyun Peak. At most, the sect master and other peak masters occasionally sent some provisions out of nostalgia. What if I insist on keeping him at Qingyun Peak? He spoke firmly. Hearing this, both Li Yin and Wang, who were momentarily stunned, questioning whether such words truly came from the typically submissive master of Qingyun Peak. What are you, to believe you can dictate whether he stays or goes? Do you think the sect's regulations are mere decorations? Li Yan skufa, dismissing Shen Anzai antireli. Wang Hu shook his head, Elder Shen. I advise you to tend to your own affairs and refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you." Shen Anzai's countenance darkened as he inhaled deeply, declaring, "Murong Tian is not leaving, mark my words." Observing his unwavering conviction, both Wang Hu and Li Yin were momentarily taken aback, before Wang Hu erupted into laughter. "Shen Anzai, do you truly consider yourself an elder? A mere body refinement late-stage waste. Had it not been for the sect master's pity in granting you this title, you would have long been cast down the mountain. Now you wish to challenge the sect's regulations? If this matter were to reach the sect master's ears, you might not even retain your position as an elder." Unfazed, Shen Anzai met their gazes directly. "It was you who accepted gifts from the Murong clan, yet refused to take Murong Tian as your disciple, leaving him in my care at Qingyan Peak. Now, you wish to cast him down a mountain? How shameless is that?" Li Yan's face twisted in derision. "Regardless, it was you who took him in. If you fail to teach him properly, the Murong clan should blame you, not this elder." Shen Anzai, incensed, had not anticipated encountering such shameless individuals. A mere waste, daring to provoke the sect's regulations. "Today, I shall personally teach you a lesson on behalf of the sect." Li Yin sneered, his irritation flaring as he stepped forward, unleashing his spiritual energy. Shen Anzai frowned. Facing a formidable opponent at the Earth Spirit Realm, was he to deploy his only consumable card? What if he miscalculated and dealt a fatal blow? Seeing Shen Anzai hesitate, Li Yin assumed he was paralyzed by fear, and with a contemptuous grin, he launched a powerful punch, the force of which shattered the air. A fist imprint hurtled toward Shen Anzai's face, promising to mar his handsome features. Shen Anzai gasped. It was evident that this man bore a personal grudge against him for once courting Lu Yinqin, and now he sought to humiliate him. Jealousy, pure jealousy over his superior looks. Just as Shen Anzai prepared to activate his consumable card to protect his visage, a melodious sound of a sword echoed through the air. With a whoosh, a pristine white sword sliced through the air, instantly dissipating the forceful punch and embedding itself before him. Concurrently, a sweet, clear voice resonated. "Masterly, is it not inappropriate to strike an elder so openly?" At the sound of that voice, Shen Anzai's expression brightened, while Li Yin turned to see Lu Yinqin approaching, his expression shifting from surprise to displeasure. Draped in elegant azure robes, Lu Yinqin ascended the mountain with grace, her brows like distant hills and lips like cherry blossoms, rendering the landscape around her pale in comparison. The breeze caressed her garments, making her appear as if she had descended from the heavens, ethereal and transcendent. Chapter 8. My disciple, Shen Anzai, shall strive for nothing less than first place. Beside Lu Yinqin, Murong Tian followed respectfully. Upon seeing them, Li Yan's expression soured. Yet he forced a smile, inquiring, "What brings Elder Lu to Qingyan Peak?" "You may come, so can I," Lu Yinqin replied, casting a fleeting glance at him before striding directly to Shen Anzai. She softly asked, "Are you injured?" The simplicity of her 4 words left everyone, including Shen Anzai, momentarily stunned, before they hurriedly shook their heads, assuring her they were unscathed. Witnessing his goddess express concern for a mere waste ignited jealousy within Li Yin, darkening his countenance. Seeing that Shen Anzai was indeed unharmed, Lu Yinqin nodded and directed her gaze towards Wang Hu and his disciple. "Master Li, is it appropriate for you to strike out against a body refinement disciple, relying on your cultivation? Elder Lu has misunderstood. Shen Anzai provoked the sect's regulations. I was merely enforcing the law." Li Yin forced a smile, striving to maintain his image before Lu Yinqin. "Provoked the sect's regulations?" Lu Yinqin's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Though Murong Tian finished last in the last 2 competitions, he is not an ordinary disciple, but one personally taught by an elder. These regulations seem inapplicable to him, do they not? Listening to her defend Qingyan Peak, Shen Anzai felt a wave of relief wash over him, exchanging a knowing glance with his disciple, who responded with a wink, and they shared a smile. Li Yin frowned. Though Shen Anzai holds the title of Peak Master Elder, he lacks the qualification and strength. Who in the sect truly regards him as an elder? Master Su of the Spiritual Medicine Hall is only at the late stage of the Qi Si realm. Does he not possess this qualification? Lu Yinqin countered. Although Master Su's skills are lacking, he is a fourth-grade alchemist, and his disciple ranked among the top 10 in last year's competition. In terms of teaching or alchemy, he surpasses Shen Anzai in qualifications. Li Yin shook his head, still looking down upon Shen Anzai. Lu Yunqin's brows knitted slightly. This was indeed a fact. The master of the spiritual medicine hall excelled in alchemy, and his students were indeed formidable. However, regarding Qingyan Peak, she glanced at Shen Anzai and Murong Tian, momentarily at a loss for counterargument. Perceiving her dilemma, Li Yin sneered, "Elder Lu, cease your defense of Qingyan Peak. The sect does not support idlers. The sect master, owing to Qingyan Peak's past achievements, refrains from speaking out. Yet my law enforcement hall must uphold justice. He is unqualified to be an elder, and thus, his disciple can only be considered an ordinary disciple and should rightfully be expelled from the sect." Lu Yunqin frowned. The position of Peak Master was conferred by the sect leader and could not be stripped away by the mere words of Li Yin. Shen En, upon hearing this, displayed a displeased expression and silently pondered, "System, can I descend the mountain first and return once I have achieved greatness? Please consider, host. Only through facing conflicts can you trigger more opportunities for disciple cultivation tasks and obtain rewards." Tasks? Shen was taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward and inquired, "According to what you said, how can I prove my qualifications to be this elder?" Seeing him daring to step forward from behind the woman, Li Yan's eyes glinted with cold amusement. "Quite simply, either you break through to the Guiyuan realm, or you demonstrate your capability to teach disciples. For instance," he said with a mocking glint in his eyes, "in the upcoming set competition in a month, ensure Mu Rongtian ranks in the top 10. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunqin immediately furrowed her brows. That is utterly impossible, though they are all new disciples from the past 2 years. Many have already broken through to the Qi-Si realm, and there are even mid-Qi-Si warriors like Wang Hu. Mu Rongtian, being only at the mid-body refining stage, has no hope of making it into the top 10. As for Shen and breaking through to the Guiyuan realm, that is even more implausible. Everyone knows he is a natural waste, with no hope of ever entering the Qi-Si realm. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a task. Assist Mu Rongtian in becoming first in the sect competition. Reward: Level 5 Alchemist Experience X1. Guiyuan Realm Skill Duration Card X5. Earth Spirit Realm Skill Consumption Card X1. Hearing the voice beside him, Shen felt a surge of joy. Lu Yunqin slightly parted her red lips, about to refuse on his behalf, but the person beside her spoke first. "All right, I accept your challenge." "Shen and you." Lu Yunqin frowned, looking at him with confusion. Meanwhile, his gaze was fixated on the astonished Li Yin, and he spoke with determination. "The top 10 lacks challenge. If my disciple is to contend, he must strive for first place." With his resolute declaration, everyone was momentarily stunned. Li Yin and Wang, who were left gaping, then burst into laughter. "What? Did we hear wrong? This waste, still only at the mid-body refining stage, believes he can secure first place in the upcoming set competition?" It seemed utterly preposterous. Mu Rongtian stepped forward and tugged at Shen An's sleeve, hesitating. He struggled even to make it into the top 10, let alone contend for first. After their laughter subsided, Li Yin mockingly asked, "What if you fail?" Shen slightly raised his chin, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze serene. "If I fail, I will leave the sect with him." His words rang out, resounding with firmness. Mu Rongtian looked at Shen En, whose eyes were resolute, and felt a wave of emotion wash over him. "Master, admiration value 50, current Mu Rongtian admiration level. For obtained lottery chance X1. All right." Upon hearing this, Li Yin immediately sneered. "I shall await your disciple's performance in the competition. Should you not depart afterward, do not blame me for casting you down the mountain." "Wang Hu, let's go." "Yes, master." Wang Hu clasped his hands, casting a disdainful glance at Mu Rongtian before turning to follow Li Yin. After the two vanished down the mountain path, Lu Yunqin frowned and remarked, "Elder Shen, you are being too impulsive. Achieving first place in the competition is no easy feat. Aside from Wang Hu, Yu Jinyuan from Qingfu Peak is also at the mid-Qi-Si stage and is a talisman master. If it were just to enter the top 10, I might be able to assist your disciple, but first place." Lu Yunqin sighed and shook her head, clearly feeling there was no hope. "I understand your intentions, Elder Lu, but if my disciple cannot even secure the modest first place in the set competition, how can he hope to contend with Qin Xinwei a year from now? Shen replied, turning to clasp his hands, his tone grave. Mu Rongtian's eyes widened at this statement, and he clenched his fists tightly. Are you truly planning to have him face Qin Xinwei at Tianxue sect? Lu Yinqin was astonished, her brows knitted tightly. Naturally, my disciple, Shen An student, is no weakling. What I say will be done, Shen declared, lifting his chin. In truth, his acceptance of the set competition was not a whim. Initially, he had intended to stubbornly remain, confident that with Lu Yinqin present, Li Yin would not dare to act against him. However, the system had suddenly issued a task with quite appealing rewards. If I could obtain those items, would I still need to fear Li Yin in the future? Hearing his unwavering conviction, Lu Yinqin shook her head inwardly. Qin Xinyue's talent and strength were among the best in the entire Nanju domain. How could one hope to catch up with her? As for the 3-year agreement that Mu Rongtian had made with her, it had long been dismissed as a joke, forgotten by everyone. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Yinqin finally spoke. Why not entrust Mu Rongtian to me? I will do my utmost to help him break through to the Qi Sea within this month, ensuring he enters the top 10. However, first place may be an insurmountable challenge. Surprised, Shen glanced at her. He knew that Lu Yinqin had previously held some disdain for him. Even if she had accepted a pill, her change in attitude seemed too abrupt. Was it merely a transaction? He looked at Mu Rongtian with suspicion, wondering if the young man had said something in secret. Chapter 9. Who told you I cannot refine pills? Faced with Lu Yinqin's goodwill, Shen chose to shake his head. Merely securing a spot in the top 10 is insufficient. The task given by the system is to achieve first place. Though there are no severe penalties for failure this time, losing those rewards would be a harsh consequence for someone like me, who is currently financially vulnerable. There is no need to trouble Elder Lu. I will teach my disciple myself. Lu Yinqin furrowed her brow. You will teach? Her skeptical gaze clearly questioned Shen An's capabilities. After all, even if Shen An were to participate in the competition himself, he would likely struggle to enter the top 10. How could he possibly teach someone to become first? Disciple. Shen An turned to the side. Here, master. Mu Rongtian responded, his gaze respectful. Do you believe in your master? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Rongtian replied with unwavering determination and respect. Observing the high spirits of this master-disciple duo, Lu Yinqin was left perplexed. Weren't these two supposed to be a natural waste and one of poor talent? What had transpired to instill such confidence in them? Mu Rongtian, would you care to join me at Qinghuan Peak? I can teach you the falling flowers and leaves palm. Though puzzled, Lu Yinqin nonetheless urged, hoping Mu Rongtian would accompany her. After all, having benefited from the Zhaoyan pill, she wished to assist Qingyun Peak to make amends for her previous actions against Shen An. The falling flowers and leaves palm was a high-grade martial technique, one of the finest in the entire Lingfu Mountain, and others would not even have the opportunity to learn it. Yet, to her astonishment, Mu Rongtian did not hesitate and immediately shook his head in refusal. Thank you, Elder Lu, but I wish to continue learning swordsmanship from my master. Lu Yinqin was utterly dumbfounded. What swordsmanship could possibly rival her falling flowers and leaves palm? This master-disciple pair must have lost their minds. One, a mid-body refining stage who believed he had extensive experience, aspired to teach a disciple of poor talent to become first in the set competition. The other, at mid-body refining, was so resolutely convinced of following an even more talentless master to learn swordsmanship. What in the world was happening? Was it possible that a warrior of the Earth Spirit realm could be outdone by a mid-body refining one? Very well, should you change your mind, feel free to seek me at Qinghuan Peak. After futile persuasion, Lu Yinqin had no choice but to depart, leaving behind a single remark. On the mountain peak, only the master and disciple remained. The master, after years of rigorous training, believed that with the refinement of those 10 body refinement pills, his disciple should be able to reach the latter stages of body refinement. Mu Rongtian spoke in a low voice. Yet he understood that the greatest obstacle to claiming the top spot in the set competition was not Wang Hu, but rather Yu Jinyuan from Qingfu Peak, who was a favored contender for the championship, having secured first place the previous year. Shen stroked his chin thoughtfully. The techniques of the talisman master were indeed extraordinary, rendering him nearly invincible among those of the same realm. To defeat a talisman master of the mid-Chi C stage, Murong Tian would need to at least match his cultivation level, alongside possessing sufficient means to contend with the talisman master. Contemplating this, he beckoned, and Murong Tian promptly leaned in to listen. Upon hearing his words, a look of surprise and confusion crossed his face. Master, what do you need these herbs for? If you require pills, I have plenty at home. I can simply send someone to bring them. The Murong family was indeed a renowned medicinal family, possessing most common herbs, though not to the extent of Lingfu Mountain's apothecary. Shen smiled lightly, explaining that he had inquired of the system previously. The Shisui pill was non-existent in this world. A pill capable of cleansing one's meridians would surely incite a frenzy among the populace. Of course, the prerequisite for such a cleansing was that one possessed at least a modicum of talent. However, Shen, born with a waste physique, would find the Shisui pill useless. Others cannot refine it. Murong Tian paused, his expression clouded with suspicion. But Elder Su from the Lingyao Hall has never been fond of you, master. Would he be willing to assist? Bang! A sharp knock on the head followed, and Shen retorted, Do I strike you as someone who needs to beg others for help? Murong Tian rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat vexed. But everyone in the sect who knows how to refine pills is in the Lingyao Hall. Bang! Another crisp knock echoed. Who told you that I intend to seek out someone from the Lingyao Hall for pill refinement? Then, master, you wouldn't want me to gnaw on the medicinal herbs, would you? Murong Tian's face turned bitter, yet he quickly realized that this matter directly impacted their ability to remain together as master and disciple. He gritted his teeth. I can gnaw on them, just give me a bit of water, and I can gnaw through 3 mu of land in a day. Bang! A third knock resounded, and Shen, withdrawing his hand, spoke calmly. Gnawing? Are you a bovine warrior capable of gnawing through 3 mu of land? As he spoke, he turned his back to Murong Tian, facing the blazing sun overhead, with a gentle breeze caressing his face, his silhouette appearing infinitely majestic. Who told you that I cannot refine pills? Observing the magnificent figure shrouded in radiant light, Murong Tian hesitated, feeling a reluctance to voice his thoughts. Master, you don't even have an alchemy furnace. Shen twitched at the corner of his mouth and turned around, only to find that Murong Tian had already retreated 5 zhang away. Do we not have a kitchen at Qingyan Peak? Surely the firewood won't burn, nor will the pot have holes. A true alchemist, even without a furnace, could still produce exceptional pills. Admiration value. Murong Tian felt somewhat moved, realizing his perspective had been narrow. After all, it was no surprise that his master, who could impart such formidable sword techniques, would possess remarkable alchemical skills. He then hurried off to prepare for sending herbs up the mountain. Watching him leave, Shen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. System, can one really refine pills without a furnace? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Please do not question the words of this system. A true alchemist can indeed produce exceptional pills without a furnace. Shen twitched his mouth in annoyance. If you're going to deceive me, at least come up with your own words instead of directly lifting what I told my disciple. Was he treating people like fools? Yet, at present, he found no alternative. A pill furnace was far too expensive for him to afford. Seizing the opportunity, while Murong Tian was busy drafting a letter, he initiated a second round of the lottery in his mind. As the wheel illuminated before him, a dazzling array of golden objects appeared, highly enticing. I wish to exchange my disciple's 10 years of life for gold, he silently declared, then activated the lottery. Beep, beep, beep. Amidst the dazzling rotations, the needle gradually slowed, passing over numerous golden orbs, inching closer to the white ordinary zone. Observing this, Shen shook his head inwardly. Just as he thought the needle would land in the white zone, it abruptly halted, mere millimeters from it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a legacy technique. Wushuang Yujianju, exceptional. Shen blinked in surprise, his brow instantly brightening with joy. It seemed he truly was a child of fortune. He hadn't expected to casually draw gold. Chapter 10. Who has stirred the forces of heaven and earth? System. Is this Wushuang Yujianju very powerful? Shen curiously inquired within his mind. Rest assured, the system guarantees that all products are of exceptional quality. Hearing the system's assurance only heightened Shen An's excitement, and he eagerly opened the introduction to the Yujinju. Wushuang Yujianju, inévitable, exceptionnelle technique. Capable of condensing a unique sword heart. Upon reaching the later stages, one can command all swords in the world. A hand without a sword is mightier than one with. And a single sword can sever the threads of life and soul. The subsequent text was filled with extravagant descriptions. In short, this sword technique was incredibly formidable. System. Let me begin my cultivation. Shen An urged with anticipation. The host is a born waste physique and unable to cultivate. He felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. In his earlier excitement, he had momentarily overlooked this fact. Unable to draw energy into his body, he could not even reach the Chi Si stage, and naturally, he could not cultivate this technique. System. Is there truly no way for me to gain an opportunity to cultivate? What about Longgu and Fengxue? He asked, unwilling to give up. No, the system is bound to the host's fate. Restructuring muscles and bones to alter fate would cause this system to vanish, and the host would perish as well. The specific reasons, please investigate on your own in the future. Then do I not have only the lifespan of a mortal? What use do I have for you? The physical body will ultimately be limited, while the soul can endure eternally. Please consider a broader perspective, host. Shunin fell silent, shaking his head as he entirely abandoned the notion of breaking through. Without entering nirvana, he remained immortal. His lifespan would not extend within a century. Whether he could even reach the upper three realms remained uncertain. As for lifespan, extraordinary techniques and skills abound in this world. One need not only rely on breaking through realms to obtain it. Becoming a 7th-grade alchemist would enable him to concoct longevity elixirs. Since he could not cultivate the Wushuang Yujinju, he would pass it on to Murong Tian. The position of champion in this competition must be secured. Master. In the distance, Murong Tian ran back to Qingyun Peak, waving his hands excitedly. I have already sent word to my family. The herb should arrive in a few days. Good, come here. Shunin beckoned, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze profound. Master, what is it? The young man trotted up, his expression a mix of curiosity and confusion. I ask you, what is your purpose in cultivating? Murong Tian paused, scratching his head in thought. The purpose of cultivation? Well, I just want to catch up to Qin Xianyue and return our family's disgrace. Not enough. Shunin shook his head, his expression gravely serious. Not enough? The youth's face froze, gazing quizzically into the exceptionally solemn eyes of the middle-aged man in white. Indeed, not enough. Shunin reiterated, speaking earnestly. Disciple, do you know how vast this world is and how few true experts there are? Do you merely wish to remain in this small corner of the great and dynasty? As he spoke, he secretly plotted. Since he had no hope of breaking through in this lifetime, he would cultivate the most formidable disciple, and in the future, when he ventured out, he could proudly proclaim his disciple's name. What a splendid prospect! Murong Tian fell silent. He indeed longed to see the outside world, but his poor talent left him uncertain whether he could ever reach the mid-3 realms in this lifetime. The desire to venture out seemed an insurmountable challenge. Observing the youth's flickering emotions, Shunin seized the moment to reinforce his persuasion. The world outside is vast and intriguing, featuring a female emperor mending the heavens, mighty beings drawing bows to shoot the sun, and even young children stirring the seas and extracting dragon tendons and bones. Murong Tian paused, casting a glance of skepticism at his master. Mending the heavens and shooting the sun. Why had he never heard of such tales? Despite his ignorance, a fervor began to ignite within him. The image of Shun and striking the heavens with a single sword, dispersing the clouds, resurfaced in his mind, his gaze resolute. If his master spoke of these beings, they must indeed exist. The fact that he had never heard of them only indicated that they were not within the Dun dynasty, or perhaps not even in the Nanju domain. His master, now aged, felt that he might never have the chance to witness the outside world. Shunin sighed deeply, a look of regret in his eyes. Disciple, present. The two locked eyes, Shunin's gaze filled with hope and kindness. I wish for you to become one of those legends. The young man's eyes sparkled with fervor, a seed of ambition taking root in his heart. Sensing that he had sufficiently inspired the boy, Shunin waved his sleeve, his tone growing resolute. Today, I shall impart to you an unparalleled technique of the heavens and earth to assist you on your path to becoming a sword immortal. Before Murong Tian could respond, a fierce wind howled, and Shen Anzai pointed at his brow. In an instant, the skies roiled with thunder and lightning, as if the very heavens were lamenting. The surrounding flora suddenly stood erect, transformed into sharp swords, intent on cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth. On Qinghuan Peak, Lu Yanqing had just returned to the mountain gate when she noticed the suddenly darkening clouds, her brow furrowing slightly. What a formidable sword intent! Could it be that an unparalleled sword path has emerged? In the Lingfu main hall, the sect leader Shen Anzai soared into the air, appearing outside the grand hall. His expression grave as he gazed at the thundering skies, the boundless sword intent within them, causing him profound unease. What could have transpired to invoke such a grand display of celestial power? His face was astonished, brows knitted tightly. The last time such a transformation occurred in the Dan dynasty was years ago when the Qin family's young girl first entered martial arts, revealing her prodigious talent. The commotion from that event was trivial compared to the upheaval now engulfing Lingfu Mountain. Could it be that a treasure has appeared? Or perhaps someone in Lingfu Mountain has comprehended a certain principle and revealed their prodigious talent. Shen Anzai's gaze flickered, his hand waving. Summon them. At his command, several figures soon appeared. Sect leader, what are your orders? Investigate who has stirred this celestial power. The group exchanged glances, and one stepped forward, cupping his hands. Returning to the sect leader, Yu Jingyuan from Qingfu Peak has been cultivating within the Talisman Tower recently. This matter is likely related to him. Yu Jingyuan? Shen Anzai frowned slightly. The latter was a direct disciple of the Qingfu Peak's master, endowed with exceptional mental prowess. But could he truly invoke such a grand celestial force? Moreover, the evident sword intent seemed to bear little connection to talismans. Returning to the sect leader, this sword intent appears to be emanating from Qingyun Peak. Shen Anzai was taken aback, instinctively glancing toward Qingyun Peak, but quickly shook his head. What am I thinking? With Shen Anzai and Murong Tian present, how could they possibly incite such a tumultuous celestial force? Find out. Just then, someone who had been gathering information suddenly spoke up. Shen Anzai turned to him. Sect leader, it has just been reported that Yu Jingyuan successfully inherited the Tianjian talisman left by the Tianjian elder 200 years ago while in the Talisman Tower. Hearing this, Shen Anzai nodded in realization, musing that it was no wonder such celestial power had been invoked. Although the spectacle was rather exaggerated, it was within reason. Surely, the celestial force and the astonishing sword intent could not have been summoned by Shen Anzai or his disciple. If that were the case, he might as well find a tofu block to throw himself against. Chapter 11. Master, is this truly a pill? On Qingyun Peak, as the thunder subsided and the clouds dispersed, Shen Anzai's complexion was pale, feeling his legs tremble slightly. This inheritance is truly exhausting. One might think I am suffering from weakness. Disciple, how do you feel? He asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Murong Tian snapped back to reality, rubbing his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the figure before him. What was that technique I just envisioned? The unmatched sword heart, supreme of 10,000 swords. This technique must surely be of the heavenly tier. Disciple, I thank you for imparting this knowledge, master. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man knelt with a thud, bowing 3 times with fervent excitement. Admiration value, 100. Current admiration level of Murong Tian, 5. Received Earth Tier Mid-Grade Movement Technique, Floating Light and Shadow Inheritance Card X1. Earth Tier Upper Grade Martial Technique, Thunderbolt Sword Inheritance Card X1. Shen Anzai furrowed his brow. Why did he ascend 3 levels with sword opening the heavens, but only 1 level now? To the host, as admiration levels increase, the admiration value gained per instance decreases. He felt a bit disheartened. It seems the path to fully elevating his disciple's admiration value is still long and arduous. The deception has yet to succeed. My companion must continue to strive. Now, quickly rise. In the upcoming sect competition, if you do not secure first place, both of us will be expelled from the mountain. Shen Anzai stepped forward to assist Murong Tian, speaking earnestly. Do not worry, master. Even if it costs my life, I shall not disappoint you. Murong Tian declared firmly. In his heart, Shen Anzai had entirely transformed into a reclusive master. After all, He had previously revealed the unparalleled technique sword opening the heavens and now presented a heavenly tier martial art. Such a person could not be anything but a hidden master, could he? Was he truly just a mere late-stage body refiner? This child is worthy of teaching. Shen nodded in satisfaction, his expression filled with warmth. I await the day you become a true sword immortal. With that, he turned and departed, choosing not to impart the other two martial techniques at this time. He was simply too fatigued and wished to conserve a rejuvenating pill, hoping to later leverage it to align with some powerful figure. Thus he decided to save it for the future. As Murong Tian watched Shen leave, his resolve strengthened as he rushed towards the training ground, consuming the body refining pills previously given to him, and began his cultivation. Soon, 10 days passed. The extraordinary phenomenon that had shocked Lingfu Mountain had spread throughout, attributed to Yu Zhenyuan of Qingfu Peak. The Tianjian talisman he inherited from the Sword Tower had immense significance. 200 years ago, the Tianjian elder of Lingfu Mountain had shattered the universe with a single sword talisman, nearly becoming a formidable being of the upper three realms. His renown had echoed throughout the entire Dun dynasty. After his passing, countless talisman masters had sought to comprehend the talisman he left behind, yet none succeeded. Unexpectedly, just days prior, Yu Zhenyuan had managed to inherit it. Such prodigious talent stirred envy and admiration across Lingfu Mountain. As for the upcoming sect competition in 20 days, everyone was convinced that the first place would undoubtedly belong to him. However, not long after news of Yu Zhenyuan's accomplishment spread, another bombshell announcement emerged. Murong Tian of Qingyun Peak intended to compete with Yu Zhenyuan for the title of champion in this competition. Once this news broke, Lingfu Mountain erupted once again, but this time not in admiration or excitement, but in derision and disdain. What is Murong Tian? The last place finisher in 2 competitions dares to dream of first place? Ha ha ha, the last place is still a place. I hear that this wager was not made by Murong Tian himself, but rather his master, who declared that if Murong Tian fails to secure first place, they would both be packing their bags and leaving. Elder Shun? He himself is merely at the late stage of body refinement. In a short time, rumors circulated around Lingfu Mountain, and this matter quickly became a topic of discussion among the disciples of various peaks and halls. Those in the law enforcement hall mocked the imprudence of the master and disciple, deeming them a disgrace to the sect, and suggested it would be better for them to leave sooner rather than later to spare the sect from embarrassment. However, most disciples remained rational and did not indulge in ridicule. Rather, they felt sympathy for Qingyun Peak, suspecting that they had been driven to desperation by Li Tongzhu's pressure. Nevertheless, whether in mockery or sympathy, no one believed that Murong Tian could truly secure first place. Regarding the rumors from outside, the master and disciple duo chose to remain indifferent. Today, the Murong family had sent over the medicinal materials. Although it was puzzling why they arrived several days later than expected, they had finally come. Upon receiving the materials, Shen rushed to the kitchen without delay. The master and disciple busied themselves, one washing the pot and boiling water while the other chopped firewood and kindled the fire. Unbeknownst to onlookers, one might think they were preparing a feast for the night. Notably, during these 10 days, Murong Tian had successfully broken through to the late stage of body refinement, thanks to 10 body refinement pills and his diligent practice. Now, he was merely a step away from being able to draw qi into his body. However, this final step was also the most challenging. After all, the poorer one's aptitude, the longer it took to draw qi into the body. Master, can medicinal pills really be made in an iron pot? Murong Tian asked. His face darkened as he continued to add firewood to the stove. If I say it can, then it can, Shen replied with certainty, though he felt uncertain within. After all, that was what the system stated. Despite possessing the knowledge and perspective of a third-grade alchemist, he lacked spiritual energy and mental strength. Thus, he was unsure if he could truly produce pills using this method. Moreover, he could only hope that the Shisui Dan would aid Murong Tian in drawing qi into his body. Otherwise, considering his aptitude, it was utterly impossible for him to break through to the Qi realm within 20 days, let alone compete with the likes of Wang Hu and Yu Zhenyuan. Master, can you truly refine pills? I've never seen anyone use a kitchen knife to cut medicinal herbs. Morong Tian looked up at Shunin, who was chopping spiritual herbs on the board, his expression filled with skepticism. What do you know? I'm controlling the dosage to avoid you accidentally consuming too much. If you break through too quickly, it could lead to restlessness. Shunin retorted irritably. Oh, master, then what grade is this Shisui Dan? Why have I never heard of it before? Third grade. Shut your mouth. Shunin turned back, baring his teeth, causing the youth to shiver and retract his neck. Overwhelmed by numerous inquiries, Shen Anzai's mind buzzed during this time. How had he never noticed how chatty this boy was? Morong Tian timidly looked at him and quietly probed. Master, one last question. Speak, Shen said impatiently while tossing the chopped herbs into the pot. What realm are you actually at? The youth's eyes sparkled with hope and curiosity. This was the 30th time he had asked this question in 10 days. Late stage of body refinement. I don't believe it. The boy's gaze was clear and innocent. Shen turned to him, casually picking up the willow branch at his waist. Soon thereafter, the kitchen echoed with Morong Tian's wails. Master, I am your personal disciple. Let's talk it out without resorting to violence. Oh dear, Master, I was wrong. I want to ask about the pills again. Master, the pills are burning. A quarter of an hour later, the two lifted the pot lid and stared in silence at the contents inside. Master, this lump of pitch-black, gooey substance, can it really be a pill? Is it safe to eat? You'll find out if you try. I want to try. Morong Tian shook his head vigorously, scratching his head and tentatively suggesting, as per the order of seniority, Master, you should taste it first. Shen turned to leave, locking the kitchen door, and withdrew the willow branch once more. Oh no, Master, don't hit me. I'll eat it. I'll eat it. Is that not sufficient? Chapter 12. Disciple, you really went for it, huh? Looking at the bowl containing the sticky, black substance, Morong Tian swallowed hard. Good disciple, hurry and eat. This is a treasure. Shen smiled gently, holding the willow branch and clapping his hands. Morong Tian felt disheartened. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself. I'll go all out. At most, I'll be sick for 3 days and nights. With that thought, he no longer hesitated and brought the bowl to his lips. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Shen Anzai's mind. Admiration value. 10. He twitched at the corner of his mouth, feeling a strong urge to strike the boy before him with the willow branch. But then, he suddenly recalled something and hurriedly inquired in his mind. System. Since admiration value can be deducted, if I regress in rank and then level up again, can I receive a reward once more? He felt a surge of excitement. If that were the case, wouldn't he'd be able to continuously level up in this phase where admiration value is easily obtainable, repeatedly earning rewards? The system fell silent for a moment before responding. Bug has been fixed. Thank you for your feedback. Shen felt as if 500 small goals were waving goodbye to him. He nearly slapped himself. Had he known, he would have tested it first instead of asking. Is there a limit to accepting disciples? Can I go down the mountain and take in 108 disciples now? That is not possible. You can only take the next disciple after the previous one's admiration value reaches its maximum. All right then. Shen Anzai's hopes were dashed. It seemed he could only earnestly focus on extracting all he could from this one disciple. Shaking his head, he gazed eagerly at Morong Tian, who was now sitting cross-legged on the ground. The latter was drenched in sweat, his face flushed, and his heart racing. Although the concoction was as difficult to swallow as mucus, once it dissolved, a peculiar force began to surge through his meridians, intensely hot. As time passed, the intensity of this force increased, causing his brows to furrow ever tighter. The pain felt as if needles were stabbing throughout his body. However, Morong Tian was astonished to discover that his previously obstructed meridians were beginning to show signs of expansion under this force's impact. It felt as if someone was repeatedly opening up pathways within him. Realizing this, he was overjoyed and gritted his teeth in silence, enduring the excruciating pain. Master is improving my aptitude. I absolutely cannot let him down. Only by enhancing his talent could he hope to step on a Tianxue sect and challenge Qin Xinyue in the future. Admiration value. 30. Shen smiled slightly. It appeared that the Shisui Dan was beginning to take effect. Observing the boy's contorted expression, he assumed he was enduring tremendous suffering. The introduction of the Shisui Dan's formula stated that to enhance one's aptitude, one must endure pains that ordinary people cannot withstand, akin to being pierced by 10,000 arrows. This kid, surprisingly resilient. Seeing him persistently clench his teeth and remain silent, Shen shook his head slightly. It seemed that the humiliation from that 3-year agreement had left an indelible mark, allowing him to endure such torment. One must remember that he was still a 16-year-old youth, the son of the Murong family head, who had been pampered since childhood. He had never faced such hardship before. Throughout history, protagonists either possessed extraordinary resilience or were blessed with profound opportunities and talents. Perhaps, if it were you, you could indeed achieve it. Shen couldn't help but let his imagination wander. He was already looking forward to the day when Murong Tian would transform into a great emperor, commanding the world. If that day were to come, wouldn't the life of a master like him be utterly delightful? Just as he envisioned a future filled with beauty and seeking lovely maidens with his disciple at his side, an exceptionally nauseating odor suddenly wafted through his nostrils. The sensation was utterly exhilarating, akin to having one's head forcefully pressed against a warm, aromatic substance, with a tantalizing fragrance enveloping every inch of one's senses, penetrating deep into the soul. Goodness, did you really do that? Shen Anzai immediately seized a green onion from the stove and stuffed it into his nostrils, covering his mouth, as he observed Murong Tian, who was beginning to emit a foul, dark liquid. He deftly grabbed an object to shield his strikingly handsome face. The warmth on his face startled Shen Anzai, prompting him to glance at the object in his hand. The multitude of tiny holes on the wooden spoon left him utterly dumbfounded. The dark liquid showed no signs of abating. In a panic, Shen Anzai fled, slamming the kitchen door behind him. He dashed to the well to wash his face, scrubbing vigorously until the unpleasant odor dissipated after several attempts. His face wore a look of frustration. He hadn't anticipated the potency of the Shisui Dan. Master. In the distance, Murong Tian, with his face smeared black, rushed toward him, revealing a gleaming smile, his excitement palpable, reaching out as if to embrace Shen Anzai. Master, my meridians. Shen Anzai's mouth twitched, and he took off running. Murong Tian stood there, perplexed, scratching his head in confusion. Why did his master, who usually looked at him with a lecherous gaze, suddenly flee upon seeing him? Clean yourself in the kitchen before you approach me again. You are not permitted to wash in the Qingyan Peak's bathhouse. Shen Anzai shouted from a distance, leaving those words behind. Murong Tian finally processed this, furrowing his brow and sniffing thoughtfully at his fingertips before gagging. As night fell, the stars and moon hung high, and the evening breeze carried a delicate fragrance that wafted over the flowers and grasses of Qingyan Peak. In the side hall, are you certain you have washed thoroughly? The disciple had soaked in water for half an hour and truly had no odor. Murong Tian gazed bitterly at Shen Anzai, who was hiding at a distance with 2 clumps of cloth stuffed in his nose. What is the matter with that basket of fish? Shen Anzai pointed to the basket of fish at Murong Tian's feet. I saw that you have been working hard recently, master, so I specially caught some fish to nourish you. Why are they all belly up and their eyes are green? I don't know. They must be some special spirit fish. Murong Tian scratched his head. Special fish? Shen Anzai, filled with skepticism, removed the clumps from his nose, confirming there was no lingering odor before inhaling deeply of the fresh air. Take them away. What kind of fish do you dare eat without fear of poisoning? He waved his hand and asked, since I forbade you from washing in the Qingyan Peak's bathhouse, where did you soak for half an hour? Murong Tian pondered, stroking his chin. I don't know, but that river seems quite close to the enforcement peak. Shen Anzai nodded. As long as it wasn't in the Qingyan Peak, it was acceptable. Now that the cleansing of the meridians was complete, it was time for him to cultivate the Wushuang Yujinju and break through to the Qi realm. Chapter 13. Borrowing money, how do you feel now? Shen Anzai asked, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the youth. The boy was brimming with excitement. Master, after taking the elixir, I feel remarkably lighter all over. Previously, when practicing swordsmanship, I often felt a sense of stagnation. Now, everything flows effortlessly. It seems the Shisui Dan has indeed improved his innate talent significantly. Shen Anzai silently nodded, feeling relieved. Although he might not rival those monstrous geniuses, Murong Tian should now be able to reach an average level of talent. Yes, merely average. After all, the ingredients used in a Shisui Dan are not exceptionally rare. If a single pill could transform him into a genius, that would be too outrageous. Master, I shall have my family send over hundreds more medicinal ingredients. While Shen Anzai pondered, the boy was eager and enthusiastic, his eyes shining with ambition. If I could consume hundreds or thousands of such talent-enhancing pills, wouldn't I be poised to surpass Qin Xianyue, becoming an extraordinary genius? Bang! Shen Anzai, annoyed, gave him a rap on the head. Do you think this elixir is as common as cabbage? You cannot take it more than once. The second pill will be entirely ineffective. Huh? At this, Murong Tian's face fell, his dreams of genius shattered. Enough. Do not be ungrateful. Quickly cultivate the Wushuang Yujianju and hasten to draw qi into your body. Afterward, I will impart 2 more martial techniques to you. Upon hearing of 2 additional martial techniques, Murong Tian's eyes sparkled. Could they be as formidable as the Yijian Keishaman? Perceiving his thoughts, Shen Anzai spoke indifferently. Do not get your hopes too high. They are merely high-quality and medium-quality Earth-tier techniques. Oh, fine. Murong Tian felt somewhat disappointed, then paused. Why was he disappointed? It was Earth-tier. Such techniques could incite a frenzy among the masses in the outside world. And yet he was beginning to look down upon such treasures? This is bad. I must have been corrupted by my master. It's all because of his dismissive words. Merely high quality and medium quality. Countless individuals flocked to Qingyuan Peak, hoping to learn Elder Lu's superior Earth-tier martial technique, Feihua Luoyezhang. Yet, techniques of a higher grade had been trivialized by his master as nothing more than mere Earth-tier. Admiration value 20. Shen Anzai cast a doubtful glance at the oddly behaving Murong Tian, wondering what was going through his mind. Enough. Focus on your training. Only 20 days remain until the Sect's grand competition. I will go outside shortly to gather information about your opponents. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory. He patted the boy's shoulder earnestly. Yes, master. Murong Tian respectfully clasped his hands, watching Shen Anzai depart. Feeling somewhat moved, his master rarely ventured outside, and this time he had willingly left Qingyuan Peak to gather information for him. It seemed he held great significance in Shen Anzai's heart. As Shen Anzai exited the hall, a smile crept across his face, and he felt a surge of anticipation. I wonder if anyone in the sect is placing bets on this hotly debated event? If I bet on my disciple to win, and it turns out to be a surprise victory, wouldn't I strike it rich? To be safe, perhaps I should place a few bets on others as well. Otherwise, I might lose everything. Shen Anzai stroked his chin, carefully contemplating how to place his bets wisely. However, he soon found himself troubled. He had no money. Wouldn't it be somewhat embarrassing to borrow from his disciple? After a moment of thought, he slapped his forehead, eyes alight with realization. There was indeed someone else he could borrow from. Qingyuan Peak, side hall. Lu Yinqin listened intently to the report from the female disciple below, her brows furrowing slightly. Yu Zhenyuan from Qingfu Peak has inherited the Tianjian Fu from the Fu Tower? Yes, the news came from the elder guarding the tower. It cannot be false. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinqin's expression turned grave. This is troublesome. Yu Zhenyuan, who is already nearly invincible at the mid-Qi C stage, now mastering the powerful Tianjian Fu, would likely possess the strength to contend even with those at the late Qi C stage. Even if Murong Tian manages to reach the mid-Qi C stage during this time, could he possibly withstand the might of the Tianjian Fu? Even her Feihua Luoyezhang would pale in comparison to it. To counter the Tianjian Fu, one would need at least an Earth-tier martial technique. Lu Yinqin's beautiful eyes hesitated momentarily before she sighed deeply. Well, since he is willing to give me such a precious Zhaoyandan, I shall bestow upon him a mere Earth-tier martial technique. With that thought, she softly commanded, summon Fei Shuang. Yes. The female disciple bowed respectfully and withdrew. Not long after, another woman dressed in the attire of Lingfu Mountain disciples arrived. She was tall and possessed a pair of elongated phoenix eyes that exuded an air of aloofness. This was the eldest disciple of Qingyuan Peak, Ling Feishuang, who had reached the half-step Guiyuan realm and had previously secured first place in the sex competition against Yu Zhenyuan. Master, you summoned me. What is the matter? Ling Feishuang clasped her hands and spoke in a cool tone. You shall deliver this Jinghua palm to King Yanfeng and instruct Murong Tian in its techniques. Liu Yanqing retrieved a jade slip from her storage ring. Upon hearing this, Ling Feishuang's brows furrowed in surprise. Master, this is a low-grade earth-tier martial skill. Such a precious item, you need not say more. Liu Yanqing waved her hand lightly. Merely send it to him and explain its intricacies to aid in his cultivation. The latter frowned, a look of confusion evident in her eyes. Why is my master so invested in someone from King Yanfeng, even offering up an earth-tier martial skill? Though perplexed, she said nothing further, accepted the jade slip, and took her leave. After departing from Qinghuan Peak, she made her way towards King Yanfeng. Not long after Ling Feishuang left, the female disciple from earlier entered once more. Peak Master, Elder Shen requests an audience. Is Shen here? Liu Yanqing was taken aback. Why was he suddenly seeking her out? Could it be he regretted boasting earlier about his inability to teach Murong Tian? Let him in. Soon, Shen entered, rubbing his hands together, a friendly smile on his face. Elder Liu, it has been several days since we last met. I have missed you dearly. Liu Yanqing's brows knitted slightly. What brings you here? Hee. I have a significant matter to discuss with Elder Liu. Shen grinned, looking quite mysterious. I would like to borrow 100,000 gold from you. I have already sent Feishuang to King Yanfeng. Liu Yanqing was momentarily stunned, thinking she had misheard, then frowned and asked again, what do you intend to do? Shen scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and repeated, I would like to borrow 100,000 gold. The atmosphere in the side hall grew somewhat tranquil. Liu Yanqing's brows remained tightly furrowed as she scrutinized the person before her. Her expression a mix of bewilderment and confusion. What does this mean? He came to Qinghuan Peak, not for Murong Tian, but rather to borrow money. And he asked for 100,000 gold right off the bat? Chapter 14 Ling Shizhi. Do you have any money? What do you need such a large sum for? Liu Yanqing regarded him with suspicion. Naturally, it is of great use. Rest assured, Elder Liu, once the grand competition concludes, I will return every last coin. Not a single one will be missing. Shen spoke with a hopeful glimmer in his eyes. He had already inquired outside about the grand competition and learned that indeed, a betting pool had been established. It was located at Kingsifing, and it was said that the betting pool had connections to the Peak Master there. So there was no fear of them running off with the money. What intrigued him even more was that the odds of Murong Tian winning the top spot were 10-1. Liu Yanqing fell silent. Did this fellow harbor some misunderstanding about her? What does 100,000 gold even signify? Such a sum could easily purchase a low-grade, earth-tier martial skill. If it were for martial techniques or other items, she might still have something to offer, but money. She had none. Liu Yanqing replied succinctly. Individuals of their caliber primarily exchange their wealth for equally valued treasures and resources. How could they possibly possess liquid cash? Shen fumbled in his pocket, revealing only a few gold coins, his expression somewhat dejected. Having mustered the courage to ask for a loan, he was met with refusal. Must he watch his dreams of wealth shatter? Noticing his despondent demeanor, Liu Yanqing could not help but speak. If your intention was to purchase a martial skill from Murong Tian, there is no need. I have already instructed Feishuang to send my Jinghua palm. Shen was taken aback. Jinghua palm? He furrowed his brow. Although this palm technique is a low-grade, earth-tier skill, its essence contradicts the Wushuang Yujinju. The sword technique emphasizes fierce lethality and a pure sword heart. However, Jinghua palm is quite gentle, focusing on the deceptive appearance of the palm strikes to confuse the enemy, lacking in lethal prowess and emphasizing misdirection. In contrast, techniques like the Benlei sword, which are straightforward and direct, would suit Murong Tian much better. I appreciate Elder Liu's good intentions, but my disciple's temperament is rather candid. He may not be suitable for such techniques. Liu Yanqing narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Without cultivating earth-tier martial skills, how will Murong Tian stand a chance against Yujin Yuan? Although cultivating the Jinghua palm may not guarantee victory over the latter, without training, it is likely he won't even reach the point of facing Yujin Yuan. I have already imparted to him a sword technique that should suffice. Shen stroked his chin. What rank is this sword technique? Is it truly superior to my Jinghua palm? Liu Yanqing's lovely face displayed a hint of displeasure. Shen scratched his head, awkwardly admitting, that sword technique is my own creation, and currently, it has no rank. The system did not specify what rank the one sword opens the heavenly gate is, and he could not fabricate a story. Besides, claiming that the sword technique was superior to the heavenly tier would surely provoke disbelief. They would likely look at him as if he were a fool. Self-created? Lu Yunqin was taken aback. Then her brows furrowed, her expression turning serious. Shunin, this matter is no trifling matter. Should your disciple lose, both of you may be expelled from the sect. Clearly, she did not believe that Shen Anzai's self-created sword technique could be of much significance. Thank you for your concern, Elder Lu. Shen clasped his hands in gratitude, offering no further explanation. It would be foolish to reveal his trump card now. If word got out and the odds adjusted, where would he find solace? Seeing his nonchalance, Lu Yunqin could not help but shake her head slightly, disappointment flickering in her eyes. She had hoped Shen was not as incompetent as the rumor suggested. Yet he seemed to treat his own promises with such disregard. Did he still believe that the sect leader would support him in the end? Never mind. Her gaze regained its composure. While she had no 100,000 gold, she could manage 10,000. Saying this, Lu Yunqin waved her hand, sending a ring flying forward. Shen Anzai's eyes lit up at the sight. Thank you, Elder Lu. Is there anything else? No. Shen clasped his hands in farewell and swiftly made his way to King Sifeng. Watching his retreating figure, disappointment was unmistakable in Lu Yunqin's beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, at King Yanfeng, Ling Feishuang ascended the mountain and soon found Murong Tian, who was fetching water by the well to prepare dinner. Upon seeing her, Murong Tian was momentarily stunned. Senior Sister Ling, what brings you here? My master sent me to instruct you in martial skills. As Ling Feishuang spoke, she scrutinized the youth before her with her cool, phoenix-like eyes, curious about what made him so exceptional that her master would part with an earth-tier martial skill. However, her brows quickly knitted together in surprise. You have broken through to the Qihai realm? Wasn't it said that 10 days prior, Murong Tian was still at the mid-stage of body refinement? In such a short span, he had actually ascended a major realm? Murong Tian scratched his head and smiled. Just lucky, I suppose. Though he spoke lightly, he was equally astonished by his ability to draw qi into his body in just a short hour. This was all thanks to the effects of the Shisui Dan and the astonishing martial technique he had cultivated, the Wushuang Yujianju. Typical martial techniques required practitioners to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yet when he operated the Wushuang Yujianju, he was horrified to discover that the spiritual energy was rushing into his body like a torrent, clamoring to enter. Ling Feishuang quickly regained her composure, reflecting that there was nothing particularly surprising about it. After all, the Murong family was a lineage of medicinal alchemy. Who knew how many pills they had provided Murong Tian over the years? It was not unusual for him to reach late-stage body refinement and successfully draw qi into his body. Here, this is the martial skill my master has passed on to you. She lightly waved her sleeve, and a jade slip flew forth. The Jinghua palm is merely a low-grade, earth-tier skill? Murong Tian instinctively voiced. Ling Feishuang was taken aback, the breeze tousling her hair, making her appear somewhat disheveled. She seriously doubted whether she had misheard. What does it mean to say merely a low-grade, earth-tier skill? There are hardly a few earth-tier martial skills to be found throughout Lingfu Mountain. How could such a precious item be trivialized by Murong Tian? Senior sister, I appreciate Elder Lu's kind intentions, but my master has already imparted a great deal of knowledge. At this moment, I fear I am unable to manage more. Murong Tian shook his head, presenting the jade slip with both hands. What a jest. The teachings from my master are all at least of the middle-grade earth tier. What purpose would it serve to practice such trivialities? Would that not be a waste of time? Ling Feishuang was momentarily bewildered. She found it difficult to discern whether it was her own ailment or if Murong Tian had lost his senses. Why forsake earth-tier martial techniques to learn what his master taught in the later stages of body refinement? This is indeed an earth-tier martial skill. Are you certain you do not want it? Absolutely not. Murong Tian continued to shake his head, shoving the jade slip into Ling Feishuang's hands with a hint of disdain. Observing her lingering and not departing, he tentatively inquired, would senior sister care to stay for a meal? Ling Feishuang, somewhat dazed, shook her head and turned to leave with the jade slip in hand. As she departed, Murong Tian heaved a sigh of relief, inwardly exclaiming how fortunate he was. Had it not been for his master mentioning earlier that he would teach him swordsmanship, he might have been compelled to practice this inferior earth-tier martial skill. Down the mountain path, Shen Anzai was in an unusually jovial mood, humming a tune as he spotted Ling Feishuang, who appeared somewhat distracted ahead. Ling Shizizi, are you leaving already? Won't you stay for a meal? After returning his greeting, Ling Feishuang politely declined, her brow furrowing as she inquired about his cheerful demeanor. Elder Shun, what brings you such joy? Haha, I am about to become wealthy. Naturally I am happy, Shen Anzai chuckled. Ling Feishuang looked momentarily taken aback, her expression one of confusion. Soon? Sensing her curiosity, Shen Anzai seized the moment and approached her. Ling Shizizi, how much cash do you have on hand? Could you lend it to the elder? The elder will safeguard it and ensure you a return of 5 to 3 times in 20 days. Cash. Ling Feishuang frowned, hesitating as she produced a storage ring. I should have around 10,000 gold. That is more than sufficient. Shen Anzai exclaimed, taking the ring and dashing down the mountain. Left in the wind, a somewhat disheveled woman stood there, her red lips slightly parted, unsure of what to say. Is my money gone? Chapter 15, Disciple. I perceive you possess the bearing of a sword immortal. Qinghuan Peak. Listening to Ling Feishuang's report, Lu Yunqin's brow furrowed deeper. Are you certain he used the borrowed money to place a bet? The disciple personally overheard fellow disciples discussing that Elder Shun went to Qingxi Peak to wager 50,000 gold on Murong Tian's victory. Ling Feishuang spoke with conviction, her expression revealing her displeasure. Lu Yunqin sighed, shaking her head in silence, feeling utterly disappointed in Shen Anzai. She never expected him to act in such a manner. It would be one thing if he were indifferent to his disciples' upcoming competition in 20 days. Now he was participating in a gambling event. Lu Yunqin pondered, somewhat perplexed. Did I not lend him 100,000 gold? Why did he only wager 50,000 gold? Noticing her master's confusion, Ling Feishuang spoke again. Elder Shun also placed a bet for another person, also 50,000 gold. Who? Yu Jingyuan from Qingfu Peak. Lu Yunqin was at a loss for words. To go and partake in gambling is one thing, but to bet against one's own disciple's opponent? Is this what it means to set an example as a mentor? It is simply shameless. In such a wager, does he hope for Murong Tian's victory or defeat? If he loses, Shen Anzai can still win against Yu Jingyuan, albeit with a smaller loss, but it could recover his funds. Should Murong Tian truly emerge victorious, he could earn a substantial profit of several 100,000 gold, although that is hardly likely. Lu Yunqin shook her head, resigning to let it be. After all, she had done what she could to assist. It was their hubris that blinded them to her help. By the way, Master, when I visited Qingyan Peak today, Murong Tian had already broken through to the Qi Sea realm. Ling Feishuang spoke once more. Lu Yunqin was taken aback, exclaiming, he has broken through to the Qi Sea? This indeed surprised her. According to her estimation, even with the Murong family's abundance of medicinal resources, Murong Tian should only manage to barely break through right before the competition. Moreover, his position within the family was somewhat precarious. The Murong family would not expend such resources on him. Unexpectedly, just 10 days had passed, and he had truly succeeded. If he could break through so swiftly, mastering an earth-tier martial skill next could indeed grant him a chance to enter the top 10. After some contemplation, Lu Yunqin resolved to visit Qingyan Peak in a couple of days to properly counsel this master and disciple pair. She found it somewhat exasperating. Who sends earth-tier martial skills and requires repeated visits? Yet, recalling that remarkably effective beauty-rejuvenating pill, she suppressed her displeasure. When will the king of Zhen Nan arrive? She inquired about another matter. He is expected around noon tomorrow, Ling Feishuang replied, frowning as she hesitated. Master, the king of Zhen Nan's daughter has been poisoned to the bone. It seems there is little hope for a cure. She did not finish her sentence before Lu Yunqin interjected. The king of Zhen Nan saved my life in the past. As a master, I cannot remain indifferent. Even if the ailment cannot be cured, I must extend her life. Ling Feishuang observed her master's resolute expression, nodding silently in agreement. In the deep night at Qingyan Peak, what a splendid sword! What an exquisite sword! In the training ground, Murong Tian cradled a long sword of pure black gold hue, unable to part with it. his eyes gleaming with delight. Admiration value, 10. Observing the boy's joy, Shen Anzai stroked his chin, nodding inwardly. Initially, he had planned to borrow money from Ling Feishuang to place bets for Yu Zhengyuan, but during his journey, he happened to overhear disciples discussing spirit weapons. It then occurred to him that his disciple seemed to lack a suitable sword. Possessing a fine spirit weapon would significantly enhance his chances of claiming the first prize. Thus, he spent 9,000 gold at the sex market to procure a low-grade Xian tier spirit sword. The disciple originally asked for 12,000, but upon realizing it was Shen Anzai, and with his warm inquiries, willingly lowered the price to 9,000 gold. It was certainly not his status as an elder that facilitated the bargain. Disciple, how has your practice of the heaven-opening sword been progressing? Shen Anzai coughed lightly, interrupting Murong Tian, who was fondly caressing the sword. Master, my spiritual energy is barely sufficient for a single use. Otherwise, the other energies would dissipate, and I cannot yet wield it freely. The latter responded respectfully. I see. Shen Anzai nodded thoughtfully. Since you have entered the Qi Sea, I shall impart to you a body technique and a sword technique. You must practice diligently. Thank you, Master. Murong Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, the two Earth Tier martial techniques were about to arrive. With the familiar gesture of touching his forehead, Murong Tian closed his eyes. The cultivation methods for floating light and shadow step and thunderblade were engraved in his mind. He opened his eyes, looking at Shen Anzai with profound reverence. Truly, Master is unparalleled. The minimum of his teachings is the middle-grade Earth Tier martial skill. With this in mind, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had not pursued the inferior Earth Tier Mirror Moon Palm. Admiration value, 40. Current admiration level of Murong Tian. 6. Acquired an obedient disciple. Host unlocks new system function. Talent proficiency panel receives 1 lottery opportunity x1. As the voice echoed in his mind, Shen Anzai paused momentarily, then curiously opened the newly appeared panel. Talent proficiency panel. Martial arts proficiency. Level 0 alchemy proficiency. Level 3 refining proficiency. Level 0 talismans proficiency. Level 0 martial arts alchemy. Refining and talismans are the mainstream paths of cultivation in this era. Among them, martial arts encompass swordsmanship, knife techniques, and more. Alchemy includes both poisons and elixirs, while formations are categorized under talismans. The alchemy proficiency is at level 3, likely due to previously acquiring experience as a third-grade alchemist. If I were to elevate all 4 of these talents to their maximum potential, would I not become supremely adept? With this thought, Shen Anzai felt a surge of excitement. Inquiring within his mind, System, how do I upgrade these talents? The host can obtain rewards through lottery draws or by synchronously upgrading through the insights of their disciples. Shouldn't you grant me some talent points? Shen was taken aback. This doesn't seem right. Isn't it customary to receive talent points when unlocking such functions? You are truly adorable, but no points will be given. Shen twitched his lips. How could this system be so infuriating? It appears that to enhance himself, he must rely on his disciples. When a disciple gains insight, he too can upgrade. As for the lottery, forget it. Rather than drawing for talent, it would be far more practical to receive something tangible, like 100 time-limited cards for the Qinquan realm or 10 sets of heavenly-grade defensive spirit artifacts. With this in mind, Shen gazed at Murong Tian, who was eagerly recalling martial techniques in his mind, his eyes full of fervor. Master, what troubles you? Murong Tian, feeling somewhat uneasy under his intense gaze, took a step back and inquired. Disciple, I see in you a remarkable bone structure, a potential to become a sword immortal. You must work diligently and not be lazy. Do not let my expectations down. Shen spoke earnestly, his expression solemn. Rest assured, Master, I will practice swordsmanship day and night, and I will not disappoint you, Murong Tian declared, puffing out his chest with determination. Observing the youth's steadfastness, Shen felt a surge of pride and gently patted the young man's shoulder before turning to leave. He awaited the day when his obedient disciple would achieve mastery in swordsmanship, thereby assisting him in upgrading his talents. The next day, Shen found himself utterly idle. As for the lottery opportunity earned from Murong Tian's admiration, it had long been utilized. That draw had left him speechless, He had received a meerkat toy. System. What do you have to say for yourself? With all your resources, this is what you give me? How utterly disappointing. Shen leaned against a green stone, holding the stick with a dangling fur ball, expressing his dissatisfaction. The products of the system are always of the highest quality. Although it is merely a small cat toy, it is indeed among the finest of its kind, a true royal among toys, and possesses great utility. Ridiculous, pure deception. Shen rolled his eyes, dismissing the system's words, storing the cat toy away, uninterested in continuing a futile argument with this stingy system. At that moment, his diligent disciple approached, drenched in sweat. Master, I have encountered another problem. Speak, Shen said, scratching his ear nonchalantly. The third move of the thunderclap 5 styles. How is the thunder from the ground to be executed? Murong Tian earnestly sought guidance, explaining that to achieve a thunderous sound and a swift sword flash was considered successful, yet he struggled to grasp it. Thunder from the ground. Shen stroked his chin, pondering briefly. He had spent the entire morning teaching Murong Tian sword practice, although the latter had acquired the methods of martial arts. Mastering them was far from simple and required time and perseverance. The technique of opening the heavenly gate was derived from an experience inheritance card, which differed significantly from one without such experience. As for the numerous uncertainties in swordplay, Murong Tian had many inquiries, all of which Shen adroitly sidestepped. In the face of Murong Tian's expectant gaze, Shen began, Disciple, have you ever played with a firework called Flying Monkey at the foot of the mountain? Flying Monkey? Murong Tian was momentarily stunned, shaking his head in confusion. Seeing his lack of understanding, Shen gestured, Look, whoosh. He wiggled his finger before the young man. Then, smack. Seizing the moment when Murong Tian was distracted, he delivered a light slap to his face. Murong Tian was bewildered. Disciple, did you hear that? Yes. And it stung a bit. Now do you understand what thunder from the ground means? I understand. Murong Tian nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Master, your point is that you used a single finger to draw my attention, and then, taking advantage of my unguarded state, executed a powerful strike with all 5 fingers combined. This is thunder from the ground. He was exhilarated, marveling at how such profound sword techniques could be explained with such simple reasoning. Observing Murong Tian skip away to practice swordplay on his own, Shen sighed contentedly, nodding approvingly. Reaching the 6th level of admiration was indeed beneficial. His obedient disciple could now deduce on his own. After all, his understanding of martial arts was at the 0 level, and he knew nothing, merely leading the way through deception. How Murong Tian comprehended it depended solely on his own insight. In the main hall of Qinghuan Peak, Lu Yinxin, clad in green, sat in the foremost position. Below her, besides Ling Feishuang, another individual sat, a middle-aged man with a stern and imposing countenance, adorned in a black and gold robe, exuding an aura of authority without anger, emanating a sense of iron will. He was none other than the renowned king of the south, Xiao Ao Hai. This name resonated loudly even throughout the entire Nanju domain, not only because Xiao Ao Hai had once attained the Qinghuan realm, but also due to his command over 300,000 iron-blooded wolf cavalry. However, what truly instilled fear in the hearts of men was the battle that occurred a decade ago in the southern region of the Great Dynasty, known as Wolf Abyss. Today, the Nanju domain is dominated by 3 dynasties, De, An, Beiming, and Ping Tian. A decade ago, there were 4. The 4th dynasty was obliterated by the Ping Tian dynasty, which subsequently became the most formidable dynasty in the entire Nanju domain. After swallowing that dynasty, Ping Tian was not content and extended its claws toward the neighboring Great Dynasty. However, 50,000 troops advanced with immense force, only to retreat in disarray, leaving nearly 10,000 corpses behind. This was solely due to the presence of the current king of the south, Xiao Ao Hai, along with his 30,000 wolf cavalry, fiercely repelled the 50,000 troops of the Ping Tian dynasty, causing them to abandon their armor and flee. He even single-handedly battled 3 Qinghuan realm experts and ultimately decapitated one. That battle firmly established the name of the king of the south across the Nanju domain, while the wolf cavalry became the fiercest force of the Great Dynasty. Regrettably, Although he had slain one Chinquan expert, Xiao Ao Hai suffered injuries that affected his foundation during the siege. In recent years, his cultivation had diminished to the Tianling realm, and despite his search for skilled physicians, his injuries remained unhealed. Even the renowned apothecary king of the Apothecary Valley was at a loss. Nonetheless, the king of the south remained remarkably open-minded, unconcerned about his plight, boldly declaring that even at the Tianling realm, should the Ping Tian dynasty dare to come, he would still fight them. Today, he came to Ling Fu Mountain not for his own injuries, but for his daughter. Miss Liu, for many years, my daughter, Jing Shui, has suffered from a bizarre poison. Had it not been for the suppression of the Apothecary Valley, she would have long since perished. However, the situation has grown increasingly dire in recent years. The Apothecary King has advised that only someone with an exceptionally gentle and benevolent cultivation method can hope to extend her life and gradually seek a cure. And the method must be at least of the mid-tier earth grade. Xiao Ao Hai Spoki Solene. Yet, such mid-tier earth grade cultivation methods are exceedingly rare, and it must be both gentle and benevolent, making it even harder to find. I have thought of numerous individuals, but only considered that Miss Liu might possess a solution. The prince's meaning was clear, and Lu Yunqi nodded gently, her tone warm. Had it not been for your rescue at Wolf Abyss many years ago, I might have perished long ago. Now that your offspring is in distress, I shall not stand idly by. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ao Hai felt a slight relaxation in his heart, gratitude flickering in his resolute eyes, realizing that the other's cultivation method indeed held considerable merit. A decade ago, during the invasion of the Ping Tian dynasty, he unexpectedly discovered Lu Yunqi, who was gravely injured and had fallen from a cliff amidst the chaos. Observing that she was merely a young girl and not clad in armor, he assumed she was a victim of the turmoil and brought her back to the army for treatment. In the ensuing years, Lu Yunqi rose to become the leader of Qingwan Peak at Ling Fu Mountain. However, it is peculiar that when he saved the latter, she was already at the Earth Spirit realm, and yet after all these years, she remains at the same level. He had previously discerned that Lu Yunqi's cultivation method was both gentle and formidable, suggesting a high rank. Her background, it appears, is far more intricate than he had initially assumed. Thus, when news arrived from Yaowang Valley, his thoughts immediately turned to Lu Yunqi, and he wasted no time in sending a message and hastening here. Just as he felt fortunate, Xiao Ao Hai glanced at the woman on the main seat, suddenly displaying a look of confusion. It was indeed strange. Lu's appearance had not changed in the slightest over the past decade, and she appeared even more exquisite than before. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunqi's eyelashes fluttered gently as she smiled softly, explaining that an elder from her sect had gifted her a beauty-nourishing pill. What sort of elixir could possess such effects? It truly is remarkable. Could it be crafted by Su, the head of the Lingfu Mountains Apothecary Hall? Xiao Ao Hai felt a stir of interest. His own wife had been clamoring for a similar beauty-enhancing elixir lately, and he had intended to procure one from Yaowang Valley. It seemed that the beauty pills from Yaowang Valley did not have such remarkable effects. No, not at all. Which elder from Lingfu Mountain could possibly concoct such a wondrous pill? Xiao Ao Hai was taken aback and perplexed. Upon hearing his inquiry, Lu Yunqi's mind flashed with a figure, her crimson lips parting slightly as she spoke softly. Qingyan Peak, Shen Anzai is there. Chepter sednast, if it succeeded, master, if it succeeded. Who? Xiao Ao Hai was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression grew strange. Few individuals could leave a lasting impression on the king of Southern Town, but Shen Anzai was undoubtedly one of them. Not for any other reason, but because he was a naturally wasteful body, a rarity in the entire Nanja domain, and the notoriety of this wasteful reputation was indeed quite pronounced. The elixir was indeed given to me by Shen Anzai, though I am unaware of its crafting process. Lu Yunqi said softly, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she inquired if the prince wished to know the origins of the elixir. Xiao Ao Hai nodded to speak candidly. My wife has been troubled and haggard lately due to our daughter's matters, and I am also in search of similar elixirs to bestow upon her. In that case, would His Highness accompany Yunqi to Qingyan Peak? Lu Yunqi suggested. She had originally planned to persuade Murong Tian to practice the Mirror Moon Palm tomorrow, But since Xiao Aohai expressed interest and his daughter was still at Yawang Valley for a while longer, it would be best to visit Qingyan Peak first. It was about time she inquired about the origins of Shen Anzai's beauty nourishing pill. The two departed Qingyan Peak together, heading towards Qingyan Peak. Along the way, Xiao Aohai learned from Lu Yinqin about the current situation at Qingyan Peak. When he heard that Murong Tian had become a disciple of Shen Anzai, he secretly shook his head. The Murong family and the Qin family had historical ties and mutual friendship, but due to the matter of the marriage contract, they had not communicated in 2 years. The engagement had been established by the former head of the Qin family, who was Qin Qianyue's father, and was never supported by the Qin family. Unfortunately, the father of Qin passed away unexpectedly, and Qin Qianyue revealed her talent, leading the elderly patriarch of the Qin family to vehemently deny the engagement. The incident of Qin Qianyue going to the Murong family to annul the marriage had spread like wildfire. Although the Murong family was merely a small medicinal family, the Qin family was different, a renowned family in the entire Den dynasty. Qin Qianyue had also early on joined the prestigious Tianxue sect of the Baiming dynasty. In terms of strength, the Tianxue sect surpassed Lingfu Mountain. It was in the second year after joining the Tianxue sect that Qin Qianyue personally visited the Murong family to annul the marriage. Such a great humiliation left the Murong family in disgrace, reducing them to a laughingstock throughout Dan. Many mocked them, saying the Murong family aspired to something beyond their reach, only to find themselves on the receiving end of the annulment. As for Murong Tian's boastful declaration of a 3-year agreement in front of everyone at that time, it was even more laughable. Xiao Aohai shook his head slightly. Qin Qianyue had already reached the return to Origin Realm, and within a year, she might grasp the threshold of the Earth Spirit Realm. Murong Tian, rumored to possess poor talent, would not only be unable to catch up in a year, but even given 10 more years, he would still fall short of her. Now, with Shen Anzai daring to set up a grand competition with the head of the law enforcement hall, it truly was a fitting match of master and disciple, both reckless and devoid of substantial skills. Xiao Aohai refrained from expressing his thoughts in front of Lu Yinqin, but he felt quite disdainful. However, the news of the beauty-nourishing pill was known only to Shen Anzai, so he too had to personally visit Qingyan Peak to inquire. I initially intended to impart the Mirror Moon Palm to Murong Tian, yet he rejected it, insisting on practicing his master's self-created sword techniques. Lu Yinqin sighed as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiao Aohai frowned even more. What sort of sword technique could a late-stage body refinement practitioner create? Surely it cannot compare to an earth-level martial art. I plan to persuade the master and disciple duo during my visit, Lu Yinqin said softly. Xiao Aohai secretly shook his head as he followed her up Qingyan Peak. The scenery here was indeed quite pleasant, with verdant flora and a lingering fragrance. Soon, they arrived at the mountain summit, only to find that Shen Anzai and Murong Tian were not in the main hall. After a brief perception, the two proceeded toward the martial arts arena. "Gaha, it has succeeded. Master, I've succeeded." As they approached, a frenzied voice echoed from afar. The two exchanged glances and frowned as they gazed into the distance. In the center of the martial arts arena, Murong Tian was disheveled, with many charred marks on his face. One hand was moving in front of him, and then smack. He unexpectedly slapped himself hard across the face. Not only did he slap himself, but he wore an expression of ecstatic delight. Meanwhile, Shen Anzai lounged comfortably in a chair nearby, nonchalantly tossing grapes into his mouth, utterly at ease. Especially after learning that the fellows from the enforcement peak had somehow all fallen ill and were now on the verge of collapse. His mood was exceptionally buoyant. With the grand competition approaching, how could the master be so leisurely? And what was his disciple up to? Xiao Aohai's expression grew peculiar. Lu Yinqin's beautiful eyes reflected disappointment. She had initially believed that Shen Anzai had genuine preparations. Yet she was met with this unseemly scene. The master was reclining in a chair, leisurely eating fruit, while the disciple was frantically slapping himself, wearing an expression of wild delight. Had Murong Tian truly gone mad under Shen Anzai's tutelage? With this thought, Lu Yinqin's brows furrowed slightly as she was about to step forward to intervene. However, Shen Anzai suddenly tossed a black sword toward the martial arts arena. "Since you've succeeded, Let's practice the sword technique I taught you and see the results. Yes, master. Murong Tian exclaimed excitedly, catching the long sword in one hand and closing his eyes to calm his mind. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yinqin halted her steps, reconsidering. Xiao Aohai stood by, observing intently. He wanted to see what sword technique Shen Anzai had imparted that made Murong Tian forsake even earth-level martial arts. In the center of the arena, Murong Tian's rising and falling chest gradually steadied. Gripping the sword with one hand, he suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. The previous wild joy had vanished, replaced by a piercing sharpness that soared to the heavens. First form of the Thunderbolt sword, thunderclouds covering the peak. As Murong Tian's aura transformed, the black sword in his hand surged with spiritual energy, striking downwards. With this swing, spiritual energy surged like clouds, with a muffled thunder rumbling within, creating an astonishing momentum. Both were momentarily stunned. This strike had likely reached the level of a mid-grade profound martial technique. Second form of the Thunderbolt sword, raging thunder shatters mountains. With a crackle, the arena was illuminated with flashes of lightning as Murong Tian thrust the sword forward, unleashing bolts of thunder as thick as fingers, dazzling in their brilliance. Lu Yinqin and Xiao Aohai held their breaths, their eyes filled with astonishment. This second strike embodied the true essence of a high-grade, profound martial technique. With a sigh of relief, Murong Tian sheathed his sword, exhaling deeply, the thunderous light surrounding him dissipating entirely. The two spectators watching from a distance unconsciously felt a sense of relief, concluding that these were the only two strikes. They remarked, how could someone at the late stage of body refinement possibly create an earth-level martial technique? Just as they sighed in relief, on the training grounds, Murong Tian moved again. This time, he did not draw his sword. Instead, he formed a sword finger with his left hand and pointed forward. The third style of the Thunderblade. Thunder roars from the ground. As his words fell, the training ground, which had returned to tranquility, suddenly shattered. Boom! Blue bricks flew apart, and 5 beams of lightning, as thick as water barrels, shot into the sky, sharp as the edge of a sword, their deafening roar echoing throughout the area. Witnessing the soaring, sword-like lightning, Lu Yinqin and Xiao Aohai exchanged a stunned glance. By the time they came to their senses, their pupils involuntarily constricted, and they took a deep breath, their eyes wide with disbelief. Earth-level lower grade. That sword just now had undoubtedly reached the Earth-level lower grade. Chapter 18. This one truly possesses the demeanor of a sword immortal. Lu Yinqin stared blankly at Murong Tian, who was panting heavily yet appeared exceptionally exhilarated, and she wondered if she had not fully awakened that day. That magnificent sword technique, could it really have been executed by Murong Tian? Xiao Aohai also wore a look of astonishment and confusion. He turned to the woman beside him and spoke. Miss Lu, when did Lingfu Mountain acquire such a formidable sword technique? If it were truly created by Shen Anzai, I would find it utterly unbelievable. Although Lu Yinqin shared his skepticism, there was no one proficient in the sword arts at Lingfu Mountain. The only elder skilled in sword techniques had long since passed away, and his expertise lay in talisman swords, not pure swordsmanship. Thus, the question arose, where did Murong Tian learn this sword technique? Could it truly be that Shen Anzai was teaching him? Just as the two were in shock, Shen Anzai, reclining in a chair, spoke up, his tone calm, yet vaguely dissatisfied. Not bad. It was worth my time to teach you all morning. Thank you, master. Admiration points to Shen Anzai, somewhat helpless, noted that after breaking through to level 6, these admiration points were dwindling, and he wondered when he would reach the maximum level. All right, let us prepare for a meal. I will teach you the remaining 2 styles in the afternoon. He waved his hand, rubbing his stomach. This was clearly heard by the two from afar, causing their pupils to shrink even further. There's still 2 styles. The third style had already reached the Earth-level lower grade. Could the 5 swords unleashed be Earth-level upper grade? Master, I am not hungry. I can continue practicing. Murong Tian exclaimed excitedly, his gaze fervent. Whack! A green grape struck him squarely on the forehead. If you're not hungry, I am. Do you expect me to cook for you? Shen Anzai grumbled, reminding him that both sword practice and martial training required a balance of relaxation and effort that consistent effort is not achieved in a day, and only through a combination of work and rest can one gradually improve. In the distance, Lu Yunxin and Xiao Ao Hai nodded in agreement. From their observations, Murong Tian had already reached his physical limit. If he continued to force himself to practice such a thunderous and lethal sword technique, it could harm his meridians. Shen Anzai's keen observation impressed them. He could accurately gauge the moment Murong Tian needed to rest, neither too much nor too little. Miss Lu, is Elder Shen truly only at the late stage of body refinement? Xiao Aohai looked at her with a peculiar expression. They both possessed mid-level, three-realm strength and keen spiritual perception, allowing them to easily discern Murong Tian's fatigue. Indeed, Lu Yunxin affirmed with certainty. I don't believe it. Lu Yunxin turned her head, refusing to meet his gaze. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I shall prepare a meal now. Murong Tian suppressed his rising excitement, cupping his hands in acknowledgement, and hurriedly ran towards the kitchen. As he watched his obedient disciple leave, Shen Anzai resumed his leisurely posture in the chair, enjoying the grapes with a carefree demeanor. He felt that while he had not improved much in other skills recently, he had certainly become adept at charming others. After all, isn't the essence of being a master to enchant one's disciples? Just as he entertained these thoughts, a deep, resonant voice suddenly interrupted him, startling him. With the grand competition approaching, Elder Shen seems rather at ease. Do you not care about the outcome at all? Turning to look, he saw a formidable middle-aged man clad in a black and gold robe, with a robust build, striding towards him, accompanied by a gracefully attired Lu Yunxin. Shen Anzai was taken aback, glancing at her in confusion. This is the king of Zhennan. As Lu Yunxin spoke, Shen Anzai was startled again and quickly rose from his chair to bow. I, Shen, have the honor of meeting the king of Zhennan. As he bowed his head, his heart raced. The person before him was indeed the king of Zhennan, rumored to have slain a formidable master of the Qiankuan realm. What brought him here? Elder Shen need not be overly polite. I have intruded, and I hope you will forgive me. The king of Zhen then stepped forward to support him while using his spiritual power to sense Shen Anzai's condition, his brow furrowing. The meridians were incomplete and blocked, with no spiritual energy present. He was indeed only at the late stage of body refinement. This puzzled him. How could someone at this level so easily perceive Murong Tian's fatigue? Or was it merely a stroke of luck? Thank you, Your Highness. Shen Anzai rose, somewhat flabbergasted. He had not anticipated that the illustrious king of Zhennan would treat such an inconspicuous peak master with such courtesy. Was that sword technique truly taught to Murong Tian by you? Lu Yunxin interjected. Hearing this, Shen Anzai raised an eyebrow, glancing at her more intently. Clearly, these two had arrived earlier and were secretly observing. Since they had seen him, he could only awkwardly smile and reply, "It is nothing of great significance." But was it indeed you who taught him? Lu Yunxin pressed again, her beautiful eyes indicating she was determined to get to the bottom of it. Shen Anzai, feeling helpless, nodded. Yes, I taught him. Where did you acquire this sword technique? I found it. How did you find it? There is a temple in the mountains, with an old monk and a young monk. One day, the old monk imparted a sword technique to the young monk. Listening to his fabricated tale, Lu Yunxin fell silent, realizing she had spoken too much in her excitement. Regardless of the origin of this sword technique, whether self-created or otherwise, it was not her place to pry. I apologize. She spoke softly, catching Shen Anzai off guard, unsure why she suddenly expressed regret. So you did not allow me to teach Murong Tian the mirror moon palm, because you looked down upon the mere earth-level lower grade? After her apology, Lu Yunxin continued, her eyes betraying a hint of vexation. If you had this sword technique, why not mention it earlier? You made me worry for both of you for so many days. Shen Anzai chuckled wryly, repeatedly explaining, It's not as you think, Elder Lu. It's just that my disciple is more adept at swordsmanship. If he were to practice palm techniques, he might become overwhelmed. Is that truly the case? Lu Yunxin inquired skeptically. Indeed, Shen Anzai affirmed with sincerity in his eyes. Just as the two locked eyes, Xiao Ao Hai, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. Earlier, I observed Murong Tian practicing his sword. When he held the sword, his demeanor and aura transformed entirely, akin to a sword being drawn, sharp and radiant. If I am not mistaken, this youth indeed possesses a natural talent for the sword. If his cultivation aptitude were not lacking, he might very well comprehend the sword path and become a sword immortal. Liu Yunqing's mouth fell slightly open in surprise as she gazed at Xiao Aohai, then glanced at Shen Anzai. If even the king of Zhennan, who had once been a master of the Qianquan realm, said so, it must hold some truth. Shen Anzai likely recognized this potential, which is why he encouraged Murong Tian to practice swordsmanship. His earlier intention to teach the latter the mirror moon palm was undoubtedly a hindrance. The thought that her well-meaning actions nearly backfired left her feeling disheartened towards Shen Anzai and his disciple. Liu Yunqing furrowed her delicate brows. Her gaze towards Shen An's laden with a mix of regret and complexity. Little did she expect that her own lack of discernment almost led to the misguidance of a promising disciple. Chapter 19. Shen An's concocts another elixir. Although Murong Tian had reached the Qi realm and mastered this sword technique, his chances of defeating Wang who were slim, let alone the formidable Yu Yuan. Liu Yunqing spoke solemnly. The power of the Tianjin talisman was extraordinary, and even this sword technique could only barely contend with it. To surpass it entirely was still a stretch. Moreover, Yu Yuan's cultivation was superior to that of Murong Tian. With merely 20 days remaining, it was virtually impossible for the latter to break through to the mid-Qi realm. Xiao Aohai nodded in agreement. His outlook on Murong Tian's prospects for the upcoming competition not optimistic. All they could do was put forth their utmost effort. Shen An shrugged, remaining unperturbed. Indeed, achieving a level of cultivation comparable to Yu Yuan within 20 days was unlikely. However, apart from the Benlei sword technique, Murong Tian also possessed the Yijing Keishimen, providing him with a considerable opportunity to defeat Yu Yuan. He refrained from elaborating on this matter, and instead turned his attention to Xiao Aohai. A look of curiosity evident on his face. Why had the prince come to Lingfu Mountain, and specifically to Maiqingyan Peak? Upon hearing this inquiry, Xiao Aohai recalled his purpose for visiting and promptly spoke. I wish to inquire about the Renyuan Dan, who crafted it, and if it is still available. Shen An's raised an eyebrow, glancing at Liu Yunqing, and with a hint of difficulty, replied that elixir was procured at great expense. There is but a single one. Liu Yunqing's beautiful eyes flickered. It seemed that the elixir truly was limited to just one. The thought of such a precious item being so casually gifted to her stirred a gentle ripple in her heart. Upon hearing this, Xiao Aohai could not help but express his disappointment with a sigh. Ah, that is indeed unfortunate. I had intended to purchase one at a high price as a gift for my consort. High price? Shen An's blinked, tentatively inquiring how high. While gold is scarce, I can offer a low-grade, earth-tier spirit weapon or other rare materials. Whatever I can provide will surely be substantial. An earth-tier spirit weapon. Shen An's gaze sharpened. Such an item was a true treasure, often beyond valuation. Even among those of the third realm, it was a rarity. If he could select a defensive spirit weapon, would it not be as if he were standing still while even those of the third realm found it difficult to breach his defenses? Contemplating this, a harmless smile crept onto his face as he rubbed his hands, sheepishly stating, actually, acquiring the Renyuan Dan is not entirely out of reach. Both men were taken aback. Xiao Aohai furrowed his brows. Elder Shun, what do you mean by that? Do you possess an extra Renyuan Dan? Liu Yunqing's beautiful eyes narrowed, scrutinizing him. Could it be that this fellow previously claimed the Renyuan Dan was unique merely to deceive her? How foolish she felt for having harbored any favorable impressions of him moments ago. Noticing Liu Yunqing's gaze, Shen An's heart raced, and he dismissed the notion of immediately presenting the remaining Renyuan Dan. If the prince is not in haste, perhaps wait a few more days. I shall concoct another one. As these words fell, the atmosphere turned still, the rustling of the wind and grass the only sound. Both men were momentarily stunned. Could he truly have crafted an elixir that could restore youth by 10 years, one that was at least of the 5th or 6th grade? Exchanging glances, skepticism flickered in their eyes. Initially, they believed that the elixir must have been acquired from another source or obtained through some fortuitous means. There was simply no way it could have been concocted by Shen Anz himself. After all, how could a mere cultivator at the late stage of body refinement Without the ability to harness spiritual energy, possibly master the intricacies of alchemy? Xiao Aohai regarded him with suspicion, his expression peculiar. Der Shen, Donotiist. That elixir is at least a 5th grade. You. His words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakable to Shen Anzai. Rest assured, Your Highness. A true alchemist need not be bound by worldly conventions. Even without spiritual energy or an alchemy furnace, it is still possible to produce elixirs. Merely a Renuan Dan. In a few days, I shall present it to you with both hands. Shen Anzai declared, his confidence unwavering. Observing his self-assured demeanor, both men remained uncertain. Could this individual truly possess the ability to concoct elixirs? Although doubts lingered in Xiao Aohai's mind, he reasoned that a few days' wait was inconsequential. With this thought, he clasped his hands in gratitude and smiled. Then I shall entrust this matter to Elder Shen. I will be staying at Lingfu Mountain for a while, joining in the festivities of your esteemed sect's grand competition. Of course, I will ensure that the elixir is delivered to the prince at the earliest opportunity. Shen Anzai replied with a smile, feeling quite pleased with himself. The system had indeed shown foresight, providing him with 3 Renuan Dawn, one to restore his youthful charm, another to solidify his connection with Lu Yinqin, and now a 3rd that could be exchanged for an Earth-tier spirit weapon. How delightful! Then I shall not trouble you further. Eagerly awaiting good news from Elder Shen, Xiao Aohai said with a smile as he clasped his hands in farewell, departing Qingyun Peak alongside Lu Yinqin. Once they descended the mountain, Lu Yinqin furrowed her brows slightly, softly inquiring, does the prince truly believe Shen Anzai can concoct the Renuan Dan? The former shook her head. Naturally, I do not believe so. He is merely at the late stage of body refinement, lacking the spiritual energy and mental acuity necessary to master the efficacy of such elixirs. However, if he were to leave Qingyun Peak in the coming days, I could return with gifts to pay him a visit. Lu Yinqin's eyelashes fluttered. Does the prince suspect that another might be responsible for the concoction of the Renuan Dan? But what if Shen Anzai remains secluded for the next few days? Xiao Aohai fell silent. Perhaps what he intends to offer you is not the only Renuan Dan he possesses. He may have additional stock. What if he truly did concoct it? Lu Yinqin hesitated before voicing her thoughts. The two exchanged glances, and Xiao Aohai asked, do you believe him? At this, she paused, then slowly shook her head. I do not believe it. A cultivator at the late stage of body refinement has no chance of concocting the Renuan Dan. Pondering this, her brows furrowed again. Yet, a mere practitioner at the late stage of body refinement would also be incapable of creating an Earth-tier cultivation method. If he could truly refine a 5th-grade elixir with the mental acuity of a body refinement practitioner, he would likely surpass even the understanding of the path of alchemy held by the master of Beichen Valley. If such a prodigy existed, how could the affliction of the bone-eating poison that plagued Jingxue ever remain unresolved? Xiao Aohai gazed into the distant clouds, a deep sigh escaping his lips. His daughter, Xiao Jingxue, had been tormented by the bone-eating poison for countless years. If there truly were someone capable of completely curing it, he would not hesitate to sacrifice all he possessed. Lu Yinqin lowered her beautiful eyes, falling into silence. Even the foremost authority on the path of medicine in Nanjiu, known as the Medicine King, had been unable to cure the bone-eating poison. How could it be so easily resolved? It was a pity that Xiao Jingxue, whose talent rivaled that of Qin Xianyue, was still merely at the late stage of the Qixi realm, unable to break through to the returning origin realm. Alas, if she could not be cultivated as a successor, when the strength of the Southern King waned again, those who coveted the throne would surely not remain idle. Chapter 20. My master is no ordinary alchemist. For 5 days, Shen Anzai lounged leisurely on Qingyun Peak, occasionally offering guidance on Murong Tian sword techniques. The 4th and 5th forms of the Benlei sword remained elusive to him, yet the first 3 forms were becoming increasingly proficient. Shen Anzai estimated that once the lad mastered the entire Benlei sword technique, his own martial prowess might just inch up a level. According to the system, this advancement would not only enhance his swordsmanship, but also offer insights into other martial disciplines, akin to a disciple's sword practice leading to a comprehensive upgrade for the master. Calculating the passage of time, Shen Anzai scratched his ear and languidly called out, "Disciple, come here." On the training grounds, Murong Tian, drenched in sweat from his sword practice, immediately ceased his movements and hurried over. Master, what is your command? Take this elixir to Qinghuan Peak and present it to the Southern King. Shen Anzai opened his palm, revealing a milky white elixir quietly resting within. The delicate fragrance of the potion wafted through the air like the harmonious chorus of blooming flowers, invigorating the spirit. Master, are you really going to hand it over just like this, without any wrapping? Murong Tian hesitated. Indeed, come closer, my disciple. With a slight shuffle, Murong Tian approached, only to exclaim, Ah, Master, what are you doing? Don't. He instinctively covered his exposed chest, looking rather pitiful. Shen Anzai shot him a glance, placed the elixir into a cloth torn from his own garment, and neatly tied it with a bow. All right, take this to Qinghuan Peak. He tossed the bundle forward and reclined comfortably, narrowing his eyes contentedly while humming a tune. Murong Tian blinked, scratching his head as he hurriedly scampered off with the cloth bundle. On a small path outside Qinghuan Peak, a pale-faced, delicate-looking young lady stood there, clad in pristine white robes, adorned with a silver hairpin, unmistakably a lady of noble birth. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, yet her demeanor appeared exceedingly fragile, as if she had recently suffered from a severe illness, the essence of her weakness evident. At that moment, she furrowed her brows, hesitating. Oh no, had I known, I would have had someone accompany me up the mountain. With so many peaks, which one is Qinghuan Peak? The young lady sighed softly, raising a hand to wipe the sweat from her brow, fatigue apparent in her gaze. At that moment, a young man in the attire of a disciple from Lingfu Mountain approached, his sword at his side, with striking brows and resolute eyes. The young lady hesitated briefly, then gracefully advanced, calling out, Excuse me, young sir, could you please pause? Murong Tian was taken aback, glancing at her with curiosity. She did not seem to be from Lingfu Mountain, likely a visitor or a traveler. Is there something you need? He inquired, his tone uncertain. May I ask, how does one reach Qinghuan Peak? The young lady slightly bent her knee in a respectful gesture, her voice gentle. If you follow this path upward, you will soon arrive at the gate of Qinghuan Peak. Murong Tian enthusiastically pointed the way. Thank you, young sir. The young lady bowed again, politely nodding before heading in that direction. However, after just a couple of steps, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, a sharp pain coursing through her like a bone-deep agony. Just as Murong Tian prepared to leave, he noticed her collapsing towards the ground and instinctively rushed forward to catch her. Panic set in as he realized the gravity of the situation. Miss, I have no money. Please don't do this, he exclaimed, fearing he had stumbled into a scam. Yet, he quickly discerned something was amiss. The young lady's once rosy lips had turned a shade of deep blue, her brows knitted tightly, as if she were enduring immense suffering. This is not an act. Murong Tian felt helpless. If she were to perish in his presence, no justification could absolve him of guilt. With that thought, he became anxious, helping her into a seated position and placing a hand on her back, channeling his spiritual energy into her. What he discovered shocked him. Her internal meridians were a disturbing shade of purple, a potent toxin relentlessly infiltrating her spiritual essence. This cannot continue. The toxin must be suppressed. His expression grew stern as he immediately activated the Wushuang sword technique. As the technique flowed through him, his spiritual energy emanated a resonating hum, transforming into countless sword-like energies. This formidable aura seemed to instill fear in the toxin within her, prompting it to gradually dissipate. The young lady let out a soft moan, slowly opening her enchanting eyes. Miss, are you all right? Murong Tian asked anxiously, relieved. Thank you for your help, young sir, she replied weakly, rising with his support, her expression apologetic. I never anticipated that indulging myself just this once could nearly cost me my life. The toxin within you has not been completely eradicated. Would you like to consult my master? Murong Tian hesitated, worried she might collapse if she took even a few steps. After all, they were within the gates of Lingfu Mountain. Having a corpse here would be problematic. The young lady gently shook her head, her eyes dimming slightly. There is no need. I have already consulted many alchemists, including the esteemed Beichun, who all claimed it to be incurable. Those quacks cannot possibly compare to my master. His understanding of alchemy is profound. If he wishes to, This toxin is hardly a challenge, Morong Tian declared proudly, patting his chest, still pondering. Beichun? Is there a renowned alchemist named Beichun in the southern domain? If one were to consider it, the most formidable alchemist in the entire southern domain is likely the head of Yaowang Valley, revered as the king of medicine. However, what was his surname? Morong Tian scratched his head, unable to recall, and decided to dismiss the thought. His father had spoken of the king of medicine before, but he had little interest in alchemy and had paid no heed to it. Quacks. The young lady looked taken aback, regarding him with a strange expression. It seemed he was the only one bold enough to describe the esteemed head of Yaowang Valley as a quack. Is your master a highly skilled alchemist? She asked. Her curiosity piqued. Of course. My master is no ordinary alchemist. Morong Tian puffed out his chest, brimming with pride. As if fearing she might doubt him, he elaborated. I once suffered from blocked meridians and had remarkably poor talent, but my master concocted a cleansing elixir to enhance my innate abilities. Otherwise, I would still be at the body forging stage. Enhancing innate abilities? The young lady was clearly astonished. Having spent several years at Yaowang Valley, she had never encountered anything capable of improving innate talent. Such treasures were exceedingly rare and precious, even within the valley. Could this young man's master truly concoct such a thing? By the way, I am Morong Tian from Qingyun Peak. May I inquire your esteemed name? Morong Tian bowed respectfully. The young lady returned a slight bow, her voice soft. Xiao Jingxue. Oh. Morong Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, pointing at her. You wouldn't happen to be the daughter of a Zhenan Wang, would you? Xiao Jingxue smiled gently and nodded. Jingxue. Just then, a deep and anxious voice echoed from the mountain above. Morong Tian turned to see Xiao Hai hastening down, concern etched across his features. Jingxue, are you all right? He examined her worriedly, relieved when she shook her head. Just moments ago, he had received a message from a disciple of Yaowang Valley, informing him that Xiao Jingxue had stealthily ventured alone to Lingfu Mountain without any attendants or alchemists. This had sent him into a panic. If the toxin were to act up without anyone to suppress it, his daughter's life would be in peril. Chapter 21. Who is Shen? Is he truly formidable? I owe my thanks to this young master for his timely assistance in regulating my energy. Xiao Jingxue spoke softly. Only then did Xiao Hai notice the presence of another person, his expression one of surprise. The disciple of Shen? How did he come to be here? I am Morong Tian, a junior, honored to meet Zhenan Wang. Morong Tian exclaimed excitedly, bowing deeply. This was the Zhenan Wang, a formidable figure who had slain beings of the Qian Kuan realm. No need for formalities. I must thank young friend Morong for his timely rescue. Xiao Hai waved his hand, then inquired with curiosity, why are you here instead of practicing your sword at Qingyun Peak in preparation for the grand competition? Your Highness, I am here on the orders of my master to deliver an elixir. An elixir? Xiao Hai was momentarily taken aback before realizing the significance, his expression turning even more astonished. Is it the rejuvenating elixir sent by your master? Indeed, it is, Morong Tian confirmed, presenting the potion wrapped in cloth with both hands. Upon seeing the packaging, Xiao Hai's lips twitched, but he caught a whiff of the faint, alluring fragrance emanating from within. Upon opening it, a milky white, flawless elixir was revealed, which he delicately pinched between his fingers, his curiosity piqued. Is it truly possible that such a single pill could yield such remarkable effects? Beside him, Xiao Jingxue also gazed at the Zhaoyan Dan, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. This pill, round and smooth as jade, exuded an enchanting fragrance. Such a flawless concoction must have been crafted by a master of the medicinal arts. Hearing her express such admiration left Xiao Hai astonished. His daughter had spent several years in the Yaowang Valley, and through her experiences, she had developed considerable insights into the medicinal realm, far surpassing his own understanding as an outsider. If she deemed this pill potent, it must indeed be so. Is this truly crafted by your master? Xiao Hai inquired, a hint of skepticism in his gaze directed at Morong Tian. He had been observing Qingyun Peak for some time now, and the master and disciple had not ventured out even once. Indeed, It was forged by my master, Mu Rong Tian replied, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. His tone unwavering. Xiao Ao Hai stroked his chin, somewhat doubtful as he retrieved the jade vial to securely store the pill. Very well, I shall accept this pill. If it proves effective, your master shall receive the due recompense. You may return now. Yes, I take my leave, Mu Rong Tian responded. As he departed, Xiao Ao Hai's expression turned tense as he approached his daughter. Jingxue, why did you ascend the mountain alone? Do you not realize how perilous it is? What if the poison within you reemerges? Xiao Jingxue lowered her gaze slightly. Father, I apologize for causing you concern. Over the years, she had always been accompanied by guards and herbalists, no matter where she went. She disliked the feeling of being surveilled at all times, which was why she had thought to ascend the mountain alone. However, she had not anticipated that such a moment of recklessness would nearly cost her life to the bone corrosion poison. Seeing the young girl's dejected demeanor, Xiao Ao Hai felt a pang of sympathy and gently caressed her face, sighing without uttering a word. Earlier, you mentioned that when the bone corrosion poison flared up, it was Mu Rong Tian who assisted you in regulating your energy? He asked, somewhat puzzled. Yes, Xiao Jingxue nodded lightly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ao Hai furrowed his brow. Could you have misjudged? The poison within you is exceedingly sinister. The master of Bachin Valley told me recently that to suppress this poison, one must at least cultivate earth-tier techniques, and they must be exceptionally gentle and kind. Is Mu Rong Tian's aura truly so mild? He expressed his doubts, recalling that 5 days prior, he had observed Mu Rong Tian practicing swordplay, his aura decidedly fierce. Xiao Jingxue shook her head. Not at all. In fact, although I was unconscious, I could vaguely sense that Mu Rong Gongzi's aura was exceedingly domineering and ferocious. This was indeed puzzling. Xiao Ao Hai exhibited a look of confusion as he grasped her delicate wrist to probe with his spiritual energy. Upon detecting a trace of residual sword intent within her, and confirming that the toxins had indeed been concealed, his frown deepened. This should not be the case. Could it be that a renowned master of medicine would deceive himself? Father, who is Mu Rong Gongzi's master? Xiao Jingxue inquired with curiosity. Shen Anzai, he replied. Is Shen Anzai formidable? She pressed. He is at the late stage of body refinement, Xiao Ao Hai stated. Xiao Jingxue's mouth fell slightly agape, her eyes widening in disbelief. Father, are you certain? How could someone at the late stage of body refinement possibly concoct such a pill? Moreover, Mu Rong Gongzi mentioned that his master specifically refined pills to enhance his physique. Such mastery in the medicinal arts, even with lesser cultivation, could not merely be attributed to the body refinement stage. Xiao Ao Hai furrowed his brow, focusing intently on her. What did you just say? Shen Anzai refined pills to assist Mu Rong Tian in improving his physique? Although she did not comprehend why her father suddenly appeared troubled, Xiao Jingxue nodded gently, recounting Mu Rong Tian's earlier words. He also mentioned that in his master's eyes, the master of Bachin Valley is merely a mediocre physician. Xiao Ao Hai was taken aback, exchanging astonished glances with the young girl. A 6th-tier alchemist, the esteemed Yao Wang, regarded as nothing more than an average physician by Shen Anzai? How audacious! See, I'll have deeply. What is the truth behind this? To concoct a pill that preserves youth is one thing, but could he truly create a remedy to enhance one's physique? If these pills were indeed crafted by Shen Anzai, then his mastery in the medicinal arts might genuinely rival that of the Bachin Valley master. Jingxue, first accompany me to find Miss Lu to stabilize the poison within you. Xiao Ao Hai shook his head, choosing not to linger on this matter, and led Xiao Jingxue toward Qingwan Peak. The question of whether Mu Rong Tian's aptitude had truly improved would be answered in the upcoming sect competition at Lingfu Mountain in 15 days. Given his original capabilities, he would have no chance of becoming the sect champion within such a short time. However, if he truly managed to forge a path through adversity, then Xiao Ao Hai would be compelled to make a personal visit to Qingyan Peak. After all, Mu Rong Tian had just stated that the bone corrosion poison was of no concern in his master's eyes. If there was indeed a chance to cure his daughter, he would be willing to go to great lengths. Upon returning to Qingwan Peak, it was not long before disciples from Yao Wang Valley arrived. Seeing that Xiao Jingxue was unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Upon their arrival, Xiao Aohai's brow furrowed slightly, and he stepped forward to inquire. Did your master specify whether any techniques other than the gentle and kind earth tier techniques can suppress the bone corrosion poison? A few disciples from Yao Wang Valley exchanged glances before one of them shook his head. No, our master explicitly stated that among earth tier techniques, only those imbued with gentle and kind energy can effectively suppress bone poison. Xiao Ao Hai keenly grasped the implications of their words and hesitated for a moment before speaking gravely. What if it were techniques above the earth tier? The disciples exchanged glances, their expressions bitter. Your Highness, please do not jest with us. Heavenly tier techniques are exceedingly rare, not even found throughout the entire southern Ju domain. Such techniques are scarce even in Zhongzhou. However, if your Highness could find someone who has cultivated heavenly tier techniques, regardless of whether their energy is domineering or gentle, it would be far more effective in curbing the spread of bone poison and prolonging Miss Zhao's life. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ao Hai's heart sank, and his thoughts became tumultuous. The third sword of the pen, Thunder 5 swords, already possessed the essence of low-grade earth tier. If all 5 swords were unleashed, it would at least be of mid-grade or high-grade earth tier. Given that such sword techniques could be summoned, was it possible that Shen Anzai had indeed imparted a heavenly tier technique for Mu Rong Tian to cultivate? Chapter 22. The competition approaches Qingyun Peak. You encountered Xiao Jingxue? Shen Anzai cast a sidelong glance at the returning youth before spitting out the grape seed from his mouth. Yes, master. It seems she has been afflicted by a very potent poison and nearly perished before my eyes. Mu Rong Tian spoke. Initially, I intended to bring her to you for treatment, but she seems rather distrustful of your medical skills. Shen Anzai sighed, somewhat exasperated, and replied, Do not bring just anyone to me. She is not my disciple. Why should I treat her? He had no leisure to tend to Xiao Jingxue. Moreover, the connections of the esteemed Prince of the South were extensive. If he could not find someone to cure her, what could a mere third-tier alchemist do? He preferred to mind his own business and focus on enhancing Mu Rong Tian's skills. Mu Rong Tian scratched his head and tentatively asked, Could it be that even you cannot treat that poison, master? Nonsense. Who do you think I am? A mere trivial poison is nothing. If I wish to treat it, it would be a matter of mere moments. Shen Anzai scoffed, asserting his prowess before his disciple. After all, the lad would never be foolish enough to boast to the royal family that he could cure it. Indeed, master. Well, since the pill has been delivered, why are you not practicing your swordplay? You must also devote time to mastering the flickering light step. Only 15 days remain until the competition. Do not let me down. Shen Anzai waved his hand, refusing to dwell further on the matter. Yes, master. I assure you that I will not bring shame upon you. Mu Rong Tian replied, bowing respectfully before hastily making his way to the training grounds to practice the Pen Thundersword. He has undergone a remarkable transformation from his previous state of despondency, now radiating the vigor and vitality of youth. As Shen gazed at the diligent Mu Rong Tian, tirelessly practicing his swordsmanship, he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration before reclining back down. This lad, despite his truly poor innate talent, possesses an exceptional character and an admirable work ethic. One can only hope that with the presence of a system, he may one day transcend his congenital limitations. In the ensuing days, the master and disciple remained sequestered on Qingyun Peak, not once stepping beyond its confines. Shen frequently concocted medicinal pills to alleviate Mu Rong Tian's fatigue, ensuring he retained sufficient energy for his training the following day. Having gained experience from his first encounter with the Shisui Dan, Mu Rong Tian no longer displayed disdain upon seeing the murky or verdant concoction simmering in the pot. Each time the elixir was ready, he eagerly swallowed it whole. Nevertheless, his cultivation remained stagnant at the early stage of Qi Si. While the Wushuang Yujinju is indeed formidable, Mu Rong Tian's limited aptitude posed a challenge for him to achieve a breakthrough in less than a month. Fortunately, over the span, he had completely mastered the first 3 strikes of the Benlei sword, significantly enhancing his strength. His mastery of the earth-level movement technique, floating light, and shadow step, had also reached proficiency, allowing him to execute it with remarkable speed, leaving behind mere afterimages that were nearly impossible to perceive. With these 2 martial skills at his disposal, Entering the top 10 was undoubtedly within reach, and he might even contend for the coveted first position. Shen was already contemplating the elixirs he would concoct for Murong Tian once he secured the first place, pondering which medicinal pills would best elevate his disciples' cultivation. Indeed, I seek not the adulation of the masses, but rather the betterment of my beloved student. With a thoughtful stroke of his chin, Shen silently nodded. Master, I am ready. Murong Tian's voice broke through, prompting Shen to turn his gaze. Today, the youth was not adorned in the garb of Lingfu Mountain, but rather donned a sleek black combat outfit, advantageous for battle. With a black sword slung across his back, Murong Tian exuded a resolute demeanor, embodying youthful heroism. Let us proceed to the martial arts hall, Shen declared, sweeping his sleeve as the master and disciple strode down Qingyun Mountain with heads held high, making their way to the venue of the sect's grand competition. The martial arts hall of Lingfu Mountain was already teeming with people, disciples from various peaks gathering in anticipation, their faces alight with expectation. The annual sect competition was a grand event for Lingfu Mountain. Yu Zhenyuan had reigned as champion for 2 consecutive years, and it was rumored that Wang Hu of the Law Enforcement Hall had also advanced to the mid-stage of the Qi Si, having mastered a superior quality, profound-level fist technique. Who would claim the title of champion this year? The sect master and the elders have arrived, came the excited exclamations as all disciples turned their reverent gazes skyward. Several figures descended gracefully, landing on the foremost viewing platform, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Behind some of the elders stood a young man of striking presence. I recognize the elders, but who are those two? A curious gaze fell upon the father-daughter duo standing beside Lu Yinxin. You don't know the king of Southern Zhao? He is the one who has slain powerful figures of the Qian Kuan realm and protected our Dan's Lang Yuan. Upon hearing this name, gasps of awe swept through the crowd, their eyes gleaming with fervor. The name of king of Southern Zhao, Xiao Aohai, was renowned throughout the Den dynasty, a figure admired by many in the younger generation. That girl beside him must be his only daughter, Xiao Jingxue. It is said that she has been afflicted by a devastating poison for years and has been seeking treatment at Yaowang Valley. Her appearance here seems to be for the same purpose. Amidst the murmurs, some expressed skepticism, pondering whether Lingfu Mountain could offer a cure where even Yaowang Valley had failed. As the atmosphere within the martial arts hall surged with excitement, a voice unexpectedly broke through the reverence. Make way, let my master through." Amidst the hushed discussion surrounding the competition's potential victors, the incongruous voice drew the attention of all, including the stern faces of Xian Yuzi and the other elders. On the periphery of the crowd, Shen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance, while Murong Tian forged a path through the throng. In stark contrast to the other elders who arrived with their disciples in a display of grandeur, this pair of master and disciple entering the hall amidst the crowd seemed somewhat out of place. Is that Shen An from Qingyan Peak? It appears he has not graced the sect competition for many years. Last time, it was Murong Tian who came alone. Who would have thought he would attend in person this year? Whispers circulated among the onlookers, their expressions a mix of curiosity and skepticism. It is said that Elder Shen has a wager with Hall Master Li. If Murong Tian does not secure first place, both will be expelled from the sect. I have heard of this as well. I initially thought it to be mere rumor, but it seems more than likely true now. As the chatter intensified, some chuckled derisively, their expressions filled with disdain. This master and disciple truly lacked self-awareness. One, a mere body refinement stage cultivator, had shamelessly held the position of peak master for years, while the other, a seemingly worthless disciple, aspired to claim the top spot in the competition. Such aspirations were merely a spectacle, a farce, and it would be best for this waste to exit Lingfu Mountain to spare them all further embarrassment. Though some mocked, the majority maintained a stance of observation, harboring no grudge against Qingyan Peak and deeming it unnecessary to speak ill. Hearing the faint whispers of ridicule nearby, Murong Tian's cheeks flushed with anger, his fists clenched. Yearning to retort, Shen gently patted his shoulder, speaking with calm assurance. How can a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of swan? If you do not wish for them to look down upon Qingyan Peak, focus on performing well moving forward without engaging in disputes. Yes, master. Murong Tian tightened his fists. suppressing the flames of indignation within, his gaze resolute. Those naysayers knew not what they spoke of. Although his master was indifferent to fame and fortune, he was certainly no fool as they claimed. How dare they belittle Qingyun Peak? He would prove to them through action that he was more than capable. The title of champion in this competition was firmly within his grasp. Chapter 23. To bet or not to bet. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shen led Murong Tian step by step toward Xian Yuzi and the other esteemed members of Lingfu Mountain. Xian Yuzi and the elders regarded the duo with expressions of astonishment. The presence of Shen in the martial arts hall surprised them all. Li Yan's face bore a mocking smirk, while Wang, who behind him, scoffed, his gaze filled with derision. In the face of their varied glances, Shen remained unfazed, offering a slight smile to Lu Yunqin as he settled beside her. She inclined her head slightly, casting a lingering glance at the master and disciple. Even King of Southern Zhao extended a courteous greeting, while Xiao Jingxue regarded them with curious eyes. The sight of the esteemed King of Southern Zhao acknowledging a mere body refinement stage cultivator left Xian Yuzi and the other elders visibly taken aback. As soon as Shen took his seat, Li Yan voiced his discontent. This is the designated seating for sect elders. A body refinement stage individual should stand over there. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, their expressions growing peculiar. They were well aware of Li Yan's lingering resentment over Shen's past pursuit of Lu Yunqin, making his words unsurprising. In response to Li Yan's veiled insult, Shen merely raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, turning to Xian Yuzi. May I inquire, Sect Master, am I not considered an elder of the sect? Xian Yuzi raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise crossing his face. He sensed that Shen had undergone some transformation, though he was at a loss to pinpoint the exact change. However, feeling the gazes of numerous elders upon him, he could only nod helplessly. Naturally, there was no other choice. The disciples of the demon sect had suffered heavy casualties when Qingyun Peak eradicated them, and it was the elders who had granted Shen his status. To deny this would undoubtedly be a blow to their own faces. Upon receiving the response, Shen turned to Li Yan with a cheerful smile. Did you hear that, Li Hall Master? Many elders secretly shook their heads at his behavior, their hearts filled with contempt. To rely on the legacy of those who had fallen at Qingyun Peak and act so recklessly was, without a doubt, shameful. Humph. Li Yan snorted coldly. You won't be so fortunate for long. Once your disciple loses, I will immediately expel both of you from the mountain. That would likely disappoint you. Hall Master, I, Shen, never engage in battles without preparation. Since I have come, my disciple shall not lose. Shen maintained a nonchalant demeanor, causing Li Yan's lips to twitch as he scoffed in disdain. Then I shall wait and see. The crowd, observing his calmness, cast curious glances at Murong Tian. Upon closer inspection, they raised their eyebrows. Qihai initial stage. Unexpectedly, Murong Tian had managed to break through to the Qihai initial stage during this short period, which was somewhat surprising. Nearby, Zhao Cheng, the peak master of Qingxi Peak, stroked his beard and said with a smile, I heard that Elder Shen wagered 50,000 gold on your victory at Qingxi Peak a few days ago. Does Elder Shen have no confidence in his disciple? Upon hearing this, Li Yan, Yu Xingyuan, and his master, Zheng Sanshan, were all taken aback. Even Murong Tian was stunned, instinctively glancing at his master. Wasn't his master betting on Yu Xingyuan to win? Just as he felt his admiration about to waver, Shen hurriedly coughed to explain. Ahem, disciple. Do not overthink it. My bet on my nephew was entirely intentional. Intentional? Murong Tian was somewhat perplexed. Indeed, even I bet on Xingyuan. Wouldn't that make others think our Qingyun Peak has no hope of victory? If you win now, wouldn't that double my honor? Shen spoke with a composed face, unfazed. Lu Yunqin, Xian Yuzi, and Xiao Aohai felt somewhat speechless. Was he really treating people as fools? Who would believe such words? I see now. I was the one overthinking. Murong Tian exclaimed in realization, addressing Shen and with newfound reverence. Although the reasoning was somewhat flawed, since it was his master's words, it must surely be correct. Xian Yuzi and the others twitched their lips, shifting their gazes elsewhere. All right, neither of these two are normal. Ahem. Xian Yuzi stood up and took a few steps forward. Today marks the great competition of our Lingfu sect. You have been in the mountain for a while. It is time to assess your cultivation results. If you do not wish to disappoint the elders of the sect and want to stand out among your peers, becoming that shining star, he began the annual rehearsed speech, igniting enthusiasm among the disciples below. Shen had heard such motivational speeches many times during his school days in his past life. Back then, a few casual words could make students weep while clutching their parents, leading them to spend money on books they would never open. Looking at Mu Rong Tian, who was eagerly listening to Xian Yuzi's speech, Shen stroked his chin. It seemed his knack for persuasion stemmed from those overpriced courses that had once been discounted from 88,000 to just 880. As he listened to Xian Yuzi's words, a voice echoed in Shen Anzai's mind. Hear the applause. After the heartfelt motivational speech, elders began drawing lots for the disciples to take turns on the stage. There were 10 platforms in the martial arts hall, and with only over 100 participants in the set competition, the matches would not be too difficult. Mu Rong Tian also went down to draw lots. Master, I am number 18. Shen took the bamboo stick and nodded slightly, finding it quite favorable. You are number 18? Elder Mu of Qingling Peak showed a hint of surprise before smiling broadly at the petite girl beside him. Xiao Chun, it seems your place in the top 50 is a certainty. The girl named Xiao Chun also displayed a relieved expression as she cast a glance at Mu Rong Tian. Although Elder Mu's disciple was only at the Qi High initial stage, she had mastered a set of mid-level Xian tier sword techniques, and those who relied on pills to boost their cultivation were certainly no match for her. Li Yin seized the opportunity to mock. Shen raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting to a kind smile as he looked at Elder Mu and Li Yin. Since both of you doubt my disciple's victory, how about we make a bet? A bet? Li Yin sneered. You can bet if you wish, but do you have the money? This question left Shen in a bit of a dilemma, for he truly had little money. Just as he felt disappointed, a gentle voice echoed in his ears. I have 50,000 gold to lend you. If you win, return me 80,000. Xian Yuzi and the others looked at Lu Yunqin in astonishment, not expecting her to participate in such matters. I rarely witness such grand events, so I shall join the excitement. However, as a member of the royal family, I shouldn't participate in gambling. This 200,000 gold shall be given to Elder Shen as my way of participating. Beside him, Xiao Aohai chuckled, producing a storage ring. Shen was overjoyed and did not hesitate to accept. Thank you, Your Highness. If we win, we will split it 30-70, with me taking 70. Xiao Aohai merely nodded with a smile, unconcerned. Li Yan's expression darkened suddenly upon witnessing this scene. What did it mean that his goddess was willing to lend Shen money, and even the esteemed Zhen Nanwang would do the same? When had Shen established such connections? Chapter 24. Did I not say to go easy? After collecting the money from the two, Shen beamed at Li Yan and Elder Mu. 250,000 gold. Do you accept? The two exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Of course, it was absurd. Since someone was eager to hand over money, there was no reason to refuse. Meanwhile, Xian Yuzi, Zhang Sanshan, and others watched the scene with growing doubt. Looking at Lu Yunqin and Xiao Aohai's expressions, it seemed they were already confident that Mu Rong Tian would win. Participants, please come to the stage. The competition begins, called out the hosting elder. The first 20 disciples from Lingfu Mountain promptly found their respective platforms. Master, I'm going. Go easy, Shen replied casually. Rest assured, Master. I will be careful and not harm my junior sister. Mu Rong Tian clasped his hands and descended from the viewing platform, heading to the 9th arena. Observing the exchange between the master and disciple, the elders present wore peculiar expressions, even questioning if they had woken up properly today. Had this master and disciple duo always been this confident? The girl named Xiao Chun huffed and leaped off the platform, aiming to reach the arena before Mu Rong Tian. Begin. With the 20 disciples on stage, the elder host announced loudly. That Mu Rong Tian's first opponent is Sister Xiao Chun. How unfortunate. Indeed, Sister Xiao Chun's Feiyu sword technique is a mid-level Xian tier martial skill, and her sword strikes like rain, making them difficult to dodge. Qingyan Peak is finished. The gathered disciples expressed a sense of schadenfreude, with no one believing Mu Rong Tian would win. Sister Xiao Chun, please. Mu Rong Tian cupped his fists in salute. However, Xiao Chun could not be bothered, and, drawing her long sword from her waist in an instant, unleashed a flurry of flashing sword light like a torrential downpour. Her speed, astonishingly swift. Xiao Chun's immediate deployment of the Feiyu sword technique was rather reckless. If she were to knock Mu Rong Tian off the platform in one move, would that not embarrass Elder Shen? Elder Mu stroked his beard, grinning with satisfaction as if he could already envision his disciple defeating Mu Rong Tian in a single strike. Li Yin and Wang Hu also sneered, watching quietly. On the 9th arena, Mu Rong Tian faced the tempestuous sword light, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Xiao Chun shimmy. I must apologize. In the next instant, he swiftly drew the black sword from his back, delivering a single, powerful strike that seemed to summon dark clouds and ominous thunder. The thunder clouds loomed ominously overhead, and with a resounding boom, the tempestuous sword light shattered beneath the weight of his blow. Xiao Chun's pupils constricted as the fierce energy struck her, causing her hand to tremble and the sword to fall from her grasp. She was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. With just one strike, she was vanquished. On the arena, Mu Rong Tian stood with his sword sheathed, offering a slight bow before turning to leave. Xiao Chun sat on the ground outside the arena, her face pale, staring blankly at the departing figure of the young man in black. Still reeling from the impact of that single strike, the onlookers, who had anticipated a spectacle of Mu Rong Tian's failure, were left speechless, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. What has transpired? That Mu Rong Tian, with one sword, sent Xiao Chun Shiji flying? When did he break through to the Qi Sea realm? Moreover, was his sword technique truly of the mid-grade Xian level? As exclamations of astonishment erupted, Mu Rong Tian had already returned to the viewing platform. Master, I have not disgraced our name. Shen Anzai laughed heartily. Oh dear, did I not advise you to hold back a little? How could you send someone flying with a single strike? What of Elder Mu's dignity? Nearby, Elder Mu and Li Yin regained their composure, their expressions a mix of disbelief. Xian Yuzi regarded Mu Rong Tian with newfound respect, contemplating the transformation he had undergone since the previous year's competition. Li Tangzhu, Elder Mu, do not play coy. You wouldn't dare to renege in front of the sect leader and the prince, would you? Shen Anzai extended his hand with a smile, while Li Yan's expression darkened. A mere 250,000 gold coins. Here it is. No one expected that Mu Rong Tian possessed such a formidable sword technique, at least of mid-grade Xian level, and its power far surpassed the Feiyu sword taught by Elder Mu. Such prowess could not have been imparted by Shen Anzai. As they begrudgingly handed over the gold to Shen Anzai, they cast a glance at Lu Yinxin. The only plausible explanation was that Lu Yinxin had personally instructed Mu Rong Tian on Qinyan Peak during this time. No wonder she had such confidence in his victory. Upon realizing this, Elder Mu sighed, but quickly reassured his defeated disciple without further thought. However, Li Yin clenched his fist tightly beneath his sleeve, his expression darkening further. He had not anticipated that Lu Yinxin would repeatedly intervene to aid this so-called waste against him. Just a late-stage body refinement practitioner. How could he dare to compete? Ignoring the diverse gazes of the elders, Shen Anzai gleefully began distributing the winnings to Lu Yinxin and the Prince of Zhennan, beaming with delight. What a wonderful turn of events. This would amount to hundreds of thousands of gold coins. They say that wealth comes from perilous ventures. But this was far too effortless and enjoyable. In contrast to the astonishment of others, Lu Yinxin and Xiao Ao Hai exchanged glances, having anticipated this outcome long ago. They had witnessed Mu Rong Tian wield this sword technique during the demonstration at Qinyan Peak, and now it exhibited even greater potency than before. Observing the jubilant duo counting their gold, they remained silent, both eager to see how far Mu Rong Tian would progress in this competition. Xiao Jingshue's bright eyes flickered with curiosity as she regarded Shen Anzai, pondering deeply. Was this truly the master of young Master Mu Rong? He appeared to be merely a late-stage body refinement practitioner, so why did young Master Mu Rong show him such reverence? Was his knowledge of medicine truly that profound? Merely a mid-grade Xian-level sword technique. Though it is indeed remarkable, it is nothing more, Li Yin scoffed, feeling irritated at Shen Anzai's cheerful demeanor. Master, I am here. You will take the stage in the next round, allowing certain individuals to witness what true martial arts entail. Yes. Wang Hu's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he cast a cold smile toward Mu Rong Tian. The latter, however, returned his gaze unflinchingly, his eyes sharp as swords, filled with determination. Before long, the first round concluded, and the 10 victors took a brief respite as the next round's disciples stepped forward. Wang Hu leapt into the air, a thunderous roar emanating from him as he landed firmly on the arena. This display ignited excitement among the disciples, who cheered for Brother Wang. However, the cheers were soon drowned out by another voice. Yu Xiao, you are so handsome. Yu Xiao, I love you. Yu Xiao, I will trap you like a monkey. Amidst the chorus of adulation, peculiar shouts could be heard, yet it was clear that Yu Zhenyuan held a prominent reputation among the younger generation within the sect. Wang Hu turned to see Yu Zhenyuan, clad in white, approaching calmly with his hands clasped behind him. Each step he took caused runes to glow beneath his feet, lifting him gracefully through the air. His mastery over the wind talisman allowed him to traverse the skies. Indeed, his presence was impressive. Shen Anzai nodded in quiet admiration, wishing he could experience the sensation of flight himself someday. Chapter 25. The Might of a Second-Rank Talismaker. Truly, as a second-rank talismaker, Yu Shizhi's proficiency with the wind talisman must have absorbed at least half of Elder Zhang's true teachings. Elder Mu and Zhao Cheng from Qingxi Peak observed this scene with nods of appreciation. Hearing others praise his disciple, Zheng Sanshan stroked his beard with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Li Yan, witnessing Yu Zhengyuan's descent from the arena, shook his head slightly. Just this skill with the wind talisman was formidable, and coupled with the heavenly sword talisman he had comprehended from the talisman tower, Wang Hu would likely find himself at a disadvantage. However, even if he only managed to secure second place, that would still be commendable. Losing to a genius who inherited the teachings of the heavenly sword elder 2 centuries ago was not a disgrace. Look, the battle is about to commence, a disciple exclaimed among the spectators. In the arena, Yu Zhenyuan and Wang Hu's opponents had also arrived. Both were mid-stage Qi practitioners, and despite their equal cultivation levels, they wore grave expressions in the presence of Yu Zhenyuan and Wang Hu. After exchanging greetings, the battle erupted instantly. Wang Hu struck first, unleashing a ferocious punch accompanied by the illusion of a mighty tiger, its roar echoing thunderously, with the tiger's shadow following his punch. The power of the tiger roar fist was indeed remarkable, a testament to Li Tongzhu's direct guidance. Xian Yuzi nodded slightly, his expression one of approval. Li Yin smiled with satisfaction, casting a contemptuous glance at Shen Anzai. See, all masters, yet my disciple receives praise even from the sect leader. Shen Anzai, however, appeared indifferent, lazily pulling out a bunch of grapes and reclining comfortably as he savored them. Lu Yinqin, observing his nonchalance, furrowed her brow slightly. Was he truly unconcerned about what might happen if his disciple faced Wang Hu later on? In the arena, faced with Wang Hu's formidable punch, the opposing disciple's expression turned grave as he employed a mid-grade Xian level palm technique to counter. Yet, the tiger roar fist, being a superior grade Xian technique, was not something a mid-grade technique could withstand. In the blink of an eye, the tiger's illusion pounced forward, and with Wang Hu's punch, it collided violently with his opponent. With a thud, the disciple was sent hurtling through the air, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell from the arena, his expression one of sheer horror. He won. Brother Wang has triumphed. Truly, as the direct disciple of Li Tangzhu, his strength is astonishing. The audience erupted with exclamations, their eyes filled with admiration as they longed to take Wang Hu's place on the stage. Look, Brother Yu's match has begun. Shen, with a serious demeanor, spat out a grapeseed. Defeating Wang Hu posed no challenge, but this Yu Zhenyuan seemed somewhat formidable. He needed careful observation. Despite his advanced body refinement, Shen could discern little of significance. On the other side, after exchanging blows with his opponent, Yu Zhenyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression unperturbed, seemingly too lazy to even move. Duan Langzan, exclaimed the disciple in the Qi mid-stage, drawing his long knife to unleash a series of powerful and resonant blade strikes, the sound of slicing air piercing. Such a formidable strike. This technique must be of mid-tier Xian class. The Duan Lang blade was a renowned skill of Elder Zhao, and it appeared he had imparted it entirely to his disciple. Onlookers commented, astonished by the might of the blade technique. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Yu Zhengyuan remained unmoved, his hands still behind him, a glimmer of azure light swirling in his eyes. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the arena, coalescing before him into a barrier formed of swirling runes. Bang! The blade strikes collided with the rune barrier, failing to even ripple its surface, effortlessly dissipated by the wind. This is impossible. He had not even utilized spiritual energy. Merely relying on his mental prowess to manipulate the wind runes, he had easily deflected the Duan Lang Zhan. The disciples outside stared in disbelief, their admiration for him soaring. Truly, Brother Yu is exceptional. The disciple, seeing his blade strikes effortlessly scattered, wore a grave expression as he charged forward. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a series of powerful slashes, the sound echoing like crashing waves. However, Yu Zhengyuan remained firmly in place, his expression calm, hands still behind his back. Regardless of his opponent's attacks from any direction, his azure gaze remained steady, the wind barrier flawlessly absorbing all strikes. Clearly, his opponent's attacks had no hope of breaching his defense. After numerous failed attempts to penetrate his defenses, beads of sweat formed on the disciple's brow as he gasped for breath. It's time to end this. Observing the disciple's fatigue, Yu Zhengyuan spoke softly, extending a hand and giving a gentle wave. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind surged forth, coupled with the rune's force, sending the disciple stumbling back, his long knife producing a sharp clatter. Clang! A wind blade flashed, striking the long knife from his grasp, which arced gracefully through the air before landing steadily outside the arena. The disciple stared in horror at his empty right hand, his back chilled. The strength of that wind blade could have effortlessly severed his arm. Thank you for your mercy, Brother Yu. Realizing he was utterly outmatched, he took a deep breath and respectfully conceded. Yu Zhengyuan nodded indifferently, turning to leave with the wind rune. Truly, Brother Yu is remarkable. Defeating opponents of the same realm seems effortless. With his current strength, perhaps even the late-stage Chi-Hai disciples would struggle against him. The surrounding disciples were in awe, many female disciples gazing at him with starry eyes. On the high platform, Xiao Aohai and others expressed their surprise upon Yu Zhengyuan's return. Brother Yu's mental prowess is astonishing. He must be nearing the threshold of a third-tier rune master. With such mastery combined with the Tianjian rune within the Chi-Hai realm, he would likely be invincible. Hearing the praises from various elders, including the Prince of Zhennan, Zheng Sanshan smiled, stroking his beard with evident satisfaction. Indeed, if Elder Lu's disciple Ling Feishuang were to participate, she might possess a fighting chance. However, judging by this performance, even Wang Hu may not stand chance. The victor of this competition seems certain. Qingxi Peak's master, Zhao Cheng, interjected, prompting nods of agreement from the other elders. That is not guaranteed. At that moment, Xiao Aohai suddenly shook his head. Oh, Xian Yuzi looked at him in confusion. Does the prince believe Wang Hu has a chance against the Tianjian rune? No, he replied, shaking his head again, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Murong Tian as he smiled and spoke. In my view, Murong's sword intent is commendable. If his cultivated martial arts are not lacking, he may indeed have a chance at victory. This statement left the elders momentarily stunned, gazing in astonishment at the side where Murong Tian was massaging Shen Anzai's shoulders. Your Highness, please do not jest. How could he possibly rival Brother Yu? Li Yin frowned, disdain evident in his expression. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhengyuan and Zheng Sanshan exchanged curious glances towards Murong Tian and Shen. Though they had witnessed Murong Tian's previous battle, how could someone at the early Chi-Hai stage, armed with merely a mid-tier Xian sword technique, contend against a second-tier rune master, let alone Yu Zhengyuan? It would be difficult for him to best Wang Hu. That is precisely why I say, if Elder Shen imparts martial techniques of merit to Murong, he may still have a chance at victory. Xiao Aohai reiterated, casting a knowing glance toward Shen. Lu Yanqin also looked over, her heart filled with anticipation. A late-stage body refiner. We at Ling Fu Mountain could easily find numerous such warriors. If someone like him could teach Murong Tian any formidable martial arts, I would turn my name around. Li Yin scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He was well aware of Shen Anzai's situation. A lone and impoverished man, rumored to have only learned a low-grade yellow technique within the sect. If it were suggested that Lu Yinqin had secretly taught Murong Tian martial arts, that could be plausible. But Shen? Unthinkable. Oh dear, Master Li. Such words should not be taken lightly. A name is given by one's parents. To easily alter it would be unfilial. I urge you to reconsider, Master Li. Shen admonished, his face earnest as he sighed. Hearing Shen and S repeated reference to him as Master Li, Li Yan's face darkened in anger. Do not flaunt your verbal wit. Soon, I will be the one to send that Murong Tian flying from the stage. I shall see if Elder Shen has the audacity to remain on Qinyun Peak. Wang Hu, standing behind Li Yan, coldly snorted, casting a scornful glance at Murong Tian. Murong Tian met his gaze unflinchingly, showing no sign of fear. We shall see. The astonishment of Xian Yuzi and the others grew as they witnessed Murong Tian's boldness. When did Shen En and his disciple become so audacious? Wang Hu was no ordinary disciple. The might of his Hushao fist, even if not on par with the Tian Jian rune, was extraordinary and certainly not to be underestimated. I hope you two remain so defiant after your defeat. Li Yan snutted. Shen merely dug at his ears, choosing not to respond further. Before long, the contests on the other platforms drew to a close. After several more rounds, the previous victor ascended the stage once again. Wang Hu glared coldly at Murong Tian as he leaped down from the platform. Master, I will go, Murong Tian declared, receiving a calm nod from Shen. Go ahead, if you cannot win within 3 strikes. Do not claim it is due to the sword techniques I taught you. I cannot bear such disgrace. Rest assured, Master, I will give it my all. Murong Tian's gaze was resolute as he turned towards the stage. 3 strikes. I suspect Murong Tian will be fortunate to withstand 3 tiger shadows from the Hushao fist. Elder Mu shook his head. Such arrogance. Li Yin chuckled, already envisioning the moment Murong Tian was sent flying by his disciple's punch. Xiao Jingxue watched the black-clad youth who had taken to the stage, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Father, do you truly believe Murong Gongzi can win? Xiao Aohai smiled slightly and remarked, how could Elder Shen's disciple be ordinary? Just watch this battle. Upon hearing such praise from the esteemed Wang of Jinan, Xian Yuzi furrowed his brow, questioning whether he was truly awake today. Why did Xiao Aohai, during his first visit to Ling Fu Mountain, hold Shen En in such high regard as a mentor? The matter between Shen En and Li Yin had drawn the attention of numerous elders, who shifted their focus from the equally unremarkable Yu Zhenyuan to Murong Tian and Wang Hu. Once again, Brother Wang took to the arena. Could Murong Tian prevail this time? What a joke. A mere waste attempting to surpass Brother Wang? Did he think that Hushao Fist and Master Li were mere trifles? If he were to win, I shall descend the mountain tonight to seek punishment from a mesmerizing demon for 10 days and nights. Many disciples expressed their disdain. Who was Murong Tian? Born with obstructed meridians, he had taken countless medicinal pills from the Murong family over 2.5 years just to reach the early stage of Qi Si. With such resources, even a pig could achieve the latter stage of Qi Si. His master was merely at the body refinement stage. Given these conditions, how could he possibly contend with Wang Hu? Brother Wang, may I request your guidance? Murong Tian slightly cupped his fists. Wang Hu, disinterested, wasted no words. His expression dripped with contempt as he lunged forward, unleashing a punch that shattered the air, summoning 2 tiger apparitions. This formidable strike could crack stone and bone. Anyone struck by it would surely suffer multiple fractures. Gasps echoed from the spectators, while Li Yin smirked, envisioning Murong Tian being sent flying, bloodied. Was Wang Hu intent on crippling Murong Tian from the onset? Lu Yinqin frowned, discomfort flickering in her eyes. Xian Yuzi glanced at Shen En, who appeared unfazed. Not the slightest hint of concern for his disciple's fate. Within the arena, the 2 tiger apparitions, one high and one low, roared with an ear-splitting cry, accompanied by the fierce wind of their punches, charging toward Murong Tian. Was that waste frozen in fear, failing to draw his sword or evade? Surely, he was paralyzed with terror. After this punch, he would likely be bedridden for months. The scornful remarks proliferated as everyone witnessed Murong Tian, foolishly, standing his ground. A look of disdain on his face. But wait. Shen Anzai's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he observed the scene below. The other elders, taken aback, followed his gaze. Boom! The punch struck down with a thunderous roar, causing the entire arena to tremble. Yet, what unfolded next left everyone dumbfounded. Rather than retreating, Murong Tian began to fade away. It is but an afterimage, someone exclaimed. Wang Hu's smile faltered as he heard Murong Tian's calm voice from behind him. Brother Wang, are you merely striking at air? Startled, Wang Hu turned to see Murong Tian standing behind him, his black cloak billowing in the wind, his expression composed. Such swiftness. How is this possible? The elders in the stands exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Lian's smile froze, then turned grim. Martial skill of the body. Xiao Aohai and Lu Yanqin also revealed surprise, casting their gaze toward the unruffled Shunin. They were aware of the formidable might of Murong Tian's Benlay sword, yet had not witnessed him employ such martial techniques before. To evade Wang Hu's attack with such terrifying speed, even leaving behind an afterimage, was extraordinary. Shen Anzai and Zheng Sanshan exchanged a solemn glance. This martial skill likely reached the level of Earth rank. With such agility, Wang Hu's victory was no longer guaranteed. Chapter 27. One sword resolves all. Wang Hu gazed at Murong Tian, who had suddenly appeared behind him, his eyes wide with astonishment. As he regained his composure, he swiftly turned to deliver another punch, the tiger's roar echoing continuously. Yet against his ferocious punches, Murong Tian merely took a light step back, easily evading the assault. The continuous barrage of punches fell upon him, but he adeptly utilized the flickering light step to dodge them. Wang Hu did not even manage to graze the hem of his robe. The audience watched in disbelief, mouths agape, unable to fathom the martial skill displayed. What manner of martial technique is this? I can hardly discern his movements. Is he truly Murong Tian? As the spectators gasped, Wang Hu's expression darkened. If you possess the ability, stand and fight me head-on, instead of hiding. Seeing Wang Hu's furious demeanor, Murong Tian halted, slowly drawing the black sword from his back. If that is your wish, I shall oblige. Realizing his opponent would not evade any longer, Wang Hu felt a surge of excitement, fearing a drawn-out battle, and unleashed his most powerful move. Tiger shakes the mountains. He roared, sending forth a punch that summoned 3 furious tiger apparitions from different directions, their might overwhelming. It is over. Murong Tian is far too arrogant, foolishly standing there to endure Brother Wang's most formidable strike. Indeed, I almost believe this lad could win. Yet it seems that despite having fortuitously learned a martial technique, he remains mentally unfit. On the stands, Lian breathed a sigh of relief. This final punch of Hu Shao Fist had already grazed the level of Earth rank martial skills. Even those in the late stage of Qi Si would hesitate to take it head-on, let alone those in the early stage. Facing the oncoming trio of tiger apparitions and the sinister grin of Wang Hu, Murong Tian felt no fear. As the sword fully emerged from its sheath, his gaze sharpened, resembling an ancient, unparalleled sword long sealed away. Wang Hu's heart raced at the intensity of that gaze, feeling as if countless blades were poised at his throat. However, with his punch already unleashed, like an arrow released from the bow, he had no choice but to press forward. He did not believe Murong Tian could truly withstand his strongest move. Roar! The 3 tiger apparitions bared their fangs and lunged forward, ready to engulf Murong Tian. Just as everyone thought the battle was concluded, an unexpected change occurred. Thunderous might, a bolt of lightning surged forth, transforming into numerous entwined lightning sword shadows, resonating with destructive intent. Crack! The lightning instantly shattered the 3 fierce tiger apparitions, its speed and power defying belief. Wang Hu's pupils dilated before he could react. The lightning sword shadows swept past him. In the next instant, boom, it felt as though he had been struck heavily in the chest, sending him hurtling through the air, tracing a graceful arc before crashing to the ground. Silence. The arena fell into a hushed stillness, every spectator rendered speechless. Lian sprang to his feet, his expression changing dramatically, fixated on the youth who sheathed his sword atop the arena. I concede, Murong Tian said, slightly bowing as he walked toward Shunin. whose eyes were wide with astonishment. "Master, I have fulfilled my duty, resolving the battle with a single sword." Shen nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. "At last, you have not brought shame upon me. It was worth the effort I invested in training you." Murong Tian was taken aback. Effort? Wasn't Master merely sitting nearby? Sometimes even dozing in a chair? A single sword unleashed, and the bamboo shoot exploded. What extraordinary swordsmanship! That technique seemed even more formidable than Brother Wang's Hu Shao fist. Where on earth did Murong Tian learn such swordplay and martial skills? At that moment, the disciples regained their senses, erupting into a chorus of astonishment. Li Yan, realizing his disciple had been defeated, wore a grim expression. He could accept losing to anyone, but to lose to Murong Tian? Moreover, it was resolved with a single sword strike. Hearing the exchange between Shen and his disciple, Li Yan felt utterly humiliated, haughtily snorting in defiance. "Humph! There are always individuals who take credit for themselves. With your mere cultivation at the late stage of body refinement, have you ever considered your own limitations? Such swordsmanship and agility would not have been possible for Murong Tian without the guidance of Elder Lu. Not only him, even Xian Yuzi and other elders secretly nodded in agreement. They too believed that Murong Tian's capabilities were undoubtedly due to Elder Lu Yunxin's covert instruction. As for why Lu Yunxin chose to assist Shen Anzai, they had heard a whisper or two. It was said that the latter had presented a gift, and it seemed that Lu Yunxin was inclined to guide Murong Tian because of it. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxin furrowed her delicate brows, her expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. While she possessed considerable expertise in palm techniques, she was not proficient in swordsmanship herself, and thus could not teach it. Li Tangzhu had overthought. "I have not instructed Murong Tian in swordsmanship, nor am I skilled in it." Listening to Lu Yunxin's rebuttal, Li Yan's countenance darkened further. Did her words imply that he, as a master, was less capable than a mere late-stage body refinement cultivator like Shen Anzai? Beside them, Xiao Aohai observed Murong Tian, his gaze flickering as he pondered. Indeed, Murong Tian's talent in swordsmanship was remarkable, and his aura was rich and fluid, moving with the grace of flowing clouds. Where was the slightest hint of obstruction? Was it not said that his meridians were narrow and blocked? Could it be that Shen Anzai had concocted a pill to enhance Murong Tian's innate abilities? If someone could truly refine such miraculous pills, might there be hope for curing the poison afflicting his own daughter? It appeared he would need to seek an opportunity to visit Qingyun Peak again. With this thought, Xiao Aohai's mind began to stir, and his gaze repeatedly fell upon Shen Anzai. On the other side, Yu Jingyuan had effortlessly concluded his battle and returned to the viewing platform, his expression reflecting a degree of astonishment as he regarded Murong Tian. He had heard of the master-student duo. In previous competitions, Murong Tian had consistently ranked last, often returning with bruises and the scorn of others. Why then? Had he suddenly transformed this year? Nonetheless, despite this transformation, he still did not regard Murong Tian with any seriousness. He was merely at the early stage of Qi Si, not even worth his interest in summoning the heavenly sword talisman. Li Tangzhu, you previously asserted that Shen lacked the qualifications to nurture disciples. How is it, then, that your apprentice was defeated by mine? Shen Anzai spoke with an enigmatic smile, observing Wang, who as he slunk back to Li Yan, head bowed and silent. Lu Yunxin directed her gaze towards this scene, further intensifying Li Yan's embarrassment. To suffer such humiliation in front of his idol, he felt utterly mortified. Chapter 28. Colluding with the demon sect? Humph! A petty person achieved success. Li Yan snurta coldly, turning his head aside while casting a fierce glare at Wang Hu. It was all this useless wretch's fault for being knocked away by Murong Tian with a single sword strike. Meanwhile, Elder Mu felt somewhat relieved and began to console his disciple, Xiao Chun. After all, even the talented Wang Hu had lost to Murong Tian, so his disciple's defeat was not particularly shameful. Xian Yuzi sat in his chair, stroking his chin in confusion. In his recollection, Lu Yunxin indeed seemed not to excel in swordsmanship, and Shen Anzai was merely at the late stage of body refinement. Could it be that he taught such agility and swordsmanship? Impossible. Suddenly, an incredulous thought struck him. Glancing over at Xiao Aohai, his heart racing with speculation. Could it be that the Prince of Zhunnan was the teacher? Xiao Aohai, renowned for his swordsmanship, was indeed known as the Sword King of Dawn. He had once defended the Wolf Abyss with his formidable sword techniques. Yet that too seemed implausible, for the royal family of Da and derived their swordsmanship from the Sword Tomb. Mere verbal instruction could not convey the true essence. Furthermore, the Sword Tomb was not yet open. Even if Mu Rong Tian had the opportunity to enter, it would take time. Elder Shun, who exactly taught Mu Rong Tian his swordsmanship? Pondering numerous possibilities without resolution, Shen Anzai directly inquired. Shen Anzai turned around, responding, "What do you mean by that, sect leader? My disciple, of course, was taught by me." As he spoke, his expression was somewhat peculiar as he scanned the many elders present. Furthermore, would you be willing to teach him? The elders all shook their heads in unison, lamenting that he was inherently afflicted with obstructed meridians, making it difficult for him to succeed. Then, why pose the question? Shen Anzai looked at Li Yin as if he were a fool. Shen Anzai and the other elders exchanged glances, bewildered. Just then, Li Yin suddenly recalled something, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Shen Anzai. "You claim that both the swordsmanship and agility are your teachings, not those of Elder Lu or anyone else. Is there a problem?" Shen Anzai frowned, uncertain of what this old fellow was up to now. Upon receiving an answer, Li Yin smirked coldly. "Then, do you know this set of sword techniques?" Shen Anzai paused. Indeed, he was not familiar with them. However, he could not admit that in the present circumstances and could only respond ambiguously. "What do you think? If you do not even know this sword technique, I have reason to suspect that Mu Rong Tian has colluded with the demon sect to enhance his strength. The Mu Rong family is a medicinal clan and would never teach him this sword technique. Moreover, purchasing it for a hefty sum is out of the question. The Mu Rong family has suffered business setbacks this year and has fallen to a third-rate family in Tianhan City, struggling even to cover expenses, let alone afford this sword technique." Li Yin believed he had found justification, his expression turning cold. Collusion with the demon sect, according to the sect rules, could lead to the revocation of cultivation and expulsion from the mountain, with the severest punishment being death. Shen Anzai frowned. Mu Rong Tian abruptly lifted his head. The Mu Rong family had suffered setbacks in business? He had never received any notification about this from his family. No wonder the materials needed for the cleansing marrow pill had taken 10 days to arrive, when it should have only taken 1 or 2 days according to the Mu Rong family's resources. So this was what had transpired. The elders, upon hearing Li Yan's words, suddenly grew serious. Colluding with the demon sect was no trivial matter. Many had perished at the hands of the demon sect, and they abhorred it deeply. Yet, could Mu Rong Tian truly be in league with the demon sect? Li Tangzhu, your words are excessive. Though Mu Rong Tian's talent may be lacking, he has always respected his teachers and is certainly not the type to be double-faced. Lu Yinqin furrowed her brows, her expression becoming somewhat displeased. She had not previously realized how narrow-minded Li Yin was. It was just a loss, yet he could not bear it. Seeing her defend Shen Anzai and his disciple, Li Yin felt even more irked and spoke coldly. "Humph, knowing a person's face, but not their heart. Who can say where his martial skills originated? Do you truly believe that a mere body refinement cultivator like Shen Anzai taught him? Or that both of them have turned to the demon sect?" Upon this statement, the elders exchanged glances, their expressions souring. Such accusations lacked evidence and should not be made lightly, Li Tangzhu. Indeed, the disciples of Qingyun Peak are loyal and righteous. I, Zheng Sanshan, still believe that Elder Shun and his disciple are not the kind of treacherous individuals. During the elders' discussions, not only did they not support Li Yin, but they also defended Shen Anzai. Shen Anzai's expression darkened. "You claim that I and my disciple are colluding with the demon sect based solely on your unfounded assertions. I could just as easily accuse you of colluding with the demon sect. Otherwise, how did you create such chaos in the law enforcement hall? With your disciples only causing trouble? Li Tangzhu, one must not make such claims without evidence." Zheng Sanshan interjected, frowning. "Humph, if it were not for collusion with the demon sect, how did Qingyun Peak come to possess this high-level sword technique?" His voice was loud enough to reach many disciples' ears. In an instant, a clamor erupted. "What? Qingyun Peak colluded with the demon sect? Impossible. I refuse to believe that Elder Shun and Mu Rong Tian are such people. Perhaps that sword technique is a legacy from the predecessors of Qin Yun Peak. Indeed, although Elder Shun often appears idle and plays the role of a victim, he still shows considerable concern for us disciples, never once resorting to intimidation. Perhaps he is merely performing for your benefit. So be wary of being blinded by the machinations of the unscrupulous. The outcries against him grow ever louder, while the grand competition is momentarily set aside. Although most remain skeptical, there are still disciples from the law enforcement peak who support their leader's claims. Xian Yuzi furrowed his brow, casting an irritated glance at Li Yan before speaking. Without evidence, suspicion is unfounded. Elder Shun possesses his own fortunes. Why pursue the matter further? What do the other elders think? Xian Yuzi turned his gaze to the other elders. Zheng Sanshan, Zhao Cheng, Eldermu, and others exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. I stand by Qin Yun Peak. There may be collusion between the law enforcement hall and the demonic sect, but there is no way that Qin Yun Peak is involved. Zheng Sanshan sighed slightly as he looked at Shen Anzai and his disciple, continuing, indeed. Although Elder Shen's cultivation was modest in his youth, he bravely ventured to the battlefield against the demonic sect, unafraid of life and death. How could he and his disciple possibly conspire with the demonic sect now? Hearing many voices supporting Qin Yun Peak, Li Yan's expression darkened. Murong Tian's face flushed crimson. It was one thing to insult him, but to implicate his master in collusion with the demonic sect was intolerable. Shen Anzai felt some comfort in the elder's reluctance to blindly trust, as it showed that the sect still held some semblance of humanity. Chapter 29. Is the acquired skill insufficient? Observing Murong Tian's flushed face, Shen Anzai furrowed his brow and inquired within his mind. System. Is there any way for me to obtain the skill card for the Benlei sword now? The host can choose to use existing skill cards for a designated lottery. Designated lottery? Shen Anzai was taken aback. What was that? It is a lottery where the probability of obtaining the desired item is doubled, but it requires a substantial number of skill cards. Why did you not mention this skill sooner? Why didn't the host inquire earlier? Shen Anzai twitched at the corner of his eye. Fine, he understood now that this system was quite lazy. I currently possess 4 time-limited cards for the Qihai Realm's Fuyun Palm. Can I use them for the lottery? Yes. Please select the item for which you wish to enhance the probability. Benlei Sword skill card, preferably at the Qiankuan realm. The host's lifespan is insufficient. Exchange is not permitted. Could you at least give me a heads up before you decide to deduct my life? Could the host make his dreams a bit more realistic next time? Shen Anzai felt a wave of frustration wash over him. All right. Just proceed with the lottery for the Benlei sword. Payment successful, commencing lottery. As the wheel spun, Shen Anzai felt a surge of nervousness. Murong Tian, you had better come clean. Who taught you that sword technique? If we find out the truth later, you won't even have a chance to confess. Li Yan snorted coldly, his gaze icy. My disciple has stated unequivocally that he will not act disloyally. This sword technique was personally taught by my master. How could it be linked to the demonic sect? Murong Tian's face was flushed with indignation. Oh, your master? Li Yan Skufa, a mere late-stage body refinement cultivator who cannot even harness spiritual energy. How could he possibly possess such a sword technique unless he colluded with the demonic sect? I see that you Qin Yun Peak are merely a nest of snakes and rats, a tumor within the sect. His words quickly incited the disciples of the law enforcement hall, who began to mock him. Indeed, master, expel these 2 from Qin Yun Peak at once. If we allow them to remain, it would be a disgrace to justice. Watching the indignant disciples, Lu Yinxin furrowed her delicate brows and slammed her hand on the armrest of her chair. Silence. Her voice, imbued with supreme authority, reverberated throughout the hall, the pressure of her peak earth spirit cultivation enveloping the surroundings. The disciples instinctively shrank back, fear etched on their faces. What had caused the usually gentle master of Qingluan Peak to erupt in anger? She turned to Li Yan, her gaze laced with disdain as she coldly spoke. There is a rightful way to discern right from wrong. If you claim that this sword technique is from the demonic sect, then present your evidence. Observing Lu Yunxin's repeated defense of Shen Anzai and his disciple, Li Yan's expression darkened ominously. Elder Lu, are you defending this pair because you have taken a fancy to the surname Shen? Or are you concealing something for ulterior motives? Lu Yunqing's face flushed with anger, her eyes turning icy. Enough! The authoritative shout from the head seat instantly lowered the temperature in the hall by several degrees, a more formidable pressure descending, causing many disciples to pale and kneel in submission. Lien, startled, looked up at the head seat. Shen Anzai's gaze had turned completely frigid, narrowing as he regarded Lien. As the head of the law enforcement hall, you have repeatedly attempted to place the label of collusion with the demonic sect upon others, seeking to incite discord within our Lingfu Mountain sect. What is your true intention? Lian's eyes flickered as he quickly cupped his hands in apology. Master, please do not be angry. It was my mistake. At that moment, another voice rang out. Is this why Hall Master Li is targeting Shen? Everyone turned, surprised to see Shen Anzai, who had remained silent until now, slowly rising and gently patting Lu Yunqing's shoulder. The latter's brows slightly relaxed as the coldness in her eyes began to dissipate. Many within the sect were aware of Hall Master Li's long-standing affection for Elder Lu. But the flowers may have feelings while the flowing water remains indifferent. It was merely that Shen's talents surpassed Li's, thus igniting his jealousy, which was understandable. Upon hearing these words, the crowd cast scornful glances. Even Lu Yunqing displayed a hint of indignation. Yet in the current situation, she found it pointless to argue, as it was merely idle gossip. Shen Anzai wore a smile, playfully observing Lien, while a consumption card had already appeared in his system's inventory. Benlei Sword, Peak of the Guyuan Realm Earth Grade, Superior Quality, consisting of 5 swords, with the 5th sword being rare within the same realm. Unexpectedly, his luck had been remarkably good this time. He initially thought he could exchange a Qihai Realm Fuyin Palm for a Benlei Sword of the same realm, but he had not anticipated receiving one from the Guyuan Realm. Was heaven allowing him to put on a grand performance? Lien furrowed his brow. Shen Anzai, what do you mean by that? What I mean is that Elder Lu finds you beneath her notice. A toad cannot hope to eat swan meat. Shen Anzai replied with a faint smile. Lien was infuriated. If he was a toad, then Shen Anzai, a mere late-stage body refinement cultivator, was hardly even worthy of being a toad. However, fearing Shen Anzai's wrath, he refrained from pursuing the matter further and coldly snorted. Humph. We are discussing your disciples' collusion with the demonic sect. Do not divert the conversation with trivialities. Collusion with the demonic sect? Shen Anzai glanced back at Morong Tian. Have you colluded? No, the boy replied, his face reddening as he shook his head vigorously. Did you hear that? My disciple claims he has not colluded. As the head of the law enforcement hall, how dare you slander him without any evidence? Shen Anzai turned, his tone resolute as he questioned Lien. Zhang Sanshan and the others displayed evident displeasure. The evidence lies in the fact that your Qingyun Peak does not possess this sword technique and could not possibly have taught it to Morong Tian. Lien nodded, confident that Shen Anzai could not possibly hold such a sword technique. Even if he had seen it, he would not be able to wield it, being merely a late-stage body refinement cultivator unable to harness spiritual energy. Faced with his assertions, Lu Yunqing and the others frowned. Shen Anzai tilted his head, looking at Lien with indifference. Is it not permissible if I acquired it externally? Acquired it? Lien Skufa. Do you think Earth-grade martial skills are as common as cabbages on the street? Easily picked up? Enough, without evidence. Let this matter rest. Shen Anzai's cold voice intervened, effectively halting Lian's next words. Nevertheless, Shen Anzai stepped forward once more. After all, he could not allow such indignity to go unanswered. His disciples' eyes were red from holding back tears, and it would not do to let that simmer unaddressed. Chapter 30. The challenge. He scoffed coldly and spoke. As the head of the law enforcement hall, you slander others without evidence. Hall Master Yanli, what immense authority you wield. Just because my Qingyun Peak hold a low status in Lingfu Mountain and my disciple lacks exceptional talent, you feel free to defame us? Yet, Lingfu Mountain is filled with these ordinary disciples of mediocre talent. Do they not possess any human rights in your eyes, Hall Master Yanli? Are they to be bullied and slandered at will? Lian's expression darkened at the rebuttal. When did this boy become so sharp-tongued? Meanwhile, some who had previously clamored for the sect leader to expel Shen Anzai and his disciple from the mountain wore complex expressions. Many mediocre disciples were profoundly moved by Shen Anzai's words. Hall Master Yanli, Do your actions reflect the sect leader's trust in you? Do you honor your position as head of the law enforcement hall? Shen Anzai's questioning was resolute and powerful. Hearing him refer to Yin Li repeatedly, Li Yin gritted his teeth, wishing he could slap him into silence. Even if he had to read his name backward, it would have to wait until Murong Tian defeated Yuzhen Yuan. Even if he is not colluding with the demonic sect. This sword technique is certainly beyond what a mere body refinement realm cultivator could teach. Li Yin knew he was at a disadvantage, but refused to concede. As long as Murong Tian did not reveal the origin of his sword technique, he would cling to this point. Hall Masterly, you have gone too far. At that moment, Xiao Ao Hai, who had intended to observe the affairs of Lingfu Mountain, spoke up in dissatisfaction. On that day, I personally visited Qingyun Peak with Elder Liu. This sword technique is called the Thunderbolt Sword, and it was indeed taught to young friend Murong by Elder Shen himself. Upon hearing that the king of Zhen Nan had spoken in favor of Shen Anzai, Xin Yuzi could not help but express his surprise and nodded. In that case, there is no need for further discussion. The current competition is what truly matters. Li Yin frowned, sitting back in his seat with a sullen expression. He could suspect anyone, but he could not doubt the king of Zhen Nan. Just when everyone thought the matter had come to an end, Shen Anzai spoke once more. No. Everyone furrowed their brows, uncertain of his intentions. Murong Tian is my only disciple. You wrongfully accuse him of colluding with the demonic sect, and you think you can just sweep this under the rug without so much as an apology? Shen Anzai stood firm, his expression serious as he coldly fixed his gaze on Li Yin. Murong Tian was deeply moved by this, his admiration for his master swelling. Li Yin was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Shen Anzai with a mocking smile. You want me to apologize? Yes, I do, Shen Anzai affirmed with a nod. Li Yin lauga incredulos. Did this fellow truly think he could compel the head of the law enforcement hall to apologize to a mere late-stage body refinement cultivator? What a delusional fantasy. I never bow to the weak. If you want my apology, you must demonstrate your strength. Li Yin donta. Very well. Let's wait until my disciple claims first place in the competition. Then, I shall challenge you to a duel, using the Thunderbolt sword to defeat you, Shen Anzai declared, his tone resonating with conviction. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, questioning their own hearing. What? Shen Anzai intended to challenge Li Yin, a late-stage Guiyuan cultivator, after the competition? Was that not simply inviting defeat? Shen Anzai, do not act impulsively, Lu Yunqin advised, frowning. However, Shen Anzai remained undeterred, merely offering her a reassuring glance. Li Yin felt as though he had heard the most absurd joke in the world, looking at Shen Anzai as if he were a fool. Are you certain you wish to fight me? Absolutely. Since you refuse to apologize, I have no choice but to teach you a lesson to vindicate my disciple. Shen Anzai replied, his hands clasped behind his back as he spoke coolly. Beside him, Murong Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, there was a chance to see his master in action. He had long suspected that his master was concealing his true strength and had been fooling himself into believing he was merely a late-stage body refinement cultivator. Who could possibly be in their 30s and still be only at that level? Little did he expect that his master had hidden his abilities for so long and now intended to reveal them for his sake. Shen Anzai noted the information flashing in his mind and nodded approvingly. Such a splendid opportunity to garner admiration points should not be missed. Moreover, it was time to display his prowess to prove himself. Otherwise, he would be subjected to ridicule everywhere, which was rather tiresome. Very well. I will send some pills beneficial for cultivating the Qi Si to Qingyun Peak shortly. Let's end this bout of anger here, Xin Yuzi interjected, reluctant to see Shen Anzai take a beating. Qingyun Peak had suffered great losses, and Shen Anzai was, after all, the sole survivor of his generation. Given Li Yan's temperament, an apology was out of the question. It fell upon him, as the sect leader, to mediate. Thank you for your good intentions, sect leader, but I am determined to teach him a lesson, Shen Anzai retorted, casting a cold glance at Li Yan. Ha ha ha, very well. I look forward to witnessing what you are capable of in battle. Li Yan chuckled, his anger dissipating. Xiao Hai pointed it. Recognizing that someone capable of teaching such a sword technique and refining pills to improve talent should not merely be a body refinement realm cultivator. It seemed Shen Anzai was indeed hiding his true level. He nodded to himself, thinking this would be an excellent opportunity to observe the latter's true strength. The other elders, upon hearing Shen Anzai's audacious rejection of the sect leader's goodwill and insistence on challenging Li Yin, could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. This fellow was clearly unaware of his own limitations, while others might not perceive it. They had spent many years at Lingfu Mountain and were acutely aware of Shen Anzai's true strength. He was undeniably a late-stage body refinement cultivator. Unable to even defeat a Qi-Si realm cultivator, he now aimed to challenge a late-stage Guiyuan cultivator? Chapter 31, Murong Tian versus. Yu Jingyuan Lu Yunqin furrowed her brow and turned to Murong Tian. Aren't you going to persuade your master? In her eyes, Shen Anzai's challenge to Li Yin was nothing short of self-inflicted hardship. There was no need to trade temporary bravado for a future filled with scars. However, Murong Tian shook his head, his gaze resolute and filled with anticipation. I believe in my master. Hearing such unwavering words from him, Xian Yuzi and many others were taken aback. What sort of spell had Shen Anzai cast upon this young man that he would believe so wholeheartedly? All right, my disciple. Prepare well. I shall await your victory in the competition. Murong Tian's excitement was palpable. Do not worry, master. I will definitely win. Many onlookers exchanged strange glances. What was happening? How could this master-disciple pair be so confident? One intended to challenge a late-stage Guiyuan cultivator with a late-stage body refinement cultivation, while the other believed he could defeat Yu Jingyuan, who had comprehended the heavenly sword talisman. Amidst the disdainful and contemptuous gazes, the presiding elder resumed organizing the competition. With only 20 contestants remaining, the final showdown would soon commence. Disciple, be sure to hold back a little, Zheng Sanjian whispered as he glanced back. Yes, master. As Yu Jingyuan and Murong Tian took the stage in succession, the competition reached a fevered pitch, with numerous disciples cheering fervently. Yu Jingyuan stood as before, effortlessly deflecting all attacks with the wind control talisman surrounding him, before lightly waving his hand and sending his opponents tumbling off the stage. Murong Tian, however, was the most astonishing of all. With his thunderous sword technique and rapid movements, his opponents could not even graze the hem of his robe before succumbing to defeat. Yet, everyone understood that the final battle remained devoid of suspense. It could only end in Yu Jingyuan's victory. After all, the latter possessed the heavenly sword talisman, enabling him to easily triumph even over late-stage Qi-Si cultivators. The swordsmanship of Murong Tian may not even be capable of breaching the defensive wind surrounding him, let alone compel him to reveal the Tianjian talisman. Regardless of how swift Murong Tian's movements might be, if he cannot penetrate the defense, he can only watch in frustration. Initially, it was believed that in this year's sect competition, only Wang who could contend with Zheng Yuan, yet unexpectedly, Murong Tian emerged as Zheng Yuan's final adversary. Zheng Sanshan clicked his tongue, observing the two opponents already locked in a standoff on the arena, completely unconcerned. Did Elder Zheng not worry that his disciple might lose? After all, someone had made a harsh declaration. If Murong Tian failed to secure the first place, both he and his master would be expelled from Lingfu Mountain. Li Yin, standing nearby, spoke with a hint of sarcasm. The crowd secretly shook their heads, while Murong Tian's progress thus far had astonished them. They believed it would end here. He could not possibly become the last dark horse. Perhaps you should worry about yourself, Yinli Hong Master, as your name is about to be turned upside down, Shen remarked indifferently. Li Yin scoffed, uninterested in engaging further in verbal sparring. Brother you are so handsome. Murong Tian is too arrogant. Even if he has learned earth-level swordsmanship, he could never match Brother Yu. Outside the arena, a chorus of boos erupted, with many shaking their heads in disbelief. In response to such remarks, Murong Tian maintained a calm demeanor. After years of experience, he had grown far beyond such trivialities. His heart now brimmed with excitement, his gaze fervently fixed on the figure of Yu Jingyuan, who stood with hands clasped behind his back. Today, he would fight to establish his name, wielding the swordsmanship taught to him directly by his master. Qing and Peak, Murong Tian, he proclaimed passionately, cupping his fists in salute. Qing Fu Peak, Yu Jingyuan, please make your move. Yu Zhenyuan displayed far more humility and courtesy than Wang Hu, showing no hint of disdain. Very well. Murong Tian responded decisively, drawing his dark sword and leaping into the air to unleash the first stance of the Benlei sword. Thunderclouds gather. The sword's hum resonated like the rumble of thunder. Yet just as this powerful strike descended, a fierce wind arose, forming a barrier of flowing air before Yu Zhenyuan. With a flicker of runes, he effortlessly deflected the blow, remaining firmly rooted in place. The violent gust swept through, toppling Murong Tian, who staggered back several steps. Brother Yu is magnificent. Just as expected, without even making a move, he has already forced that lad back. If he truly strikes, won't the arena be overturned? Cheers from the spectators rose in crescendo. Wang, who watched Murong Tian's failed strike with a cold smile, feeling immense satisfaction. Since he could not defeat him, watching him get defeated was also a source of enjoyment. Again, Murong Tian, undeterred, ignited with the fervor of battle, rising once more with his sword aimed forward. Thunder crashes upon the mountains. As he executed the second stance of the Benlei sword, thunder roared across the arena, and a torrent of lightning sword shadows surged forth like lashes. Yet, even in the face of this grand display, Yu Zhenyuan remained unperturbed, his gaze sharpening slightly. With a swift rush of wind, the lightning sword shadows dissipated once more. Murong Tian felt as though he had been struck hard in the chest by the wind, letting out a muffled grunt as he retreated several steps. Nearly falling from the arena, many disciples observed that Murong Tian's 2 strikes had failed to breach the defenses, leading them to believe the outcome was already decided. Some even shouted for him to concede, urging him not to humiliate himself further. The strongest 2 strikes have been unleashed, yet they cannot penetrate Brother Yu's wind talisman barrier. Huh, does he still think he can win? Li Yin smirked, casting a derisive glance at Shen and Shunin, maintaining a calm demeanor, merely flicked his ear and returned to his thoughts. Do not worry, my disciple possesses more than just these 2 tricks. Stuborn, Li Yin skufa. Dismissing him. In the arena, Murong Tian inhaled deeply, extending his left hand into a sword finger, his gaze sharpening further. What does he intend? Does he plan to strike down his enemy with just a finger? Ha ha ha! Li Yin had initially believed Murong Tian might possess some hidden technique, but upon seeing him abandon his sword in favor of a finger, he could not help but laugh. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. With a crackle, several bolts of thunder erupted. Despite the distance between them, Murong Tian did not visibly draw his sword, yet suddenly, beneath Yu Zhenyuan's feet, bolts of thunder as thick as barrels erupted, transforming into a colossal sword shadow that struck forth. The third strike, thunder erupted from the ground. Witnessing the sudden appearance of these far more powerful sword shadows, Yu Zhenyuan furrowed his brows and finally drew a hand from behind his back, his palm glowing with runic light. Wind talisman. As the runic pattern surged, the winds around him turned violent, roaring as if transforming into a ferocious beast ready to devour. Yet in an instant, this beast was overwhelmed by the thunder. Amidst the flickering remnants, Murong Tian surged forward, sword in hand, a multitude of lightning following as he executed a fierce thrust. With a crackle, Yu Zhenyuan retreated explosively, the winds around him collapsing under the relentless onslaught of lightning. He gazed at the tattered robes torn apart by the lightning, his expression one of astonishment. What a formidable strike! The sudden surge of power left the audience in stunned silence, frozen in place. This strike had already reached the level of low-grade Earth tier. It was significantly more potent than the previous 2. Numerous elders gasped in disbelief at the scene before them. Li Yan stood dumfunda momenzangola. He had mocked Murong Tian for using his finger. Xian Yuzi instinctively furrowed his brow, his expression grave. When he extended his sword finger, I distinctly felt a powerful sword aura gathering at the ground, culminating in this thunderous strike. Li Yin was at a loss, realizing that apart from himself, no one else had dared to mock Murong Tian, as they recognized the strength of this strike. Reflecting on his earlier ridicule, he felt a burning embarrassment, akin to being made a fool of. How about it, Yinli Hall Master? Are you ready for your name to be turned upside down? Shen glanced at him with a hint of amusement. The elders exchanged glances, and Li Yan's expression darkened. However, Yu Xingyuan had yet to employ the Tianjin talisman, meaning this battle was far from over. Zheng Sanshan nodded appreciatively, remarking, "I never expected Murong Tian to master such a technique. It seems Zheng Yuan will need to resort to the Tianjin talisman if he wishes to win today." He remained relaxed, showing no concern for his disciples' potential defeat. The surrounding disciples, witnessing Murong Tian breach Yu Xingyuan's wind talisman, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Could such a powerful strike truly be executed by the seemingly talentless Murong Tian? Yu Xingyuan frowned at his damaged robes, his expression one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that he would almost be harmed by that strike. Given the intensity of the previous strike, it seemed that apart from the recently comprehended Tianjin talisman, he had no other means to counter. "Well done, Brother Murong. But be cautious from here on." Yu Xingyuan spoke softly, his eyes brightening as he extended a hand to trace the air. As his fingers sketched through the air like a brush, runic patterns began to materialize before him. The intricate designs shimmered with the sharpness of a sword, causing anyone who beheld them to feel an intense pain in their eyes. It was the Tianjin talisman. I never expected Brother Yu to be forced to use the Tianjin talisman by this fellow. Once this talisman was invoked, Brother Yu would be able to contend against those at the peak of the Qi Si stage and emerge victorious. Murong Tian had no chance of winning. The disciples in the audience buzzed with excitement, their disdain for Murong Tian beginning to wane, yet still, no one believed he had a chance of victory. Sword go! With the Tianjin talisman completed before him, Yu Xingyuan's gaze turned sharp as he waved his sleeve. In an instant, countless beams of swords surged forth like the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, targeting Murong Tian with a formidable sharpness. Faced with this torrent of blades, Murong Tian did not dare to be careless. His expression grave, he once again unleashed the third form of the thunderclap sword, striking forth. Bolts of lightning as thick as water barrels erupted from his sword, resonating with a thunderous roar. Yet, despite the might of this lightning, it faltered before the silver river of swords, disintegrating completely within a few breaths. The overwhelming force of the sword river pushed Murong Tian to the edge of the arena, causing him to spit blood and revealing numerous sword scars upon his body. Murong Wishidi Konchede. If you were of the same realm, perhaps you could contest with me using this earth-grade sword technique, but you're merely at the initial stage of Qi Si, Yu Xingyuan remarked, gesturing as the silver sword river swirled around him. Beneath his fluttering white robe, the formidable sword intent battered the arena, leaving it riddled with damage, exuding the aura of a master. In the stands, Elder Zhao Cheng of Qingxi Peak, who had been holding his breath, finally relaxed, unable to suppress the cold sweat that had slipped down his cheek. Fortunately, it appeared that Murong Tian's sword technique was not sufficient to rival the Tianjin Fu. He cast a furtive glance at Shen Anzai, silently relieved. If Murong Tian had lost, he would have been forced to pay Shen Anzai 500,000 gold. He had wagered 50,000 gold on Murong Tian's victory. At that moment, many had regarded this situation as a mere jest. But now it seemed evident that had Murong Tian been at a higher level, he might have had a genuine hope of triumphing. Li Yan also secretly exhaled, having unknowingly gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, revealing his tension. Should Murong Tian emerge victorious, his name would be read in reverse. How could he not be anxious? Just as he prepared to turn and make a sarcastic remark, Xian Yuzi suddenly spoke up, his tone grave. "No, it appears Murong Tian still has one sword left." Everyone was taken aback, frowning as they looked down. Indeed, Murong Tian seemed unwilling to concede, his long sword crossed before his chest, as if he were gathering his strength. Even if he had one last sword, could it possibly break the Tianjin Fu? Li Yan scoffed, muttering that if he truly could win, he would eat while standing on his head. His voice trailed off as he caught sight of Shen Anzai's inscrutable expression, causing a sense of unease to stir within him. "Why has elderly ceased speaking?" Shen Anzai inquired, showing a keen interest. After all, even in his previous life, he had only seen someone eat. He had never witnessed anyone do so while standing on their head. He hadn't anticipated an opportunity to broaden his horizons. Li Yan snurka, opting to remain silent for safety's sake. Who knew if Murong Tian might get lucky? Though it was unlikely, what if he did win? Without speaking, Shen Anzai displayed a hint of regret, having expected to witness something extraordinary. In the arena, Yu Yuan regarded Murong Tian, who held his sword across his chest, and could not help but furrow his brow, his expression turning serious. He could distinctly sense a powerful sword intent gathering ahead, even feeling a subtle pull on his Tianjian Fu. Buzz! The air resonated with a brilliant sword chant. Xiao Aohai suddenly stood from his seat, fixated on Murong Tian in the arena. The previous sword chant had been the voice of the heavens. What sword technique was he about to unleash that could summon such cosmic might? Xian Yuzi's brow furrowed. Memories of the celestial phenomena observed above Lingfu Mountain resurfacing in his mind. At the time, he had assumed it was Yu Yuan, who comprehended the Tianjian Fu within the Yu Fu Tower that had triggered it. Yet now, he found himself wavering, as the center of that celestial phenomenon had not appeared to be at Qingfu Peak, but rather at Qingyun Peak. Murong Tian raised his head, and at that moment, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation, akin to an unparalleled sword unsheathed, radiating brilliance. The formidable sword intent coalesced around him, and the black sword in his hand emitted a chilling light that instilled awe. Yu Xixiang, in addition to the thunderclap sword, my master has imparted another sword to me. I beseech you to test it. Chapter 33. Victor Murong Tian. Many elders found themselves rising involuntarily beneath the overwhelming sword intent, while the surrounding disciples held their breath, their minds momentarily blank. This intense sword intent even overshadowed Yu Yuan's Tianjian Fu. Even Shen Anzai felt a tinge of anxiety. Although he knew that one sword could open the gates of heaven and was undoubtedly superior to the Tianjian Fu, Murong Tian's realm was merely at the initial stage of Qi Si, lagging behind Yu Yuan. Whether he could win or not was still uncertain. What a formidable sword intent! Yu Yuan's expression grew grave, his eyes gleaming with dark light. At that moment, he summoned all his mental energy, striving to activate the ethereal symbol above his head. The silver sword river encircling him grew even more resplendent and tumultuous, transforming into a raging wave that surged toward Murong Tian. Once again facing the Tianjian Fu, Murong Tian's battle spirit ignited fiercely. With a low shout, he swung his black sword. One sword opened the gates of heaven. Swish! A dazzling beam of sword light soared into the sky, as if the heavens and earth had lost their colors at that moment, leaving only the radiant sword light. The sharp sword intent and overwhelming power reached their zenith in that instant. In a mere moment, the heavens resonated once more with a brilliant sword chant, and the sword river was effortlessly cleaved in two. Yu Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, and the Tianjian Fu above him shattered in an instant. The fierce sword energy surged toward him, instilling an overwhelming sense of impending doom. There was no escape. Zheng Yuan, be careful, Zhang Sanshan shouted, his face a mask of concern. Just as he prepared to intervene, the radiant sword light halted before Yu Yuan, refraining from advancing further. Murong Tian's complexion paled, after performing a flourish with his black sword. He sheathed it, and the sword light dissipated. Yu Xixiang, I am grateful for your graciousness. He clasped his hands together, his youthful face unable to hide his elation. He had won. The arena fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe that Murong Tian had effortlessly destroyed the Tianjian Fu with that sword. Yu Yuan was the first to regain his composure, casting a deep glance at Murong Tian before returning the gesture. Murong Shidi, your sword technique is remarkable. I thank you for showing mercy. It is I who has lost. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he turned and walked off the arena toward the high platform. At that moment, the elder presiding over the match finally reacted, promptly announcing, the victor is Qingyun Peak's Murong Tian. As the resounding voice echoed throughout the martial arts hall, the astonished disciples slowly regained their senses, filled with disbelief. What? Murong Tian actually won. What was that sword just now? I felt as if, by merely wielding that sword intent, I could have been easily slain. What level of sword technique could possibly be so powerful that it could shred the Tianjian Fu with a single strike? The crowd erupted in a flurry of astonishment, everyone unable to comprehend the situation. Congratulations to the host for assisting the disciple in becoming the champion of the set competition, completing the task, and receiving rewards. Acquired experience X1 for a 5th grade alchemist, skill card package X1. Hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Shen Anzai could hardly contain his laughter. As the continuous influx of alchemist experience flooded his memory, only one word resonated within him: delight. The skill card package contained items previously mentioned by the system: 5-time limited cards for the Guiyuan realm and 1 consumption card for the Dilling realm. As for what skills could be unlocked, that would have to wait for later. In the stands, all the elders turned their gaze toward Shen Anzai at that moment. Among them, 2 individuals appeared particularly pained. One was Zhao Cheng, the peak master of Qingxi Peak, his face etched with bitterness. He had not anticipated losing 500,000 gold to Shen Anzai so suddenly. However, he consoled himself that most had wagered on Yuzheng Yuan, so he would consider it a minor loss. The other, naturally, was Elder Li Yin, the master of the law enforcement hall. At this moment, he clenched his fists, his expression grim. He never anticipated that Mu Rong Tian would actually emerge victorious. Master, I have won. The young boy, sword in tow, rushed from the arena, his face alight with excitement. His demeanor resembled that of a well-behaved child eagerly awaiting praise from parents, devoid of the sharpness he had displayed moments earlier in the arena. Indeed, very good, very good. It is not in vain that I have poured such effort into teaching you the sword. Shen beamed, nodding with a smile so wide it nearly split his face. Liu Yinqin and Xiao Ao Hai exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a grave seriousness regarding the scene before them. They were astonished to discover that Mu Rong Tian had mastered such a formidable sword technique. To compete with the Tian Jian Fu, one would need at least a ground-level martial skill, yet to utterly shatter the Tian Jian Fu while still being at a slight disadvantage in realm. That strike must have brushed against the threshold of celestial-level martial arts. Not only the 2 of them, but also Xian Yuzi bore a solemn expression. Celestial-level martial arts were exceedingly rare. In the entire Dun dynasty, there existed but one. That was the Shunlong Jin, a technique only the crown prince was permitted to practice within the royal family of Da, and even outside, it was impossible to acquire. How on earth did Mu Rong Tian learn such a sword technique? If it was indeed Shen and who taught him, from where did Shen and acquire this skill? Elder Shen, may I ask the origin of the sword technique employed by Mu Rong Tian just now? Xian Yuzi inquired with a serious tone. If it were merely a ground-level martial skill, he might not have pursued its source, but should it transcend that level, he felt compelled to inquire further. The dissemination of celestial-level martial arts could invite a multitude of troubles. Just observing the increasingly fervent gazes of the disciples present made it evident how alluring a celestial-level technique could be to others. I taught it, Shen replied casually. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, and Xian Yuzi pressed further. From where exactly did you acquire this sword technique? Shen had long anticipated their concerns. He understood the adage that a common man bears no guilt, yet holding a precious gem invites envy. And he was well aware of the dangers of standing out too prominently. Were it not for the task imposed by this so-called dog currency system, he would prefer to keep his disciple out of the limelight. It was imparted to me by a powerful individual I encountered during my travels in the extreme north. Extreme north? Xiao Ao Hai furrowed his brow, glancing at Liu Yinqin in unison. The extreme north is no tranquil place. It harbors the most perilous regions of the entire Nanju domain, characterized by vast deserts and the presence of savage beings. Even the occasional gusts of wind found there are formidable enough to challenge those in the Tianling realm. Shen, and at the late stage of body refinement, dared to venture into the extreme north? Was he not afraid of being swept away by the winds? What level of power was this individual? Xian Yuzi pressed on. I cannot specify the exact realm, but I witnessed him point a finger, causing the void to lament, and he wielded countless supernatural powers. Shen recounted thoughtfully, adding a touch of gravity to his words. At this, everyone present felt a tremor of astonishment. To stir the void and command supernatural strength. That surely indicated an existence, at least within the nirvana realm of the upper 3 levels. Chapter 34. The Master is finally ready to act. In the entirety of the Da dynasty, there was not a single individual of the upper three realms. It was said that those of the Nirvana realm had transcended the mortal coil, becoming true powerful beings. The even higher realm, the Chong-Su realm, could perceive illusions and dominate a domain of their own, capable of altering the very winds and trembling the mountains with a mere gesture. As for the Zhenzhou realm, their level of power was yet unknown to their understanding. However, even a being of the Nirvana realm could traverse the entirety of the Dan dynasty, or even the entire Nanju domain with ease. That powerful figure had shared a toast with me and even proposed a brotherhood in a peach garden, declaring himself the elder brother while I took the role of the second brother, promising to visit me in the Nanju domain soon. Shen spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, as if recounting a trivial event. For a moment, the elders exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting uncertainty. They found it hard to believe that Shen En, with his character, would dare venture into the extreme north. Yet, this seemed to be the only explanation for how he could impart such sword techniques to Mu Rongtian. Upon hearing this, Shen Anzai could not help but nod in silent agreement. If Shen En indeed had a powerful ally in the Nirvana realm, then even if the news of the great competition spread, those with ulterior motives would have to think twice before approaching Lingfu Mountain. When will this powerful individual arrive? Xiao Ao Hai suddenly inquired, his tone laced with urgency, as though he longed for a precise answer. Beside him, Xiao Jingshui's bright eyes sparkled with a hint of hope. Shen En shook his head. I am not certain. At this, both Xiao Ao Hai and his daughter lowered their gazes, a hint of disappointment evident. Everyone accepted this claim, except for Mu Rongtian, who stood silently to the side. He was acutely aware that Shen En had not left Lingfu Mountain in the past 3 years. How could he encounter such a peerless powerhouse? Nevertheless, he resolved to heed his master's words, believing there must be a reason behind them. What nonsense! Do you truly believe this? At that moment, Yanli scoffed derisively. He was adamant in his disbelief. How could one so easily encounter a being of the Nirvana realm? Even if one did, would they truly pledge brotherhood with someone like Shen En? Shen An's lips curled into a slight smile, relishing the prospect of someone questioning and doubting him, thus providing an opportunity for him to prove himself. Yanli, you may choose to believe or not. However, the competition has occurred, and now it is time for our matter to unfold. Your previous suspicion regarding my disciple's collusion with the demonic sect remains unresolved. If you do not offer an apology, do not blame Shen for being merciless. What a joke. As a master of the Gui Yuan realm, do I fear you, a mere late-stage body refiner? Yanli retorted with a cold laugh, eager to see if the so-called Nirvana realm powerhouse had truly taught Shen En anything worthwhile. With that, he flicked his robes and leaped onto the arena. Only then did Shen Anzai and the others recall that Shen En still had to face Yanli. Previously, they had held no expectations for the outcome of this battle, as a late-stage body refiner could not contend with someone in the late Gui Yuan realm. However, after hearing Shen An's claims regarding the powerful ally, they began to reconsider. If he had indeed encountered such a being and maintained a close relationship with them, perhaps Shen En might have obtained some fortuitous opportunity. If he could truly defeat Yanli, then the likelihood of his claims holding truth would be significantly high. Conversely, if he failed, the authenticity of his words would come into question. Be cautious. As Shen En prepared to descend, a gentle voice reached his ears. He turned in surprise to see Lu Yanqin, her brow slightly furrowed. He has been stagnating in the Gui Yuan realm for many years and possesses the strength of a half-step Earth Spirit realm. If you choose to engage him, beware of his ability to draw upon the Earth's power. While the body refining and Qi-Si realms were straightforward, breaking through to the Gui Yuan realm required transforming internal spiritual energy into spiritual essence, with the subsequent upper 3 realms being even more formidable. The Earth Spirit realm could harness the power of the Earth, boasting formidable defensive capabilities and immense force aided by the Earth's energy. On the other hand, the Tianling realm could command both celestial and terrestrial energies, allowing for swift movement across vast distances. As for the Qian Kuan realm, it had entirely transcended the standards of ordinary individuals, wielding supernatural powers to cover immense distances in an instant. Even a half-step Earth Spirit realm would possess limited Earth power, incomparable to an ordinary Gui Yuan realm practitioner. Is Elder Lu showing concern for me? Shen blinked in surprise. Lu Yanqing's brow remained furrowed, and she did not respond. Ha ha, merely a half-step earth spirit realm. What have I, Shen, to fear? He erupted into hearty laughter. Although he yearned to leap off the stage like Yanli, he could only descend step by step while drawing out the sword from Mu Rong Tian's back. Disciple, watch closely, for I shall teach you what true Ben Lei Jian truly is. Mu Rong Tian stood firm, his youthful, clear eyes now brimming with anticipation. It's happening. My master is finally going to make a move. Below the stage, Yanli cast a cold gaze at Shen Anzai as he approached, impatience flickering in his eyes. Today, he had been thoroughly vexed by this fellow. Not only had he lost money to him, but he had also been publicly humiliated, even changing his name in the process. If he did not reclaim his honor, he would henceforth spell Yin, Li's name backward. The numerous disciples had grasped the context of this duel and exchanged peculiar glances. They were unaware of the earlier remarks made by Shen Anzai. They merely thought that someone in the late stage of body refinement daring to challenge a Gui Yuan expert was either foolish or utterly insane. However, due to Mu Rong Tian's previous surprising victory, they hesitated to mock him any further. For every time they jeered, Mu Rong Tian seemed to win once more. I'll let you have 3 moves first, lest anyone accuse me of bullying you. Yanli regarded him with contempt, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. You said it yourself. I never asked you to hold back. Shen Anzai, gripping the black sword, looked at him with a peculiar expression. I shall remain here. Feel free to strike. Yanli held his head high, his demeanor radiating pride. As he stood, tendrils of brownish-yellow energy emerged from beneath his feet, coalescing beside him into an invisible barrier akin to towering mountains, unyielding and indestructible. This was the earth power that only a powerful expert in the Diling realm could command. Very well, I shall not be polite. Shen Anzai nodded, secretly activating the Ben Lei Jian consumption card he had drawn. In an instant, he felt a surge of immense strength spreading within him, his limbs vibrating with exhilaration from this unprecedented power. Crack! As Shen Anzai stepped forward, the stage erupted with countless spiderweb-like fissures, a powerful aura enveloping the arena, and soared intense sword into the heavens. This stage was crafted from iron blue stone. Even during the previous battle between Mu Rong Tian and Yu Zhengyuan, it had only barely borne the marks of their clash. Yet now, with just a single step from Shen Anzai, the stage was on the verge of shattering into pieces. Suan Yuzi, Cao Hai, and Lu Yanqing were all momentarily stunned. As for Yanli, witnessing Shen Anzai nearly shatter the stage with a single step left him utterly flabbergasted. What the hell? A late-stage body refinement expert almost destroyed a stage made of iron blue stone with a single step? Chapter 35. 5 swords. While Yanli was still in shock, a rumble echoed in the air as a streak of sword light descended like thunderclouds. Yanli, bless yourself. Shen Anzai bellowed, his black sword soaring forth like a dragon, the overwhelming sword intent erupting far more powerfully than when Mu Rong Tian wielded it. Boom! With a resounding crash, the protective barrier formed from earth power around Yanli shattered. The powerful lightning struck him back a step, confusion etched on his face. Gazing at Shen Anzai, who stood sword in hand, exuding an astonishing aura, he felt 1,000 curses surge within him. Who the hell, said Shen Anzai, was merely a late-stage body refinement expert. Have you ever seen one who can shatter the stage with a step and cleave the earth's power with a sword? The elders in the audience, including Xian Yuzi, stood in shock, their expressions a mix of disbelief. Lu Yanqing instinctively parted her lips, unable to fathom the reality unfolding before her. Shen Anzai's sword strike undoubtedly possessed the strength of a peak Gui Yuan expert. Was he not a late-stage body refinement expert? When did he acquire such power? Master, well done. Mu Rong Tian exclaimed excitedly, his face alight with joy. Truly, my master broke through Elder Yanli's defenses with a single sword strike. My master has indeed been concealing his cultivation. Below the stage, the gathered disciples exchanged bewildered glances, questioning their own wakefulness. First, Mu Rong Tian had achieved a stunning upset over Yu Zhengyuan, and now Shen Anzai had transformed from a late-stage body refinement expert into a peak Gui Yuan expert. Shen Anzai, when did you break through? Yan questioned, his tone grave, his expression darkening. Had he known Shen Anzai possessed such strength, he would never have claimed to allow him 3 moves. I haven't broken through. I'm still merely a late-stage body refinement expert. Shen Anzai blinked, spreading his hands in feigned confusion. Is Elder Yin Li retracting his offer to let me have 3 moves? Xian Yuzi and the others furrowed their brows, channeling their mental energy to discern the situation. And confusion bloomed within them. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy or any sign of a breakthrough. He truly was just a late-stage body refinement expert. But what was up with that sword just now? Yin Li's expression darkened. He felt as if he had bitten into a bitter gourd but had no recourse for complaint. Fine, 3 moves it is. You still have 2 chances left, he declared, once more gathering the earth power to form a protective barrier and retrieving a set of mid-grade defensive armor from his storage ring to don. Come on, let us continue. With his defenses in place, he felt somewhat reassured and spoke with his head held high. Observing his shamelessness in donning defensive armor, Shen Anzai couldn't help but reveal a look of disdain. Disciple, watch closely. This is the second sword of Ben Lei Jian, Kuang Lei Chui Shan. Shen Anzai raised his sword once more and thrust it forward with fervor. In an instant, thunder and lightning clashed. The overwhelming destructive power transformed into a tempest of thunder, surging forth with his sword thrust. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated as the stage could no longer withstand the force and exploded, shattering into pieces. Yin Li stumbled back several steps, his complexion pale as the earth barrier crumbled, and even the armor on him began to lose its luster. Before he could react, Shen Anzai raised his sword again. The third sword of Ben Lei Jian, Ping Di Qi Jing Lei. The previously subdued lightning reemerged, and the sound of its explosion was deafening enough to threaten the eardrums of all present. A thunderbolt as thick as a barrel surged forth from the ground, connecting heaven and earth, crashing down upon Yin Li. As the lightning dissipated, all eyes focused on the scene, collectively inhaling a sharp breath. Yin Li Zermo Lai Shetarat. His body charred black, his hair singed and frizzled. He appeared utterly disheveled. Such formidable swordsmanship. Xiao Ao Hai rose to his feet, his expression grave. The swordplay exhibited by Shen Anzai was on an entirely different level from that of Mu Rong Tian. If Mu Rong Tian's techniques emphasized the sharpness of the sword, lacking a certain essence, then Shen Anzai's sword transformed into thunder, vividly presenting an aura of annihilation akin to divine punishment. So, the essence of Ben Lei Jian lies in the fusion of thunderous intent and sword intent. Mu Rong Tian pondered from a stance, his eyes sparkling with insight. Shen Anzai, you are courting death. With 3 moves now behind him, Yin Li could no longer contain his rage, roaring out in fury. Being struck by lightning and reduced to a charred figure in front of so many, including his goddess, was a humiliation more unbearable than death itself. Zhao Hai Yin, as his roar echoed, Yin Li unleashed a palm strike, countless strands of spiritual energy infused with earth power transforming into roaring waves, crashing toward Shen Anzai with astonishing force. This was the Hallmaster's signature technique, a low-grade, earth-ranked martial skill, Dao Haiyin. Yin Li had even infused it with earth power, making its might utterly terrifying. How would Elder Shen respond to this? Gasps erupted from the crowd, their eyes glued to the unfolding duel, fearful of missing a single moment. The fourth sword of Ben Lei Jian, Lei Ji Chuan Yunpa, whoosh. All that was visible amidst the crashing waves was a fleeting flash of sword light. The sword's brilliance bore the power to pierce through clouds and break the moon, cleaving the oncoming tidal waves in an instant. Yin Li was taken aback, never expecting that his signature martial skill could be so effortlessly countered. The fifth sword of the Ben Lei Jian, Tian Lei Dong Qian Kuan. Shen stepped forward, his long sword slashing fiercely. Boom! The clear sky suddenly erupted with thunder, as if ominous clouds were gathering. A gigantic sword composed of lightning descended with a tremendous crash, aimed directly at Yin Li. Faced with the thunderous sword from above, Yin Li's eyelids twitched violently, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The sheer power of this strike instilled an overwhelming sense of helplessness within him. Boom! The ground of the martial arts hall collapsed by 3 feet, dust swirling to the heavens, while the sound of thunder crackled incessantly. Everyone held their breath, not daring to exhale, staring dumbfounded at the center. As the dust began to settle, a figure in white emerged into view, with a countenance like fine jade, one hand behind his back and the other gripping the sword. Shen stood proudly amidst the sea of thunder. In stark contrast, Yanli lay sprawled on the ground, his garments torn to shreds, his body charred black, smoke escaping from his mouth. He appeared utterly wretched, almost unrecognizable as the once dreaded leader of the law enforcement hall. The might of that sword was truly terrifying. Many elders present gasped in astonishment, fear and disbelief evident in their eyes. The thunderous might contained in that strike had even caused the genuine Earth Spirit Realm experts among them to feel a sense of trepidation, let alone Yanli, who was merely a half-step into the Earth Spirit Realm. It was a stroke of immense fortune that he had survived that strike. Lu Yanqin, her red lips slightly parted, gazed in astonishment at Shen, standing calmly with his sword amidst the swirling dust. When did this fellow acquire such formidable strength? Chapter 36, Disciple. Take a bag to the Spirit Herb Hall. 5 swords, just 5 swords, and he had easily defeated a half-step Earth Spirit Realm expert. The spectators were left speechless, utterly unable to comprehend the scene before them. Who could have imagined that Shen, a mere disciple from Qingyun Peak, possessed strength far beyond the rumored late-stage body refinement, capable of overpowering the leader of the law enforcement hall? Elder Shen. Has he already entered the Earth Spirit Realm? It was unclear, but he was certainly not at the late-stage body refinement. Numerous disciples stared in bewilderment at this extraordinary spectacle. Shen turned around and, seizing the fleeting opportunity of the Ben Lei Jian's power still lingering, tossed his black sword onto the stage. Whoosh! The black sword accurately returned to the sheath behind Mu Rongtian. Disciple, have you grasped the subtleties of the Ben Lei Jian? Shen, hands behind his back, spoke nonchalantly. With an air of calm and composure, he exuded an aura of a master, leaving Xian Yuzi and the other elders momentarily stunned. Although he appeared serene, Shen An's heart was already overflowing with joy. What a thrill! Master, I understand. Mu Rongtian exclaimed excitedly, his eyes filled with reverence. Worship value 20. Mu Rongtian's current worship value level, 7. Reward. Lingxi Ru X1. Xianling Quan Yuan X1. Lingxi Ru. Xianling Quan Yuan? Shen was momentarily taken aback, hastily examining the effects of his newly acquired rewards. Lingxi Ru contains the essence of the universe, effectively aiding the growth of spiritual herbs and medicines, enhancing their efficacy, and increasing the concentration of heavenly spiritual energy, initially within a radius of 3 zhang, which will automatically expand over time. Xianling Quan Yuan. The liquid from the spiritual spring flows endlessly, capable of dispelling diseases and disasters, reviving withered plants, and assisting martial artists in their cultivation. Good heavens, is the system feverish? Are these rewards truly packaged together? After reading the descriptions, Shen was overjoyed, somewhat doubting whether the system had lost its mind. Detected disrespect towards the system, rewards will be revoked immediately. No, I was wrong. After much persuasion, Shen managed to retain the rewards with a smile. Xian Yuzi, Xiao Aohai, and the others now regarded Shen with piercing gazes, their expressions filled with suspicion. No matter how they looked at it, this fellow appeared to be merely at the late-stage body refinement. Yet those 5 strikes were undeniably real. What was truly going on? Or could it be that Shen's strength had reached a level beyond their detection? Xian Yuzi and the others shook their heads. It was impossible. He must have learned some concealed breathing technique from that Nirvana realm expert. Ahem, Elda Zhao. Shen coughed a couple of times, looking towards the direction of Qingxi Peak. Zhao Cheng wore a pained expression. Elder Shen, do not worry. I will have someone deliver the 50,000 gold without a single coin missing to Qingyun Peak shortly. What a generous Elder Zhao. Shen grinned widely, giving him a thumbs up. The latter could only smile wryly. He wished he could be stingy, but considering Yin Li's fate, being generous seemed the better option. Although he was in the Earth Spirit Realm, enduring those strikes was no small feat. Moreover, Shen had an unknown Nirvana Realm expert backing him. Xian Yuzi and the others exchanged glances. At this point, no one doubted the authenticity of Shen's An's powerful ally. Xiao Aohai frowned, glancing at the distant Xiao Jingxue. Lost in thought. Master, the set competition has concluded. My disciple performed commendably. Did I not mislead my students? Shen Anzai turned to Xian Yuzi. The other elders chuckled. If producing a champion from the competition constituted misleading students, what would that make them? Certainly not. Xian Yuzi shook his head. Then do I still have the right to continue as the peak master of Qingyun Peak? Of course you do. Shen Anzai grinned. Then all is well. You may continue your discussions. We shall return to Qingyun Peak first. He was eager to return and discover the miraculous effects of the Lingxi Ru. Xian Yuzi was momentarily taken aback. Before he could react, Shen Anzai had already departed, with Mu Rongtian following suit after bowing to his companions. What? I haven't even declared the competition officially concluded, nor shared my inspiring closing remarks. Just like that, he left without so much as a backward glance. Was this not a bit disrespectful? Xiao Aohai looked at Lu Yunqin in astonishment. Does Elder Shen always act so freely? Lu Yunqin shook her head, her eyelashes fluttering as she watched the retreating figures. I do not know him well. She then turned serious, declaring if that Nirvana realm expert behind him is indeed real, there may yet be hope for the bone-corroding poison. Xiao Aohai nodded, his expression grave. He had already considered this point. However, before he could figure out how to broach the subject with Shen Anzai, the latter had already vanished. You seem to have a close relationship with him. Could you possibly speak on my behalf? Xiao Aohai suggested after some contemplation. Hearing this, Lu Yunqin's gaze flickered before she shook her head. Your Highness, I am merely an acquaintance with Shen Anzai. Our relationship is not as you perceive. Acquaintance? Xiao Aohai regarded her with skepticism. How could he gift you such a precious Zhaoyan Dan, and you're so eager to present him with earth-level martial techniques? Is your relationship truly just an acquaintance? Lu Yunqin was taken aback, blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes at him, and replied earnestly, Your Highness, we are truly just acquaintances. Is that so? Indeed. I do not believe it. Lu Yunqin felt helpless. It was indeed unusual for two people with only a superficial relationship to exchange such valuable gifts. Even Yen Li would find it hard to believe. However, recalling Xiao Aohai's past life-saving grace, she softly nodded in agreement. Since your Highness insists, I shall accompany you to Qingyun Peak tonight. Thank you, Miss Lu. Xiao Aohai expressed his gratitude with a nod, while the following Xiao Jingxue also offered a slight bow. Poised and elegant. Qingyun Peak. Disciple, take a bag to the Spirit Herb Hall. What for? Murongtian gazed in confusion at his master, who was rummaging through boxes in search of burlap sacks. For every withered spirit herb you find, you must bring it back. But it's all dead now. Its medicinal properties have dissipated and it's less valuable than weeds. What do you need that for, master? He pondered, scratching his head. Enough with the nonsense. You must hurry, as Master Su and most disciple from the medicine hall are away. If you can gather some intact spirit herbs, do so. With that, Shen Anzai struck him lightly on the backside with a cat toy, which he used as a makeshift ruler. Ah, wouldn't he that be stealing? What nonsense! I'm taking them openly. How can that be stealing? Shen Anzai gave him another light tap. Besides, as the first in the competition, you are entitled to a reward of spirit herbs. What is wrong with you taking them? Oh, I understand now, said Murong Tian, clutching a burlap sack. Hurry now. I will wait for you here. If you see anything rare in the herb fields, be sure to bring it back. Understood, Murong Tian replied, exiting with his sack. Upon his departure, Shen Anzai excitedly retrieved the Lingxi soil and began searching for a favorable spot on the back mountain of Qingyun Peak. Chapter 37. Is the prince here for a meal, or to console my master? As Shen Anzai hummed a cheerful tune while weeding with a hoe, he remembered he had yet to open the skill card gift pack. Let us see what skills I have acquired. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to stop his work and open the backpack containing the skill card gift pack awarded for helping his disciple achieve first place in the competition. Obtained indestructible skill, Earth Spirit Realm. Consumption card X1. 6 Meridian Sword. Peak of Returning Origin Realm. Time-limited card X5. Indestructible skill and 6 Meridian Sword. Shen Anzai was momentarily bewildered. System. This isn't a martial arts world. Can indestructible skill and 6 Meridian's sword truly demonstrate their power here? Please do not question this system. Simply review the skill descriptions. Skeptical, yet intrigued, Shen focused on the descriptions of the two skill cards. Indestructible skill, defensive skill card. Automatically activates in danger, can withstand attacks from a martial artist one major realm higher for 10 seconds without sustaining any damage. With no side effects. 6 Meridian Sword. A fingertip sword chi capable of severing a person's head from 100 jong away, easily splitting metal and stone. And can effortlessly penetrate the protective martial skills of martial artists of the same realm. This implies that in the future, there may also be indestructible skills and 6 Meridians, swords for the Heavenly Spirit and Qiankoan realms, and perhaps even the 9 Whitebone Claw. There is nothing the system cannot achieve, only what the host cannot conceive. With this, Shen felt a surge of excitement, his imagination racing. If he could accumulate 1,000 time-limited cards for the indestructible skill at the upper 3 realms, wouldn't he that render him invincible? Standing there to receive blows without being harmed seemed plausible. Yet the task remains unfinished. One must continue to strive. He smiled broadly, his face alight with joy as he gazed toward the direction Murong Tian had departed. Whether he could achieve invincibility would depend on the diligence of his obedient disciple. For now, he would first observe the effects of the Lingxi soil and the Xianling spring. Shen looked at the expanse of land already cultivated beneath his feet, panting as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Had he known, he would have waited for Murong Tian to return to plow the fields. After all, having an obedient disciple is meant for, well, such labor. Shaking his head, Shen retrieved a palm-sized piece of black soil from his backpack, examining it closely. This soil seemed to pulsate with vitality, moist and exuding an earthy fragrance. After inquiring about its use, Shen, without hesitation, tossed the Lingxi soil onto the barren land he had cultivated. Miraculously, upon contact with the ground, the Lingxi soil instantly melded with the yellow-brown earth. Before his eyes, the yellow soil beneath him gradually transformed into a shiny dark brown, rich and fertile. The area covered about 3 zhong in circumference, not too large. It steadily expanding outward as it assimilated and grew. According to the system, the Lingxi soil could ultimately spread to encompass 10 mu of land, quite a substantial area. With the presence of the Lingxi soil, Shen decided to transform the back mountain into his own medicinal herb garden. After all, he was now a 5th-grade alchemist, and not having a medicinal garden seemed rather embarrassing. Moreover, he would surely take on more disciples in the future, and establishing a garden would allow him to concoct more elixirs for them. Soon, the medicinal garden began to take shape. In the spot where he had cast the Lingxi soil, Shen also placed the Xianling spring nearby. A basin-sized pit slowly overflowed with crystalline blue, transparent spring water, encouraged by the Lingxi soil to absorb it. System, should I set up some particularly formidable formations to guard these treasures? The host need not worry. No one recognizes the Lingxi soil and Xianling spring. As long as the host does not foolishly disclose their purposes, no one will come to seize them. Moreover, they cannot be taken away, as these items are bound to the host. Do you think I would perish if you didn't annoy me for a day? Shen retorted, rolling his eyes, and resumed his work on the medicinal garden. By evening, at the foot of Qingyan Peak, Lu Yanqin, Xiao Ao Hai, and Xiao Jing Shui arrived together, observing the somewhat desolate mountain path as they walked forward. After a short distance, they heard footsteps behind them. Turning around, they saw Murong Tian sprinting towards them, carrying a burlap sack. Murong, my young friend, what brings you here? Xiao Hai eskich Buzlet. Lu Yanqin frowned, glancing at the sack on his shoulder, catching a faint whiff of medicinal aroma. Junior has met the prince and Elder Lu, Murong Tian said, placing the sack down and clasping his fists in greeting, wiping the sweat from his brow. Master sent me to the Spirit Herb Hall to, acquire some herbs. Acquire? Xiao Ao Hai and the others raised their eyebrows, bemused by the peculiarities of their master-disciple relationship. While it was understandable for someone to gather spirit herbs, it was quite unusual for someone to use a burlap sack for the task. Did he think they were cabbages? What would happen if Master Su returned from the martial arts hall and discovered the herb garden stripped bare? Among the trio's astonished gazes, the gentle Xiao Jing Shui spoke softly, her delicate nose twitching and her gentle eyes sparkling with curiosity. Why do you carry so many already ineffective herbs, young Master Murong? Already ineffective? Xiao Ao Hai and the others exchanged puzzled glances with Murong Tian, who seemed surprised. Although he was unaware of most of the herbs he had gathered, he had heard some disciples of the spirit herb Hall mention them as waste. Some herbs cannot touch water, and some cannot be exposed to light. If not properly cared for, they become waste. How do you know that what I have here is waste? Xiao Jing Shui smiled faintly. Having spent many years in the Medicine King Valley, I have gained considerable insight into herbalism. Distinguishing the condition of common spirit herbs by their scent is not particularly difficult. Is that so impressive? Murong Tian was taken aback, then nodded. These herbs are what my master requested, but I'm not sure what he plans to do with them. Your master? Lu Yinqin and Xiao Ao Hai exchanged glances and inquired. Where's your master now? On the mountain. Are you here to share a meal with him, or for some other matter? Murong Tian asked curiously, blinking. Upon hearing the phrase, share a meal, Xiao Ao Hai's lips twitched as he chuckled. Naturally, we are here to consult Elder Shen about some matters. However, if we are fortunate enough to enjoy a meal, it would indeed be a delightful affair. Oh, then please, Prince and Elder Lu, ascend the mountain. Murong Tian hoisted the burlap sack once more and led them up the mountain, observing him laden with a sack of discarded herbs. Lu Yinqin furrowed her brows throughout the journey. What could Shuna be plotting with so many useless herbs? Chapter 38. A close call, almost taking on another mess. At Qingyan Peak, this marked the first time in many years that guests had graced the halls of Qingyan Palace. Since the peak fell into desolation, Shen had not returned to this place. However, Murong Tian frequently came to tidy up, so it was not entirely neglected. His Highness and Elder Lu are waiting here. I will fetch my master. Thank you, young friend Murong. Xiao Ao Hai nodded in acknowledgement. Murong Tian, with the sack over his shoulder, dashed out of the main hall toward the back mountain. What are you doing with that sack? Why not use a storage ring? Shen inquired, frowning. Murong Tian scratched his head. A few months ago, there was nothing to eat in the peak, so I sold my storage ring to buy food. Sold it? Shen was taken aback, his expression darkening. It seemed the Murong family was indeed in dire straits if Murong Tian had fallen to such a level. However, it was of no consequence. Soon, Qingxi Peak would be sending funds, and he could indulge himself and his disciple upon seeing a small patch of medicinal herbs. Murong Tian was somewhat astonished. Master, what are you doing? Naturally, I am establishing a medicinal herb garden, Shen replied. Satisfaction etched on his face as he observed Murong Tian carrying a sack of spirit herbs. Planting herbs? But we don't have any spirit herb seeds, Murong Tian replied, puzzled. You do not understand. Shen shook his head, taking the sack from his shoulder. He untied it and carefully extracted a few intact, discarded herbs, planting them meticulously in the Lingxi soil. The system had indicated that Lingxi soil and the Xianling spring could not indefinitely restore those withered herbs. To revive them, two conditions must be met. First, the integrity of the herbs must be preserved, and their efficacy cannot be entirely lost. Second, an ample supply of spring liquid from a Xianling source is required. Without it, one can only wait for the source to gradually recover. As he planted several withered spirit herbs, such as the huasha grass, Murong Tian's jaw dropped. The herbs, which had been nearly lifeless, began to show signs of vitality at a visibly rapid pace, regaining their luster and moisture. Meanwhile, the crystalline blue liquid in the nearby spring was slowly decreasing. Huh? Murong Tian was stunned. He had initially thought his master wanted him to fetch these discarded herbs for use in medicinal baths or cooking. Seeing the herbs regaining vitality, Shen wore a pleased expression and tossed a hoe and a machete to Murong Tian. Disciple, this area is entrusted to you. I hope to see that you have plowed this 10 acres by tomorrow and installed a fence nearby. How much? Murong Tian accepted the hoe, somewhat doubting his hearing. Not much, just 10 acres. Master, why don't you do it yourself? When heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a person, it is essential first to toil their muscles and harden their resolve. Murong Tian's face was filled with bitterness. Master, even if I were an ox, I couldn't plow 10 acres in one night. Then start with 5 acres, and I will help you install the fence tomorrow. Murong Tian bitterly nodded. Then, as if recalling something, he slapped his forehead. Master, His Highness and Elder Lu are here for a meal. They are waiting for you in the main hall. His Highness and Elder Lu? Shen was momentarily taken aback. What do they want? Could it be that the effect of the Zhuangyin Dan was remarkable enough for them to come bearing gifts of Earth-grade spirit artifacts? Thinking this, a smile crept onto his face as he patted Murong Tian's shoulder. Disciple, sort the spirit herbs in the sack by category and plant them properly. I will return shortly to check your work. Without waiting for a reply, Shen dashed off. Murong Tian, wearing a bitter expression, gazed at the sack of spirit herbs, unsure of how to proceed. Master, I can't do this. Although he hailed from a family of herbalists, he had never delved into the study of herbalism and had little interest in this area. To be tasked with sorting and planting spirit herbs at this moment was almost like asking for his life. Moreover, he still had to prepare dinner and plow the fields. Now he had to sort the herbs as well. Meanwhile, upon arriving at Qingyun Palace, Shen found Xiao Ao Hai and Lu Yinqin had already been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing him, Xiao Ao Hai immediately rose with a welcoming smile. Shen, equally amiable, replied, Your Highness, what brings you to Qingyun Peak today? Xiao Ao Hai humbly bowed and winked at Lu Yinqin. The latter, with a hint of exasperation, spoke softly, I have heard that Elder Shen possesses profound knowledge in the art of herbalism, to the extent that even a renowned apothecary would be deemed a mere amateur in your eyes. Thus, we have come here to request your assistance with a matter. Huh? Shen was taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances with the group. When did I ever say such a thing? It was my younger sister who heard young friend Muro mention it. He claimed that Elder Shen is no ordinary alchemist. Xiao Ao Hai gazed at him with eager anticipation, his eyes glimmering. Shen An's lips twitched. This rascal dared to put his master in such a predicament. If this word reached the Apothecary Valley, the alchemists of the entire southern domain would surely condemn him, each one contributing their spit to drown him. My disciple spoke out of turn. I hope your highness will forgive him. I am merely in the late stage of body refinement, and do not dare to compare my skills in herbalism with the master of Beichen Valley. Shen clasped his hands and spoke, subtly glancing at the young woman behind Xiao Ao Hai. You do not mean to ask me to treat your daughter, do you? The peculiar looks exchanged between Xiao Ao Hai and Lu Yinqin made Shen uneasy. Late stage of body refinement? The late stage of body refinement capable of nearly cleaving through the half-step spirit realm? Noticing their scrutiny, Shen spoke earnestly, I assure you, I am truly only in the late stage of body refinement. Will you believe me? Not a chance. The three spoke in unison, shaking their heads simultaneously. Shen could only smile wryly at Lu Yinqin. When you mention needing my help, it wouldn't be to treat the county princess, would it? Lu Yinqin gently nodded. Do not feel pressured. If it can be cured, that would be best. If not, that is also acceptable. Indeed, Elder Shen, please do your utmost. If a solution can be found, I will certainly reward you handsomely. Xiao Ao Hai added, nodding, his gaze hopeful if all else fails. I would appreciate it if Elder Shen could introduce me to that elusive expert of the upper three realms. Shen raised his eyebrows, feeling a sense of helplessness. It seemed the true intention behind the visit of the Prince of Southern Zhan was revealed. He had never harbored any hope of curing Xiao Jingxue. He simply wished to utilize Shen and to meet this mythical upper three realms expert and request their assistance in treating Xiao Jingxue. Elder Shen, what are your thoughts? Xiao Ao Hai inquired, his tone slightly expectant. Shen shook his head, causing the former to furrow his brow. It is not that I am unwilling to make the introduction. It is merely that my sworn brother is quite mysterious, and I do not know when he will come to seek me. If he does not arrive for 3 to 5 years, would that not delay the county princess's condition? Xiao Ao Hai sighed, displaying a look of regret. It appeared there was no way forward. My apologies, your highness. I fear I am powerless in this matter. Shen said, clasping his hands apologetically. Do not worry. Xiao Ao Hai waved his hand. It is fate. They cannot be forced. Since that is the case, I shall not impose further. Farewell. Without hope of finding that upper three realms expert, Xiao Ao Hai lost interest in dining and left with a respectful bow. Your highness, take care. Shen quickly rose to see the three off, and once they had departed, he let out a sigh of relief. That was close. He almost took on another troublesome mess. Murong Tian's 3-year agreement was already enough to keep him on edge. If he had to add the burden of treating Xiao Jingxue, he would surely be overwhelmed. On the other side, shortly after Xiao Ao Hai and his companions exited the Qingyun Hall, Mu Rong Tian, who had been waiting nearby, brightened his gaze upon noticing that Shen Anzai had not followed and hurriedly made his way over. Asking him to sort the spiritual herbs was akin to sentencing him to death. Moreover, he had to till the fields in the evening. How could he possibly find the time to meticulously sort and plant each herb? If he were to search through the book for each herb, it would undoubtedly take him 3 hours or more to complete. Thus, he thought of Xiao Jing Shui. The latter could identify the herbs merely by scent, so sorting through them should be a trivial task for her. Chapter 39. You must become my junior sister, Your Highness, Elder Lu. Mu Rong Tian approached and bowed. Mu Rong Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Xiao Hai inquired. Scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, Mu Rong Tian spoke. I have a matter I wish to request the princess's assistance with. Me? Xiao Jing Shui's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Please feel free to ask, Mu Rong Gongzi. Then, Mu Rong Tian explained his desire for her help in sorting the spiritual herbs. Although surprised, she nodded in agreement. Curiosity piqued about what Elder Shen intended to do with so many discarded herbs. Xiao Ao Hai and Lu Yinqin did not stop her, allowing Xiao Jing Shui to stay behind while they departed. The poison within her had already been subdued by Lu Yinqin once, and it would not flare up in the short term, so there was no cause for concern. The two made their way to the herb field behind the mountain. Xiao Jing Shui curiously surveyed the area. Qing Yun Peak was indeed picturesque, though lacking particularly enchanting scenery. The gentle breeze and lush greenery brought a pleasant feeling. As she gazed ahead, her attention was caught by several robust spiritual herbs sprouting from the dark brown soil, causing her to pause in disbelief. Is this the discarded herbs that Mu Rong Gongzi mentioned? She asked, unable to comprehend, for she distinctly remembered the scent she had detected earlier being completely different. The Hua, Shi Chao, and Yu Hua should have long since withered, nearing death. How could they now appear so vibrant and full of life? Mu Rong Qian nodded. Indeed, my master instructed me to classify the remaining spiritual herbs, but I am not knowledgeable about them, which is why I thought to ask the princess for help. He scratched his head, perplexed as to how the herbs had become more robust in such a short time. Xiao Jing Shui furrowed her brows slightly. Stepping forward to examine the soil, she crouched down, delicately pinching some dark earth between her fingers and bringing it to her nose, only to be astounded by the overwhelming vitality contained within. It was even more fertile than the Herb King's fields. Yet, even the Herb King's fields could not cultivate discarded herbs into treasures. Was there some hidden secret within this herb field? Or could it be that Elder Shen possessed extraordinary skills in revitalizing herbs on the brink of death? Her brows knitted in confusion. Her gaze fell upon a pit beside the herb field. It seemed to have held water previously, but was now dry, amidst the otherwise even herb field. This pit stood out conspicuously. Why is there a pit left in the herb field? She inquired, puzzled. Mu Rong Tian looked up and shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps my master simply overlooked it. I will fill it in now. Saying this, he picked up a shovel and promptly filled the pit, patting it down firmly. The pit was now level and visually pleasing. All done. Mu Rong Tian clapped his hands and stood up. Meanwhile, Xiao Jing Shui had begun sorting through the spiritual herbs in the sack. As she delved deeper, her expression grew peculiar. 50-year-old Bai Ling Yi, 100-year-old He Ling Shun, 70-year-old Lan Dai Gua. Aside from the top layer of discarded herbs, the lower layer was filled with intact and valuable spiritual herbs. Elder Shen wanted discarded herbs. But what are these? She raised a withered blue butterfly fruit in her hand, questioning. Oh, those were also taken at my master's behest. He said to take some spiritual herbs, while Hall Master Su has not yet returned to the herb hall. Casually? Xiao Jing Shui raised an eyebrow, glancing at the fruit in her hand and the sack containing at least dozens of well-preserved and potent spiritual herbs. Indeed, quite casual. None of these herbs were under 50 years of age, and all were precious. She wondered how the Hall Master would react upon learning of this. Can the princess categorize these herbs? Mu Rong Tian asked expectantly. Certainly. Xiao Jing Shui nodded slightly. Sorting through herbs was no challenge for her. While she sorted the discarded herbs, Mu Rong Tian observed her. Noticing her complexion had improved significantly, he asked, Has the poison within you been resolved? Xiao Jing Shui's gaze dimmed slightly as she shook her head gently. This poison is difficult to resolve, for now. I can only rely on Elder Lu's methods to suppress it and prolong my life. And if it cannot be resolved, Muron Tian inquired. Then it's merely death. Xiao Jing Shui smiled faintly. Though her smile was strong, the underlying darkness in her eyes touched Mu Rong Tian's heart. You came today to ask my master if he has a solution, didn't you? What did he say? She shook her head again. The powerful beings behind Elder Shen come and go without a trace. He has no effective method to treat my bone-corroding poison. Cannot be treated? Mu Ron Qian frowned. Recalling that his master had previously claimed Xiao Jing Shui's poison was trivial to him. However, at that time, it seemed his master had stated that they were not related and thus had no obligation to treat her. Was it possible that his master was reluctant to intervene for outsiders, thus using the excuse of being unable to treat her? Pondering this, he realized that his master had never revealed his abilities to anyone prior to his arrival at Qinyan Peak. It was only as he was about to leave that his master seemed willing to step forward. Mu Rong Tian scratched his head, lost in thought. He began to question whether the solitude of Qinyan Peak, with only himself and his master, was too desolate. Since his master intended to open a medicinal garden, it would be inevitable to tend to the spiritual herbs and sorting herbs. While it was acceptable for him to practice swordplay, overseeing the herbs was another matter. Rather than having an outsider like himself manage them, it would be better to invite someone else to join Qinyan Peak. However, he lacked the authority to accept disciples on behalf of his master. He could only suggest that Xiao Jing Shui seek to become a disciple herself, which would require his master's approval. With this thought, he became serious. Seeing him suddenly adopt such a solemn demeanor, Xiao Jing Shui was somewhat perplexed. Mu Rong Gongji. What is the matter? Mu Rong Tian met her gaze, speaking earnestly. Princess, do you wish to cure the poison within you? Xiao Jing Shui's smile turned slightly bitter upon hearing this. Naturally, I wish to. If I could cure this poison, I would be able to wander the mountains and rivers alone, no longer fearing when the poison might strike. In fact, my master once told me that the poison within you is of no concern to him. At these words, Xiao Jing Shui's hands, which were sorting the herbs, momentarily stilled, her breath quickening. She raised her eyes to Mu Rong Tian, seeing his serious expression, and realized he was likely not lying. But why had Elder Shen previously said such things in the hall? That is because my master dislikes meddling in others' affairs, especially those of outsiders. Mu Rong Tian interrupted her explanation and continued. Before I arrived at Qinyan Peak, my master never revealed his abilities. Even when insulted, he merely smiled serenely. It was only a month ago that he began to teach me his techniques. Why did Elder Shen wait until a month ago to teach you after you had been here for over 2 years? Xiao Jingshui asked, puzzled. I believe those 2 years were a test. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon individuals, and thus they must first endure hardships, toil, and deprivation. Mu Rong Tian echoed the words of Shen Anzai, gazing intently at the girl before him. Therefore, if you wish for my master to aid you in dispelling the poison, you must become his disciple, which means you will be my junior sister. Huh? Xiao Jingshui was momentarily taken aback, staring at the earnest-faced youth in black before her, struggling to comprehend the proposal. Chapter 40. I have filled the pit. Becoming Shen Anzai's disciple was something Xiao Jingshui had never contemplated. The Medicine King had shown her great favor during her years in Yaowang Valley, treating her with considerable kindness, effectively making him a half-master to her. Furthermore, her father, Xiao Ao Hai, was once a formidable warrior who had slain enemies in the Qiankuan realm. Yet, no one truly understood Shen Anzai's capabilities. While he seemed quite adept in the art of medicine, his own cultivation remained an enigma. Could he truly cure the poison afflicting him? Noticing her hesitation, Mu Rong Tian continued. In any case, the poison in your body has remained uncured for so many years. Becoming my master's disciple would only increase your chances. It is a risk worth taking. He thumped his chest, declaring, once you become my junior sister, my master will certainly spare no effort in assisting you to dispel the poison. He paused, emphasizing, but it is essential that my master personally agrees to take you as his disciple. As a student, I lack the authority to act on his behalf. Xiao Jingshui hesitated before softly responding. The matter of apprenticeship is of great significance. I must consult my father first. Although she voiced her need for consultation, She had indeed begun to contemplate the idea. As Murong Tian had pointed out, she would be staying at Lingfu Mountain for an extended period, allowing Elder Lu to assist her in suppressing the toxins. There was no inherent conflict in taking Shen Anzai as her master. If there were a genuine opportunity to rid herself of the poison, it would be a blessing. Moreover, Shen Anzai was undeniably mysterious. His disciple, Murong Tian, had cultivated some form of technique that enabled him to suppress the bone-corroding poison. Perhaps he could indeed find a means to cure her. Delighted to see her wavering, Murong Tian felt a surge of joy. If she remained at Qingyun Peak, she could oversee the affairs of the medicinal garden, allowing him to focus on his sword training in preparation for the impending 3-year agreement. After completing the sorting of the spiritual herbs, Xiao Jingxue stood to take her leave, heading back to Qingyun Peak to seek her father's counsel. Shortly after her departure, Shen Anzai sauntered over, hands clasped behind his back, to check on the progress. Upon observing Murong Tian diligently tilling the land, with the medicinal herbs neatly planted in the prepared field, a satisfied expression crossed Shen Anzai's face. However, he suddenly paused, noticing that the perfectly leveled field had obscured the spring he had previously unearthed for the Xianling spring source. "Disciple, where is the spring?" he inquired, pointing at the filled land. Murong Tian blinked, bewildered. "Spring? I did not see any spring. I only noticed a pit, which I filled." "Filled?" Shen Anzai's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in place. The Xianling spring had been filled with dirt? His grand plan for the medicinal garden lay in ruins. Rebellious disciple. "Today, I shall have it out with you," Shen Anzai lamented, brandishing a cat toy as he struck at Murong Tian. Smack! Smack! Murong Tian felt no pain, scratching his head in confusion at his master's reaction. "Master, what is wrong? Is it just a filled pit? Why the agitation?" After striking Murong Tian twice without effect, Shen Anzai grew even more frustrated. Having broken through to the Qihai realm, Murong Tian seemed impervious to his chastisement. Left with no choice, he knelt beside the medicinal field and began to dig. Yet, no trace of the Xianling spring could be found. With a cry of despair, he cursed the squanderer. "System, where's the Xianling spring source? Is there still hope?" "It is gone." Hearing the system's response, Shen Anzai's breath caught in his throat as he turned to Murong Tian, who instinctively recoiled, sensing an ominous chill. "Host need not be distressed. The Xianling spring source has merged with the Lingxi soil. Although the spring liquid cannot be extracted for use, it still effectively influences the spiritual herbs within the Lingxi soil." Upon hearing the system's follow-up explanation, Shen Anzai finally felt a semblance of relief. Thankfully, the effect remained, albeit the spring liquid could no longer be separately utilized. Taking a deep breath, he seized the cat toy once more, using it as a whip to strike Murong Tian's backside. Unexpectedly, the boy remained unfazed, scratching his head as he hesitated to speak. "Master, have you not eaten?" Those words nearly caused Shen Anzai to faint from exasperation. His authority as a master had been thoroughly undermined. This was merely the Qihai realm. What would happen when Murong Tian ascended to the Guiyuan or Diling realms? Would he find himself bruised and battered by the protective spirit energy of his own disciple? Shen Anzai, on the verge of tears, wearily confessed, "Knowing that your master is hungry, hurry and prepare a meal. You shall not sleep until you have plowed this 10-acre field tonight." Murong Tian's face fell at once. "Master, I am not a beast of burden." At Qingyuan Peak, after hearing Xiao Jingshue's account, Xiao Ao Hai and Lu Yunqin exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. Did Murong Tian truly assert that the bone-corroding poison posed no challenge for his master? The girl nodded gently. The two were filled with uncertainty. Could Shen Anzai genuinely possess a solution to a poison that even the Medicine King could not resolve? Taking him as a master was not entirely out of the question. Even if Murong Tian had exaggerated, the powerful figure behind Shen Anzai, who had reached the Nirvana realm, was no fabrication. Establishing a master-disciple relationship could prove advantageous should that Nirvana realm expert arrive. After careful consideration, Xiao Ao Hai made a decision. "I would like to request Elder Lu to extract a trace of the bone-corroding poison to present to Elder Shen. It would not endanger his life. Merely a trace of the poison, unlike the deep-rooted affliction that has plagued Jingxue for years, could likely be resolved with the Medicine King's antidote." Lu Yanqing furrowed her brow slightly. However, Elder Shen tends to act discreetly. Even if he could resolve it, he might choose not to intervene. Xiao Ao high pondered for a moment, his eyes glinting. There remains an outstanding reward for a rejuvenating pill that has yet to be given to him. I shall inquire about his demands, and, at that moment, surreptitiously place the bone-corroding poison upon it to test his abilities. Wouldn't that be somewhat inappropriate? Lu Yanqing cautioned, concerned that it might upset Shen Anzai. In order to help Jing Xue dispel the poison, I have no other recourse. Even if he cannot cure it, I will be prepared to deliver the antidote provided by the Medicine King at the first opportunity. Are you not worried that he may blame you afterward? Lu Yanqing countered. Whether he blames me or not, my sole desire is to save my daughter. Should he require any compensation afterward, even if it costs me my life, I shall not flinch. With a sigh, he admitted that he did not wish to engage in such underhanded dealings, but as a father, he could not bear to see his daughter suffer under the poison's torment. Often, a father finds himself in such helpless situations, compelled to act for the sake of his child. This approach bore no risk while allowing him to gauge Shen Anzai's true medicinal prowess. Although merely a trace of the bone-corroding poison, it was akin to an insidious affliction that was difficult to eradicate. Without the expertise of a fifth-tier alchemist, one could not concoct an adequate antidote. Each batch of antidote he possessed was crafted with great effort by the Medicine King, requiring a full 3 days of labor to produce. Lu Yanqing fell silent, her beautiful eyes flashing as she proposed. Elder Shen and his disciple are currently facing a dilemma. The prince could offer compensation to Qing Yun Peak afterward, treating it as a gesture of goodwill. As she spoke, she quietly mused, Shen Anzai, I can only assist you to this extent. Whether you seize this opportunity rests entirely upon you and your disciple. Compensation? Xiao Aohai etbi min supi. Chun Yuan Mountain is about to open, and the prince might as well grant a quota to their master and disciple. Chun Yuan Mountain? Hearing Lu Yanqing's words, Xiao Aohai displayed a peculiar expression. Chun Yuan Mountain is a sacred site of the Da and royal family, opening once every 5 years, and it can significantly aid warriors in returning their spiritual energy to its original state. Whether breaking through from the Qi-Si realm to the returning Yuan realm, or from the returning Yuan realm to the Earth Spirit realm, the time required can be greatly shortened within Chun Yuan Mountain. Murong Tian is currently in the Qi-Si realm, and once the rewards from the Ling Fu Sex competition are announced, he estimates that it won't be long before he reaches the mid-Qi-Si stage. Lu Yanqing's actions are clearly intended to assist Murong Tian. Xiao Aohai chuckled bitterly, feeling somewhat perplexed as to whether the other party was truly helping him or considering Shen An's situation. However, this is not a problem. After all, Qin Xinhue from the Qin family will also enter Chun Yuan Mountain, leaving Xiao Aohai feeling a bit hesitant. It doesn't matter. I will just stay with Shen. As long as the old Master Qin doesn't attend, everything will be fine. Lu Yanqing spoke softly. This plan is feasible. Xiao Aohai nodded, no longer hesitating, and began to make preparations. Chapter 41. Finally able to assist my master. The next morning, Shen An, yawning, made his way to the back mountain. Murong Tian was diligently plowing the land, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes. As expected of a warrior in the Qi-Si realm, he tirelessly plowed through 7 acres of land overnight. However, the young man looked utterly exhausted, covered in mud, with drooping eyelids. This foolish boy. Shen shook his head slightly and turned towards the kitchen. He never expected that the foolish boy would actually plow through 10 acres of land overnight without slacking off. Not at all like a proper disciple. He wouldn't even take a break during work. Back in the day, Shen could manage to slack off for 5 hours during an 8-hour workday without being discovered by his superiors. As the sun fully rose from the valley, Murong Tian could no longer endure it. A wave of drowsiness hit him, and his head fell straight into the soil. What are you doing? Are you so hungry that you're eating dirt? I brought you breakfast. Get up and eat. Shen exclaimed, pulling Murong Tian out by his feet. Looking at the familiar bowl of black sesame paste in his master's hand, Murong Tian rubbed his sore eyes. Master, I only have 2 acres left to finish. That's enough. Finish the contents of the bowl first. Murong Tian nodded, took the bowl, pinched his nose, and drank it all in one go. To his surprise, the potion was not bitter at all. Instead, it was quite sweet and melted in his mouth. After consuming the bowl of potion, he felt a refreshing sensation spreading through his limbs, swiftly dispelling his fatigue and replacing it with a sense of comfort. Even his dark circles faded, and he appeared much more spirited. "Master, what kind of pill is this?" Murong Tian asked, somewhat astonished, feeling invigorated and ready to plow a few more acres. "It's a fourth-rank Qing Shendan," Shen replied casually, his gaze searching the surroundings for some trees to chop down for fencing. "Fourth rank?" Murong Tian was taken aback, stealing another glance at the person beside him. Though it didn't look impressive, its efficacy was undeniably remarkable. If he could drink this potion every morning, wouldn't he need no sleep at all? Once the tasks in the medicinal field were completed, with daily practice and training at night, it would only be a matter of time before he reached the returning Yuan realm. Elder Shun, just as the master and disciple were conversing, a female disciple from Qing Luan Peak approached, holding a complete set of deep blue armor, a low-grade, earth-grade armor. Excitement shone in Shen Anzai's eyes. Lu Yanqin had visited the previous night, mentioning that the princess was extremely satisfied with the rejuvenation pills, so the Prince of Zhen then asked if he needed any rewards. Without a second thought, he requested a heavenly-grade defensive spiritual artifact. However, he received a disdainful look from Lu Yanqin, who pointed out how rare heavenly-grade defensive spiritual artifacts were. With only the Emperor of the Da and royal family possessing one, he could only receive a piece of low-grade, earth-grade defensive spiritual artifact. After accepting the armor, Shen joyfully returned to his room to bond with it through blood. However, before he could do so, he sensed something was amiss. The armor felt unusually heavy in his hands, and after holding it for a while, he experienced a piercing pain. This was just from holding it. If he were to bond with it through blood, the situation might worsen, though his spiritual power was not exceptionally strong. Shen quickly deduced the reason by relying on his experience as a fifth-rank alchemist. The armor bore residual poison. This realization left him in a quandary. He couldn't determine whether it was left over from the Prince of Zhennan's battles while wearing this armor, or if it was the bone-corroding poison left by the princess. Was he testing me? Shen stroked his chin. If it were indeed bone-corroding poison, he certainly wouldn't be able to resolve it, and it was highly likely that Xiao Aohai was testing his alchemical skills. TSK, does he really think I'm a fool? Such a blatant intention to ensnare me. Shun, even if he had the ability to detoxify, he wouldn't do it. That would just be inviting trouble. He snorted and hung the armor on the hall wall, disregarding it. With poison on it, storing it in his spatial ring might affect the other items, so he could only find a place to hang it temporarily. As long as the Prince of Zhennan was present, he could think of a way to have the system assist in detoxifying the armor's poison after they left. For now, there was no need to go anywhere, and he wasn't afraid of being ambushed. Shen pondered happily, humming a tune as he exited Qing Yun Peak, heading toward Qing Shi Peak. That fellow Zhao Cheng has yet to deliver the 500,000 gold. He needed to hurry him up. Shortly after he left, Murong Tian entered, rubbing his waist. At this moment, he was filled with joy. Plowing the fields all night made him feel that his spiritual energy had become increasingly pure and abundant, and he sensed a faint sign of breaking through to the mid-Qi C stage. So, he rushed over to inquire about when the reward for the sect competition would be announced. Inside was a Pahai Dan. With this pill, he was confident he could reach the mid-Qi C stage within half a month. After calling out several times without finding his master, Murong Tian scratched his head, looking puzzled. Where did master go? Didn't he say we would install the fencing together today? While speaking, he noticed the deep blue armor hanging on the wall. Wasn't this brought by the senior sister from Qing Wan Peak? Why did master place it here? Filled with curiosity, he approached it and reached out to touch it. A piercing pain shot through him, causing Murong Tian to furrow his brows. This sensation felt strikingly similar to when he was performing detoxification on Xiao Jingxue. Could it be that there was also poison on it? With this thought, excitement gleamed in his eyes. He vaguely recalled that his cultivation method had the power to suppress and expel this poison. All along, it had been his master helping him. Though it was a small matter, today he could finally assist his master. Saying this, Murong Tian unhesitatingly donned the armor, allowing the piercing sensation to spread through him, and directly activated the Wushuang Yujinju. As the sword technique circulated, A sharp and fierce sword intent surged forth, quickly causing layers of black liquid to ooze from the surface of the armor, reeking horrendously. The poison had places to hide within Xiao Jingxue, but this was merely armor. Lacking flesh and blood, it could only seep out when pressured by the sword intent. With a sigh of relief, Murong Tian's complexion paled slightly. He grabbed a cloth to clean the armor, transforming it from its original deep blue to a now vibrant indigo. Excellent. If Master finds out that I helped him eliminate the poison from the armor, surely there will be some reward. Looking at the armor, now hung back on the wall, Murong Tian nodded in satisfaction, then scratched his head again. Where could Master be? Didn't he say we would install the fencing together today? He began searching for Shen An once more. At this moment, Shen An had arrived at Qingxi Peak. Apart from Zhao Cheng, he encountered Su Tangzhu, the master of Lingyao Hall. In Chapter 42, upon seeing Shen An, Su Tangzhu became furious and pointed at him, berating him vociferously. Mr. Shen, what did your disciple do at my Lingyao Hall yesterday? I demand to know. Shen An, caught red-handed, feigned ignorance. Could it be that my disciple committed some heinous act? Do not play the fool with me. He went to the hall to fetch medicine on your orders, and even took a sack to carry it. Su Tangzhu's complexion turned ashen. He had lost all the precious herbs he had nurtured for many years while the disciple was under the watch of the hall's guards. Zhao Cheng, watching the scene unfold, could only smile wryly. It was his first encounter with such a bizarre situation. Not only had the disciple taken the herbs, but he had also filled multiple sacks. This morning, Su Tangzhu had come to Qingxi Peak to reclaim his losses from Shen An's gambling stakes. However, he was certain that Shen An would not comply. If the 50,000 in stakes were short, it was Shen An who would be in trouble, not Lingyao Hall. Although he could face a half-step Ling Jing with 5 swords, he did not wish to create an unpleasant rift with Shen An. Such absurdity! Shen An feigned anger. Su Tangzhu, return and await my news. Soon, I shall bring my rebellious disciple to Lingyao Hall for your judgment. I do not want your rebellious disciple. Either return my herbs or compensate me with 30,000 gold. Su Tangzhu, being quite astute, realized that waiting for news upon returning would yield nothing. So he resorted to stubbornness. He refused to leave without either the herbs or the money. Elder Shun, the remaining amount after deducting fees from the 500,000 is 470,000. Take it. I must take my leave, Zhao Cheng said as he presented a storage ring to Su Tangzhu and swiftly departed. Shen An glanced at Su Tangzhu, whose eyes gleamed with envy, and suddenly bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to the sect master and to Wang Zhenan. Su Tangzhu stood stunned and hurriedly turned around to bow, only to find nothing behind him, an empty space devoid of any presence. When he turned back, Shen An had already vanished without a trace. Su Tangzhu's expression shifted between blue and red. Shen An, in the distance, hearing the furious roar behind him, Shen An felt quite pleased. He smacked his lips and made his way toward the small town at the foot of Lingfu Mountain. What is the first thing to do with wealth? Naturally, it is to indulge. Having been here for so long, he had yet to truly relax. He felt it was only right to spend a day enjoying himself at the foot of the mountain. As for how to indulge, he had prepared for it since his arrival, though he had lacked the funds to realize it until now. After all, Shen An was somewhat of a gentleman, a cultured and refined individual. Naturally, when descending the mountain, he sought to visit places befitting such a person and engage in noble pursuits. He would not attend tea houses or poetry gatherings. Instead, he aimed to rescue those suffering in the world, such as young women whose parents were ill while they had younger siblings to care for. Not only could he alleviate their suffering, but he could also enrich his own spirit. What joy could there be in that? Having stayed at Qingyan Peak for too long, he felt his ears were nearly numb. Of course, he only intended to listen to some music to unwind, not for any indulgent pleasures, especially since there were no little umbrellas here. However, with his knowledge of medicinal arts, he was not overly concerned about ailments. As evening approached at the foot of Qingyan Peak, Xiao Aohai and Lu Yunqin ascended the mountain together, intending to investigate the situation. Apart from Shen An and his disciple, there was no one else at Qingyan Peak, so they had no means to send word and could only head toward Qingyan Hall. Outside the hall, they fortuitously encountered Murong Tian, who was muddy and standing guard. Upon seeing Wang Zhenan and Lu Yunqin approach, Murong Tian hurriedly dusted himself off and greeted them. Murong, my young friend, is your master within the peak? Xiao Aohai gestured for him to forego formalities and inquired. Murong Tian shook his head. My master is not present in the peak today. I do not know where he has gone. Not present? The two exchanged glances, both surprised. However, the keen-eyed Lu Yunqin was the first to notice the indigo-colored armor hanging on the wall of the great hall, her gaze sharpening. Xiao Aohai also observed the transformation of the armor, his breath growing heavy. It had only been a day, yet the toxins within the armor had been entirely purged. This indicated that Shen Anzai's mastery of medicinal arts was likely on par with that of the Medicine King. Furthermore, with a formidable expert backing him, if his daughter could become his disciple, there might indeed be hope to completely eradicate the bone corrosion poison. To think that a trip to Lingfu Mountain would yield such a significant discovery was truly beyond his expectations. Your Highness, an Elder Lu seek my master for some matter. I will be pleased to convey it on your behalf, Murong Tian offered, his tone earnest. The two maintained their composure as Xiao Aohai replied apologetically. This morning, I mistakenly sent over the poisonous armor, intending to deliver an antidote. However, it seems that is no longer necessary. To make amends for my oversight, I have decided to offer Murong a token. A token for me? Murong Tian asked, intrigued. Upon the suggestion of Miss Lu, I am prepared to grant Elder Shen an opportunity to enter Chunyuan Mountain. Upon hearing this, Murong Tian gasped. Chunyuan Mountain, a sacred site of the Dan royal family, inaccessible to those without royal connections. Entering this mountain could significantly shorten the cultivation time for Qi and Guiyuan realm practitioners. With less than 6 months remaining until his 3-year agreement with Qin Xinyue, he desperately needed such an opportunity to break through. Chunyuan Mountain was undoubtedly an exceptional chance. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Elder Lu. Murong Tian exclaimed with excitement, bowing deeply. However, Xiao Aohai quickly furrowed his brow and interjected. But this opportunity is not easily given. Only royal relatives or top-tier powers can enter Chunyuan Mountain. To enter legitimately, Elder Shen and you will require a certain status. Status? Murong Tian was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implication. It is quite simple. If Shen takes the county princess as his disciple, you would become her senior brother, thus establishing a connection to the royal family, and no one would oppose your entry into Chunyuan Mountain, Lu Yunqin suggested softly. Murong Tian realized the brilliance of this idea and felt a surge of excitement. He had considered this possibility before, with Xiao Jingxue present. He would not need to concern himself with the troubles of the medicinal garden and could devote time to cultivation. I would not dare to make such decisions on behalf of my master, but I will certainly convey the message. He was measured, understanding that such matters required Shen Anzai's personal touch. Thank you for your efforts, Xiao Aohai nodded. He was about to return, as things had been quite unsettled in the Wolf Abyss recently, necessitating his personal presence to maintain order, leaving him unable to depart for the time being. However, a weight had lifted from his heart. It seemed there was indeed a way to address his daughter's bone corrosion poison. Even if it could not be eradicated completely, it could likely be suppressed to a great extent. As for whether Shen would agree, he did not dwell on it. To take a county princess as a disciple, and thus forge a connection with the royal family, was something countless experts in the Lingjing realm would desire. Surely, Shen would have no reason to decline, would he? In Chapter 43, the next morning, Shen returned leisurely to Lingfu Mountain after resting overnight at the Golan. The performers at the Farong Pavilion were truly exceptional, graceful and enchanting, akin to listening to melodious strings. Meanwhile, Murong Tian was in the back mountain, sulking as he built a fence. The 10 acres had been fully cultivated, and the fencing was nearly complete. Noticing his master's radiant expression, he could not help but inquire. Master, where did you go all day yesterday? You did not return at night? I went down to spar with someone over music theory. Spa. Murong Tian immediately became curious. It is an adult matter. Children should refrain from asking. Shen waved his hand, signaling him not to inquire further. Although he was not involved in that matter, the brothel was still a place of frivolity, and it was never good for such rumors to circulate. For instance, in his past life, there were individuals who visited entertainment venues solely for a massage, yet they were often misinterpreted. Murong Tian immediately felt disheartened, then murmured softly, Master, did you not say you would help me set up the fence? Is it done? Yes, Shen replied. You must understand that great responsibilities will befall you. Murong Tian gazed at him with deep, melancholic eyes, resembling a forlorn woman in a secluded chamber. At the moment, Shen was contentedly surveying the burgeoning medicinal garden, ready to use his funds to procure a batch of herbs for cultivation. He was now a fifth-tier alchemist, with numerous formulas in his mind. While they were all quite common, he could refine them into pills to exchange for money. Even if he did not sell them, he could produce more for Murong Tian to enhance his cultivation. With only half a year left until his 3-year agreement with Qin Qianyue, they were separated by at least one major realm. He wondered what Qin Qianyue's current cultivation level might be. Assisting Murong Tian to win their bet 3 years later was also a task set by the system, although the rewards were still unknown. By the way, Master, yesterday the prince and Elder Liu came by. Did they say anything? Shen raised an eyebrow. The prince mentioned that he had sent a poisoned treasure armor to you, Master, and therefore was willing to offer a spot at Chunyuan Mountain, hoping you would accept the princess as your disciple and assist her in detoxification. The mention of the Chunyuan Mountain spot surprised him, yet he was resolute in his decision not to take Xiao Jingxue as a disciple. No, I have no time. To Murong Tian's surprise, Shen decisively waved his hand. That bone-corroding poison was beyond even the master of Yaowang Valley. How could he possibly cure it? Why not, Master? Accepting the princess as a disciple would be akin to befriending the prince and the royal family. This is a tremendous opportunity. Why do you refuse? Murong Tian was both astonished and puzzled. Shen sighed. He was well aware of such matters. However, the system had stated that until Murong Tian's admiration value reached its maximum, he could not accept a second disciple. He had inquired previously, and if he insisted on taking a disciple, it would come at the cost of a 10-centimeter reduction. As a man, even a 1-millimeter reduction was an unthinkable outcome. All my energy is currently focused on you. Even if I were to take on a disciple, it would have to wait for another 6 months. Estimating the current pace of admiration value, Shen believed that if Murong Tian surpassed Qin Qianyue under his guidance, it would likely coincide perfectly with that time frame. Only after reaching the maximum value could he accept a second disciple. However, to Murong Tian, this took on a different meaning, filling him with emotion. It turned out that Master S' refusal to accept the princess was because he wished to dedicate all his efforts to him. 6 months later, would that not coincide with his battle against Qin Qianyue? This thought greatly moved the young man. Shen cast a peculiar glance at him, wondering what this fellow was thinking. Master, while you say that, doesn't this 10-acre medicinal garden require someone to manage it? After all, Murong Tian scratched his head. Shen examined the spacious garden and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Murong Tian needed to prepare for serious cultivation and could not afford to spend all his energy tending to the garden daily. As the master of a peak, he could not do everything himself. Letting Xiao Jingxue stay would also reveal whether she genuinely wished to become a disciple or merely sought to use him for detoxification. Very well, she may stay to help tend the garden. If she wishes, she can first become an ordinary disciple of Qingyan Peak. The matter of accepting disciples can be discussed later. Yes, Murong Tian was slightly delighted. Master S' words seemed to signal his consent. He would soon have a younger sister. Shen still felt puzzled. Why would Xiao Aohai want Xiao Jingxue to become his disciple when he had not even touched the poison on the treasure armor? By the way, Master, I have already helped you remove the poison from that inferior earth-grade treasure armor. The next moment, Murong Tian provided him with the answer. You removed it. Shen was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. How did you do it? No wonder Xiao Aohai suddenly proposed for him to take Xiao Jingxue as a disciple. It turned out Murong Tian had done him a great service. It seemed that Xiao Aohai mistakenly believed that the poison had been eradicated by Shen, thus concluding that he might have a way to treat Xiao Jingxue, leading to this decision. It was all thanks to the powerful techniques you taught me, Master. Murong Tian spoke, his words filled with reverence. The Wushuang Yujinju? Shen raised an eyebrow. Could techniques truly have an effect on bone-corroding poison? Murong Tian, this foolish boy, was either deliberately clever or blissfully unaware. This revelation both surprised and exasperated him. Did this mean that if he wished to assist Xiao Jingxue in detoxification, it was not strictly necessary to become a 7th-tier alchemist, but rather to devise a suitable supreme technique for her? Shaking his head at this thought, he concluded that obtaining a supreme technique was no easy feat. It would be better to gain experience as an alchemist, break through to the 6th tier, and then advance to the 7th. All right, once you finish setting up the fence, remember to prepare dinner. I had a fierce battle last night, and am feeling rather fatigued, so I shall take a rest now. Shen yawned and waved his hand as he left. Master, take care. Murong Tian respectfully saw him off, suddenly curious about the opponent his master had battled fiercely against. If even the Hall Master of Yin, Li was no match for his master, then who could withstand a whole night of combat? Shaking his head, Murong Tian left the medicinal garden and hurried to Qingwan Peak to deliver the news. Upon hearing Murong Tian's message, Xiao Aohai fell into a state of silence. Rejected. Shen An had actually declined a request for his daughter, the daughter of the Jin Wang, to become his disciple. It was no wonder he had the backing of a powerful figure from the upper 3 realms. He was not swayed by personal gain in the slightest. Xiao Aohai clicked his tongue in admiration, then inquired about Xiao Jingshue's opinion. Father, Jingxue finds both Elder Shun and young Master Murong quite interesting. Remaining at Qingyun Peak as an ordinary disciple poses no issue, especially since Elder Lu is here, Xiao Jingxue replied softly, without hesitation. Having finally gained a taste of freedom, she did not wish to return to the life under the watchful eyes of Yaowang Valley disciples. Here, she only needed to have Lu Yinqin suppress the toxicity of the bone-corroding poison once a month, and for the rest of the time, she could go wherever she pleased. Very well, Xiao Aohai nodded solemnly. In that case, you shall remain here. A month later, regarding the matters of Chunyuan Mountain, you will accompany them. With you and Elder Shin present, the Qin family should not dare to act excessively. Yes, father. Xiao Jingshue's delicate face revealed a hint of joy as she nodded in agreement. Her curiosity piqued about what kind of person young Master Murong's former fiancé might be. Chapter 44. Chunyuan Mountain, Shangguan Family. Murong Tian comprehends the Benlei sword. Martial arts proficiency level breakthrough, as he witnessed the long-awaited breakthrough to level 1 of martial arts proficiency. Shen could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. This endeavor was indeed challenging to elevate. A disciple must completely master a superior earth-tier sword technique to barely achieve this level. Who knew how long it would take to reach level 10? Nevertheless, there was finally hope. Murong Tian possessed considerable talent in swordsmanship. He would simply need to delve deeper into sword arts in the future. Disciple, how do you feel? Shen An observed Murong Tian, who was drenched in sweat, as he practiced swordplay in the training ground. The latter had been diligently training since early morning. After observing his master perform the Benlei sword previously, he had already gained some insights. Now, through practice, he had finally grasped the 4th and 5th strikes of the Benlei sword. The disciple understood that he still fell short compared to his master's earlier display. Murong Tian, calm and composed, spoke with humility, which was quite pleasing to Shen An. Indeed, practice diligently with your sword. I believe it won't be long before you surpass your master. He nodded with satisfaction. Just then, 2 graceful figures approached from outside the training ground, framed by the verdant mountains, creating a striking scene. It was none other than Lu Yinqin and Xiao Jingxue. Elder Lu, princess, what brings you here? Shen An rose and greeted them. I have come to present the reward for the champion of the set competition, the Pahai Dan, Lu Yinqin softly replied, handing over a medicinal vial. I appreciate Elder Lu's personal delivery. Accepting the vial, Shen An passed it directly to Murong Tian. The young man, overwhelmed with joy, could hardly contain his eagerness to consume it at once in hopes of breakthrough. Additionally, I heard you opened a medicinal garden in the back mountain, which is currently unattended. Coincidentally, the princess has spent considerable time at Yaowang Valley and would like to assist you in your garden. Would you prepare a room for her to stay? Lu Yinqin's gentle gaze fell upon Shen An. Of course, that is not an issue, Shen An replied with a chuckle. As long as he wasn't asked to take on disciples, having a free helper would save him the expense of hiring someone. Although he understood this was because Murong Tian had resolved the poison on the precious armor, Xiao Aohai was scheming to have him accept Xiao Jingxue as a disciple. But that mattered little. After all, he had generously given a spot at Chunyuan Mountain as a form of future tuition. Furthermore, when the time came to formally accept Xiao Jingxue as a disciple, could he not also collect another round of tuition fees? Lost in thought, he nodded, not overly concerned with Xiao Aohai's use of the precious armor to test him. After all, if he had asked directly whether he could dispel the poison. Shen would certainly have said no, thus prompting such underhanded tactics for the sake of his daughter. The former had also prepared an antidote, posing no risk, and the offering of a spot at Chunyuan Mountain was already a sign of Xiao Ao high sincerity. Then, I shall trouble the princess, Shen said. Elder Shen, you needn't be so formal. Just call me Jingxue. Xiao Jingxue replied with a blink and a slight bow. The girl's beauty was on par with Lu Yanqin's, though she appeared rather delicate, as if a gust of wind could knock her down. There is one more matter regarding Chunyuan Mountain, Lu Yanqin continued. And the mention of those three characters immediately captured Shen and Murong Tian's attention. A month from now, Chunyuan Mountain will open. Not only will royal family members attend, but also Qin Qianyue from the Qin family. Her tone turned serious as her gaze fixed on Murong Tian. Although you have secured first place in the Lingfu Mountain competition, there remains a vast chasm separating you from Qin Qianyue. If my assumptions are correct, she is likely preparing to break through to the Earth Spirit Realm. The Earth Spirit Realm. Murong Tian gasped, instinctively clenching his fists. To reach the Earth Spirit Realm before the age of 20 speaks volumes of Qin Qianyue's extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, he, of similar age, had only just managed to break through to the Qixi realm. With merely half a year remaining, could he truly catch up to her? Sensing Murong Tian's anxiety, Shen gently patted his shoulder. It is merely the Earth Spirit Realm. In 6 months, I will ensure you are equipped to contend with her. Murong Tian's tension eased slightly as he cast a grateful glance at his master, feeling an inexplicable sense of calm wash over him. Lu Yanqin studied Shen with curiosity, pondering where his confidence stemmed from, believing that someone with such limited talent as Murong Tian could close the gap with Qin Qianyue in just 6 months. Not even a powerful figure from the Nirvana realm could achieve such a feat, given the vast disparity in talent and resources between them. Behind Qin Qianyue stood the entire Tianxue sect and the Qin family. What I want you to be aware of is that another individual will accompany Qin Qianyue. Lu Yanqin continued. Who? Murong Tian furrowed his brow. The Shengwan family, Shengwan Jie, Cangguan Ye. Shen raised an eyebrow. He had heard of this person, a member of a family on par with the Qin family in the Dan dynasty, possessing significant connections with the royal family. Though Shengwan Jie's talent and strength were inferior to Qin Qianyue's, he was currently in the mid-phase of the returning origin realm. However, what connection did this have with Chunyuan Mountain? Noticing Shen An's confusion, Lu Yanqin clarified, Shengwan Jie has long admired Qin Qianyue and, 3 months ago, sought her hand in marriage at the Qin family. However, she did not agree, stating that until their 3-year agreement was fulfilled, the engagement was not completely dissolved, and she would not consider the matter. Everyone understood this was merely an excuse, but it undoubtedly displeased the Shengwan family, who had been covertly undermining the Murong family over the past few months. As Lu Yanqin spoke, Murong Tian's frown deepened. No wonder during the competition, Yanli mentioned that the Murong family's business was suffering. It turned out the Shengwan family had intervened. Shengwan Jie is narrow-minded, and if you encounter him at Chunyuan Mountain, he may very well block you from entering. Therefore, I will accompany you, Shen said, surprised. You will come with us? Lu Yanqin nodded gently, noticing his peculiar gaze. She hurriedly added, Do not misunderstand. I fear you may waste your trip and valuable time and resources. After all, aside from royal family members, others wishing to enter Chunyuan Mountain must be accompanied by powerful elders from their families. Shen An's expression grew even more peculiar. He hadn't thought much about it. However, her concern was not unfounded. Chunyuan Mountain was a small peak housing numerous pure origin pools. Aside from the royal family's exclusive pool at the top, it was not easy for others to monopolize a pure origin pool for cultivation. This was a matter of influence. Those with stronger backing and capable representatives would naturally secure access to the more effective pure origin pools. If one could occupy the 2 pools just beneath the royal families, the cultivation speed would be more than 5 times greater than usual. Spending a month there, Murong Tian could very well reach the pinnacle of the Qixi realm. Without a doubt, Qin Qianyue, supported by the Tianxue sect and the Qin family, would occupy one of those pools, while it was likely that the Shengwan family would occupy the other. Although the top 3 pure origin pools may be unattainable with my presence, I can at least secure a fourth pool for your disciple, Lu Yunqin confidently stated. Shen hesitated before inquiring. What level of cultivators will the Shangguan and Qin families send with their juniors? They should each send an early-stage Heaven Spirit Realm cultivator. The Heaven Spirit Realm, he mused, stroking his chin, his brow furrowing as he examined the sole Heaven Spirit Realm consumption card in his bag. Chapter 45. The princess remaining to oversee the medicinal garden. Now that it was merely a Heaven Spirit Realm practitioner, he need not worry. Setting aside the fact that Lu Yunqin would accompany them, even without her, he was not afraid of Heaven Spirit Realm warriors, especially with the skill card one sword opens the Heaven's Gate at his disposal. Thank you, Elder Lu, for sharing this information, Shen said, cupping his hands in gratitude. Lu Yunqin shook her head slightly. I came to inform you of these two matters, nothing else. As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand, catching Shen off guard. What is it? Lu Yunqin frowned. The money. Did you not borrow 100,000 gold from me and another 10,000 from my disciple for gambling? You can return only the principal for mine. But for my disciples, please return 70,000 gold. Hearing this, Shen finally realized and couldn't help but chuckle. 17,000 gold in total. However, he was not one to be stingy, so he obediently retrieved the 17,000 and handed it over to Lu Yunqin. All right, there rests nothing more. If you have any rules at Qingyun Peak, you can discuss them with the princess. I shall take my leave now. Saying this, Lu Yunqin nodded slightly to Xiao Jingxue and gracefully departed. After she departed, Shen An's gaze finally fell upon Mu Rong Tian. In contrast to Shen An's contemplative demeanor, Mu Rong Tian wore an expression of sheer excitement. With Xiao Jingxue present, the medicinal garden would finally receive the care it deserved. May I ask, what rank of alchemist are you now? Shen inquired. I am but a second-tier alchemist, replied the junior humbly. A second-tier alchemist, Shen nodded slightly. For a young individual, achieving the rank of second-tier alchemist is commendable. It is worth noting that Xiao Jingxue is not only a second-tier alchemist, but also a Qi-Hai realm martial artist, having endured the torment of bone-corroding poison for many years. Under such circumstances, her attainment as a second-tier alchemist is indeed remarkable. It stands to reason that she would have no trouble assisting in the care of the medicinal garden. As for the matter of Ling Shirang, Shen harbored no fear of her discovering it. After all, Ling Shirang had already fused with the earth vein, and even if someone attempted to relocate the entire area behind Qingyun Peak, it would disrupt the flow of the earth's energy, leading to the withering of the soil. Furthermore, as the daughter of the esteemed Prince of the South, she is unlikely to covet such trivial soil. From now on, consider Qingyun Peak your home. Do not hold back. Just help tend to the medicinal garden on a daily basis. Jingxue complied with Elder Shen's instructions, bowing gracefully. Shen, with a benevolent demeanor, gestured to Mu Rong Tian, disciple, take Jingxue to select a favored residence. Yes. Mu Rong Tian nodded and temporarily departed with Xiao Jingxue. Once a grand peak, Qingyun Peak had fallen into desolation after the catastrophic battle, with its inhabitants perishing. All resources were reclaimed by the sect leader, and it was only after Shen returned, gravely injured and near death, that Qingyun Peak was spared for being taken by others. It was not that Ling Fu Mountain had severed ties. Rather, they believed Qingyun Peak was completely devoid of life and, in a state of extreme resource scarcity, acted accordingly. Had it not been for the sect leader's desperate efforts to save Shen, he might not have survived. Thus, although there were no valuable items, remnants of various courtyards from the past remained. Shen was confident there would be something to please Xiao Jingxue. After they selected a residence, Shen instructed Mu Rong Tian to show her around the vicinity of Qingyun Peak while he descended the mountain to enjoy some music. In the following days, the medicinal fields were entrusted to Xiao Jingxue, while Mu Rong Tian entered seclusion to cultivate. With the effects of Ling Shirang and the immortal spirit spring, the once withered spiritual herbs began to revive, flourishing with vibrant life. This astonished Xiao Jingxue, as she had personally sorted these herbs and could vividly recall their former desolate state, which was now entirely transformed. This revelation piqued her curiosity regarding Shen An's methods. What kind of technique could achieve such extraordinary results? Even the apothecary king would require extensive preparation to revive dying herbs. Notably, Su Tangzhu visited Qing Yun Peak twice thereafter, aggressively demanding compensation for his spiritual herbs. However, Shen Anzai was unavailable, and Mu Rong Tian, having learned a thing or two, sent Xiao Jingshui to handle the situation. Despite Su Tangzhu's formidable presence, he was compelled to relent in the face of the prince of the South's cherished daughter. After 2 such encounters, he ceased his visits. Meanwhile, Yanli Tangzhu and his prized disciple Wang, who had vanished from sight since the sect competition, as if they had evaporated from the world. Clearly, their defeat at the hands of Shen Anzai had left them utterly humiliated. On the 5th day following the competition, Xiao Aohai departed for the main peak to bid farewell. He was needed to lead the army at Wolf Abyss and could not afford to linger. Over the years, the Ping Tian dynasty had remained insatiable, occasionally dispatching minor sects and rogue cultivators to create disturbances near Wolf Abyss, such as constructing formations. However, with the army stationed there, no significant issues had arisen thus far. On the 7th day after Mu Rong Tian consumed the Pahai Dan, he successfully advanced to the mid-level of Qihai, even faster than Shen Anzai had anticipated. His rapid breakthrough was entirely due to the formidable power of the Wushuang Yujianju. Shen Anzai believed that if he could secure a favorable location for him at Chun Yuan Mountain and provide some medicinal pills, a leap into the Gui Yuan realm might be within reach. Of course, such thoughts were merely fanciful. Claiming such a feat could be accomplished in 2 months would surely invite ridicule. Life continued peacefully as Shen Anzai procured numerous spiritual herbs to cultivate in the medicinal garden. After over 10 days, the garden began to flourish, covering 3 acres with an abundance of spiritual herbs, permeated by rich spiritual energy and fragrant aromas. Many birds and beasts were drawn to this spiritual energy, providing a delightful feast for Shen Anzai and the others during this time. Each time Shen Anzai prepared a pot of sticky black sesame, Mu Rong Tian eagerly awaited, while Xiao Jingshui furrowed her brow. Initially, she felt anticipation when Mu Rong Tian mentioned Shen and was refining pills. But upon witnessing him wielding a kitchen knife to chop herbs and carelessly tossing them into the pot, she was left in shock, almost questioning the reality of the world. It was her first encounter with such unconventional alchemy. Although the presentation was lacking, the efficacy of the medicine consumed by Mu Rong Tian was indeed remarkable. The ability to produce pills with significant medicinal effects through such a casual method speaks volumes about a pharmacist's mastery over the age of herbs, techniques, and various pharmacological principles. This underscored the impressive alchemical prowess of the Qing Yun Peak's leader. It further solidified her belief in Mu Rong Tian's claims that perhaps this leader could indeed cure her bone-corroding poison. On the 15th day, someone ascended the mountain to deliver troubling news to Mu Rong Tian. The Mu Rong family pharmacy had been shut down, and the situation was dire, with the risk of being uprooted entirely. He hoped to wait for Shen Anzai's return before descending, but after waiting all night without his arrival, he could only return alone to assess the situation. Xiao Jingshui remained on the peak, awaiting Shen Anzai, and if he had not returned by noon, she would have to seek Elder Lu from Qingwan Peak for assistance. Chapter 46. The Crisis of the Mu Rong Family at the Foot of Ling Fu Mountain. In Fu Ling City, Mu Rong Tian gazed at the familiar streets, inhaled deeply, and hurried toward the Mu Rong family residence. It had been over half a year since his last visit. The bustling crowd on the street paused upon seeing the young man clad in black, with a long sword on his back, before murmuring uncertainly, "Isn't that the eldest son of the Mu Rong family? I thought he was always at Ling Fu Mountain. Why has he descended after such a long absence? Did you not hear? The Mu Rong family pharmacy's medicine has caused the Liu and Sun families to lose all their cultivation, and they are still bedridden. Now, they are besieging the pharmacy, even vandalizing it." Hearing the gossip, Mu Rong Tian's anxiety intensified. Throughout the years, his cultivation had stagnated, yet his family had shown him great care, sending him numerous medicinal pills to aid his training. The last time he requested herbs from his master, it took his family 10 days to respond, indicating they had already suffered covert oppression from the Shangwan family at that time. The Liu and Sun families were among the prominent clans in Fu Ling City, having always been subordinate to Mu Rong Tian until Qin Qianyu's broken engagement. After that incident, the Mu Rong family's prestige suffered, affecting their business, which allowed these two families to gradually rise in power. Both families were martial clans, and in terms of strength, they were not inferior to the Murong family. Currently, two families have united to seek retribution, and the Murong family is likely in a state of disarray. With a heavy heart, Murong Tian hastened his steps to the entrance of the Murong residence, which was already surrounded, the sounds of quarrels faintly emanating from within. Numerous armed guards from the Liu and Sun families stood outside. Inside, the head of the Sun family, Sun Yi, and the head of the Liu family, Liu Tai, were present. Opposite them stood a middle-aged man, his hair streaked with gray and his eyes lined with wrinkles. Murong Tian's father and the head of the Murong family, Murong Yunlei. Murong, if you do not resolve this issue, do not blame me and Brother Sun for being impolite. Liu Tai stated coldly, his aura as a peak Gu Yuan realm expert evident. Sun Yi stepped forward, revealing a similarly formidable presence. Murong Yunlei's expression darkened at this display. Their family's pharmacy had existed for many years without encountering such a situation. How could a mere ordinary gathering Qi pill cause two Qi Si realm warriors to have their Qi Si shattered and become useless? It was clear that the two families were deliberately provoking trouble. His gaze fell upon two middle-aged men behind them, their faces flushed. They claimed to have purchased pills from the Murong pharmacy, only to find themselves incapacitated afterward. Yet, their rosy complexions belied any sign of having lost their cultivation. However, Murong Yunlei could not ascertain where their Qi Si had gone. It seemed to have genuinely vanished. Murong Yunlei, stop playing dumb. How do you intend to resolve this matter? Sun Yi demanded, noticing Murong Yunlei's silence. What do you two wish to do? Murong Yunlei inhaled deeply, aware that there must be someone behind the scenes supporting them. Otherwise, these two families would not have the audacity to conspire against the Murong family. After all, if it came to a confrontation, the Murong family was not afraid to fight to the bitter end. It's simple. Compensate us with 1 million gold and hand over all your pharmacies to our two families. In that case, we will let this matter pass. Sun Yi scoffed. Impossible. An enraged elder from the Murong family retorted. Do not think for a moment that I do not know what you two families have been scheming these past 2 years. Do you really believe my Murong family is easy to bully? Murong Yunlei's countenance remained grim, setting aside whether they could produce 1 million gold. Surrendering the pharmacies would be tantamount to severing the very foundation of the Murong family. From that point forward, the Murong family would never recover. Who is it that orchestrated this scheme? He coldly scrutinized the two men. Liu Tai smirked mockingly, relishing their predicament. Who told your family's toad to aspire to eat swan meat, only to be pecked by the swan? In the past, you relied on your connection with the Qin family to achieve your current standing in Fuling City, but that is no longer the case. Offending the Qin family means there are many who wish to see you suffer. Sun Yi added, if you want to blame someone, blame your arrogant son who foolishly announced a 3-year agreement. Ha ha ha. If it weren't for that agreement, even if the Qin family withdrew their engagement, they would still be willing to protect the Murong family. But your Murong Tian openly declared his intention to challenge Qin Xianyue after 3 years. Isn't that a blatant provocation? The members of the Murong family fell silent, their elders sighing softly. Only Murong Yunlei's eyes remained sharp as he coldly asserted, my son is exceptional since childhood. He merely lacked opportunities. He will undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. Ha ha, with that waist of yours? Don't dream. I heard your useless son has joined Ling Fu Mountain, becoming a disciple of an even more useless elder. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Murong Yunlei remained silent, his gaze unwavering. He had witnessed the determination in Murong Tian's eyes when he once held a sword, and he understood how rare such tenacity was in a youth. Given the chance, he would surely rise to greatness, with boundless prospects ahead. Just wait and see. At that moment, a cold voice broke through the laughter. A tall young man in black emerged from the crowd, his piercing gaze commanding attention, exuding an extraordinary presence. Judging by the aura he emanated, he was already at the mid-Qi Si realm. While this level was not particularly extraordinary for his age, it was nonetheless rare. Who are you? Sun Yi frowned. I am the so-called waste Murong Tian. Murong Tian declared, holding his head high. Xianya, how did you return? Murong Yunlei was momentarily taken aback, then quickly approached. an expression of astonishment on his face. Your cultivation. Murong Tian smiled slightly, gesturing for him to remain calm. The crowd, witnessing the remarkable young man they had thought to be the infamous waste, exchanged glances in disbelief. Wasn't it said that Murong Tian was a natural-born cripple with obstructed meridians? How had he suddenly reached the mid-Qi Sea realm? Oomph, you returned just in time. Your family's medicine has rendered our steward a cripple. Now, you either compensate us, or I will make 2 members of the Murong family useless as well. Sun Yi and Lu Tai coldly declared, their intentions clear. Just a mid-Qi Sea realm, is it? Although it deviates slightly from the rumors of a waste, it is of little consequence. Our purpose today is to force the Murong family to confront us. Hearing the implication in Lu Tai and Sun Yi's words, Murong Yunlei spoke resolutely. He understood that there was no way to resolve today's events amicably. Go! Capture 2 members of the Murong family. Sun Yi sneered, signaling to a steward behind him. Understood. The steward promptly complied, moving toward the Murong family members. Meanwhile, the elders and heads of the 2 families kept a vigilant watch on each other, prepared for any sudden moves. As such, the steward of the Sun family quickly approached the Murong family members, a malicious grin on his face as he reached for them. Being a late Qi Sea realm expert, capturing a Murong family junior was a simple task. Murong Yunlei furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation, and prepared to intervene despite the gazes of the heads of the 2 families. However, just as he took a step forward, Sun Yi and Lu Tai advanced together, their Guyuan realm pressure radiating. At that moment, a figure flashed like an afterimage, swiftly reaching the Murong family member, the sword in hand glowing with a thunderous light. Buzz! The steward of the Sun family paled, hastily crossing his arms to defend himself. Even so, he was forced back by the thunderous sword energy, coughing up blood as his hands were left charred. Who dares to harm the members of my Murong family? Murong Tian's eyes gleamed with intensity, his black sword raised, lightning flickering about it. The crowd was taken aback to see that the one who had repelled the late Qi Sea steward of the Sun family was none other than the so-called waste. Murong Tian. They were left speechless, their expressions shifting. What kind of footwork did he just use? I couldn't catch a glimpse of it. And his swordsmanship is astonishingly proficient, moving like lightning. The members of the Murong family, witnessing Murong Tian's unexpected strength, were greatly astonished. Xian'e. Murong Yunlei was momentarily lost for words, unable to believe what he had seen. Well, it seems you've unexpectedly gained some opportunity to break through. Good. I shall ensure you become a true waste today. Sun Yi's eyes narrowed, a cold smile forming as he plotted. If the people from the Shangwan family learned that Murong Tian possessed some strength, they would likely be displeased. If he could seize this opportunity to cripple Murong Tian, the Shangwan family might be pleased, allowing the Sun family to thrive in this small Fulling city. With this thought, he suddenly moved forward, throwing a punch that conjured the illusion of a collapsing mountain. Faced with this formidable strike, Murong Tian felt a surge of astonishment within his heart. The overwhelming pressure rendered him incapable of even lifting his sword, as the disparity in cultivation between the 2 was insurmountably vast. How audacious! A thunderous roar erupted, and Murong Yunlei stepped forward, unleashing waves of sound as he bellowed. Sun Yi furrowed his brow, compelled to retreat, the mountain-like phantom behind him dissipating under the force of the shout. The elders of the Murong family surged forward, their gazes fierce and accusatory. Outside, the crowd grew larger, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Many pointed fingers at Murong Tian, their faces contorted in derision. In Furongxian of Fuling City, a woman adorned with peach-hued ribbons danced gracefully, her movements ethereal as she played the pipa, the music drifting softly through the air. Her long, exquisite legs captivated the onlookers. Stunning, simply breathtaking. Shen Anzai, savoring a cherry offered by a nearby maid, could not help but exclaim in delight. The maid lowered her head, her voice a gentle murmur. "What is your name?" Shen Anzai turned, clarifying that he had come solely to enjoy the music, not to engage in frivolity. The maid pointed out the stain on his attire from the cherry juice he had just bitten into, which had splattered onto his collar. Next time, refrain from calling out so gently, as it may lead others to misunderstand. as if I had wronged you in some way. Very well. The maid nodded softly. Shen Anzai redirected his attention to the dancer's immaculate pipa when suddenly a thought struck him, causing him to frown and inquire, why are there so few people today? Normally, this venue would be teeming with guests by now. He cast a puzzled glance around the sparsely occupied private rooms. Elderly Yin had been unaware of last night's events, for something had transpired in the city today, prompting everyone to gather and witness the spectacle. The maid, while gently massaging his shoulders, continued to speak. Oh, what could possibly be more significant than the enjoyment of music? Pray enlighten me. Shen Anzai's curiosity piqued. It seems that the Mu Rong family's poison had incapacitated the stewards of the Sun and Lu families last night, leading both families to march to the Mu Rong residence this morning in a grand display of indignation. The maid continued, this morning, the eldest son of the Mu Rong family returned, although his presence was of little consequence, as he has yet to break through to the Qi realm. The news of the Ling Fu Mountain competition had not yet spread, so the townsfolk were unaware that Mu Rong Tian had already secured first place. Upon hearing this, Shen Anzai raised an eyebrow. That lad returned home immediately? Alas, I have heard that the Sun and Lu families have the support of the Shangguan family. It seems the Mu Rong family is in dire straits. The maid sighed, but her words fell on empty air as Shen Anzai suddenly stood, adjusting his belt and attire. Xiao Chui, inform Yu Hong, Lian Huan not to wait for me. I shall return another time to listen to the music. Elde Li Yan. The maid gasped, hastily calling out. There is no need to retain me. I shall be back shortly. Shen Anzai waved his hand dismissively, not looking back. Elderly Yin, you have yet to settle your payment for the music. The maid rushed after him, but found only the lingering trace of his departure, her gaze forlorn. Elder Li is indeed an eccentric. Last night, he spent hours discussing life and aspirations with the renowned performers within the building, engaging in idle chatter over wine and music. In the Mu Rong family, tensions escalated as both sides stood at a standoff. Sun Yi frowned at Mu Rong Yunlei, uncertain of his next move. In terms of strength, he doubted he could outmatch his opponent, and if a fight ensued without Lu Tai's assistance, the situation could prove troublesome. With this thought, he turned to Lu Tai, who sneered. Is the head of the Sun family not eager to strike first? By all means continue. He understood that Sun Yi's sudden aggression was an attempt to eliminate Mu Rong Tian and gain favor before the Shangguan family. If the Lu family did not assist, they would bear no responsibility should the esteemed one place blame upon the Sun family. It was either all or nothing. Sun Yi chose to lay his cards on the table. Lu Tai's expression soured as he let out a cold snort before stepping forward. You hold Mu Rong Yunlei back. I will take care of that brat. With that, he leaped into the air, transforming into multiple afterimages as he charged towards Mu Rong Tian. Not so fast. Mu Rong Yunlei shouted coldly, attempting to intervene. Unexpectedly, the conflict that had begun with Mu Rong Tian had now shifted entirely onto his shoulders. You stand right there. Sun Yi cursed internally, yet outwardly he let out a low growl, intercepting Mu Rong Yunlei's advance. Meanwhile, the other elders of the Mu Rong family were similarly occupied, ensnared by the forces of the Sun and Lu families. The scene descended into chaos, with the Mu Rong family at a distinct disadvantage. As Mu Rong Yunlei was held back, Lu Tai surged forward like a tempest, converging his afterimages as he neared Mu Rong Tian, reaching out towards his dantian. Should he succeed, the Qi that Mu Rong Tian had painstakingly gathered would undoubtedly be destroyed. Chapter 48. The Might of the Six Meridians, Sword Tian. Mu Rong Yunlei cried out in alarm, desperately attempting to assist, yet was firmly ensnared by Sun Yi, unable to break free. Forced to watch as Lu Tai's claw drew nearer. This is it. Mu Rong Tian's hard-won breakthrough to the Qi realm is about to be undone. Why did he have to offend the Qin family? Not only does it implicate him, but it also puts the entire family at risk. The onlookers outside shook their heads in dismay at the unfolding scene. Mu Rong Tian's eyes turned bloodshot, straining against the oppressive force, gripping his sword with trembling hands, veins bulging on his forehead. One sword to open the heavenly gate. Whoosh! A brilliant beam of sword light erupted, causing the very heavens and earth in the eyes of all to dim in comparison, leaving only that radiant sword light. The fierce and powerful sword intent startled Lu Tai, forcing him to halt instinctively and unleash a punch. Boom! A thunderous clash resounded as the dazzling sword light shattered, the shockwave from his punch crashing into Mu Rong Tian, causing him to cough blood and be flung back against a stone pillar. Lu Tai stood rooted, his expression dark as he regarded the torn sleeve of his robe. How could a martial artist at the Gui Yuan realm almost be harmed by a mere Qi novice? It was an utter disgrace. Seeking death, enraged and humiliated, his aura swelled as he lunged forward, claws outstretched like a dragon, aiming directly for Mu Rong Tian. The latter, already grievously wounded, swallowed the blood pooling in his mouth, gritting his teeth in a futile attempt to raise his sword once more. Yet he lacked even the strength to grip it. To withstand a blow from a peak Gui Yuan warrior upon entering the Qi realm was a remarkable feat. Surviving was already a miracle, let alone having the strength to fight back. Xiania. Mu Rong Yun Lei could only watch in despair as Lu Tai prepared for a second assault, releasing a frenzied roar. Mu Rong Tian's eyes blazed red. Just as he glimpsed a glimmer of hope, it was about to be extinguished once more. All eyes were on Lu Tai, silently lamenting the unfolding tragedy. Yet at that critical moment, a sound like the tearing of the air suddenly pierced through. Whoosh! A beam of sword light, as fine as a finger, arrived ahead of time, swiftly penetrating Lu Tai's palm. He halted in pain, his gaze wide with disbelief as he stared at his hand, blood gushing from a wound. What is happening? Who is attacking from the shadows? Gasps erupted, and all eyes darted around in search of the assailant. Mu Rong Tian stood momentarily stunned, turning towards the source of the sword light. Upon seeing, his eyes welled with tears of joy as he cried out, "Master!" Mu Rong Yun Lei and Sun exchanged perplexed glances, their brows furrowed. Master? Wasn't Mu Rong Tian's master merely the late-stage body refining master, the seemingly useless leader of Qingyun Peak? In their confusion, they followed Mu Rong Tian's gaze into the crowd, dressed in white, with a face as radiant as jade and silver strands cascading from his temples. Shen Anzai emerged, parting the crowd. "Do not panic, my disciple. I am here." Master Murong Tian's face was filled with excitement, tears welling up at his eyes. At this moment, Shen Anzai's expression darkened, as somber as a storm cloud, his heart seething with anger. Just a moment longer, and all his efforts over this period would have been in vain. He had painstakingly nurtured Murong Tian, and yet he was on the brink of having his cultivation crippled. How dare anyone lay a hand on my disciple? This is tantamount to seeking death. He spoke coldly, activating the 6 Meridian's divine sword. And with a flick of his finger, another beam of sword light, as thick as a finger, flashed past, imbued with an unparalleled edge. Lu Tai's pupils constricted in shock. He barely managed to evade as the sword light pierced through his abdomen, dangerously grazing his dantian. What kind of martial skill is this? He exclaimed, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Such strength, such formidable sword energy. Not only was it as swift as the wind, but it also possessed the ferocity to penetrate his protective spiritual essence in an instant. 6 Meridian's divine sword. Shen Anzai's voice was cold as he continued to flick his fingers, releasing dozens of beams of sword light in succession, each accompanied by a piercing sound that shattered the air. "Sun, save me." Lu Tai was drenched in cold sweat, hastily activating his mid-grade defensive spiritual artifact. Yet even with the artifact protection, the overwhelming sword energy forced him to stagger back, blood spewing from his mouth. Sun opened his mouth to speak, but was too astonished to assist, merely staring at Shen Anzai, who was relentlessly unleashing sword energy with his fingers. Not just him. Even Murong Yunlei and the elders of the Murong family were left in a daze. Is this truly the so-called innate waste? The master of Qingyun Peak who would never break through to the Qi realm? Just the sword energy produced with a mere flick of his fingers. Dubbed the 6 Meridian's divine sword, had reduced a Peak Yuan realm expert to such a state of disarray, this level of power, and you claim to be merely at the later stage of body refinement? Crack. After enduring numerous beams of sword energy, the defensive artifact in Lu Tai's hand finally succumbed, cracking with a sharp sound before shattering into pieces. More sword energy surged forth, and Lu Tai, drenched in cold sweat, felt a surge of despair. He could not withstand it. It was utterly insurmountable. This fellow's skills had no cooldown. And who had ever seen someone so extravagant with spiritual essence, using skills as if they were basic attacks? A chill enveloped him as Lu Tai envisioned the moment when the sword energy would breach his chi si, dispersing all his spiritual essence, leaving him crippled. Stop! However, a cold voice suddenly rang out, and the fierce sword energy shattered under this command. An elder clad in black descended from the sky, landing firmly before Lu Tai. Upon seeing this elder, both Lu Tai and Sun Yi displayed expressions of relief. Lord Wu, the newcomer was none other than Elder Wu Li, the steward dispatched by the Shangguan family to Fuling City. He was a master of the Earth Spirit realm. Shen Anzai furrowed his brow, withdrawing his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Li. Meanwhile, Murong Tian and the others, who had just relaxed, found their hearts racing once more. Who are you? Shen Anzai inquired loudly. I hail from the Shangguan family, Wu Li replied, stroking his beard, his eyes narrowing with disdain, his demeanor lofty. Today's events stem from the Murong family's initial wrongdoing. The Lu and Sun families merely sought justice. You attempt to cripple someone without hesitation. Are you so audacious as to bully others? I am well aware of the sequence of events. The Lu and Sun families provoked the matter and even attempted to harm my disciple. Sparing his life while crippling his cultivation is already an act of mercy. Shen Anzai displayed no signs of fear, speaking indifferently. He certainly had no reason to fear, as he still possessed several skill cards at his disposal. If this old man continued to be vexatious, he would simply cleave him with a sword. Such arrogance. Today, I shall uphold justice. The Murong family's medicine has incapacitated members of your two families, and I shall do the same to two of you. Wuli snurta kulli. And the oppressive aura of the Earth Spirit realm enveloped the area, rendering everyone breathless and heavy-hearted. His gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately settling with a mocking smile on Murong Tian and Shen Anzai. You two will suffice. As he took a step towards Murong Tian, Shen Anzai frowned, preparing to act when a soft, gentle voice, laced with authority, echoed in his ears. I would like to see how you intend to cripple them in my presence. Chapter 49. Go do as I say. The crowd turned to see two women approaching, one behind the other. The woman at the back was poised and graceful, her demeanor gentle, her skin pale with a hint of fragility. Her delicate oval face was a sight to behold. The woman at the front, however, captivated the gaze even more. Clad in green, she exuded a gentle demeanor, yet possessed an air of authority in her every gesture. Especially her enchanting eyes and vermilion lips, reminiscent of a celestial being, evoked a sense of beauty that was both distant and untouchable. And who might you be? Wuli Fronat, sensing a trace of pressure emanating from the woman in green. I am Lu Yinqin, the master of Qingwan Peak, Lingfu Mountain. Lu Yinqin spoke calmly, her hand waving lightly, dispersing the oppressive aura of the Earth Spirit realm. Shen Anzai and the others exhaled in unison, relieved. Even if you are from Lingfu Mountain, what of it? The Murong family has erred, inciting the wrath of heaven and people alike. Do you intend to shield them? Wuli Raturta Kulli, pointing at the steward of the Lu and Sun families, whose faces were ashen and devoid of cultivation. That may not be the case, Yi Jingxue interjected softly. Though these two appear to lack cultivation, they are not crippled. Rather, their abilities have been concealed. Wu Li's brow furrowed at her words. This person claims to be Jingxue. Could she be the daughter of the Zhennan king? How is she allied with those from Lingfu Mountain? As he observed the arrival of reinforcements for the Murong family, he momentarily hesitated, feeling the situation was becoming complicated. Who is this yellow-haired girl to speak here? Just because you say they're concealed does not make it so. Sun Yi scoffed, emboldened by Wu Li's presence. Lu Jingxue merely cast him a fleeting glance before stating, Apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Princess Qingxue, Lu Jingxue. With that, Sun Yi found himself at a loss for words, cold sweat breaking out instantly. The daughter of the Zhennan king, Princess Qingxue? How did she end up accompanying those from Lingfu Mountain? And it seemed she was prepared to support the Murong family. When did the Murong family forge such connections? The crowd of onlookers erupted in astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances. Meanwhile, Murong Tian regained some composure, joyfully waving. Elder Lu, little junior sister. This proclamation echoed like thunder in everyone's minds. What did Murong Tian just call the princess? Little junior sister? The esteemed Princess Qing Shui had somehow become the junior sister of the seemingly useless Murong Tian? Murong Shixiang, are you all right? Lu Jingxue stepped forward to support him. Concern etched on her face. Observing their exchange of Shixiang and shimmy, Shen Anzai rubbed his nose, pretending not to hear. He had yet to officially acknowledge Murong Tian as a disciple, and thus the system could not shorten his stature. As for the affectionate terms between Murong Tian and Lu Jingxue, that was of no concern to him. Elder Shen, that sword energy was extraordinarily fierce. Was it taught to you by that peak master of the upper three realms? Lu Yinqin entered the arena, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she regarded Shen Anzai with a smile. She had actually been present for a while. Observing how easily the latter had forced Lu Tai into such a desperate state with his sword energy. The speed and ferocity of that sword energy astonished her. She had not anticipated that Shen Anzai possessed such formidable swordsmanship. Shen Anzai scratched his head, neither confirming nor denying her statement. Meanwhile, Murong Yunlei and the members of the Lu and Sun families were utterly bewildered. Aside from Lu Yinqin, the presence of Princess Qing Shui, who referred to Murong Tian as her senior brother, implied that she had already joined the ranks of Qingyun Peak, becoming Shen Anzai's disciple. Upon hearing the words of Lu Yinqin, the notion that Shen was wielding the sword energy of a practitioner from the upper three realms was simply astounding. The upper three realms represent a formidable power capable of sweeping through the entire Dun dynasty. However, Wu Li staunchly refused to believe that Shen had the backing of such a formidable figure. He scoffed and directed his remarks towards Xiao Jingxue, saying, "Even you, Princess Qing Shui, cannot unjustly tarnish the reputation of others without evidence. You claim that these two individuals have not been rendered powerless, but rather concealed their true abilities. Why not investigate personally and assist them in regaining their strength?" All eyes turned to Xiao Jingxue, who frowned slightly. She perceived that the situation of the two individuals was indeed peculiar, stemming from her experiences in Yaowang Valley. As a mere second-grade alchemist, she found it daunting to solve their issues, especially when the esteemed Murong family had failed to do so. Noticing her hesitation, Wu Li regained his confidence and continued to speak with derision. "What is the matter? Are you unable to restore their abilities? Or were your previous words merely an attempt to favor the Murong family? Is the only daughter of the esteemed Zhen Nenwang truly someone who engages in nepotism?" His words caused many in attendance to furrow their brows, as they respected the reputation of Xiao Ao Hai, but questioned the standing of Princess Qing Shui. Just then, a calm and steady voice interrupted the tension. Xiao Jingxue turned in surprise to find Shen standing nonchalantly with his hands behind his back. "Elder, please proceed as I instructed," he said with a gentle smile, unfazed by the commotion. Having hurried to save Murong Tian earlier, he had yet to examine the two individuals. Now, with time to spare, he began to notice subtle differences. After all, he was also a fifth-grade alchemist. Although lacking spiritual energy, his skills in observation and diagnosis were not to be underestimated. With Shen An's words, Xiao Jingxue no longer hesitated. She retrieved silver needles from her storage ring and stepped forward. Lu Yinqin's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she wondered what might unfold. Could it be that Shen could devise a solution with just a glance? Wu Li, witnessing the unfolding events, smirked inwardly, showing no sign of concern as he allowed Xiao Jingxue to begin her work on the two stewards from the Sun and Lu families. How laughable, he thought. This is a breath-retaining pill crafted by an elder whose skills rival those of the Medicine King. It cannot be so easily undone. The tension escalated as Murong Yunlei and others from the Murong family grew anxious. The outcome of this procedure not only concerned the Murong family, but also the integrity of Princess Qing Shui. If word spread, it could tarnish the reputation of Zhennan Wang and the royal family. In the midst of all eyes being glued to her, Xiao Jingxue swiftly applied the silver needles, channeling her spiritual energy into the two stewards. As they felt no immediate reaction, they sighed in relief. Yet, Wu Li, seeing the situation unfold as he anticipated, smirked and taunted. It appears that Elder Shun's method is ineffective. What do you have to say now? Both Lu Yinqin and Xiao Jingxue frowned slightly, while Shun maintained an expression of indifference and said, "What is the rush?" No sooner had he spoken than two immense auras erupted. The two stewards, who had just relaxed, suddenly felt their suppressed energy erupting violently within them, causing their blood to surge dangerously towards their heart. If left unchecked, the overwhelming force could rupture their hearts. Panicking, they instinctively summoned their spiritual energy to suppress the chaotic flow. As the aura of the Qi-Si realm radiated, Wu Li's expression turned icy, and the heads of the Sun and Lu families wore grim visages. Their abilities had been restored. They were indeed at the Qi-Si realm. Could it be true, as the princess suggested, that their powers had not been lost, but concealed to frame the Morong family? The onlookers gasped in astonishment as the stewards, now realizing their situation, looked pale and terrified at Wu Li and their family heads. Lu Yinqin and Xiao Jingxue exchanged glances, their eyes widening in disbelief at the revelation of the steward's true abilities. Respect for Shen grew in Xiao Jingxue's heart. "Now then, do you still have anything to say?" Shen asked, his tone devoid of warmth. Wu Li remained silent, though the chill in his gaze was unmistakable. He had suspected that with Murong Tian's seemingly weak constitution, it was implausible for him to advance so rapidly without the aid of a hidden master. Since this was merely a misunderstanding, let us end it here, he proclaimed, turning to leave. Lu Tai and Sun, he exchanged glances and followed suit. Members of the Murong family sighed in relief, grateful for Shen An's intervention, for otherwise, the situation could have escalated beyond control. Wait, just as everyone believed the matter resolved, a cold voice rang out. Wu Li had just turned back when two beams of sword light shot forth, piercing through the Qi-Si of the two stewards. With a sound akin to a pop, their spiritual energy dispersed rapidly. "No, my powers!" They cried out in horror, helplessly watching their abilities dissipate before their eyes. "What is the meaning of this, Shunin?" Wu Li's face darkened with fury. "There is no hidden meaning. If they wish for their powers to be wasted, I shall grant them that," Shunin replied coolly, his gaze shifting to Sun, Yi, and Lu Tai. "And you too, who wish to cripple my disciple. Is that not so?" Exchanging fearful glances, the two men were rendered speechless. "My disciple shall not be bullied at your whim, since you desired to render them powerless. Today I shall do the same to you." With that declaration, he flicked his fingers, unleashing more beams of sword light, each radiating an extraordinary energy. "Bold!" Wu Li roared in anger, astonished that Shunin would dare to act before him. He stepped forward, shattering the two beams of energy and channeling the power of the earth into a devastating strike. Before Shunin could act, Lu Yinqin elegantly stepped forward, pointing her jade finger ahead. With a crack, the earth-shattering force crumbled instantly. "How dare you attack an elder of Lingfu Mountain? You seek death." Her eyes glinted with coldness as she unleashed a flurry of illusions, mesmerizing to behold. Wu Li was still reeling from the enchantment when he felt a sudden pain in his chest. He staggered back, coughing up blood, his gaze filled with shock as he beheld the stunning figure before him. Impressive, he thought, realizing that despite being at the same realm, he was utterly outmatched. Before he could recover, Lu Yinqin moved again, appearing before Lu Tai and Sun, striking them down with swift palms before retreating to her original position. "Ah!" They cried out, crashing against the wall, blood spewing forth as their eyes filled with crimson, their pupils constricting. Their abilities had been thoroughly obliterated. Lu Yinqin effortlessly repulsed Wu Li and subsequently incapacitated two individuals, all within the blink of an eye, leaving bystanders bewildered and struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. "I, Lu Yinqin, have rendered them powerless. What will you do now?" Standing in the courtyard, draped in azure attire, her eyes, reminiscent of exquisite paintings, bore an air of indifference that discouraged any direct gaze. "If your Shangguan clan possesses any prowess, feel free to send someone to Qinghuan Peak to reclaim your dignity." Wu Li's expression darkened as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a lingering glance at Shen Anzai and Lu Yinqin before turning to leave. It was evident to all that Lu Yunqin and Shen Anzai were clearly allied. Any further protestations from him would be futile. Elder Lu, Shen Anzai gazed in astonishment at the woman before him. Her decisive action in incapacitating the two clan heads was evidently intended to convey to the Shangguan clan that they had chosen to side with Qin Yunpeak. Elder Shen need not worry, Lu Yunqin replied with a gentle smile and a nod. Shen Anzai felt a flicker of gratitude. He had not anticipated her willingness to confront the Shangguan clan to stand firm with him. This surprised him. Was Lu Yunqin truly concerned about potential retribution from the Shangguan clan? However, it soon dawned on Shen Anzai that he was overthinking. To attempt to harm disciples of Lingfu Mountain without rendering them powerless as a form of punishment would only invite perceptions of weakness. Even if the sect leader were to learn of this matter, he would likely remain silent, for the Shangguan clan did not possess the audacity to challenge Lingfu Mountain. Listening to Lu Yunqin's words, Shen Anzai sheepishly touched his nose and nodded. It was all about upholding the sect's dignity. He had mistakenly believed Lu Yunqin acted solely for his sake. The onlookers gasped in awe at Lu Yunqin's decisiveness in crippling the two clan heads, their expressions betraying a deep respect. Shen Anzai's gaze shifted to the members of the Sun and Lu clans. With Wu Li's departure, these individuals appeared as defeated hounds. Stripped of their former bravado, they cowered, trembling as they prostrated themselves before him, pleading, "Elder Shen, spare us." Sun Yi and Lu Tai, realizing their powers had been stripped, knelt on the ground, their faces ashen and filled with regret. Had they known better, they would not have listened to the Shangguan clan's grandiose promises about reclaiming their status, emerging from Fuling City as one of the prominent families of the Dan dynasty. Yet now, when trouble arose, they fled with remarkable swiftness, leaving no trace behind. The Sun and Lu families were, it seemed, utterly finished. Chapter 51. The beginning of your journey to becoming Dan's premier sword immortal, ignoring the pleas of Sun Yi and Lu Tai. Shen Anzai turned his attention to the dazed Murong Yunlei. Clan head Murong, you should know how to handle the remaining matters. Lu Yunqin interjected. There is no need to worry about the Shangguan clan. Murong Tian is the champion of the Lingfu Mountain Sect competition, and we shall stand firmly behind him. Upon hearing this, Murong Yunlei was taken aback, and the elders of the Murong clan exchanged incredulous glances at the young man clad in black. Champion of the Lingfu Mountain Sect competition? When did this happen? Wasn't Murong Tian languishing at the bottom of the rankings just 2 years ago? How could he suddenly ascend to the top this year? Sensing the collective bewilderment, Murong Tian humbly clasped his hands. Father, esteemed elders, my achievements are largely due to my master's guidance. Without him, I would likely remain a mediocre individual. Elder Shen? Murong Yunlei was even more astonished, questioning his own hearing. Shen Anzai, from Qin Yunpeak, had long been rumored to be a complete failure, incapable of cultivating internal energy. When they had heard that Li Yin from Lingfu Mountain had accepted a gift and subsequently assigned Murong Tian to Qin Yunpeak, they had felt disheartened. Yet today, this Shen Anzai had brought them immense surprise. Regardless of whether Murong Tian truly owed his progress to him, the power he displayed was far beyond the rumors of late-stage body refinement. Who had ever witnessed someone incapacitating 2 practitioners of Qi Si with a mere flick of a finger, while simultaneously suppressing Lu Tai, a practitioner of returning Yuan? The rumors must have been false. Elder Shen, your kindness and grace will be forever etched in the hearts of the Murong clan. Murong Yunlei was about to perform a profound bow when Shen Anzai stopped him. There is no need for such formalities, clan head Murong. This is my duty as a mentor. Hearing Shen Anzai's words, Lu Yunqin cast a peculiar glance at him. Now he understood the responsibilities of a mentor. Why hadn't he realized this sooner? Did not tell her it was to test Murong Tian's character. In the world of martial arts, every moment counts, and wasting more than 2 years would make it exceedingly difficult for Murong Tian to catch up. Murong Yunlei was filled with myriad emotions, realizing that they had been short-sighted. He gazed at the revitalized Murong Tian, sighed deeply, and spoke slowly. Tianer, your current abilities are entirely dependent on Elder Shen's benevolence. But as for the 3-year agreement, think little of it. Murong Tian was taken aback, looking at him with confusion. Father, why? His anger flared. How could I tolerate such humiliation when a woman came to withdraw the engagement? I cannot bear it, nor will I. He still vividly recalled the disdainful gazes and words of the Tianxue sect representatives when they returned to cancel the engagement. They spoke of withdrawal with words that belittled him as a mere worthless insect. In front of so many guests, they had reduced the Murong clan to nothing, rendering them a laughingstock. Such an affront could not be forgotten. Seeing his son so enraged pained Murong Yunlei. Yet he spoke helplessly, Tianer. Now that Qin Xianyue not only has the support of the Tianxue sect, but also the connections of the Shangguan clan, even if you win the 3-year agreement. What good will it do to damage their 3 families' reputation? They will not let you go, and you will have made too many enemies, making your path ahead perilous. Murong Yunlei earnestly counseled him, casting a glance at Shen Anzai. He understood that, even if a miracle occurred and Murong Tian won the 3-year agreement, he would never escape the clutches of the Tianxue sect. Setting aside the Qin and Shangguan clans for now, the strength of the Tianxue sect far surpassed that of Lingfu Mountain. And Tianer, do you know what realm Qin Xianyue has reached? What realm? Murong Yunlei took a deep breath and stated gravely, after reaching the pure Yuan realm, she will undoubtedly break into the Earth Spirit realm, becoming a powerful figure among the mid-third realm practitioners. And moreover, she has become a direct disciple of the Tianxue sect's leader, mastering the only heavenly tier martial art of the sect. Heavenly tier martial arts. Although martial arts are not as rare as techniques, they are still exceedingly scarce in the entirety of the Southern Decision domain. Murong Tian was momentarily stunned, his fists involuntarily clenching. Qin Xianyue's strength indeed felt insurmountable. At the same age, she had already brushed against the threshold of the Earth Spirit realm and successfully cultivated a heavenly tier martial art. Meanwhile, he was merely at the mid-Qi C stage. Achieving the returning Yuan realm within half a year would be a commendable feat. The other elders of the Murong clan, along with Xiao Jingxue, remained silent. Even Lu Yunxin sighed softly. In comparison, the odds of Murong Tian's victory were virtually non-existent. However, the fervor of youth would not be stifled by insurmountable mountains. It is precisely because they are young that they possess the courage and determination to scale heights. Youth does not fear how arduous the path ahead may be or whether it is even passable. What matters is to take the first step. So what? Murong Tian declared, his fist clenched and his gaze resolute. I believe in myself. I will win. How could I possibly lose? Hearing his heartfelt proclamation, Murong Yunlei, Lu Yunxin, and Xiao Jingxue were momentarily taken aback. Well said. While others might perceive Murong Tian as merely youthful and brash, Shen Anzai suddenly interjected, his eyes filled with admiration. My disciple, Shen Anzai, should possess such courage and determination. As long as you do not concede defeat, the impossible will become possible. Remember, my apprentice, your destiny is determined by you, not by heaven. Shen Anzai gazed at Murong Tian with a look of satisfaction, declaring that a mere Qin Xianyue would not be your endpoint, but rather the beginning of your journey to become the foremost Sword Immortal of Dan. Murong Tian clenched his fists, his heart ablaze with fervor, his gaze sharp as a torch. The beginning of becoming the foremost Sword Immortal of Dan. Xiao Jingxue observed Shen Anzai encouraging his disciple, her usually gentle eyes quivering slightly, a flicker of unusual emotion passing through them. After years in Yaowang Valley, she had grown accustomed to the size of the Medicine King, lamenting the difficulty of the bone-corroding poison. Even if it were cured, with her meridians corroded by the bone poison, her future cultivation would be fraught with obstacles, leading her to abandon hope and resign herself to fate. However, upon arriving at Lingfu Mountain, this dim hope suddenly reignited. Is my destiny truly determined by me and not by heaven? The young girl's gaze became complex as she murmured, her expression gradually firming. Watching the emotionally charged master and disciple, Lu Yunxin slightly shook her head, choosing not to dampen their spirits. Not to mention that Qin Xianyue was already a prodigy, and the master of Tian Snow sect had devoted all his resources to her. Who is the master of Tian Snow sect? A formidable expert in the Qian Kuan realm, with talent and ample resources for cultivation. One could say that even within the entirety of the 4 domains, Qin Xianyue ranks among the best of her generation. Yet what does Murong Tian possess? Born with obstructed meridians, he has nothing but the fervent heart of youth. Oh, right, he does have a master. Liu Yanqin's gaze turned toward Shen Anzai, who was patting Murong Tian's shoulder in encouragement, and she sighed at his nonchalant demeanor. No matter how well Shen Anzai concealed himself, could his foundation truly rival that of the entire Tian Snow sect or that of a Qian Kuan realm expert? Unless the formidable figure behind him personally came to instruct Murong Tian, it would be quite the challenge. Chapter 52. The master and disciple go to catch thieves for rewards. Murong Yunlei sighed at the sight of his son's unwavering confidence, choosing not to voice any further concerns. As matters settled, the crowd dispersed. The industries of the Sun and Liu families were directly taken over by the Murong family under the pretext of reputational compensation. The entire Fuling city now stood as a stronghold of the Murong family. Originally, Shen Anzai had not intended to return to Lingfu Mountain so soon, but Liu Yanqin insisted on accompanying him, expressing a desire to see what he had been doing during his time away from Qingyun Peak and Murong Tian. Shen Anzai, feeling helpless, feigned that he had long been aware of the Murong family's hardships and had been descending the mountain to assess the situation, fearing that Murong Tian would be distracted if he were to inform him. Upon hearing this, Liu Yanqin was left in doubt. The group then returned to Lingfu Mountain. Following the recent events, Shen Anzai lost interest in descending the mountain to listen to music. His days were spent either in the medicinal garden examining spiritual herbs or watching Murong Tian practice swordsmanship, patiently awaiting the day Pure Yuan Mountain would open. During these days, he discovered that Xiao Jingxue indeed possessed remarkable talent in the medicinal path, taking excellent care of the spiritual herbs. After some thought, Shen Anzai decided to entrust Xiao Jingxue with the elixirs Murong Tian consumed daily for refinement. Since she harbored the intention of becoming his disciple, he thought it reasonable to consider this as early training. Naturally, he would provide guidance while she refined the elixirs, for as a fifth-tier alchemist, he certainly possessed the discernment. Notably, on the 7th day after the Murong family incident, trouble arose on Lingfu Mountain. Li Yin, who had been hiding in the law enforcement hall, was reluctantly forced out, while the sect leader, Xian Yuzi, was left fuming for quite some time. The commotion was caused by the owner of Furong Pavilion, who, rather than causing a disturbance, brought several beautiful maidens to the mountain gate to lament. Or were they lamenting? They accused elder Li Yin of deceiving their affections and failing to settle his debts incurred during his visits to Furong Pavilion, in a bid to prevent the situation from escalating. The peak master of Qingxi Peak had to promptly settle the account at the mountain gate and send the scantily clad maidens away. However, some disciples witnessed the event and quietly spread the news. Suddenly, Lingfu Mountain was in an uproar. Major news! Major news! After Elder Li Yin suffered a crushing defeat to Qingyun Peak's master, Shen Anzai, he was not retreating in shame to practice in solitude, but rather descending the mountain to indulge in revelry and debauchery while refusing to pay his debts. What? The head of the law enforcement hall has transformed into a pleasure-seeking wanderer after losing to a romantic rival, indulging in worldly pleasures and leaving without settling his debts. When Xian Yuzi confronted Li Yin in the law enforcement hall, he found him sprawled on the bed, sound asleep, disheveled and looking excessively indulgent, with numerous wine jars scattered about. Upon witnessing this scene, Xian Yuzi kicked him off the bed. Poor Li Yin, clutching his backside, was bewildered as he got up, still not fully grasping the situation. As the head of the law enforcement hall, to live in such debauchery without restraint or shame warranted a 3-month house arrest. Should you dare descend the mountain again, the sect rules shall apply. After coldly delivering this statement, Xian Yuzi turned and left, slamming the door behind him. Li Yin stared at the now-collapsed door and the inquisitive disciples peering in from outside, utterly dumbfounded. He felt a sense of frustration for losing to Shen Anzai. After all, he had merely indulged a bit too much in wine these past few days. How had it come to this? In a 3-month house arrest? He and T even left his quarters in daze. He even noticed his disciple Wang Hu looking at him with disdain, which made him feel even more nauseous. After inquiring around, he learned that someone had been impersonating him, indulging in revelry at Furong Pavilion, and accruing debts without paying. Little thief! I shall not rest until I find you. Li Yin howled to the heavens, then smashed a wine jar beside the bed in rage, declaring that from this day forth, he would abstain from alcohol. The next morning, at Qingyan Peak, outside the medicinal garden on the back mountain, Shen Anzai had specially crafted a bamboo grove near the stream, where he would leisurely fish and enjoy the tranquility of nature. At this moment, two individuals sat in wicker chairs by the stream, one fishing while the other observed. Unexpectedly, Li Yin turned out to be such a person, truly deserving of disdain. Lu Yinqin, nibbling on pastries Xiao Jingxue had set aside, shook her head. Her eyes filled with contempt. Shen Anzai forced a smile, responding that it was indeed surprising that such a rogue was the head of Lingfu Mountain-S Hall. Forgetting even to pay for the hard-earned money of others. Truly despicable. Forgot to pay? Lu Yinqin frowned, casting a suspicious glance at him. How do you know he forgot? Shen Anzai was momentarily at a loss for words, just as a figure in black hurriedly approached, sword slung over his back. Master! Master! He breathed a sigh of relief, feigning mild annoyance as he spoke. What is so urgent that you've startled my fish away? Murong Tian scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, yet his face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, There's new news. It turns out the one who went to Farong Pavilion was not elderly Yin, but someone else entirely. Shen Anzai's heart skipped a beat. It was said that this individual had red lips and white teeth, though silver threads adorned his temples. He possessed a handsome visage akin to a jade crown. Indeed, a strikingly handsome man. Lu Yinqin paused mid-bite, turning to look at her side, while Xiao Jingxue also froze, their gazes directed at Shen Anzai. If memory serves, he had indeed been frequently descending the mountain and returning late at night lately. Murong Tian, still brimming with excitement, glanced at Shen Anzai and seemed to have made a realization, his eyes sparkling with surprise as he exclaimed, Yes, just like Master. He remained oblivious to Shen Anzai's increasingly darkening expression, continuing to revel in his enthusiasm. That lecherous scoundrel truly had the audacity to not only refuse to pay his debts, but also dared to impersonate the head of Lingfu Mountain. The master has already ordered a thorough investigation, and it remains uncertain when this rogue will be apprehended. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Lu Yinqin set down the pastry in her hand and smiled at Shen Anzai. Elder Shen, you must know who this detestable and shameless scoundrel is, right? She deliberately emphasized certain words Shen Anzai had previously uttered, and though she smiled, it created an air of discomfort. Shen Anzai felt a sinking sensation in his heart, wishing he could cast Mu Rongtian into the water at that very moment. This lad was utterly useless, but excelled in causing trouble. Unaware of Shen Anzai's piercing gaze, Mu Rongtian leaned forward with curiosity and asked, Master, do you know who that audacious rogue is? Beside them, Xiao Jingxue coughed softly, hoping to signal him to refrain from further inquiries. However, the foolish boy only grew more excited. Master, the sect leader has placed a bounty of 100,000 gold to capture this thief. If you know who he is, we can team up to claim the reward. Xiao Jingxue turned her head away, lamenting the beauty of the azure sky and the lush green grass. Chapter 53. Has the sect leader come to demand justice? Shen Anzai observed the eager expression on Mu Rongtian's face and smiled. Have you finished practicing your sword? If you have nothing else to do, there is still land on the back mountain. You can plow a few more acres. The youth paused, offering an awkward smile before scampering off with his sword. Watching him leave, Shen Anzai turned to Lu Yinqin. If I were to say that everything is merely coincidence, and that visiting the brothel does not necessarily imply engaging in lewd activities, as some may go simply to listen to music and enjoy tea, would you believe me? I do not believe you. Lu Yinqin waved her sleeve and departed, leaving behind a faint remark. We shall prepare to set out for Chunyuan Mountain the day after tomorrow. Let Mu Rongtian adjust his state. I will have Fei Shuang notify you. As Lu Yinqin walked away, Shen Anzai could only smile bitterly. Their relationship had barely begun to warm, and now it felt like starting over from scratch. Regret filled his heart, wishing he could slap himself twice. Could those frivolous women ever compare to Lu Yinqin, a stunning beauty of unparalleled grace and formidable power? The most frustrating part was that he had truly done nothing. It felt like a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to express his grievances. With the two of them gone, only Xiao Jingxue and Shen Anzai remained. The former gazed at him with gentle, autumn-like eyes, their gazes locking. Shen Anzai asked earnestly, Jingxue, do you think I resemble that kind of shameless person? Xiao Jingxue quickly averted her gaze and stood to bow. Sect Master, it seems rain is imminent. I shall return to gather the laundry. Shen Anzai lay back in his chair, feeling dejected as he looked at the clear blue sky. Why was Xiao Jingxue thinking about laundry? What about the basic trust between people? Even if I had indeed visited the Furong Pavilion, could she not choose to believe me? Feeling melancholic, Shen Anzai inquired within his heart. System, how much does Mu Rongtian's admiration value need to break through level 8? Almost there. How much is almost? 70 points. Shen Anzai felt exhausted, both physically and mentally. This was after gaining 20 points during that incident at the Mu Rong family. Now, merely relying on persuasion was insufficient to elicit admiration from Mu Rongtian. Even an all-night conversation yielded only a single point. The prospect of his admiration value reaching level 10 felt distant. Glancing in the direction Xiao Jingxue had departed, he pondered, stroking his chin. Without Mu Rongtian's admiration value reaching level 10, he could not accept Xiao Jingxue as a disciple. He had considered this matter for quite some time and realized that taking Xiao Jingxue as a disciple was an excellent choice. Firstly, she was the daughter of the Zhennan Wang, a princess of the Dan dynasty, with the entire royal family as her backing. Secondly, her innate talent was remarkable. One could say she rivaled Qin Qingyue, yet she had long suffered from the bone-corroding poison, preventing her from condensing her qi into yuan, and, at times, her cultivation regressed. System, what grade of alchemist is required to fully eradicate the bone-corroding poison? 7th grade. Can you make an exception and allow me to draw some alchemical experience to break through to a 7th grade alchemist next time? Yes, but it will cost 15 years of lifespan for 1 grade. Can someone else pay for it? Or can it be paid in installments? Like 1% of a second per year? In the martial arts arena, as Mu Rongtian practiced diligently with his sword, he suddenly sneezed and scratched his head, looking around. Could the host please refrain from tormenting this system? Shen Anzai twitched his lips. After all, who told you not to provide a manual? I have to figure everything out myself. Perhaps truly exasperated by his plight, the system responded again. The host can choose to consume skill cards to increase the probability of drawing rewards. When I last inquired, you stated that my current skill cards were insufficient to enhance the probability of drawing 7th grade alchemist experience, did you not? Shen Anzai frowned. He had secretly asked about this matter long ago. The host is quite adorable. Who said it was necessary to draw 7th grade alchemist experience? There are many methods to detoxify, suitable techniques being one of them, although they may not yield immediate results. Shen Anzai's spirits lifted. What level of technique is needed to eliminate the bone-corroding poison? Pure technique. In the drawing roulette, there are 5 colors of rewards: gold, purple, blue, green, and white. Gold represents the finest quality, such as the unparalleled sword technique previously drawn from Mu Rongtian. Purple represents rarity, and he had yet to draw that. Blue signifies excellence. The cat toy he had drawn earlier belonged to this tier, though he had yet to discover its purpose. When he asked the system, it merely stated it could entertain cats. Later, Shen Anzai used it as a whip on Mu Rongtian, as it was quite durable compared to ordinary willow branches, which would snap easily under similar treatment. As for green and white, one represents the ordinary while the other signifies garbage. Pure technique. Shen Anzai mused. This tier likely corresponds to heavenly level techniques. Thus, to completely cure the bone-corroding poison, he would need to draw at least a heavenly level technique suitable for Xiao Jingxue's cultivation. This seemed no easier than drawing the experience of a 7th grade alchemist, perhaps even more challenging. However, he understood why the system could enhance the probability of drawing techniques, but not the experience of a 7th grade alchemist. This was because the 7th grade alchemist experience was something he inherently possessed, while techniques were meant to be passed down to disciples and could only be inherited once. After the first inheritance, he would need to draw again for subsequent transmissions. There was, however, another method, allowing Mu Rongtian and Xiao Jingxue to learn from those who already had the techniques. Yet Mu Rongtian had only just begun to grasp the unparalleled sword technique and had yet to comprehend the crucial sword heart, passing it down might lead to confusion. The inheritance card provided by the system guaranteed successful transmission, but oral teaching depended on the comprehension and talent of the inheritor. If their talent was lacking, even with a technique, it might take years for them to master it. Thus, the experience of a 7th-grade alchemist was currently more precious than a heavenly-level technique. The distinction lay in one being continuously usable while the other could only be employed once. Shaking his head, Shen Anzai ceased to dwell on it. After all, Xiao Jingshua's matter was not urgent. Even if he wanted to draw, he must first wait for Mu Rongtian's admiration level to break through before gaining the opportunity. Furthermore, he would need to wait until he could accept Xiao Jingxue as a disciple, which required Mu Rongtian's admiration level to reach 10. This meant he had at least 3 more chances to draw, and with the system occasionally issuing tasks, he could also gain additional drawing opportunities. He simply did not believe that with so many chances to draw, he would not succeed even once. The pressing matter at hand is to thoroughly prepare for the expedition to Chunyuan Mountain the day after tomorrow, enabling Murong Tian to strive for dominance over the first 3 Chunyuan pools. This will provide an opportunity to condense qi and return to the primordial state, achieving a breakthrough into the Guiyuan realm. Master, as he pondered, a young boy, sword on his back, rushed down the mountain path once more. What now? Shen furrowed his brow. The sect leader has arrived and is waiting for you at Qingyan Hall. Shen sprang up from his seat with a start, a look of irritation on his face. Oh no, could it be that the sect leader is here to confront me about impersonating Li Yin at Furon Pavilion? Chapter 54. You wouldn't want others to know, would you? In the main hall of Qingyan Peak, Xian Yuzi sat across from Shannon, their gazes locked in a silence that stretched for quite some time. Unable to withstand the intensity of Xian Yuzi's stare, Shannon finally rose and spoke. Sect leader, if you have something to say, please do so plainly. Xian Yuzi cleared his throat, his gaze peculiar as he regarded Shannon. In truth, I descended the mountain yesterday with your portrait for some inquiries, and the people at Furon Pavilion. His words trailed off, his expression laden with meaning. Shannon, realizing that the truth could not be concealed, spoke with a bitter tone. Sect leader, I assure you, I did nothing at Furon Pavilion except listen to music. At most, I merely sipped tea and admired the flowers with those performers. It is not as you imagine. Why are you so anxious? I never claimed you did anything wrong. Xian Yuzi regarded him with a strange look, stroking his beard. What I think is of little consequence. What matters is what others think, such as Elder Liu. You and T want everyone to know about this, would you? If you agree to help me with a small task, I can assist you in return. Shannon was taken aback. This sentiment felt oddly familiar. He eyed the jovial middle-aged man before him with suspicion. Who would have thought that the usually affable sect leader harbored such peculiar inclinations behind closed doors? No more words. He resolutely stood, declaring, even if everyone knows, I will not acquiesce to your demands, sect leader. Xian Yuzi was taken aback. He hadn't even specified what he wanted Shannon to do. Yet the latter rejected him with such decisiveness. Furthermore, what was that fleeting expression of disdain he had just displayed? Did I happen to have a snack lodged in my nose today? Xian Yuzi touched his nose and chuckled awkwardly. Elder Shun, please do not be agitated. This matter is not difficult. All it requires is a few words from you. It will not place you in a dilemma. A few words? I refuse. Shunin stood firmly behind his chair, articulating each word with gravity. Xian Yuzi was once again bewildered. Did this fellow expect to do nothing and have me clean up after him? Such wishful thinking, were it not for the personal nature of this matter. And considering Shen An's connections to the upper realms and the Prince of Southern Jin, would he have bothered to speak so kindly? After all, he is the sect leader. Elder Shen, this is truly a simple matter. I have heard that the prince has granted Qingyun Peak a quota to Chunyuan Mountain. I merely wish for you to deliver something to Li Fei while you are there. I would never trade my body for such a task. Shen An was momentarily stunned. Was it merely delivering something to the princess? Indeed, what else did you think it was? Xian Yuzi replied, his face a mask of confusion as he scrutinized Shen An. What did you mean by I would never trade? Coughing, Shen An's expression shifted, a smile spreading across his face as he approached Xian Yuzi amicably. Old Xian, I've noticed that you all seem to enjoy being cryptic. Can't you just state your business plainly? I, Shen An, am a part of the sect. Even if you refuse to assist me, I cannot decline such a request. Can I? Shen Anzai regarded him with an odd expression. What had this fellow been thinking moments ago? Why had his attitude shifted so dramatically? Yet, who would have guessed that the sect leader also had ties to Li Fei? Shen chuckled, his eyes filled with curiosity and intrigue. Shen Anzai, sensing the implications behind Shen Anzai's gaze, glared at him while stroking his beard. What are you thinking? Li Fei is my sister. I merely wish for you to deliver some nourishing pills to her. Oh, Shen Anzai's enthusiasm waned visibly. He had thought he had uncovered a tremendous secret. Since it was merely a sibling relationship, why wouldn't he, the sect leader, deliver it himself? Shen Anzai shot him an irritated glance. Because I am the sect leader of Lingfu Mountain, while she is the emperor's consort, and her son is the crown prince. If I were to maintain frequent contact with her, what would the emperor think? Lingfu Mountain stands apart from the families supported openly and covertly by the emperor, such as the Qin and Shangwan families, and is not under the imperial purview. I understand, Shen nodded. It is akin to the distinction between a state-owned enterprise and a private one. Additionally, with Li Fei's son being the crown prince, should Shen Anzai maintain frequent interactions with them, he would inevitably become a target for those with ulterior motives. Lingfu Mountain may be indifferent, yet Li Fei and her son within the imperial palace are a different matter entirely. If their rivals catch wind of any gossip, they could exploit it to devastating effect. Why not send Elder Lu to deliver it? Shen inquired, still puzzled. It was understandable that Murong Tian would not be chosen, given his status as a disciple and lack of access to Li Fei. Why select himself? The two exchanged glances, and Shen Anzai appeared momentarily taken aback. Isn't the quota for Qingyun Peak? What business would Elder Lu have there? They stared at each other in disbelief. Was it possible that Elder Lu was concerned about the Qin and Shangwan families targeting Murong Tian at Chunyuan Mountain and had come to lend support to Qingyun Peak? Shen Anzai's expression grew increasingly enigmatic as he scrutinized Shen, and the implications of his gaze unmistakable. Coughing awkwardly, Shen felt his cheeks flush, his silence a tacit acknowledgement. As your sect leader, I must speak to you about this. Why would you abandon your esteemed Qingyuan Peak to venture to Furong Pavilion? Shen Anzai's frustration was palpable. Did those common performers truly compare to our illustrious Qingyuan Peak's master with her ethereal beauty? Elder Shen, opportunities must be seized. With Elder Lu's allure, there are surely many in the sect who covet her. If you do not cherish this chance, what if someone else seizes the opportunity? Are you referring to Li Yan, the Hall Master? Shen Anzai blinked in surprise. The two locked eyes, each assessing the other. I'm not. I never said that. Do not make wild assumptions or spread rumors. Very well. I promise not to inform Hall Master Li that the sect leader called him a schemer. Shen Anzai suddenly found the conversation with Shen somewhat exhausting. He waved his hand, placing a hand over his heart. Enough. There are many affairs within the sect to attend to. I shall not linger further. Prepare diligently for your journey to Chunyuan Mountain with your disciple. Do not bring shame to Lingfu Mountain. Sect leader, regarding the matter of Furong Pavilion, Shen called out to the retreating figure. Do not worry. I will resolve it, came the assurance as Shen Anzai disappeared from sight. Shen stroked his chin, contemplating. Next time, I must devise some formidable restrictions. Otherwise, everyone will be flying about while I am left to ascend the mountain on foot. That would be rather embarrassing, considering my position as the master of Qingyun Peak. The following day, Lingfu Mountain was abuzz with commotion. In light of the incident at Furong Pavilion, the sect leader personally descended the mountain to investigate. By evening, he returned and revealed the truth to everyone. It turned out that the individual who had frequented Furong Pavilion was neither Li Yin nor Shen, but rather a remnant of the demonic sect skilled in transformation. He had been personally eliminated by the sect leader. This miscreant had sought to incite discord within Lingfu Mountain, masquerading as the master of Qingyun Peak and claiming to be the hall master of law enforcement while dining at Furong Pavilion without paying. Once this news broke, everyone was enlightened, and the situation seemed all too logical. Indeed, as the hall master of law enforcement, would Li Yin truly quibble over the bill? Elder Shen had also won a significant sum at the tournament. Would he be foolish enough to indulge in a free meal? It must have been a ploy by a remnant of the demonic sect to provoke internal conflict within Lingfu Mountain. Chapter 55, The Unworldly Senior Disciple, on Qingyun Peak. Outside the Shalu Bamboo Garden, the tips of the peach leaves were sharp, while the willow leaves obscured the sky. Shen was lounging comfortably in a rattan chair, his legs crossed, humming a cheerful tune as he basked in the sun, engrossed in a book. His spirits were high indeed. The news that spread yesterday had swiftly altered the public perception of the Furongxian incident. Beside him, Xiao Jingxue gazed at him with renewed respect, tinged with a hint of shame, reflecting silently. Had it not been for the sect leader personally apprehending the remnants of the demonic sect, the burden of blame would undoubtedly have fallen upon the Peak Master. It was indeed commendable that the Peak Master, faced with such a dire situation, had not sought to explain himself, embodying a demeanor of calm detachment and indifference to fame and fortune. On the contrary, Murong Tian appeared somewhat dejected yesterday, lamenting the missed opportunity to personally bring the remnants of the demonic sect to justice and claim the bounty of 100,000. Moreover, there was another reason for Shen and S. joy. After a period of diligent sword practice, Murong Tian's swordsmanship seemed to have improved, and his mastery of martial arts had even reached the second tier. Although this may sound simpler than breaking through to the first tier, it was no mere coincidence. Recently, Murong Tian had been practicing not just the Benlei sword, but also frequently contemplating the Wushuang Yujin Ju, a technique of extraordinary caliber, surpassing the heavenly tier. To grasp even a fragment of such profound knowledge was indeed remarkable. And lo, Shen had begun to read. What was he reading? A compendium of weapons, a catalog of rare flora, and a guide to medical conundrums. Boredom had driven him to delve into books, for he dared not venture down the mountain to listen to music. Ideally, reading would enhance his martial and medicinal expertise. If not, it mattered little, for learning was still valuable. The more he read, the better equipped he would be to converse persuasively in the future. As for the texts on medicinal arts, he found them rather comprehensible, with the knowledge of a fifth-tier alchemist clear in his mind, enabling him to even spot errors within the texts at times. The various weapons were also somewhat understandable, albeit not entirely clear. However, when it came to subjects like talismans and artifact forging, he was utterly lost, staring blankly. After a yawn, Shen closed his book, feeling somewhat fatigued as he rubbed his temples. Immersing oneself in knowledge was indeed beneficial. Yet as a mere practitioner at the late stage of body tempering, his energy was limited. Often, he would read a book twice only to overlook certain details, leaving his memory muddled. Alas, after poring over 7 or 8 books, he had retained very little. Gazing at the azure sky, he sighed deeply, reflecting on the ancient adage that reading thousands of books is no substitute for traveling thousands of miles. Merely reading without practical application rendered it difficult to retain knowledge vividly and profoundly. Yet what could he do? Lacking spiritual energy and aura, he was at a disadvantage. He understood the concept of spiritual energy following the sword and strength following the blade in swordsmanship. But could he truly embody it? The talisman art spoke of gathering spiritual energy with a brush, crafting scenes of heaven and earth, summoning fierce winds and flames, and invoking thunder. Could he achieve that? Shaking his head, Shen stroked his chin. After all, could a theoretical master not still be a master? Even if he could not execute it himself, a thorough understanding could still allow him to teach others. As this thought crystallized, he felt a renewed sense of purpose in his endeavors, disregarding his fatigue, and resumed reading. Master. Just as he prepared to immerse himself in study, a familiar voice echoed from the bamboo path. Master, senior sister Fei Shuang has arrived. Murong Tian, sore on his back, ran toward him, waving his hand, with the cool and composed Ling Fei Shuang following closely behind. During this period, he appeared less like the foremost disciple of Qingyun Peak and more like a mere messenger. Raising an eyebrow, Shen closed his book and stood up. Ling Fei Shuang's arrival signaled that they would soon depart for Chunyuan Mountain. Elder Shen, princess. Ling Fei Shuang gracefully approached the stream, her long legs moving elegantly as she greeted them. Ling Shizizi, no need for such formalities. Did your master send you here? Shen waved his hand dismissively. Yes, my master is waiting at the mountain gate. Oh, in that case, Jingxue, Please help me bring those books from my study. Let us be on our way. Shen turned and spoke. Of course, Peak Master. Xiao Jingxue nodded slightly and quickly returned with the books. As they made their way toward Lingfu Mountain, Shen stole a few glances at Ling Fei Shuang and then furrowed his brow, tentatively asking, "When did you break through, Ling Shizizi?" Ling Fei Shuang was taken aback, glancing back in surprise as she respectfully replied, "Elder, I just condensed my qi and returned to the Yuan 5 days ago." Upon hearing this, Shen nodded in realization, secretly pleased. His recent reading had not been in vain. Her tranquil eyes and poised demeanor were indeed reflective of the insights he had gleaned from his studies. He had noticed a change in Ling Fei Shuang, and his inquiry confirmed his suspicions. This revelation filled him with a small thrill and an increased thirst for knowledge. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Yinxin stood quietly before the stone tablet of Lingfu Mountain, her simple green attire fluttering in the breeze. Her long black hair secured with a silver hairpin, dressed modestly, lacking the ostentation of the women from Furong Xian or the affluent heiresses. Her simplicity imparted an ethereal quality merely by her presence. "Have you arrived?" Noticing someone behind her, Lu Yinxin turned slightly, her red lips parting just enough to speak. "Yes, Elder Lu, I have kept you waiting. Since you are here, let us depart." Lu Yinxin waved her sleeve, and a flying boat emerged, swiftly expanding to dock at the edge. She watched as Shen and his disciple boarded the boat, her beautiful eyes subtly shifting. After learning that the vile and despicable scoundrel associated with the Furong Xian incident was not the true Shen, she felt an unexpected sense of relief. It seemed she did not wish for Shen to become such a person. "Fei Shuang, return to Qingwan Peak and thoroughly contemplate the teachings I have imparted. Await my return." "Yes, master." Ling Fei Shuang bowed respectfully, watching as the flying boat gradually receded, disappearing into the horizon. On board the flying boat, Shen experienced this rare contraption for the first time, his heart filled with curiosity and excitement. However, in order to maintain his authority in front of his disciples, he remained silent. Xiao Jingxue, accustomed to such flying vessels due to her status, showed little surprise. She had seen even grander things. Yet for Murong Tian, wow master, the deck is made of Feihong stone. A palm-sized piece could sell for 50,000 gold. The bow was even adorned with a piece of yuan stone, upon which a dancing cricket was perched. Wow! Golden Shen glanced at Murong Tian, who was enthusiastically examining the boat, and felt a surge of embarrassment. He quickly turned his head away, his face betraying his disassociation with the overly eager disciple. How embarrassing! Such shame! What kind of behavior was this? Leaning over the side of the boat, with his rear end up. And what was this nonsense about a dancing cricket? As the flying boat soared, Murong Tian poked around, but after a reprimand from Shen, he finally settled down to focus on his cultivation. With the chatter subdued, the atmosphere became much quieter. Shen leaned back and pulled out a book detailing the weaknesses, habits, and life histories of various mystical beasts, reading it with great interest. Lu Yinxin initially thought his interest was merely a passing whim that would soon fade, yet as time passed, her lips parted slightly in surprise. For a full 2 hours, Shen immersed himself in the text on mystical beasts, and upon finishing, he immediately switched to a book on talismans, only pausing to sip water throughout the entire duration. Did the Peak Master enjoy reading? Lu Yinxin unconsciously turned her gaze towards Xiao Jingxue beside her. The latter hesitated for a moment and replied, "I suppose so." She had only recently arrived at Qingyan Peak and had only just discovered that Shen Anzai often held a book in his hands. "What kind of books does he read?" "Well, all kinds of books." Xiao Jingxue nodded. She was indeed aware of this. Hearing this, Lu Yinxin couldn't help but feel a bit surprised and gazed at Shen Anzai more intently. She had never noticed before how much he cherished reading. Noticing her gaze, Shen Anzai looked up and met her eyes. "Elder Lu, is something the matter?" Lu Yinxin softly inquired. "Is it not tiring to read word by word, page by page?" Clearly, after reaching the Qi realm, one could read 10 lines at a glance, and the mental prowess of the returning origin realm allows for rapid perusal of books. To put it bluntly, a practitioner of the returning origin realm could easily flip through the book in Shen Anzai's hands and remember it with their mental strength. Sensing her bewilderment, Shen Anzai shook his head. He chose not to emphasize that he was merely at the body refinement realm. as anyone else would not believe it after witnessing his swordplay. Understanding and learning are two distinct concepts, and applying what one has learned is yet another level. Reading quickly does not equate to usefulness. Shen Anzai spoke softly, sharing the discipline and teachings he had endured during his 9 years of compulsory education. One must learn, comprehend, and master techniques. For instance, memorizing a poem does not guarantee understanding its meaning, and even understanding it does not allow one to compose such a poem. As he spoke, he shook his head earnestly, expressing his thoughts with fervor. There is a saying, in a mountain of books, diligence is the path. In the sea of learning, hardship is the vessel. Listening to his words, both Lu Yinqin and Xiao Jingxue were rendered speechless, staring at him in astonishment, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. In that moment, as Shen Anzai sat cross-legged, a hazy radiance seemed to emanate from him, illuminating his presence as extraordinary and profoundly enigmatic. Overall, he left a different impression on Xiao Jingxue and Lu Yinqin than before. Lu Yinqin had not anticipated such words to come from Shen Anzai. In her recollections, the former master of Qingyun Peak frequently lamented to the sect leader, portraying himself as rather mediocre. However, through recent interactions, she realized that she had never truly understood this master of Qingyun Peak. Her perceptions had been clouded by rumors. Lu Yinqin blinked, her curiosity about the book-holding figure before her deepening. What manner of person is Shen Anzai, the master of Qingyun Peak? Xiao Jingxue, regaining her senses, gazed deeply, as if touched by something, and picked up a book to peruse. The book was titled Detailed Exposition of Insect Beasts and Poisons. The flying vessel gradually slowed as evening approached. Shen Anzai looked up to see a range of mountains ahead, shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland. What an abundance of spiritual energy! Murong Tian suddenly opened his eyes in astonishment and stood up abruptly. He then turned to gauge the reactions of the others. Xiao Jingxue smiled and nodded at him, her expression calm. Meanwhile, Lu Yinqin continued to gaze into the distance, seemingly unfazed by the dense spiritual energy surrounding them. Murong Tian's gaze fell upon his master. Shen Anzai blinked and met his eyes, somewhat bewildered, noticing that he was the only one astonished among the four. His face flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Shen Anzai was a bit dazed, looking around. Spiritual energy? Where? I can't feel it. Is it really that abundant? We have arrived at Chunyuan Mountain, prepared to descend. Lu Yinqin softly spoke, her sleeves waving as the vessel began to descend slowly. In Shen Anzai's eyes, aside from the heavy mist, this place seemed not much different from Qingyun Peak. As they passed through the white fog, an overwhelming sight greeted them. Rows of soldiers clad in silver-white armor stood motionless like iron towers. Their aura of ferocity seemed to solidify, emanating a palpable bloodlust. The long spears in their hands glinted coldly, exuding a formidable pressure. Each of these silver-armored soldiers was at the returning origin realm. At a glance, there were at least 3,000 of them. They were the Bayou army cultivated by the emperor, numbering only in the thousands. Yet each had survived the brutalities of the battlefield. As the vessel landed, Xiao Jingxue gently explained. Murong Tian was both surprised and curious, asking, why do they even blink? What are they doing? The three turned to look at him simultaneously before choosing to ignore his question, and Xiao Jingxue continued her explanation. The Bayou army is divided into 3 divisions, 10,000 silver-armored soldiers, all at the returning origin realm, 10 golden-armored soldiers, all at the earth spirit realm. And at the top, 1 jade-armored soldier, the most trusted general of the emperor, at the heavenly spirit realm. Shen Anzai felt somewhat overwhelmed. Indeed, these 3,000 silver-armored soldiers were not the kind of rabble one would typically encounter. In other words, among those at the returning origin realm, they could likely defeat 10 others single-handedly. They truly exemplified the elite soldiers cultivated by the emperor. The mere presence of 3,000 silver-armored soldiers was indeed daunting. What would it be like if they were to gather in the tens of thousands? Just as Shen Anzai was marveling, a sudden sound of rushing air echoed from above. Looking up, he saw a long shadow weaving through the clouds and mist. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a gigantic green serpent. Its bulging belly indicated it was on the verge of transformation into a dragon. On the serpent's massive triangular head stood several people. Among them, an elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane, appearing somewhat frail. Yet no one would perceive him as merely a frail old man. Behind the cane-wielding elder stood a young woman in white, sword in hand, her expression indifferent. The moment Shen Anzai laid eyes on her, he sensed Murong Tian beside him take a deep breath. His fists clenched tightly as he fixed his gaze on the girl atop the green serpent, an uncontrollable rage flickering in his eyes. Shen Anzai could surmise without question that the sword-wielding girl must be the one who had called off the engagement with Murong Tian. Qinjia, Qin Xinhua. Chapter 57. First encounter with the Qin family. As the green serpent bowed its head, the individuals atop it descended one by one. The two factions exchanged glances, sizing each other up. Qin Xinhua noticed the young man in black behind Shen Anzai, but she merely cast a cold glance before shifting her focus to the misty mountain path. Her haughty demeanor ignited a fire within Murong Tian, urging him to rush forward. Gently patting his shoulder, Shen Anzai signaled him to remain calm. I didn't expect the princess to join the commotion at Chunyuan Mountain instead of being at Yaowang Valley. The cane-wielding elder chuckled as he approached, his demeanor respectful, yet only towards Xiao Jingxue beside Shen Anzai. He completely ignored the others, even Lu Yinqin. Elder Qin, you are too polite. I hadn't anticipated that the venerable patriarch of the Qin family would come in person, Xiao Jingxue replied softly, her words revealing to Shen Anzai and the others that the seemingly unremarkable elder with the cane was indeed the patriarch of the Qin family. A late-stage heavenly spirit realm practitioner, Qin Beishan. Behind him, aside from Qin Xinhua, were two young individuals, likely descendants of the Qin family. Each of them was also not weak, having just entered the Qi-Si realm. In contrast, those from the Lingfu Mountain, like Yu Zhenyuan and Wang, who were only at the Qi-Si realm at their age. Yet, remarkably, Qin Xinhua, who was slightly younger than them, had already reached the returning origin realm and was on the verge of breaking through to the earth spirit realm. This demonstrated just how extraordinary Qin Xinyue's talents were. There is no alternative. After all, this pertains to Qin Yu's potential breakthrough to the Diling realm, compelling me to personally oversee the situation. Qin Beishan chuckled softly, casting a meaningful glance at Shen An and the others. Speaking of which, with the princess's injury being unpredictable, what brings her here? In truth, he had already received news that the king of Zhennan had allocated a spot from Chunyuan Mountain to Murong Tian of Qinyan Peak. He was also aware that Murong Tian had secured first place in the Ling Fu Mountain competition and that Shen An had unexpectedly revealed his strength by defeating a hallmaster. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to inquire. Naturally, I accompanied the peak master and brother Murong. Xiao Jingxue replied gently, her expression inscrutable. Oh, King Bachon feigned surprise. Is it the Murong Tian of the esteemed Murong family? But I was under the impression that he was born with obstructed meridians. Granting him such a position seems rather wasteful. Xiao Jingxue frowned slightly. Murong Tian's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists. A body with naturally obstructed meridians reaching the mid-stage of Qi Hai. Those with unobstructed meridians should already have ascended to the Gui Yuan realm, shouldn't they? At this juncture, Shen An spoke lightly, directing an insinuating glance toward the other two young members of the Qin family behind Qin Beishan, who similarly feigned surprise. How is it that these two Qin family talents have barely entered the Qi Hai realm, while my disciple, with his naturally obstructed meridians, is already at a higher level? Could it be that they have been slacking off in their training? As he spoke, he feigned a sigh of regret. What a pity, such talent wasted. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingxue stifled a laugh, and Murong Tian felt his spirits lift. The expressions of the two young Qin family members darkened, their faces alternating between shades of red and green. Was he not implying that they were inferior to a naturally obstructed meridian waist? Qin Beishan narrowed his eyes slightly. You must be the renowned peak master of Qin Yun Peak, Elder Shen, correct? His gaze held a scrutinizing quality, and his brow furrowed slightly. Perceiving the absolute absence of spiritual energy fluctuations from Shen An, he deduced that he was, at most, at the late stage of body refinement. With such cultivation, how could he possibly defeat a martial artist in the Gui Yuan realm? Could the rumors be false? With his thought, he forced a smile. I did not expect Elder Shen, as a master, to have a lower cultivation level than his disciple. This truly is a curious occurrence I have not encountered in decades. Indeed, a late-stage body refiner instructing Murong Tian, who had a naturally obstructed meridian, to the mid-stage of Qi Hai, while numerous Qin family warriors had only managed to teach their descendants to the initial stage of Qi Hai. At this moment, Lu Yunqin, who had been quietly listening, interjected with a calm, yet piercing tone. Qin Baishan's smile gradually faded, and he shot a cold glance at Lu Yunqin. Were it not for Xiao Jingshua's presence, he would have already sent these individuals flying for their audacity in addressing the Qin family in such a manner. Great Elder, let us ascend a mountain. Qin Qianhua, who had never acknowledged Shen An and the others, spoke in a detached tone. Qin Baishan nodded, then seemed to recall something, speaking mildly. Elder Shen, do not blame me for not warning you. The spot the king of Zhen and secured for Qingyun Peak was taken from the Shangwan family. When they arrive later, it would be wise to refrain from sharp tongues, lest I find myself unable to assist you. With that, the Qin family proceeded up the mountain. Shen frowned. At Chun Yuan Mountain, the Shangwan family was indeed more formidable than the Qin family, given that the current empress bore the surname Shangwan. In the Eastern Palace, only two individuals held the utmost power. One was the current favored concubine of the emperor, the mother of the crown prince, Consort Li, and the other was this Shangwan empress. He did not anticipate that the quota given to him by Xiao Aohai had indeed been deducted from the Shangwan family. Shen glanced at Xiao Jingshua, who shook her head slightly, indicating her ignorance of the matter. Seeing this, he did not dwell on it further. After all, he had already encountered the steward of the Shangwan family during his time at the Murong family, and the seeds of conflict had long been sown. If a major uproar ensued, he could immediately summon Lu Yunqin to bring over the communication talisman to the Ling Fu Mountain. Who was afraid of whom? As he pondered, Shen cast another glance at the enormous azure serpent resting quietly at the foot of the mountain. Such a large serpent, being a demonic beast, must have exceptionally delectable flesh. No, the azure serpent opened its eyes, its cold vertical pupils radiating a dangerous glimmer, locking onto Shen. He hastily averted his gaze, recalling that demonic beasts have an innate ability to sense danger. Let us ascend the mountain as well. The group followed the Qin family up the mist-covered mountain path. The silver-armored soldiers on either side remained silent, standing like iron towers. Chun Yuan Mountain is home to 10 Chun Yuan pools, stretching from the mountainside to the summit. The pools are categorized into 3 tiers. The first consists of the lower 4 pools, where the spiritual energy is like water, abundant yet impure. The energy absorbed from these lower pools, while plentiful, requires subsequent refining. The second tier, the middle 3 pools, contains spiritual energy as pure as crystal, abundant like rivers. The third and most significant tier comprises the upper 3 pools, where the energy is concentrated to a degree that a single pool can rival the vastness of the ocean, and is exceedingly pure. Spending a month in the upper 3 pools, even with the most mediocre talent, one could undoubtedly advance by at least one small realm. It is said that in years past, Xiao Aohai spent time in the upper 3 pools, directly transcending a great realm from the peak of Gui Yuan to the Diling realm, nearly breaking through to the mid-stage of Diling. This illustrates that the other 7 pools are incomparable to the upper 3. As the group made their way to the mountainside, they noticed an increase in the number of silver-armored soldiers, and, at the forefront, an opulent phoenix carriage was stationed. Today marked the day Chun Yuan Mountain opened, and only one member of the royal family would be present at the imperial pool, the crown prince. Undoubtedly, the individual seated within the phoenix carriage was none other than the crown prince's biological mother, Consort Li. It was also Shen An's responsibility, as entrusted by Xian Yuzi, to deliver items to her. Of course, it was not Shen who would deliver them personally. Previously, Xian Yuzi had mentioned that he only needed to speak, requesting Xiao Jingshue to make the delivery. After all, Shen was also affiliated with Ling Fu Mountain and needed to maintain distance from Consort Li. However, with the princess Xiao Jingshue making the delivery, the empress would have no grounds to take issue. Your Majesty, it has been a long time since we last met. Having entered the royal domain, proper etiquette could not be overlooked. Shen An and the others stepped forward to pay their respects while the Qin family members made their way up the mountain. exempt from formalities. A gracious and gentle voice emanated from within the tent. Shen glanced at Xiao Jingxue, who understood and stepped forward. Your Majesty, it has been quite a while since we last met. I have prepared some medicinal pills to nourish and invigorate, and I hope you do not find them lacking. Inside the phoenix carriage, a richly adorned woman spoke softly. Ah, Jingxue, come up. As Xiao Jingxue lifted the tent flap to enter, Shen caught a glimpse of the beautiful consort seated within. She was indeed stunning, deserving of her status as the emperor's favored consort, her position rivaling that of the empress. She noticed him as well, smiling slightly and nodding before the tent flap fell. Elder Shun, let us ascend the mountain. Lu Yinqin, standing nearby, spoke softly. Shen nodded, knowing that allowing Murong Tian to remain in the Chunyuan pool for even a little longer would be advantageous. The three of them proceeded upward toward the mountainside, while Xiao Jingxue remained behind to catch up with Consort Li. The Crown Prince was currently cultivating in the Royal Imperial Chunyuan pool at the very peak, leaving the remaining 9 pools for others. As they gradually ascended, they found that 2 of the lower 4 pools had already been occupied by individuals from other factions subordinate to the Shangwan family, with whom Shen was unfamiliar, resulting in no exchanges. The group did not linger, but rather continued past the lower 4 pools, ascending further. Although the surrounding mist was not as thick as it had been in the mountainside, it was evident from Murong Tian's expression that the spiritual energy had grown richer. In the middle 3 pools, 2 were occupied by 2 other younger members of the Qin family. They were seated cross-legged in the center of the pool, eyes closed in meditation, while an elder from the Qin family stood guard outside to prevent any disturbances. Upon encountering Shen, the group intended to continue their ascent. One of the elders from the Qin family furrowed his brow and pretended to advise, I suggest you remain in the lower 4 pools. Both this area and the remaining pools above belong to the Shangwan family, and you have no claim here. Shen glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, Pray tell, is there a name of the Shangwan family inscribed on the pools above? The man frowned and then scoffed coldly. You are quite unaware of your own limitations. With that, he waved his sleeve and ceased further discourse, for the people of the Shangwan family were soon to arrive, and if they discovered their pool had been occupied, they would undoubtedly erupt in fury. It would certainly provide a spectacle to behold. Master, are we truly going to proceed? Murong Tian inquired hesitantly. Since we have come this far, it is only natural for you to cultivate in the upper 3 pools. Otherwise, what would be the point of our journey? Shen responded calmly. But the Shangwan family, fear not. I shall manage matters with the Shangwan family on your behalf. Before Murong Tian could finish, Lu Yinqin interjected softly, her demeanor serene. Your master is correct. If you wish to join Tian Shuizong in 6 months, cultivating in the upper 3 pools will greatly benefit you. Hearing both of them affirm his path, Murong Tian remained somewhat uncertain. The head of the Shangwan family was at the initial stage of Tianling realm. His own master was no less formidable, and even Elder Lu was merely at the pinnacle of Diling realm. If a conflict were to erupt over the pools, would it not spiral out of control, possibly leading to violence? Sensing his apprehension, Lu Yinqin gently patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. Rest easy. Monumental matters will be shouldered by your master and me. Focus on your cultivation. A mere initial stage of Tianling realm does not intimidate me. Murong Tian felt deeply moved, nodding earnestly. Master and Master Lu are truly exceptional. Shen was somewhat taken aback by Lu Yunqin's unexpected confidence. While the Shangwan family might fear Ling Fu Mountain, they would not regard a relatively low-status Qinyan peak with trepidation. He had presumed she accompanied them to leverage her position as one of the 5 elders of Ling Fu Mountain and the connections of the Zhennan Wang to pressure the Shangwan family. Instead, she seemed to dismiss the Tianling realm entirely. Could it be that the Zhennan Wang had provided her with some hidden advantage? Shen pondered, shaking his head. Regardless, if he could spare his sole Tianling realm skill card, he would welcome the respite. The trio continued their ascent, and soon they came upon a clearing. In the clearing stood 2 pure yuan pools, and in the distance, shrouded in mist, another could be seen. This particular pure yuan pool appeared to emanate the most abundant spiritual energy, its water of the finest quality. Within, a young man clad in golden robes sat cross-legged, his features indistinct yet exuding an undeniable air of nobility. Without a doubt, he was the current crown prince, Xiao Tiansu. Beside him stood a youthful-looking eunuch with white hair, creating a barrier to shield Xiao Tian from surrounding disturbances. The two pure yuan pools in the foreground were occupied. The left one claimed by Qin Xianyu, similarly protected by a barrier conjured by Qin Bashan. Only the right pool remained unoccupied. Upon noticing Shen Anzai and his companions approaching, Qin Bashan's brows furrowed. "Disciple, go forth." Shen Anzai slightly raised his head in acknowledgement. "Yes, master." Murong Tian did not hesitate, soaring into the right pure yuan pool and settling into a meditative posture. Qin Bashan observed this scene and could not help but shake his head with a mocking expression. Just as Murong Tian settled in, an enraged voice erupted from behind. "You audacious lot." The voice was thunderous, startling Murong Tian from his meditation and causing him to open his eyes. Shen turned to see a group of several individuals striding forward, their expressions filled with anger. At the forefront was a burly middle-aged man with leopard-like eyes and a ring beard. Behind him was a tall young man, none other than Shangguan Bao, the head of a Shangguan family, accompanied by his son, Shangguan Jie. Upon noticing that the right pool had been occupied, Shangguan Bao's countenance darkened as he directed his gaze towards Shen Anzai. He had heard from a Qin elder on the way that the people from Ling Fu Mountain had indeed claimed the pool, having already lost one slot. He was further incensed that the leader of the insignificant Qing Yun Peak dared to act with such audacity, as if defecating on the head of the Shangguan family. Shangguan Bao's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Get that lad out here at once." Hearing his commanding tone, Shen Anzai frowned. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Shangguan Bao was momentarily taken aback, as was Qin Bashan. "You expect my disciple to leave just because you say so? What is your status?" "This lot was granted by the Zhen Wang himself. Do you dare to defy the prince?" Shen Anzai declared emphatically. Shangguan Bao nearly spewed blood in anger, his face reddening. At that moment, Shangguan Jie stepped forward coldly. "The slot you claimed for Qin Yun Peak was taken from my Shangguan family. My father, generous as he is, did not wish to pursue this matter, but allowing Murong Tian to occupy my pool is truly pushing the limits." His expression was grim. This upper three pools had been predetermined for him, and now they had been preemptively claimed by another. Shen Anzai cast a sidelong glance at him. "Young heir of the Shangguan family, be mindful of your words. Do you possess evidence? Is this pool inscribed with your name or built by your family?" "The land beneath the heavens belongs to the emperor. This pure yuan pool is a gift from his majesty, and it is first come, first served. How can you claim it as yours? Or do you claim to have appropriated the emperor's property?" "You." Shangguan Bao was furious, his fists clenched tightly. This was a charge his family could not bear, as it could lead to execution. Lu Yunqin, listening to Shen Anzai's words, shook her head and chuckled softly. In terms of verbal sparring, this Qin Yun Peak leader indeed displayed remarkable skill. "Enough of your prattling. If you do not let him out, I shall personally drag him out." Shangguan Bao huffed coldly, directing his gaze at Murong Tian in the pool and reaching out with force. In an instant, a fierce wind surged and a colossal hand formed, bearing down on Murong Tian. The terrifying pressure contained within the hand rendered Murong Tian breathless, leaving him seemingly helpless. However, just as the hand approached the pure yuan pool, a shadow of a palm struck first. Boom! The collision of the palm shadow and the giant hand created a thunderous sound that made the earth tremble. Is it fitting for the head of the Shangguan family to strike at Amir Jr.? A figure clad in elegant azure robes stood calmly before the pool, observing the Shangguan family with a serene demeanor. Shangguan Bao narrowed his eyes. "Lu Yunqin, I advise you not to meddle in the affairs of Qin Yun Peak." He regarded her with a hint of apprehension, for she was one of the 5 elders of Ling Fu Mountain and had close ties to the Zhen Wang. It could be said that aside from Xian Yuzi, this was the last person he could afford to offend within Ling Fu Mountain. Meddling in the affairs of Qin Yun Peak? Lu Yunqin raised an eyebrow, smiling faintly. "Head of the Shangguan family, you jest. We are all from Ling Fu Mountain. So how can this be considered meddling?" Shangguan Bao's brow furrowed, uncertainty clouding his expression. He had heard that Qin Yun Peak was generally not well regarded within Ling Fu Mountain. Why then did Lu Yunqin come personally to defend Shen Anzai and his disciple? Shangguan Bao clenched his fists, his expression shifting between anger and indecision. Under normal circumstances, it would be wise to avoid offending Lu Yunqin, given her backing from Ling Fu Mountain and the Zhen Wang. Yet today was different. due to certain matters. His son needed to cultivate in the upper 3 pools to break through his current realm. Lu Yinqin, since you insist on antagonizing my Shangwan family, do not blame me for disregarding the face of Ling Fu Mountain. Shangwan Bao huffed coldly, stepping forward. In an instant, the oppressive aura of the Tianling realm enveloped the entire area, causing the very mountaintop to tremble. The clouds roiled, as if divine wrath was about to descend. Qin Baishan and Shangwan Jie, along with others, felt the overwhelming force of the heavens, as if they could foresee the impending events. The disparity between the Diling realm and the Tianling realm, even if only a minor difference in rank, was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Lu Yinqin could not possibly withstand Shangwan Bao's might. Stand Azida, he bellowed, raising his fist to strike. As he unleashed his punch, towering mountain-like phantoms appeared behind him, solidified under the power of heaven and earth. The overwhelming celestial force contained within, if not carefully controlled, could obliterate half the mountain. This was the essence of the Tianling realm. Upon witnessing his audacity to attack, Lu Yinqin furrowed her brows slightly in surprise, yet she remained unperturbed. Elder Lu, be cautious, Murong Tian shouted anxiously, while Shen Anzai stood ready to employ his skill cards for assistance. Lu Yinqin gracefully waved her hand, revealing a layer of silver chains that had adorned her wrist, producing a melodious chime akin to celestial music. She struck forth with her palm, unleashing countless palm shadows that danced and flickered, accompanied by the ethereal image of a new moon, evoking a sense of illusion and indistinction. This was the earth-level martial technique. Mirror Moon Palm. With a resounding boom, as her palm descended, the new moon phantom and the towering mountains simultaneously shattered, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent trees and plants flying, leaving the area barren in an instant. Fortunately, Murong Tian had Lu Yinqin shielding him. Thus he remained unscathed from the aftermath. The Crown Prince and Qin Xianyue were similarly protected by their barriers, unaffected by the turbulence. What are you doing? At the edge of the pool, the elderly, silver-haired eunuch frowned at the individual who had rushed behind him. I feared the residual force might disturb his highness. So I came to assist, Shen Anzai replied with a bold front, adopting a tone of righteous valor. The eunuch's lips twitched in disbelief. Assist? Hiding behind me under the guise of assistance? If it weren't for the fact that your strength rests only in the late stage of body refinement and your ties to Lingfu Mountain and the Southern King, I would have dispatched you with a single slap the moment you approached the Crown Prince. Shen Anzai had taken advantage of the eunuch's unwillingness to act against him, thus brazenly approaching. In this battle, even the residual force could easily obliterate someone at the late stage of body refinement. There was no choice but to hide, and Lu Yinqin would certainly assume he could defend himself, hence she would not come to his aid. After all, he had once overturned Li Yin with a few sword strikes during the set competition. As the residual force dissipated and the dust settled, Lu Yinqin stood steadfast in her azure attire, immovable, her silver chains now dimmed. A superior earth-level offensive spiritual artifact. Shangwan Bao's expression turned grim. The opponent was already at the peak of the Diling realm, on the precipice of the Tianling realm, and now with the assistance of a superior earth-level spiritual artifact, it was entirely reasonable to withstand the earlier assault. Is the treatment at Lingfu Mountain truly this lavish? That a mere elder from Wufeng possesses a superior earth-level artifact? The eunuch expressed his surprise, glancing sideways. Such artifacts were scarce even within the court. Sangun Bao, despite being the head of the Shangwan family, possessed only a single inferior earth-level artifact. The difference was stark. Shen Anzai raised an eyebrow. He was uncertain whether the silver chain belonged to Lu Yinqin or was bestowed upon her by the sect leader. It was no wonder she claimed to be unafraid of the early Tianling realm. Qin Baishan observed Lu Yinqin, unmoved in the face of a Tianling realm attack, and furrowed his brows. With a superior earth-level artifact in her possession, it would be far from simple for Shangwan Bao to subdue her. If they were to engage in a full-out battle, it was likely that pure Yuan Mountain would be reduced to ruins. Shangwan Bao understood this well. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the Qin family. Old Master Qin, if Jie cannot break through here, it may affect our expedition to Kangwu Realm. Kangwu Realm? Lu Yinqin's elegant brows knitted together. Upon hearing his words, Qin Beishan pondered briefly before giving a nonchalant nod, slowly stepping forward. At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly, and thunder roared as if a ferocious beast were stirring the clouds, intent on upheaval. The immense pressure radiated outward, causing pure Yuan Mountain to tremble violently, while those near the third and fourth pools felt a constriction in their chests, spitting blood in shock as they gazed at the unusual phenomena in the heavens. This was the pressure belonging to a late-stage Tianling realm expert. Chapter 60. Because I am here with you. In the third realm, each stage represents a chasm. The Diling realm can harness the power of the earth, effortlessly cleaving mountains and damming waterfalls, while the Tianling realm is already endowed with the might of the heavens. Under the overwhelming celestial force, all are but mere insects. If Shangwan Bao's celestial pressure was akin to a flickering firefly, then Qin Beishan's celestial might was like the radiant stars and the luminous moon, utterly unmatched. He stood there, as if embodying the heavens, confronting the sky itself. Under such oppressive force, Lu Yunqin's brows tightened, and her fair face grew slightly pale. Though she was not afraid of an early-stage Tianling realm expert, it was utterly impossible for a peak D-Ling realm cultivator to contend against a late-stage Tianling realm adversary, even with a superior earth-level or even a heavenly-level artifact. It would be futile. This was not to say that heavenly-level artifacts were lacking in power, but rather that the D-Ling realm could not fully unleash their capabilities. To her astonishment, not only had the Qin family sent old Master Qin to pure Yuan Mountain, but he was also prepared to intervene on behalf of the Shangwan family. While the two families shared a cordial relationship, it seemed rather excessive to this extent. There was no reason to offend Lingfu Mountain and the Southern King over this matter. Kangwu Realm, Lu Yunqin mused. It appeared that old Master Qin's willingness to assist the Shangwan family must have its reasons. Elder Lu, please step aside. I shall not harm you, Qin Beishan stated with a detached gaze, his words imbued with an undeniable domineering aura, amplified by the thunderous roars above. Lu Yunqin's brows furrowed slightly, yet she did not move, her expression growing solemn. Deep down, she hesitated. If it were merely a peak D-Ling realm cultivation, it would be difficult for Murong Tian to secure a spot in the upper three pools today, unless she, too, ascended to the Tianling realm. Within the pool, Murong Tian felt the immense pressure and noticed Elder Lu's predicament. Though his gaze reflected a hint of despondency, he hurriedly spoke. He was unwilling to see Elder Lu or his master suffer injuries due to his bid for opportunity. Elder Lu, it's fine. I shall go to the middle three pools. Hearing the youth's clearly dejected and worried words, Lu Yunqin deliberated for some time before letting out a soft sigh. Witnessing this scene, both Shangwan Bao and Shangwan Jie sneered coldly. The latter even mocked. A worthless fool dares to contest for a spot in the upper three pools? He provocatively glanced at Shen Anzai, adding, Murong Tian, I must say you are truly a fool. The Qin family is called off the engagement, which is only natural. How can you, in your ignorance, dare to set a 3-year agreement? Do you truly expect that useless master of yours, who is merely at the late stage of body refinement, to help you turn the tide? A joke. If your master truly had any capability, would you need to hide behind a woman? Would you need to embarrass yourself coming out of the upper three pools like this? Such derisive words made Murong Tian's fists clench tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. I will not allow you to insult my master, the youth shouted in anger. Retrieving a black sword from the storage ring gifted by his master, poised to unleash a sword energy. Disciple, stand down. At that moment, a voice rang out. Murong Tian halted, suppressing his rage as he lowered the black sword. The gazes of those present turned towards Shen Anzai, who slightly tilted his head and stepped forward. Upon seeing him halt Murong Tian's actions, Shangwan Jie assumed it was out of fear of Qin Beishan's strength. Thus he concealed his scornful expression, stating, It seems your master is quite astute. Otherwise, if he dared to act, I would not hesitate to demonstrate the gap between genius and waste, allowing him to recognize his own limitations and spare him the humiliation at Tianshui sect. The disparity between genius and waste, Shen Anzai remarked, gazing towards Murong Tian with a serious tone. Disciple, although your talents may be lacking, I have imparted knowledge to you. Destiny is determined by oneself and not by fate. A so-called genius can be trampled underfoot. As these words fell, Shen Anzai's aura underwent a dramatic transformation, a tempest rising around him, lifting the silver strands at his temples. An overwhelming sharpness gradually emanated from him, causing an involuntary shudder among Qin Baishan, Shangwan Bao, and the others. The eunuch closest to Shen and could not help but twitch, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged man in the late stage of body refinement. Mu Rong Tian clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. My master is also a waste. Even more so than you, a natural failure, unable to channel energy into his body throughout his life, enduring the scornful eyes of others just as you have. Shen slowly advanced towards Qin Baishan, his tone deep and powerful. The latter felt the suppressed sharpness, and an instinctive sense of danger surged within him, leaving him astounded. How could someone in the late stage of body refinement evoke such a feeling in a practitioner of the late stage of the Tianling realm? Today, simply remain in the pool. No one can drive you away, for I am here. The final word resonated like thunder, leaving everyone with ringing ears. Sword, come fort. Shen bellowed. The black sword in Mu Rong Tian's hand quivered violently, slipping from his grasp and soaring toward Shen. As he seized the sword, the oppressive aura surrounding Shen erupted, transforming into a breathtaking sword intent. Under the might of such formidable sword intent, the heavens mourned, rendering the thunderous sound invoked by Qin Baishan insignificant. This sword intent has transcended into the realm of sword mastery. This is perilous. Qin Baishan's pupils constricted, his heart racing. Without hesitation, he summoned his earth-grade spirit armor, frantically channeling his internal spiritual essence. Shangwan Bao turned pale with fright, sensing the looming threat of death within the overwhelming sword intent. Lu Yinxin stood frozen, staring blankly at the white-clad middle-aged man, momentarily forgetting to think. One sword, opening the heavenly gate. With this cold proclamation, Shen swung his sword. Everyone's pupils contracted sharply as they beheld a radiant sword light slicing forth from the black sword. Under this sword light, the world dimmed, and all things lost their color. The flora within several miles trembled, resonating with a resounding sword chant. Qin Baishan was utterly astonished. Facing that sword light, he felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance and weakness. In an instant, the barrier before him shattered. Even his precious armor lost its luster. Unstoppable, he swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the sword light, yet still spat blood, wounded by the fierce sword energy. Boom! The sword light continued unabated, crashing down upon a low hill ahead, a deafening roar echoing through the air. Under the astonished gazes of all, the hill was cleaved in two. The sword intent lingered, connecting heaven and earth. As the blinding sunlight poured down, all looked up, their breath caught in their throats. The thunderous roar summoned by Qin Baishan ceased. The rolling dark clouds parted by the sword energy, revealing a narrow, elongated sword scar. It resembled the dawn breaking, heralding the arrival of day from the night sky. The might of this sword had split the mountain and cleaved the heavens. Chapter 61. Because his master is me. The powerful sword intent spread, causing the barriers outside the two pure yuan pools to tremble violently. The eunuch was startled, quickly channeling spiritual essence to stabilize the barrier, ensuring that Xiao Tiance could continue his cultivation undisturbed. However, Qin Xinyue was not so fortunate. With the elder Qin gravely injured, the barrier shattered as well. The piercing sword intent washed over her, causing her brows to furrow and her complexion to pale as she opened her eyes. When Qin Xinyue beheld the scene outside, her mouth fell agape in disbelief. The entirety of pure Yuan Mountain was now enveloped in a deathly silence. Qin Baishan, coughing blood, appeared utterly disheveled, gasping for air, devoid of any semblance of a Tianling realm expert's grandeur. His eyes were filled with terror as he fixated on the proud figure of Shen, who held the black sword. That last sword strike, had it not been for the opponent's restraint, could have posed a risk to his life. That strike had genuinely touched upon the realm of the Tao, incomparable to ordinary earthly powers. Mu Rong Tian's mouth hung open, his face a mask of shock. That last sword strike was delivered by his master? A single sword cleaved the mountain in two, threatening to split the heavens? The admiration value surged by 30 points, clearly indicating the profound impact that strike had on the youth. Shen glanced back, locking eyes with the young man, his tone calm, yet imbued with a reassuring presence. Disciple, focus on your cultivation. Leave the matters outside to your master. Thank you, master. Mu Rong Tian nodded excitedly, taking a deep breath to quell his restless heart, settling into meditation within the pure Yuan pool. He had not anticipated his master to be so formidable. With him guarding the outside, neither the Qin family nor the Shangguan family would dare to take action, allowing him to cultivate in peace. Lu Yanqin gazed at the sword-wielding middle-aged man, her beautiful eyes wide with amazement as she scrutinized him. Today, my disciple claims this pure Yuan pool. Do you have any objections? Shen Anzai's gaze was indifferent. He had indeed had the opportunity to slay Qin Beishan, but refrained from doing so, as the cost outweighed the benefits. First, should he kill Qin Beishan? The Qin family would undoubtedly retaliate, and with Qin Xinyuan now allied with the Tianxue sect, the situation would become complicated. Having already used his only Tianling realm skill card, it was unwise to provoke such formidable foes. Second, this was royal territory. Killing someone from the Qin family here would lead to troublesome repercussions. Thus, that stroke was meant to intimidate, and it appeared to have achieved remarkable results. Upon hearing this, Qin Beishan's expression grew uncertain, opting for silence. He was haunted by the memory of that last sword strike, cursing inwardly. Damn it, with such immense strength, why pretend to be in the late stage of body refinement? Just that one strike. There were hardly more than 2 individuals in the entire Din dynasty who could withstand it. Had he known the opponent was so formidable, he would not have acted so rashly. As Qin Beishan remained silent, Shen shifted his gaze toward Shangguan Bao and his son. Shangguan Jie was pale, clearly shaken. Shangguan Bao also displayed a glimmer of trepidation, swallowing hard. That single sword could slay 100 of him. However, the position of the pure Yuan pool was crucial for their future endeavors in the Kangwu realm, so he could not simply relinquish it. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. Elder Shen, this pool has always been utilized by the Shangguan family, and it was granted personally by Her Majesty the Empress. If you claim it for Mu Rong Tian, it may displease Her Majesty. Having witnessed that last sword strike, this old man was now utterly deflated, his words lacking their previous bravado. Implicit in his statement was the intention to leverage the Empress's authority to exert pressure. Shen raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Why was this fellow so fixated on the position of the pure Yuan pool? It seemed that Qin Beishan's willingness to act was also motivated by some reason. Was it related to that Kangwu realm? The head of the Shangguan family was being overly presumptuous. The Empress merely granted a quota to the Shangguan family, without specifying which particular pool belonged to you. Before Shen could respond, a stately woman, elegantly dressed, approached along the mountain path, accompanied by Xiao Jingxue. It was none other than Li Fei. She had heard the commotion from the mountainside and initially had no intention of intervening. However, upon Xiao Jingxue's insistence regarding the various elixirs Shen had brought, she hesitated before choosing to ascend the mountain. But just as she reached the top, she witnessed the earth-shattering sword strike that cleaved the distant peak. Greetings, Your Highness. Upon seeing her arrival, Shen and the others bowed in respect. No need for such formalities. Li Fei waved her hand lightly, turning her gaze towards the Shangguan family. Let this matter rest. Since your Shangguan family arrived too late, there is nothing more to discuss. Shangguan Bao's expression turned utterly grim, shifting between shades of blue and red, ultimately forcing him to concede. There was no way around it. With Li Fei having spoken, his stubbornness would be futile. With Li Fei present, even if the Empress herself were to arrive, it was unlikely the opportunity would revert. Peak Master, are you well? Xiao Jingxue hurriedly approached Shen Anzai, her eyes reflecting concern and surprise. I am fine, Shen Anzai replied, shaking his head as he handed her the black sword. Xiao Jingxue gazed at the sword, then turned her attention to the canyon carved by a single strike in the distance, her eyes thoughtful. It seemed her Peak Master harbored a formidable hidden strength. With just that one strike, even her father would not dare claim he could withstand it unscathed. Shangguan Bao cast a cold glance at Murong Tian in the pool before begrudgingly leading the still unwilling Shangguan Jie toward the central 3 pools. Qin Beishan also returned to Qin Xianyue's side, sitting down to recuperate. Qin Xianyue, usually aloof and proud, exhibited a flicker of emotion at this moment. She stole several glances at Shen Anzai, seemingly astonished by the earlier strike. Yet, she merely observed for a few moments before returning her focus to her cultivation. Elder Shen was indeed impressive, not as rumored. Li Fei stepped forward, a smile gracing her lips as she appraised Shen Anzai. "Your Highness, you flatter me." Shen Anzai replied humbly with a cupped fist. Li Fei's gaze drifted past him to the black-clad youth in the pool, her eyes filled with admiration. "You and your disciple share a similar spirit, unafraid of power and full of vigor. With more than half a year remaining in the 3-year agreement, does Elder Shen believe he has hope of reaching the Earth Spirit realm?" Shen Anzai nodded slightly. "Yes." "Oh." Li Fei expressed surprise, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Not to mention ordinary people, even if Qin Qianyue wished to reach the Earth Spirit realm, she would require years of cultivation and the utmost guidance from the sect leader of Tianshua's sect. How can Elder Shen be so certain that Murong Tian will achieve the Earth Spirit realm in 6 months? With hands clasped behind his back, Shen Anzai glanced toward Murong Tian and softly replied, "Because his master is me." The statement was plain, devoid of arrogance, yet brimming with confidence. Such a simple declaration instilled a sense of illusion among those present. Perhaps it was indeed a possibility. Li Fei smiled gently. "I look forward to that day." With that, she nodded slightly at the eunuch and turned to depart. "We bid farewell to your highness." Watching Li Fei leave, Shen Anzai exhaled a sigh of relief and found a patch of blue stone to sit upon. Fortunately, the opportunity in the pool had been secured. In a month's time, it would depend on whether Murong Tian could rise to the occasion and break through to the returning origin realm. Just as he settled in, he sensed a gaze fixed upon him. Turning, he found Lu Yinqin watching him with sparkling eyes, half smiling. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, he cleared his throat and spoke. "Ahem, Elder Lu, I know I might be rather handsome, but you need not stare at me so intently. It's quite embarrassing. What is your cultivation level?" "Shen Anzai." Lu Yinqin was accustomed to his boldness and chose to ignore his comment, her curiosity unwavering. "Me? I'm at the late stage of body refinement. Isn't it obvious?" Shen Anzai shrugged, entirely at ease. "Do you believe me? What do you think?" Lu Yinqin smiled slightly, continuing to observe him. "I think you don't believe me," he replied. "Then what is your cultivation level?" "Late stage of body refinement." The two locked eyes, and eventually, Lu Yinqin chose to abandon the inquiry. She had a faint inkling that the earlier strike was likely not the full extent of Shen Anzai's power. If he could conceal his sword intent and strength so adeptly, his true realm might very well have reached the Qingquan realm. Is that even possible? That is simply implausible. Was that strike a life-saving trump card left by your Yisheng? She ventured cautiously. Shen Anzai raised an eyebrow and eagerly nodded. "You're very clever." He had been searching for an excuse, and now someone had provided him with one. In the future, he could simply claim that those skill cards and such were life-saving trump cards given by his Yisheng. Upon hearing his acknowledgement, Lu Yinqin nodded, her doubts dissipating. Then she spoke in a serious tone. "Are you aware of the Kangwu realm?" Shen Anzai's heart stirred as he recalled Shangwan about mentioning the Kangwu realm earlier. "What is that place? I've never heard of it." Seeing his confusion, Lu Yinqin adjusted her clothing and sat beside him on the blue stone, gradually explaining, while Xiao Jingxue stood behind them, listening attentively. The Kangwu realm was originally the residence of the Kangwu Venerable of Zhongzhou. He was a nirvana powerhouse among the upper 3 realms, but unfortunately fell during a battle with enemies, leaving no trace of his remains. His residence has been lost to history, and many martial artists in Zhongzhou have searched in vain. However, from what Shangwan Bao mentioned earlier, it seems the Kangwu realm may have appeared within the southern Zhu domain. Listening to Lu Yinqin's words, Shen Anzai's expression turned astonished. The residence of a powerhouse from the upper 3 realms. The treasures of martial arts are needless to say, but the true legacy within the Kangwu realm concerns the secrets of how the Kangwu Venerable ascended to the upper 3 realms. What is it? Shen Anzai furrowed his brows. It is said that the Kangwu Venerable reached the upper 3 realms at the tender age of 30, a true prodigy. However, there is another piece of information claiming that the Kangwu Venerable was not a genius at all, but rather had very low talent in his youth. His remarkable achievements were all due to one thing. The two locked eyes, and Lu Yunqin enunciated each word carefully. Ganguxin, Ganguxin. Shen Anzai was somewhat perplexed. He had never heard of such a thing. Wudong perches phoenixes, fierce fire scorches the heavens, divine phoenixes undergo nirvana, and Kangwu bathes in flames. The so-called Kangwu Xan is the heart burned away from the old body after the divine phoenix bathes in fire, merging with the Wudong, thus named Kangwu Xan. Lu Yunqin paused before continuing. As for the function of Kangwu Xan, opinions have varied over the years. Some say it can help individuals improve their innate qualities, allowing even the most talentless to transform into prodigies. When she reached this point, she deliberately observed Shen Anzai's expression. Noticing his brows slightly arching, she continued, however, others argue that Kangwu Xian cannot assist in improving innate qualities, but can enable one to master nirvana, divine fire, thus breaking through to the nirvana realm. This claim is the most credible since the Kangwu Venerable excelled in flames. Shen Anzai stroked his chin. Nirvana, divine fire. The supreme flame said to be possessed only by phoenixes, capable of incinerating all things in the world. This flame is also what countless alchemists yearn for. Mastering nirvana, divine fire, not only grants them immense convenience and benefits in alchemy, but also provides them with powerful offensive capabilities. With the emergence of the Kangwu realm, all major forces in the southern Zhu domain will undoubtedly flock to it. Perhaps the sect leader will receive news soon. With Lu Yunqin's discourse, Shen Anzai began to understand the situation. No wonder Qin Baishan was so supportive of Shangwan Bao. It turned out the two families were contemplating cooperation to enter the Kangwu realm. That being said, there must be some restrictions to entering the Kangwu realm, such as age or cultivation level. Shen Anzai inquired tentatively. There are indeed restrictions. To enter the Kangwu realm, one must not exceed the age of 20. Shen Anzai was not surprised. See, all opportunities are restricted from allowing stronger individuals to enter. Otherwise, how could the protagonist have the chance to gain advantages? Unfortunately, it seemed he did not possess the fate of a protagonist, as he was already over 30. This meant only a group of juniors could enter to contend for the Kangwu Xian. Setting aside the nature of Kangwu Xian, a residence left behind by a powerhouse of the Nirvana realm would undoubtedly contain countless treasures. Even without Kangwu Xian, acquiring other spiritual elixirs and weapons would still be a tremendous opportunity. Shen Anzai shook his head, pondering that overthinking was futile, as he also could not enter. Just as the two were conversing, Xiao Jing Shui suddenly covered her mouth, looking toward the pool with a hint of astonishment. Shen Anzai and Lu Yunqin furrowed their brows, and upon looking, they were immediately taken aback. There, seated at the center of the pool, was Mu Rong Tian, surrounded by swirling white mist that formed a gigantic vortex above his head. Countless dense, spiritual energies surged toward him as if driven by madness. Qin Xinyu, who had just entered a meditative state, opened her eyes once more to glance at the young man in black. She could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy within her pool was being drawn towards Mu Rong Tian, flowing continuously in his direction. Similarly, the Crown Prince Xiao Tian Su opened his long-closed eyes and frowned. A series of sword chants resonated through the air, while Mu Rong Tian maintained a tranquil expression, seemingly oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. As he executed the Wushuang Yujinju, he began to voraciously absorb the spiritual energy present. Not only was the energy from the upper three pools affected, but even those from the middle and lower pools were similarly influenced. The entire Chun Yuan Mountain's spiritual energy was frantically converging towards Mu Rong Tian. This was not merely absorption of spiritual energy, it was outright theft. Qin Bashan and the eunuch exchanged grave glances, fixated on the black-clad youth seated in the pool. What kind of technique could create such a commotion merely through the absorption of spiritual energy? What rank of cultivation method was Mu Rong Tian employing? Chapter 63. As long as he can endure, he will persist. Shen Anzai, your disciple, truly shares your temperament, delighting in bringing surprises to others. Lu Yunqin's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at the youth with wildly dancing black hair in the pool. The vast spiritual energy transformed into swirling clouds and mists, converging in a relentless frenzy. Such a spectacle was far beyond what ordinary cultivation methods could summon. Although Shen Anzai smiled, he feigned stubbornness, shaking his head. What temperament! If this lad possessed even a fraction of my composure and humility, he would not have drawn such attention. Xiao Jingshui and Lu Yunqin exchanged glances, instinctively looking towards the distant peak, cleaved into a canyon by a sword strike. Humility? Xiao Tian's expression grew serious as he turned to the eunuch beside him. Yuan Gong, who is this person? Your Highness, the eunuch replied respectfully. This individual is named Mu Rong Tian, the son of the head of the Mu Rong family, and a direct disciple of Shen Anzai, the master of Qing Yun Peak. Mu Rong Tian, Xiao Tian murmured, pondering the name, suddenly struck by realization. Is he the one who was spurned by the Qin family and has since established a 3-year agreement? Indeed. Upon receiving confirmation, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Was it not said that Mu Rong Tian was born with meridians blocked? Yet now, he not only had reached the mid-stage of Qi Si, but also exhibited a terrifying speed in absorbing spiritual energy. What rank of cultivation method was he practicing, and who imparted it to him? Xiao Tian inquired solemnly, his gaze fixed on Mu Rong Tian. He himself practiced the Jiuhuang Ju, a superior earth-grade technique, yet could not summon such grand momentum. The only possibility was that Mu Rong Tian was cultivating a heavenly grade technique. Such a technique was non-existent throughout the entire Dan dynasty, or even the entirety of the Nanju domain. The imperial family possessed a heavenly grade martial art named Shenlong Jin, which he also practiced, and the master of Tian Shui sect had a technique of the same rank. However, when it came to cultivation methods, neither the Dan dynasty nor Tian Shui sect possessed any heavenly grade techniques. If this news were to spread, it would surely stir a tempest. Shen Anzai, Xiao Tian pondered, seemed to evoke some recollection. Noticing his contemplation, Yuan Gong hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing that Shen Anzai had previously acted with discretion, yet today struck forth with a sword that even caused Yuan Gong to feel trepidation, Xiao Tian was evidently shocked. Such a figure must be courted, never offended. In an instant, he made his decision. Although heavenly grade techniques were immensely precious, if unsuitable, forced cultivation would yield adverse effects. Observing the sword qi swirling around Mu Rong Tian, it was evident that his technique was a sword path method. A heavenly grade sword path technique would not be as suitable for him as the superior earth grade Jiuhuang Ju. Understood, Your Highness, Yuan Gong responded respectfully, simultaneously taking measures to obstruct the overflow of spiritual energy from the Chun Yuan pool and re-establish the barrier. Xiao Tian nodded slightly, casting another deep glance at Shen Anzai and his disciple before returning to his cultivation. Meanwhile, Qin Xianyu gazed at the black-clad youth in the pool, who was steadily cultivating, her expression somewhat dazed. Was this truly the Mu Rong Tian from her memories? The one nurtured with great effort by the Mu Rong family, who ultimately amounted to nothing more than a waste at the body refinement stage. After over 2 years at Qing Yun Peak, he had now attained the mid-stage of Qi Si. Although this could only be considered slightly better than the average person, it was important to realize that this was merely the result of his 2 years of effort. And all of this was brought about by that man. Qin Xianyu and Qin Bashan's gazes converged on Shen Anzai, who was chatting and laughing with Lu Yunqin. Xianyu, do not worry. Even if he were given another year, he might not reach the Earth Spirit Realm, especially since only 6 months remain now, Qin Bashan consoled, uncertain whether he spoke for her benefit or his own. Qin Xianyu shook her head slightly, dismissing the matter from her thoughts. Her aspirations were not confined to a mere Mu Rong Tian, but extended to the entirety of the Nanju domain. To the foremost disciple of the Qing Yundao sect of the Ping Tian dynasty, a true prodigy who, at merely 20 years of age, had already entered the half-step Qian Koan realm. In comparison, Mu Rong Tian was no more than a flickering firefly against the brilliance of the moon. The 3-year agreement was merely a jest. Even now, as Mu Rong Tian began to reveal his potential, the chasm between them would only widen. There was no need to dwell on it. Great-grandfather, please assist me in safeguarding my path. I wish to break through to the Earth Spirit realm in the time to come. Qin Xianyu spoke softly, closing her eyes. Very well. Qinba-san note ao sestli. A look of satisfaction in his eyes. He had worried that Mu Rongtian's recent performance might affect her mindset, but it seemed that the clown remained merely a clown. A true genius would not lower themselves to glance back. As the astonishment among the onlookers gradually dissipated, the upper three pools returned to tranquility. Only the vortex of spiritual energy above Mu Rongtian's head remained, conspicuously persistent. Of course, to prevent Mu Rongtian from forcibly absorbing the spiritual energy from the other Chun Yuan pools, Qin Bashan, Shangguan Bao, and others employed various methods to obstruct the flow of energy. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of spiritual energy surging from all directions remained immense. At first glance, the purity of the spiritual energy in the Chun Yuan pool, where Mu Rongtian resided, was subtly surpassing that of the imperial family's designated pools. And with such an abundance of spiritual energy, Mu Rongtian's cultivation was steadily progressing, gradually increasing. In a month's time, I wonder how far your disciple will reach. Lu Yunqin's beautiful eyes shimmered with anticipation. In such a short period, the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy would test not only talent, but also endurance. Shen Anzai remained silent, while Xiao Jing Shui spoke up. The young lady, exuding a gentle demeanor, expressed her concerns. If senior brother Mu Rong wishes to seize this opportunity, he must endure extraordinary pain. The circulation of this spiritual energy within his meridians is akin to perpetually enduring the agony of needles piercing through. Lu Yunqin nodded subtly, agreeing with her statement. The ability to attract vast amounts of spiritual energy was one aspect. The capability to withstand and absorb such potent energy, as well as the duration of absorption, constituted another. Listening to their words, Shen Anzai shook his head with a light chuckle. He was most assured about Mu Rongtian, not regarding his aptitude for cultivation nor his diligence. Rather, it was his indomitable spirit that drove him to persevere, even at great cost. As long as the spiritual energy persisted, he would endure for as long as it lasted. Shen Anzai spoke softly. Lu Yunqin gazed in astonishment. He is merely a youth. It seems you have considerable faith in your disciple. In response to her skepticism, Shen merely smiled without uttering a word. Throughout this time, he had witnessed Mu Rongtian's diligence and resilience. If he could endure the excruciating pain of the Shisui, Dan in silence, what could mere spiritual energy, cleansing possibly signify? It was uncertain when Shen had truly accepted Mu Rongtian as his disciple. Observing his gradual growth and hearing praises directed at him evoked an involuntary smile of satisfaction from Shen, embodying the essence of a teacher's pride. In the subsequent days, Shen and his companions remained by the poolside. Lu Yunqin sat in meditation, appearing to be in a state of cultivation. Yet no fluctuations in her spiritual energy emanated from her. This piqued Shen's curiosity. It seemed that she had achieved the Earth Spirit realm long before. When she first entered Lingfu Mountain at merely 20 years of age, her innate talent appeared to be on par with Qin Xianyu. However, how could it be that all these years later, she still remained at the Earth Spirit realm? Could it be due to neglecting her cultivation? That seemed implausible. Aside from significant sect matters, Lu Yunqin had always secluded herself at Qinghuan Peak. If there were no exceptional circumstances, she should have reached the celestial spirit realm by now. Was it akin to Xiao Jingshue's predicament, hindered by poisonous afflictions? Yet, she appeared vibrant and healthy, her complexion rosy and her aura rich and prolonged, seemingly devoid of any hidden ailments. Nevertheless, her cultivation was undeniably confined to the Earth Spirit realm. Shen found himself perplexed. It was said that Lu Yunqin was not a native of the Dan dynasty, but had come from elsewhere. Her specific identity remained unknown, and she had never spoken of it. Observing her serene and exquisite visage, Shen shook his head slightly, choosing not to dwell further. He resumed perusing his books with great interest. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingxue was also engrossed in a volume, but occasionally cast glances toward Mu Rongtian, concern etched on her face. At this moment, Mu Rongtian was drenched in sweat, his body trembling slightly, as if he were enduring immense torment. Qin Baishan watched this scene with a smirk. The sheer volume of spiritual energy surging within him was overwhelming. It was no trivial feat for one at the Qi realm, let alone for a practitioner at the Guiyuan realm. That Mu Rongtian could withstand this for 5 days was astonishing. However, it was likely that this would be the limit of his endurance. Suddenly, the spiritual energy vortex exhibited unusual movement. The aura within Mu Rongtian began to stir restlessly as he clenched his teeth and let out a low growl. With a sound akin to a droplet hitting the ocean, he suddenly relaxed, gasping for air. His cultivation had finally advanced from the mid-Qi stage to the late Qi stage after 5 days of relentless perseverance. Lu Yinqin slightly opened her eyes and glanced in that direction. Achieving a breakthrough in just 5 days was indeed rapid. Yet the prize for such a feat was the intense pain Mu Rongtian had borne. Shen had determined it was time for him to rest. Otherwise, even if his meridians could withstand the strain, his spirit would succumb to collapse. Lu Yinqin spoke with a serious tone, urging him. In the pool, Mu Rongtian slowly opened his eyes and weakly gazed at Shen, who was engrossed in his reading, hoping for praise or comfort. Yet, all he received was a single statement. You may rest, but know that every minute and second wasted here will necessitate 10-fold or even 100-fold effort to recuperate later. Shen did not lift his gaze, speaking only in a calm manner. Jingxue, bring him what I prepared. Peak Master, Xiao Jingxue frowned slightly, feeling a pang of sympathy. Shen turned to her. Give it to him. Whether he uses it or not is his choice. All right, the young woman sighed softly, retrieving a 3-gene wine jar from her storage ring and approaching. Senior brother Mu Rong, if you truly cannot hold on any longer, please take a break. Mu Rongtian remained silent, fixating intently on the wine jar. After enduring the excruciating cleansing of spiritual energy for 5 consecutive days, he had initially managed to grit his teeth. But as time wore on, even the most steadfast heart would grow weary. Just then, the spiritual energy surrounding Qianyue began to tremble. A stream of brownish-yellow energy flowed from the earth, continuously surging into her body. She had begun her attempt to break through to the earth spirit realm. Witnessing this scene, Mu Rongtian clenched his jaw, determination settling within him. Just as his master had stated, a moment's negligence here would necessitate far greater efforts to compensate later. Little junior sister, do not worry, senior brother can still hold on. Mu Rongtian forced a smile, striving to appear at ease. However, Xiao Jingxue could clearly see the bloodshot eyes and the crimson-tinged gums he bore. Observing him take the wine jar, she parted her lips as if to dissuade him, yet ultimately said nothing and stepped back. Upon receiving the jar, Mu Rongtian took a deep breath, uncorked it, and gazed at the dark green liquid inside. Without a trace of hesitation, he tilted his head back and gulped down several mouthfuls. Though the liquid appeared unappealing, it was remarkably refreshing, alleviating much of his fatigue accumulated over this time. After sealing the jar and setting it aside, he seemed to regain his vigor, once again settling into meditation. The surrounding spiritual energy surged more vigorously than before. Lu Yinqin caught a whiff of the medicinal fragrance wafting from the open jar, her expression revealing surprise. That is the 4th grade Qing Shendan. Xiao Jingxue spoke softly upon learning that senior brother was to cultivate in the pure Yuan pool. The peak master devoted an entire night to concocting 3 genes of Qing Shendan for him. 3 genes? Lu Yinqin's lips parted in disbelief as she glanced at Shen and 4th grade pills, refined by the gene. Setting aside the sheer volume of medicinal materials required, one could only imagine the effort involved in producing such a quantity overnight. The skill needed for such a feat could likely only be matched by the esteemed masters of Yaowang Valley, who had spent years honing their craft. I had thought you spent your days merely fishing and enjoying flowers, Lu Yinqin remarked, casting another glance at Shen. There is much more to me than you realize. Shen replied with a faint smile. Lu Yinqin nodded silently, refraining from retorting. Indeed, she seemed to possess little knowledge of this Qing Yun peak master. Is the black mud form truly an enhancement of its efficacy? Shen An's mouth twitched slightly, opting not to respond. He had not intended for it to turn out this way. Without spiritual energy or mental strength, he could not assist the medicinal liquid in forming pills as ordinary alchemists would. He could only rely on his knowledge of the art to merge the medicinal properties as best he could. To have achieved this black mud form was already quite remarkable. Feeling helpless, Shen glanced at Xiao Jingxue and sighed inwardly. Once he took her as a disciple and resolved her affliction from the bone-corroding poison, he would entrust the task of alchemy to her. After all, she had a keen interest in the medicinal arts, and nurturing her into the chief alchemist of Qingyun Peak would be a fine idea. At the very least, her concoctions would certainly be more visually appealing than his unsightly creations. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that no one wanted to purchase his products. Due to their abysmal appearance, potential buyers would suspect they were counterfeit or harbor concealed dangers if offered a low price. On the other side, Qin Beishan, who had been prepared to witness Mu Rongtian's surrender, was taken aback, as was the nauseated eunuch Yuan. Both blinked in disbelief, observing Mu Rongtian once again enter his meditative state. What manner of dark green concoction, resembling excrement, is that lad consuming? How is it that after drinking, he suddenly begins to fervently refine spiritual energy? Does he not tire? Chapter 65. Mu Rongtian's frenzy in the ensuing days. The power of the earth surrounding Qin Qianyue grew increasingly robust. The yellow-brown aura even transformed the pure Yuan pool into a hue akin to the earth itself, with its dense essence emanating far and wide. Meanwhile, within the royal pool, Xiao Tiance remained seated in meditation, while Gonggong Yuan had specifically employed a restriction, preventing others from discerning the happenings within. Hence, no one knew the true state of Xiao Tiance's cultivation. However, it was certain that it did not surpass the earth spirit realm, for at that level, absorbing such vast quantities of spiritual energy yields minimal effect. What is required, then, is the power of heaven and earth. After more than 10 days had elapsed, Mu Rongtian had completely consumed 3 jin of Qin Shindan. His cultivation had advanced from the late Qi-Si stage to the peak of the Qi-Si realm. Now, he was but a step away from the final stage of the lower 3 realms, needing only to return the spiritual energy to its origin. Shen, seated nearby, had been engrossed in reading for over half a month. Rubbing his weary eyes, he stretched languidly. These past few days had been exhausting, relying on stones for rest, and he was quite fatigued. Fortunately, only a few days remained until this lifestyle would conclude, and he could soon return to Qingyun Peak to enjoy life. Casting a glance at Lu Yinqin, who had just finished her cultivation, he curiously inquired, "Elder Lu, at your realm, is it not the case that one can remain awake for a month without feeling fatigue?" Among the upper 3 pools, aside from Xiao Jingxue and Shen, the others had all remained vigilant without rest for so long. As for the 3 inside the pool, they were enduring the experience. Naturally, prior to entering, Qin Qianyue and Xiao Tiance had consumed high-grade, nourishing pills. Otherwise, martial artists of the lower 3 realms would surely perish from such a grueling ordeal. Hearing Shen Anzai's words, Lu Yinqin cast him a peculiar glance. "What do you mean by your realm? Do you experience fatigue?" She questioned, somewhat skeptically. "Of course. I am merely a body refinement realm warrior, unlike you in the middle 3 realms, who possess the power of heaven and earth to nourish your spirit." Shen replied matter-of-factly. Not far away, Qin Beishan, who was meditating to heal, twitched at the corner of his mouth. What does that mean? Has he become so adept at pretending to be weak that he fails to recognize his true strength? Over 20 days had passed, yet the sword intent within him had not fully dissipated, and his injuries remained unhealed. Hearing Shen claim he was merely at the body refinement realm made him want to curse, but he thought better of it. Another strike like that, and his old bones would not withstand it. Lu Yinqin shot him a disdainful glance, unwilling to converse further, as her gaze turned to Qin Qianyue. To gather such thick earth power upon first breaking through, her talent is indeed remarkable, and the cultivation method she employs is exceptional. Shen nodded in agreement while observing her. "Are you not concerned?" Lu Yinqin frowned. "Concerned about what?" "The higher her talent, the stronger her abilities. It will be increasingly difficult for your disciple to win in 6 months." Shen replied nonchalantly. "So what? It is precisely because the mountain is high that one feels a sense of accomplishment in standing atop it." Though he spoke confidently, uncertainty lingered in his heart. Despite having the system at his disposal, he could not ascertain whether Mu Rongtian could surpass the odds in the coming 6 months. The arrow was knocked, and it must be released. The situation had reached a point of no return. He could only exert himself to the fullest. He was indeed looking forward to the reward for aiding Murong Tian in winning this 3-year agreement. Lu Yinqin, listening to his words, nodded gently, holding him in even higher esteem for his mindset. Suddenly, Qin Qinyue's brownish-yellow aura surged, rapidly penetrating her being. She had commenced the refinement of the earth power, and once completed, she would break through to the earth spirit realm. Lu Yinqin's gaze sharpened. Given Qin Qinyue's current performance, refining this earth power appeared to be a seamless endeavor. Qin Beishan opened his eyes, a mix of excitement and pride illuminating his expression. This is indeed a descendant of the Qin family, not yet 18, and already on the verge of becoming an earth spirit realm warrior. Such innate talent is scarcely inferior to that of the Daozi of Qiyun Daozong. In his excitement, he cast a sidelong glance at the dark-clad youth, a cold smile gracing his lips. It is fortunate that the engagement was terminated early, merely a toad that has gained a modicum of fortune, unworthy of the Qin family-s phoenix. Meanwhile, Murong Tian was drenched in sweat, veins bulging on his forehead. After consuming the Qing Shundan, his condition had reached its limits. No matter how he refined the spiritual energy, he could not attain the return to origin. The continuous circulation of spiritual energy within him had already rendered his meridians painfully swollen, with intense agony perpetually coursing through him. Observing his anguished visage, Shen unfurrowed his brow. He wished to concoct a pill for him on the spot, but there was neither pot nor fire available. More importantly, having consumed so many Qing Shundan, Murong Tian had developed a resistance, rendering any immediate effects negligible. Thus, even if he were to concoct one, it would not yield significant results. At this juncture, it was only a matter of how long his disciple could endure. Lu Yinqin's expression was equally grave. Although she possessed similar 5th-grade pills, she could not produce them. Murong Tian was merely at the Qi realm, and a 4th-grade Qing Shindan was already the limit. He could not withstand the potency of a 5th-grade pill. Time trickled by, and the earth power surrounding Qin Qinyue visibly diminished, the pool gradually regaining its pure white hue. On the other hand, Murong Tian nearly experienced a collapse of spiritual energy multiple times. He attempted to condense the energy back to its origin repeatedly, yet failed, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth with each attempt. Just then, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Qin Qinyue, enveloping the entire area. This pressure was as oppressive as the earth itself, rendering one breathless. Success. A 17-year-old in the earth spirit realm. Ha ha ha. Qin Beishan laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Murong Tian, during another attempt, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the water's surface, his brow tightly knit. Murong Shixiao. Xiao Jingxue placed her hand over her chest, her pretty face marred by concern. It seems he has reached his limit. If this continues, his meridians will be destroyed. Lu Yinqin sighed, her eyes reflecting regret. Shen observed this scene, hesitated, then sighed and shook his head, preparing to call for a halt. Disciple, enough. However, he had yet to finish his sentence when a surge of sword intent erupted. Seemingly sensing the pressure of the earth's spirit realm, Murong Tian summoned an unexpected stubbornness, forcibly activating the Wushuang Yujinju, attempting to break through to the return to origin stage. Unlike before, where he merely stirred the spiritual energy in thin wisps, he now drew upon all the spiritual energy within him. Murong Tian, stop! Lu Yinqin's expression shifted as she shouted out. Qin Beishan also noted this and wore a mocking smile of derision, utterly overestimating oneself. To act so recklessly at the end of one's strength. Such a massive surge of spiritual energy will undoubtedly overwhelm his already strained meridians. Lightly, they may shatter, leaving him a complete invalid. He may even shatter his heart meridian, leading to his demise. Chapter 66. Master, I have broken through. Though Lu Yinqin had shouted the moment she realized the situation, it was too late. All the spiritual energy within Murong Tian erupted chaotically, causing his entire body to tremble. Shen Anzai's expression turned serious, although he lacked profound cultivation. His experience in alchemy informed him that Murong Tian's internal state was a complete mess. The spiritual energies were uncontrollable, and it was highly likely they would shatter his flesh and bones. At this moment, if they recklessly attempted to suppress the spiritual energy, it would likely backfire, resulting in his body exploding. Qin Xinyue slowly opened her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brownish yellow flashing within. The oppressive aura of the earth spirit realm gradually subsided, indicating her successful breakthrough. Upon noticing a disturbance in the adjacent pool, she turned her gaze, shaking her head slowly. Foolishness. If the innate disparities between individuals could be bridged through such desperate measures, then the distinction between genius and mediocrity would be rendered moot. Realizing she had advanced to the earth spirit realm ahead of others, she recklessly forced her energy to return to its origin, disregarding her physical condition. This was not diligence. It was sheer folly. Qin Baishan's eyes glinted with derision. It was better for this boy to ruin himself than to later embarrass the Tianxue sect. Peak Master, you must find a way to save Senior Muro. Xiao Jingxue stood up, her delicate face etched with concern. Shen An was grave. He lacked even spiritual energy. How could he save him? Lu Yanqin, being merely at the earth spirit realm herself, could not fully suppress the overwhelming spiritual energy, which would only exacerbate the turmoil. The young man's visage had already contorted into a grotesque mask, veins bulging like coiling dragons, presenting a terrifying sight. He bellowed, his eyes blood-red, his internal energy collapsing to the brink of total disintegration. System, tell me quickly how to prevent the turmoil within him. Shen urgently inquired within his mind. Considering the current condition of your disciple, unless a master from the Qinquan realm intervenes, the only option is to exchange for the supreme needle method of the medicine path. The Xianmen 13 needles for guidance. How do I exchange? Do I have enough skill cards? Shen queried anxiously. Skill cards only increase the probability of drawing. They cannot be directly exchanged. Then tell me how to exchange. 5 years of life. Shen was stunned, his mind blank at that moment. He stared at the black-clad youth in the pool, who had just spat out a large mouthful of blood, staining the water surface. Peak Master, Senior Muro. Xiao Jingxue's eyes reddened, clearly sensing that Murong Tian's life force was waning. The violent spiritual energy had evidently harmed his heart veins. The black-clad youth, on the verge of collapse, blood staining his lips, opened his eyes to gaze vacantly at the middle-aged man in white standing quietly beside him. There was a hint of self-reproach and apology in his eyes, lamenting his inability to meet his master's high expectations, ultimately limited by his talent. Unable to break through to the origin-returning realm within this month. Master, your disciple is useless. I have let down your hopes. Murong Tian trembled as he spoke, darkness enveloping his vision as he fell straight into the water. In the fleeting second before he lost consciousness, he suddenly saw a flicker of light before him. It seemed as if someone stood in front of him, extending a hand to catch his descending body. At the same time, a familiar, warm voice resonated in his ears. Foolish disciple, do not panic. Your master is here. Observing the unconscious youth in his arms, whose internal energy continued to surge wildly, Shen finally made a resolute decision. His gaze firm. Exchange. Host should consider carefully. You cannot cultivate, and once your life is lost, it cannot be restored. Enough of your nonsense. I said exchange. Hurry. Shen nearly roared in his heart. Was it not merely 5 years of life? The one before him, whose heart veins were damaged and in danger of losing his life, was his disciple. This foolish boy truly did not cherish his life. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the supreme needle method of the medicine path, the Xianmen 13 needles. Shen held Murong Tian, his eyes tightly shut, beginning to assimilate the needle technique. Lu Yanqin watched the pair in the pool, her beautiful eyes flashing with worry. Self-inflicted misfortune. Qin Baishan, observing Murong Tian unconscious while his internal energy continued to rampage, could not help but sneer coldly. With such poor talent, he dares to aspire to break through from the mid-Qi Sea to the origin-returning realm in a month's time. Truly, he is unaware of his own limitations. Hearing his mocking words, Lu Yanqin furrowed her brows, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her eyes. Eunuch Yuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the young woman, his expression enigmatic. For an instant, he seemed to sense an incredibly terrifying power. Silence. As Qin Baishan's words fell, Shen turned, coldly rebuking. If you dare to interfere with my disciple again, I will take your life. Facing his icy gaze, Qin Baishan's heart trembled, and he swallowed hard, recalling that sword that could cleave the heavens, daring not to speak further. Though he refrained from further comment, he coldly snorted as he regarded the scene. In Murong Tian's current state, unless a master from the Qinquan realm or a medicine king intervened, no one could save him. He could not believe that a mere Shen could possibly compare to a Qinquan realm master or a medicine king. With the external disturbances silenced, Shen furrowed his brow tightly, suddenly raising his hand to form a sword finger directed at Murong Tian. The situation was sudden, and he had no silver needles on him. Fortunately, he still had the time-limited card for the 6 Pulses Divine Sword. The sword energy was sharp and could barely serve as needles under control. The aura of the Origin Returning Realm? Upon sensing the strength of the sword energy emerging from Shen An's fingertip, both Qin Baishan and Eunuch Yuan frowned. Could it be that this fellow was deliberately controlling the strength of the sword energy to avoid harming Murong Tian? However, what was he attempting to do? Murong Tian's meridians were already riddled with wounds. How could he withstand the sharpness of this sword energy? With everyone watching, Shen An's sword finger struck Murong Tian's body in rapid succession. 13 precise points executed so quickly that they seemed to blur into afterimages. Such swift technique, Eunuch Yuan squinted, secretly admiring. The next moment, something entirely unexpected occurred. The chaotic spiritual energy within Murong Tian began to calm, no longer rampaging, but instead becoming somewhat gentler. Shen An's forehead was already beaded with fine sweat as he raised his hand once more, applying 13 more needles. After 3 consecutive applications to different acupoints, Murong Tian's internal energy became completely stable, flowing in an orderly manner. The youth slowly opened his eyes, and having endured the earlier tumult, his energy had successfully transformed, now imbued with the sharpness of the sword. This was the unique sword essence condensed from the Wushuang Yujianju, capable of breaking through any defense. Master, I have broken through to the Origin Returning Realm. Murong Tian joyously looked up, only to suddenly freeze. What met his gaze was the gentle visage he remembered. The only difference was that he noticed many more strands of silver hair at his master's temples, and a profound weariness lingered in his eyes. Though his appearance remained unchanged, there was an undeniable air of age. At this moment, the other party looked at him with a smile in their eyes, softly speaking, "It is good that you have broken through." Chapter 67. Host, do not cry. The system understands you. Impossible. Qin Baishan exclaimed, fixated on the scene. Even Lu Yinxin and Eunuch Yuan were filled with disbelief. Just based on the several dozen points Shen had struck on Murong Tian, he not only quelled the rampant energy within, but also facilitated his breakthrough to the Origin Returning Realm. Such miraculous skill, even the Medicine King of Beichun would find it hard to achieve. This peak master of Qingyan Peak, who exactly was he? Eunuch Yuan narrowed his eyes, continuously scrutinizing Shen, and prior to this, he had never heard of such a remarkable figure in Lingfu Mountain. Master, Murong Tian's eyes reddened. He clearly saw the hidden fatigue in his master's eyes. No matter how oblivious he was, at this moment, he understood why he had fainted without his heart veins shattering. Instead, smoothly transitioning to the Origin Returning Realm, it was his master who had intervened. Admiration value, 50, current admiration level, 8. Obtained 1 lottery opportunity, 1 Dao Enlightenment Pill, and 1 Dao Enlightenment Pill recipe. Shen gently patted the young man's shoulder and rose gracefully. Senior Murong, Xiao Jingxue, regaining her composure, hurried over to check on Murong Tian's condition. The latter slightly shook his head, indicating that he was fine. As he rose, a searing pain coursed through his body, causing him to grimace and promptly sit back down. Shen, glancing back slightly, remarked, "Given your current physical condition, it is unwise to continue your training for the time being. We shall prepare to return to King Yunfeng, where I will assist in your recovery." "Yes, master." Murong Tian winced, but respectfully nodded, then stood with the support of Xiao Jingxue. "I never anticipated your mastery of such intricate acupuncture techniques," remarked Lu Yunxin, relieved that the crisis had passed. Just as she was about to speak further, she noticed Shen nearly collapse, his legs giving way beneath him. Reacting instinctively, she reached out to steady him and inquired with concern, "What is the matter?" Inhaling the fragrant air and feeling the softness of her delicate hand, Shen shook his head with a wry smile. "It is nothing. This technique simply demands excessive mental energy. Would you not prefer to rest here?" Lu Yunqin asked, her concern evident. "No," Shen replied. "Mu Rongtian's meridians are in poor condition. I must return to refined pills for his restoration." He turned to the stunning beauty supporting him and added, "I would appreciate it if Elder Lu could assist me a little longer. I would rather not embarrass myself by collapsing before my disciple." Realizing the intimacy of their contact, Lu Yunqin felt her cheeks warm slightly, but nodded in understanding. Inwardly sighing at his insistence on maintaining his dignity in front of his disciple, despite his evident exhaustion. "Let us proceed to Lingfu Mountain," she said gently, turning slightly. The two behind her acknowledged her command, with Xiao Jingxue helping Mu Rongtian closely follow. In the pond, Qin Xianyue watched the dark-clad youth being supported by the illustrious Qing Shui Junzhu as they walked away, her brows furrowing with an inexplicable sense of displeasure. Although she held no affection for Mu Rongtian, he was nonetheless bound to her by a marriage contract, with 3 years remaining before the agreement could be considered void. Seeing him so close to another woman inevitably stirred feelings of discomfort within her, particularly as the other party was none other than the renowned princess Xiao Jingxue of the Zhen Nanwang. "Meng Rongtian," Qin Qianyue muttered under her breath, her demeanor once again becoming indifferent. Struggling to break through to the Guiyuan realm had proven so arduous, and she had nearly lost her life due to her recklessness. How could someone like him possibly be worthy of her? When the time comes for the 3-year agreement, she would ensure he witnessed the stark contrast between genius and mediocrity, making it abundantly clear that they belong to entirely different worlds. After bidding farewell to Li Fei, the 4 of them boarded a flying vessel, embarking on their journey back to Lingfu Mountain. On board, Xiao Jingxue focused her energy to nurture Mu Rongtian's meridians, utilizing her knowledge of medicine to alleviate his pain. Meanwhile, Mu Rongtian cast a gaze filled with guilt and gratitude toward the silent Shen, and the youth felt a surge of anxiety and apprehension, his mind racing with thoughts. What if Master punished him for his impulsive behavior? Given Master's current state, he must have expended a great deal of energy to save him. Would he be expelled from the sect for causing such distress? In stark contrast to Mu Rongtian's anxious thoughts, Shen was internally frantic, urgently pleading, "System, please, return the item. This acupuncture technique is utterly ineffective. I do not want it. Retract it at once." Once a transaction is made, no returns are accepted. You treacherous merchant, do you not offer a 7-day warranty? No refunds for any reason? I wish to lodge a complaint. He lamented the inadequacy of the technique, even suggesting that if it were to be ineffective, he would accept a refund of 2.5 years of his life instead. The system, however, chose to ignore its shameless host. After calling out in vain with no response, Shen Anzai's expression darkened, and he began to despair. He understood that he had lost 5 years of his lifespan, and it weighed heavily on him. 5 years. Did they comprehend how he would endure those years? Suppressing the urge to weep, Shen took a deep breath, resigning himself to the reality of his early demise, and turned to the dark-clad youth. Their eyes met, and Mu Rongtian immediately tensed, his gaze filled with trepidation. "Humph, you little rascal, I shall see how you fare when we return to the sect. If not for your master, you might have lost your life." Frustrated by his inability to reclaim 5 years of life, he vented all his ire upon Mu Rongtian. Although his tone was scolding, he bore no genuine regret. During their time together, he had fully embraced the role of the leader of Qingyun Peak and had come to regard Mu Rongtian as his true disciple. He could not bear to witness him perish or suffer irreparable damage to his meridians. Mu Rongtian hung his head, embodying the demeanor of a child awaiting punishment. All right. It has not resulted in a catastrophe. He is still young, and given that Qin Qianyue is on the verge of breaking through to the Diling realm, his competitive spirit is understandable. He simply needs to exercise more caution in the future, Lu Yunqin gently advised, winking at Mu Rongtian. "Do you not wish to apologize to your master?" she prompted. He quickly responded, nervously stating, "Master, I acknowledge my mistake." "Peak Master, Please do not blame senior brother Mu Rongtian. He is still recovering from his injuries. Xiao Jingxue chimed in, pleading for Mu Rongtian. Under the combined pressure of the three, Shen had found himself unable to voice the harsh reprimands he had intended. He pointed at Mu Rongtian for a prolonged moment, ultimately sighing deeply. The loss of 5 years of his life weighed heavily on him, and he was uncertain how to disclose this to them. In the end, this sorrow and frustration were burdens he must bear alone, with no one to understand, no one to empathize, and no one to comprehend. He gazed out toward the distant sea of clouds, tears glistening in his eyes. Do not cry, host, this system understands you. Be gone. As the journey continued, Shen Anzai's exhaustion became apparent, and he inadvertently leaned to the side, drifting off to sleep. Lu Yinqin was momentarily taken aback, instinctively feeling anger rise within her. But upon realizing he had merely succumbed to fatigue, she opened her mouth to speak, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts, her eyelashes fluttering. Unbeknownst to her, her feelings toward Shen had transformed, and the initial disdain had faded away. Master, Mu Rongtian exclaimed upon seeing Shen Anzai's head droop, his eyes welling with tears as he fell to his knees in distress. Lu Yinqin furrowed her brows and waved her sleeve to create a barrier to muffle the sound. Your master has exhausted himself to save you. He is only asleep, not dead. Why are you crying? Oh, I thought master was. Mu Rongtian scratched his head, standing up awkwardly, as he observed Shen An, who was now resting against Lu Yinqin like a delicate bird. Admiration glimmered in his eyes. Truly, he is my master. Upon leaving Chun Yuan Mountain, Elder Lu personally supported him, and now he sleeps against her. He mused, aware that Lu Yinqin had never been so intimate with any other male in Lingfu Mountain. If Master Lian were to find out, he would surely be furious. The journey proceeded in silence, and when the flying vessel emerged from the clouds to land atop Qingyun Peak, night had already fallen. Shen awoke, thanked Lu Yinqin, and hurriedly headed toward the kitchen. What is he doing in the kitchen? Isn't he supposed to refine pills to aid in your recovery? Lu Yinqin pondered, momentarily perplexed. Elder Lu may not be aware, but my master is quite unconventional. He has no interest in using a pill furnace for refining. He prefers to do in the kitchen, Mu Rongtian explained with a grin. What does he use to refine pills then? Lu Yinqin asked, her brow furrowing in suspicion as she glanced toward the kitchen. It cannot possibly be a frying pan, can it? Exactly, Mu Rongtian replied, puffing out his chest with pride. Lu Yinqin was taken aback. Shen is indeed a unique figure in the realm of alchemy. While other alchemists pursue the perfect techniques and the finest pill furnaces, he concocts medicines in the kitchen. Although she was curious to witness his methods, the night was already deep, and it was wiser to return home. Otherwise, if someone were to stumble upon this scene, it would be quite unfortunate, and reason would be difficult to articulate. Rest well. I shall return tomorrow. With these words, Lu Yinqin floated away, unaware that at the secluded entrance of the back mountain of Qingyun Peak, a shadowy figure clad in black, revealing only a pair of lecherous eyes, was observing the scene. The peak master of Qingwan? What brings her here at such a late hour? The cloaked figure shook his head, his gaze sharpening as he focused on the rear mountain. What does it matter? I'll just gather some spiritual herbs. His determination unwavering, he produced several burlap sacks, and, gritting his teeth, stealthily made his way toward the rear mountain of Qingyun Peak, wielding a shovel-like spiritual tool specifically for digging. Recently, Spirit Symbol Mountain had been teeming with spiritual birds and beasts, and upon investigation, he discovered they all emerged from the back of Qingyun Peak. There, an expansive medicinal garden flourished with rich spiritual energy and soil even more fertile than his own herbal hall. The thought of Mu Rongtian following Shen Anzai's orders to raid the herbal hall for an abundance of spiritual herbs fueled desire. Thus, taking advantage of Shen Anzai's absence, with no formations or restrictions in place, he devised a plan to repay the favor in kind. Not far off, along another secluded path, two figures in black were also stealthily descending the mountain, one old and one young. The younger one, with two burlap sacks of spiritual herbs tucked beneath his armpit, hesitated. Master, isn't it a bit ungracious to do this while Elder Shen is away? The voice belonged to Yu Jingyuan from Qingfu Peak. Sure. The older figure turned, covering the youth's mouth with a serious expression. What are you afraid of? I saw that old thief Sue sneak in to gather spiritual herbs last time, even digging up a sack full of soil. I recorded it, so when Elder Shen inquires, we can help him catch the thief." The old figure spat in disgust, recalling how Sue had been hurt by Shonen, causing the price of spiritual herbs to soar. "I have no choice. Our work in drawing symbols consumes resources. Besides supporting the hundreds of people in the peak, we also need to sustain your training and livelihood." Listening to his master enumerate the hardships he faced, Yu Xingyuan felt a pang of sympathy. "By the way, master, didn't that person who just flew away look like Elder Lu?" "Huh? It truly does. Could it be that Elder Shun and the others have returned? But why would Elder Lu come to Qingyan Peak at this hour? Why ask so many questions? Just hurry." In the kitchen, Shun was extracting spiritual herbs from his storage bag and handing them to Xiao Jingxue, who began to measure them according to the requirements for a 4th-grade nourishing heart pill, while he ignited a fire beneath the stove. Xiao Jingxue was already well accustomed to this scene. She deftly stood aside, her jade-like fingers forming a sword gesture as she carefully placed the fragments of spiritual herbs into a vessel, meticulously controlling the weight as per the prescription. Upon seeing her slice through the herbs with a graceful motion, Shen noted how the branches and leaves of the spiritual herb fell effortlessly into the vessel. The art of alchemy often required only a single leaf or fruit from the entire plant. Precision in dosage was paramount. A hint of envy flickered within him as he recalled his own rudimentary methods. Now that is what a true alchemist looks like. As she busied herself with the herbs, Shen began to examine some new items provided by the system. First and foremost was the Xianmen 13 needles, acquired at the painful cost of 5 years of his life. The Xianmen 13 needles, one of the renowned techniques of a true ancestor of medicine in this realm. Remarkably effective for those who have gone astray or suffered damage to their heart meridians, also aiding in the regulation of qi and blood flow. The higher the practitioner's realm, the more challenging the application of the needles. Going astray or suffering heart damage, Shen pondered, stroking his chin. To transcend from the Tianling realm to the Qinkuan realm required enduring the heavenly tribulation, while the transition from the Qinkuan realm to the Nirvana realm involved facing the heart tribulation. Surviving these trials signified rebirth, hence the name Nirvana realm. He had yet to encounter such formidable beings. Even if he were to meet them, with his current physical cultivation level, he likely could not execute this technique. Thus, this needle technique would only aid in regulating the qi and blood of his disciples. Otherwise, it held little practical value. After lamenting the situation, he shifted his focus to the rewards following Murong Tian's adulation upgrade. The Enlightenment Pill, a 5th-grade elixir that could help martial artists attain clarity in their sea of consciousness and grasp the path they cultivate. Shunan recalled how formidable the concept of Tao was when he witnessed Qin Baishan's astonished expression upon using the skill card to open the heavenly gate. Ordinary martial artists typically comprehend this in stages. First the force, then the intent, and finally the Tao. If their innate understanding is insufficient, they might only grasp the concept of force, even if their foundation is excellent. Although Murong Tian lacked a strong foundation, he possessed remarkable insight. After mastering the Benlei sword, the sword in his hand had already hinted at the level of sword intent. Yet, he remained far from the true path of swordsmanship. I wonder if this elixir can help him comprehend the unparalleled sword heart of the unparalleled sword technique. Shen mused, stroking his chin. Only by successfully grasping the unparalleled sword heart could one truly master the technique, transforming their spiritual essence into a sharp sword essence, immensely powerful. Aside from the Enlightenment Pill, the system also rewarded him with a formula for the Enlightenment Pill. Ranging from 5th to 7th grade, the required herbs varied, becoming increasingly rare and precious. Here we go. It's time for the thrilling segment. After reviewing the rewards, Shunan summoned the lottery wheel, eager to see what treasures he might draw this time. System, initiate the draw. Shunan called out in his mind. Are you willing to sacrifice your life? As the lottery wheel shimmered with light, Shunan once again watched in anticipation as golden light swirled past, exclaiming with excitement. Ultimately, after another flash of gold, the pointer landed on a purple orb of light. Phew, a rare item. At least it's not a loss. He exhaled, relieved as long as it wasn't something useless like that ridiculous cat toy. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a rare item, Dong Tian Lingmo. Dong Tian Lingmu, capable of penetrating myriad restrictions and formations, revealing their weaknesses and essence. Shen was taken aback. An eye capable of discerning talismans? This is intriguing, but how does one utilize it? Am I supposed to remove my existing eyes and replace them? The host need not worry. It is not an eye transplant, but a transfer of the power of the spiritual eye. Upon hearing this explanation, Shen sighed in relief and opted for the transfer. As a wave of mysterious energy enveloped him, his vision became extraordinarily clear, albeit temporarily lost in a moment of darkness. Peak Master, the spiritual herbs have been sorted, Jingshue's gentle voice chimed in, as she wiped the fragrant sweat from her brow, looking somewhat fatigued. As Shen An's vision returned, he turned to see Jingshue standing at the stove. Her skin as fair as snow, her form ethereal. However, her figure appeared hazy, shrouded in a mist, making it hard to discern clearly. Realizing the implications of his newfound sight, Shen quickly closed his eyes, silently breaking into a cold sweat. What a transgression! This is my disciple. I mustn't look. To do so would be to become a beast. Peak Master? Not receiving a response, Jingshue tilted her head in confusion, her white attire contrasting with her delicate features. Though still young, her figure was splendid, concealed beneath the loose robes that masked her true form. No, it's nothing. Shen An, averting his gaze, waved his hand. Jingshue, you should rest early tonight and come back to observe my alchemy another time. Though puzzled by the Peak Master's sudden embarrassment, Jingshue, being gentle and obedient, did not press further. She offered a slight bow before withdrawing. Once she departed, Shen inhaled deeply. Goodness, what a sight! His heart raced, a mix of exhilaration and anxiety coursing through him. That last incident was certainly unintentional. System, what is happening? Wasn't it said that the Lingmu could decipher talisman arrays? How could it also provide clairvoyance? The system's voice dripped with disdain. Just a mere trifle? Shen exclaimed in disbelief. This was a divine skill. If it were in his previous life, he could have easily amassed a fortune like those tycoons in the city, amassing 500 billion through clairvoyance, marrying a beautiful heiress, and reaching the pinnacle of life. How splendid would that be? Host, please refrain from daydreaming. Although the Lingmu is powerful, it requires strength to activate. The host is merely at the body refinement stage. He can only sustain it for a maximum of 5 seconds, and it cannot be used consecutively, or there's a risk of blindness. The system swiftly doused his hopes with a bucket of cold water. The previous glimpse was merely a result of his initial acquisition of the Lingmu, still unstable. In the future, he would need to activate it himself, and 5 seconds was the limit. Overuse could lead to severe consequences, including blindness. After hearing the explanation, Shen sighed inwardly, feeling a tinge of regret. It seemed that although he had acquired this divine skill, it came with restrictions, preventing him from observing the little secrets of the beautiful elders on Lingfu Mountain each day. Clearing his throat, how could he be that shameless rogue? He certainly never contemplated using the Lingmu for any nefarious schemes. Shaking his head, Shen dismissed such thoughts and resumed his work, wielding a shovel for alchemy. The next morning, upon seeing his master sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, carrying a large pot of green medicinal liquid, Murong Tian was filled with emotion. Admiration value. 2. Shen, utterly fatigued, had no energy to engage. After delivering the medicinal liquid, he cautioned, "This nourishing heart pill is enough for 10 days. Take 1 bowl each time, divide it into 3 doses, and do not take it on an empty stomach. Do you remember?" "Yes, master. Your disciple has committed it to memory." Murong Tian nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. "Once your injuries heal, I will refine some insight pills for you to aid in comprehending the unparalleled sword heart and fully condensing your sword intent." Shen waved his hand, contemplating as he stroked his chin. It had been nearly a month. The spiritual herbs in his 10 acres of medicinal fields behind the mountain should be thriving by now. The ingredients needed for the 5th grade insight pill were precisely what he had cultivated. Initially, Murong Tian had not only pilfered useless herbs from the apothecary, but had also discreetly pocketed a fair amount of superior spiritual herbs into a sack. Those herbs would suffice to concoct a pound of 5th grade insight pill. Just as Shen was reveling in his thoughts, A voice filled with urgency broke through the tranquility. Peak Master, something is amiss. Looking up, he saw the usually composed and polite Xiao Jingxue running towards him, her expression fraught with anxiety. What is it? Shen inquired with a furrowed brow. Xiao Jingxue hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her concern, before finally gritting her teeth and saying, Peak Master, you must go to the back mountain at once. Qingyan Peak has been robbed. What? Shen An's eyes widened in shock, all fatigue evaporating. He hurriedly lifted his garments and rushed towards the back mountain. Upon arriving at the medicinal fields, he was left stunned. The 10 acres of medicinal fields had been reduced to a barren wasteland, with substantial portions of earth excavated. No, it was not entirely barren. A solitary Shui Danhua stood forlornly amidst the fields, yet it too appeared ravaged, drooping without any vitality. Shen was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Murong Tian soon arrived, first shocked, then glancing at the last remaining spiritual herb in the field, he exhaled deeply. Phew, Master. That thief was somewhat considerate. They left us one plant. A gust of wind swept through, causing the Shui Danhua to tremble. Unable to withstand any longer, it wilted, its petals scattering to the ground. The entire medicinal field fell into silence, and Shen could only stare, feeling as if his mind had gone blank. Was this theft, or merely a transaction? Overwhelmed with sorrow, Shen raised his eyes to the heavens, tears welling up. All those spiritual herbs he had personally nurtured with sweat and toil were now gone. Cursed be the thief of spiritual herbs. How heartless could they be? Chapter 70. He was there to steal herbs. What were you doing? On Lingfu Mountain, at the apothecary, Su Huan wore a frown as he gazed at the patch of dark brown earth in the medicinal fields. Several spiritual herbs were planted there, yet they appeared wilted, as if suffering from malnutrition. What would be the issue? The soil here on Qingyan Peak was known for its fertility and rich spiritual energy. Why had it become ineffective here? He scratched his head, puzzled and perplexed. Could it be that this spiritual soil was selective about its master, only recognizing the land on Qingyan Peak and becoming ineffective upon arriving at the apothecary? How could such a peculiar phenomenon exist? Although he was reluctant to believe it, the evidence lay before him. The spiritual soil had become entirely useless within the apothecary, devoid of any spiritual energy, and even absorbed the energy from the spiritual herbs. Such soil could hardly nurture superior herbs. It would be a blessing if it didn't kill them instead. Clearly, Murong Tian had taken so many useless herbs from Hall, and they thrived in the medicinal fields on Qingyan Peak. Why was it failing in his hands? Su Huan was nearly pulling his hair out in frustration. For the past half-month, aside from occasionally gathering some spiritual herbs from Qingyan Peak, he had been studying this Lingxi soil. However, the Lingxi soil had already merged with the earth's veins of Qingyan Peak. Even if he excavated all the soil from his medicinal fields, it would be futile. The medicinal fields of Qingyan Peak would continue to produce new Lingxi soil, while any taken away would become barren. Hall Master, something is wrong. Qingyan Peak has been robbed. Just as he was deep in thought, a disciple rushed in, breathless and anxious. That shameless thief not only cleaned out the herbs planted by Elder Shen of Qingyan Peak, but also excavated a significant amount of soil. These are the fruits of our labor. If I catch that thief, I will surely make him drink his own medicine. The disciple rushed in, his expression filled with anger, seemingly harboring a deep hatred for such herb thieves. Upon seeing the contrasting dark brown soil before Su Huan, he was momentarily taken aback. Clearing his throat, Su Huan feigned a stern voice. Is that so? You must increase vigilance and ensure that shameless thief does not enter our apothecary. That evening at Qingyan Peak, here, Master. Open wide. It's time for your medicine. Murong Tian held out a bowl of medicine, worry etched on his face as he gazed at Shen, who lay in bed. Earlier that day, upon witnessing the pillaged medicinal fields, his master had suffered a surge of anger and, compounded by fatigue, had fainted. Xiao Jingxue had specially prepared a nourishing soup medicine. After finishing the concoction, Shen smacked his lips, frowning. Disciple, this medicine is off. Did you add something else? Murong Tian was taken aback, turning to glance at Xiao Jingxue. The latter nodded gently, as expected of the Peak Master. You can discern that the calming soup has other ingredients. Oh, it seems that despite the addition of other ingredients, it still produced such an effect. Well done. Shen expressed his admiration, inquiring what was added. Shui Danhua. His smile faltered, and he perked up his ears to ask again, what herb? Shui Danhua. Xiao Jingxue blinked innocently. The one from the medicinal fields? Yes, the last remaining wilted one. Xiao Jingxue nodded, her expression innocent and unassuming. She was unaware that as long as the herb was still planted in the Lingxi soil, it would soon regain vitality. Thus, she aimed to refine it into medicine before its efficacy dissipated completely. Shen felt as though he had been stabbed in the chest once more. In other words, the medicinal fields were truly barren now, devoid of any remnants. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. How dare someone steal from Qingyan Peak? If he did not unearth the culprit, he would not be worthy of the Shen surname. Just as he was about to rise in fury to confront the sect leader, the door creaked open. Lu Yunqin, clad in a simple yet elegant attire, entered the room with a slight furrow on her brow. Shen Anzai, why are there so many spiritual birds at Qingyan Peak? It seems as if all the creatures from the sect have flocked here. Having just completed her duties at Qinghuan Peak, she had hurried to investigate the situation upon hearing news of a theft at Qingyan Peak. Unexpectedly, she encountered a multitude of birds and beasts at the foot of the mountain. Not only wild animals, but even the spiritual birds nurtured within Lingfu Mountain had escaped. Xiao Jinxue recalled the matter and spoke up. Peak Master, those spiritual birds seemed to be heading towards the spiritual energy of the back mountain. Shen Anzai was taken aback, then recalled that the source of the immortal spirit spring had been blocked by that wastrel Murong Tian. Could it be that the rich spiritual energy emitted from the fusion of the spring water and spiritual essence had attracted these birds? He slapped his forehead, realizing that aside from a few individuals from Qingyan Peak, no one else knew about the medicinal fields. Given Qingyan Peak's long-standing poverty, which thief would be foolish enough to come here to steal medicine? They must have discovered the fields after following these spiritual birds. The thief was likely connected to these creatures. Shen Anzai pondered while stroking his chin. Among the various peaks and halls of Lingfu Mountain, only a handful raised spiritual birds: Qingfu Peak, Qingling Peak, Qingxi Peak, and a Lingyao Hall. Among these, the most likely candidate for stealing the medicinal herbs was undoubtedly the Lingyao Hall. That's Su Laowi. This old fellow must harbor resentment against Murong Tian for previously raiding the Lingyao Hall, and upon learning about the medicinal fields at Qingyan Peak, he decided to reclaim the herbs in a bold move. While Murong Tian had taken mostly worthless herbs, what Su Laowi had stolen were the revitalized, high-quality ones. This essentially meant that Shen Anzai had been providing the Lingyao Hall with free herbs for 2 months. This could not stand. He had to go to the Lingyao Hall to catch the thief. He grabbed his staff and stormed out, but Lu Yunqin stepped forward, frowning. Wait, you have no evidence. How can you prove that the thief is from the Lingyao Hall? If I go and take a look, I will know. Those herbs were planted by my own hands. How can I not recognize them? Do not rush. The sect master is already aware of this matter and is sending someone to investigate. Shen Anzai shook his head, saying, by the time he investigates, my herbs will have been consumed. What use will it be then? I must go catch the thief myself. As he spoke, he was about to head down the mountain when suddenly a figure descended from the sky. Elder Shen, do not be hasty. I know who the thief is. Several people looked up, and the amiable Zheng Sanshan, the peak master of Qingfu Peak, flew down with a beaming smile. You know? Shen Anzai regarded him with skepticism. Of course, Zheng Sanshan nodded, stroking his beard, and opened his palm to reveal a round crystal. As the crystal shimmered, a prism of water light appeared before everyone, displaying the scene of the medicinal garden at Qingyan Peak during the night. A figure clad in black was seen pulling a sack with one hand while constantly stuffing herbs into it with the other. Despite the dark night and his careful concealment, the lewd glint in his small eyes left Lu Yunqin in silence. This was none other than Su Huan, the master of the Lingyao Hall. Just as Zheng Sanshan chuckled, believing that revealing this evidence would incriminate Su Huan alone, Shen Anzai interjected, wait, with a dubious expression. If Su Laowi came to steal herbs, then what were you doing at Qingyan Peak in the dead of night, Elder Zheng? The atmosphere froze as all eyes fell upon Zheng Sanshan, whose smile faltered awkwardly. He chuckled nervously. Well, this footage was captured by my disciple, Yu Yuan. Lu Yunqin frowned. What was he doing at the back mountain of Qingyan Peak at such an hour? Well, Zheng Sanshan stammered, his gaze evasive. He was pursuing the spiritual birds inside the peak and happened to capture this scene. What spiritual birds would be out chasing at this hour? Lu Yanqing pressed. Zheng Sanshan found himself at a loss for words. Shen Anzai's heart sank. It seemed Qingfu Peak had also been benefiting from the herbs in his fields. Nevertheless, Lu Yanqing was right. One must rely on evidence. With his crystal image in hand, apprehending Su Laohui for compensation would suffice. However, just as Shen Anzai reached out to take the crystal, Zheng Sanshan suddenly stepped back. Elder Shen, do not be impatient. This item is quite valuable and cannot simply be given away. Zheng Sanshan chuckled, winking meaningfully. In that moment, Shen Anzai realized that this fellow was no better than Su Laohui. He intended to extort a sum from him. Elder Shen, do not blame me. I was forced into this by Su Laohui. After you took his herbs, the prices soared, and Qingfu Peak, which already wastes resources in drawing talismans, can hardly afford to sustain its disciples anymore. Zheng Sanshan lamented, his face a picture of despair, nearly shedding tears. Shen Anzai's lips twitched. Was there not a single normal elder in Lingfu Mountain? The master of the Lingyao Hall, resorting to petty theft in the dead of night over a few missing herbs? The peak master of Qingfu Peak publicly lamenting to garner sympathy? Of course, Shen Anzai would not indulge him. He turned to Lu Yanqing and declared, Elder Lu, please give him a good beating. I will provide free alchemical services to Feishuang from now on. Lu Yanqing paused. Though the appearance of the herbs he concocted was not impressive, she had witnessed their effectiveness on Chunyuan Mountain. Moreover, he offered to refine them by weight. With his assistance, would Qinghuan Peak not have a steady supply of medicinal pills? Upon considering this, she nodded and stepped forward. Zheng Sanshan was taken aback. Elder Lu, we are fellow sect members. We cannot harm each other's feelings. After obtaining the crystal, Shen Anzai hurried to the main peak. Xian Yuzi was in a state of distress, racking his brain over how to catch the thief. The previous restrictions at Qingyun Peak had long since deteriorated, leaving no barriers at all, and he had no means to trace the thief's methods of breaching the defenses. Sect Master, he was just about to sip his tea when an unexpected cry erupted, startling him so much that he spat his tea out. He looked up to see Shen Anzai rushing in with a tear-streaked face, wailing as if he were a tragic figure, evoking pity in all who heard him. But why did he carry a faint scent of onions? Sect Master, you must stand up for Qingyun Peak. That Su Laohui is utterly shameless. He has cleaned out all our herbs, leaving not even a trace of soil behind. What? Su Laohui stole your herbs? Xian Yuzi was astonished, and upon seeing the crystal image in Shen Anzai's hands, he fell silent. After all, Su Huan was a respectable hall master. Why would he engage in such underhanded acts? Then, it struck him. He recalled that during the sex competition, Shen Anzai had left early, allowing Murong Tian to take a sack to the Lingyao Hall, while everyone else was at the martial arts hall. It was said that Su Huan had sought compensation. Yet every time he attempted to visit Qingyun Peak, he was received by Xiao Jinxue, the esteemed princess, who intimidated him into silence. Thus, the stolen herbs had been left unresolved. This matter weighed heavily on Su Huan's mind. He had often lamented to Xian Yuzi about it. However, due to the previously limited resources allocated to Qingyun Peak, Xian Yuzi had merely considered compensation and had not thought to intervene. Who would have guessed that Su Huan would secretly return to Qingyun Peak to reclaim the herbs? Sect Master, you must stand up for Qingyun Peak. I completed the task you assigned me on Chunyuan Mountain flawlessly, without a single flaw. Yet upon returning to Lingfu Mountain, I discovered I had been robbed. This is utterly inhumane, a disgrace. Shen Anzai pretended to wipe away a tear. Xian Yuzi's expression darkened. Rest assured, Elder Shen, I will certainly provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. With that, he grasped the crystal stone and took a decisive step, soaring towards the direction of the Lingyao Hall. As he departed, Shen An's previously troubled visage swiftly returned to normal. He pulled an onion from his pocket and took a hearty bite. On his journey, Xian Yuzi spotted a figure cautiously covering their face and glancing around, exuding an air of apprehension, reminiscent of Elder Zhong. Impossible, he mused. How could he behave so furtively? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he dashed forward. Halt! With such a clandestine demeanor, could it be that remnants of the demonic sect have infiltrated our sect? Prepare to receive my fist. The booming command startled the figure, who looked up to find himself face to face with an imposing authority. Stop, sect leader. Bang. The individual stumbled back several steps, previously marked only by a handprint on his face, now sporting a blackened eye. Shen Anzai was taken aback. Elder Zheng, is that truly you? Sect leader, could we perhaps ascertain the identity of individuals before striking? Zheng Sanjian's voice quivered with distress. Having already suffered a beating from Lu Yanqin, he now found himself on the receiving end of the sect leader's wrath. One strike had been delivered with a mirror moon palm, while the other was a blow from the heavenly spirit realm. The injuries inflicted by earth-level palm techniques and celestial might would take several days to heal without the aid of spiritual medicine. Why were you sneaking around like a thief? Covering your face? I thought the remnants of the demonic sect had grown so audacious as to plot against us in broad daylight. Shen Anzai felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could a dignified elder of the earth spirit realm engage in such furtive behavior? By the way, what happened to your face? He pointed at the reddish-purple handprint adorning Zheng's cheek. Zheng Sanjian grimaced. I tripped. With that, he wasted no time in departing, taking to the winds. Better to appear brazenly in public than risk receiving another punch. Watching him leave, Shen Anzai stroked his chin, perplexed. Can a powerful being of the earth spirit realm truly trip and leave a handprint, no less? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and quickened his pace towards the Lingyao Hall. Sect leader? Inside the hall, Su Huan's heart sank upon seeing the sect leader's arrival. Shen Anzai promptly produced the crystal stone, revealing its contents, while winking and chuckling. Su Hall Master, I trust you wouldn't want this matter to become public knowledge, would you? Upon seeing the crystal stone in Shen Anzai's hand, Su Huan was rendered speechless. I was so cautious. How could I have been photographed? Sect leader, who is this person? He stammered, his gaze darting, a nervous grin plastered on his face, trying to maintain his composure. Shen Anzai furrowed his brow, expanding the image from the crystal stone. The entirety of the water glass prism displayed only the lecherous little eyes of the figure in black. How does Su? Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror? Shen Anzai's expression was peculiar. Su Huan's face instantly fell, and he began to wail. Sect leader, I have my reasons. That old rogue Shun is ruthless. He sent his disciple to steal a large quantity of spiritual medicine from the Lingyao Hall and refused to compensate afterward. Shen knows nothing about managing spiritual medicine. I was merely pained to see those herbs squandered. As he wept, the old rascal dramatically pretended to wipe his eyes, his display of sorrow arguably surpassing that of Shunin. Yet I have heard that 7 parts of the medicine taken by Murong Tian were actually inferior herbs from your Lingyao Hall. Shen Anzai regarded him with suspicion. Su Huan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Enough of this chatter. As the hall master of the Lingyao Hall, if this behavior were to leak out, your reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Here's what we will do. Let Elder Shun return the spiritual medicine he took from Qingyan Peak, and I shall take responsibility for destroying this crystal stone. The subsequent matters will be handled by me. Shen Anzai waved his hand decisively. Sect leader, that medicine rightfully belongs to the Lingyao Hall. What do you mean by returning it? Su Huan's face was a mask of despair. While over the years he may have occasionally withheld supplies from Qingyan Peak, it was out of concern for the spiritual herbs. After all, with only 2 people on Qingyan Peak, any excess would only spoil. Su Hall Master, surely you wouldn't want this incident to become public knowledge, would you? Shen Anzai raised the crystal stone as a gesture. Su Huan's expression soured, as if he had bitten into a bitter melon. Reluctantly, he conceded, very well. I can only take a small portion, not too much. Returning the medicine is certainly better than losing my reputation entirely. He never imagined someone would have recorded him using the crystal stone to dig up herbs. Curse paparazzi. How dare they? In the great hall of the main peak. Shen Anzai sighed with relief. Elder Shun, I have already spoken with the Lingyao Hall. You may accompany me to recover the losses from Qingyan Peak. Upon hearing this, Shen perked up. Thank you, sect leader. Let's go together. Shen Anzai extended his hand, feeling that it would be better to supervise the situation and prevent any further conflict between the two. Wait. Just as he took a step forward, Shunin interrupted him. What is it? Shen Anzai queried, somewhat puzzled. Sect leader, please hold on a moment while I prepare. After saying this, Shen dashed out in a hurry. Prepare? Shen Anzai was bewildered. We're merely collecting spiritual herbs. What is there to prepare? However, he soon discovered what Shen meant by preparation. A mere quarter of an hour later, Shen returned, accompanied by Xiao Jingxue and Moron Tian. Shen Anzai regarded them with some suspicion. Forgive me, sect leader, but there is strength in numbers. The sooner we finish gathering, the sooner we can return home to cook. Otherwise, it will be dark soon. Shen chuckled amiably. Appearing harmless, Shen Anzai glanced at the dimming sky and nodded. Then let us proceed. Under his guidance, the four swiftly arrived at the medicinal fields of the Lingyao Hall. Su Huan had temporarily dismissed the disciples within the hall, standing sullenly to one side. Hall Master Su, your generosity is commendable. I shall not hold back. Shen offered a simple bow, his face beaming with delight. Humph. Su Huan scoffed, turning his head away in disdain. Ignoring him, Shen gleefully surveyed the expansive fields. The area was significantly larger than the back mountain of Qingyun Peak, easily over 100 acres. With a grand flourish of his arm, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Disciple, Jingxue, let us get to work. Su Huan's previously closed eyes snapped open in shock. Why does this feel like a band of bandits descending from the mountains? Turning to see what was amiss, he found himself unable to contain his outrage as his expression darkened visibly. Before him, Moron Tian and Xiao Jingxue each retrieved bundles of burlap sacks from their storage rings, clearly delineating their tasks. One headed towards the area of precious spiritual herbs aged over 100 years, while the other went to collect the rarer herbs under 100 years. Xiao Jingxue moved with a gentle touch, expertly harvesting the spiritual herbs, whereas Moron Tian, wielding a shovel, filled the sacks with both soil and herbs indiscriminately. After filling one sack, he tossed it into his storage ring and retrieved another, repeating the process. Witnessing this scene, Shen Anzai, too, was rendered speechless. Is this truly the son of a renowned herbalist family and a distinguished county princess? Why do they resemble bandits in such a manner? Shen. Su Huan was infuriated and immediately prepared to charge forward. Shen Anzai, quick to react, seized him by the neck, loudly admonishing Home Master Su, reputation is of utmost importance. If the contents of that crystal stone were to leak, your standing would be irreparably damaged. Su Huan, a man who cherished herbs above all, watched as Moron Tian treated the spiritual plants with utter disregard, shoveling them into the sacks along with dirt without a care for damage, his eyes reddening with indignation. He was merely being dragged by Shen Anzai, and, as he thought of his own innocence, he could only watch helplessly the actions of the two at Qingyun Peak. Crying out in despair, such a waste of resources. Such a waste of resources. Shen Anzai, how could you allow your disciple to so recklessly ruin the spiritual herbs? Shen Anzai, digging into his ears, shook off his earlier gloom over the stolen herb fields, his face instead glowing with excitement. Enough, enough! As he witnessed Moron Tian finishing up 2 acres and moving on to another, Su Huan became frantic. On the other side, Xiao Jingsno had already collected over 20 rare spiritual herbs and showed no signs of stopping. Shen Anzai, I have taken so many herbs from Qingyun Peak. Please tell your disciple to cease his actions. Shen Anzai yawned, pretending not to hear. He certainly knew that the other herbs were stolen by Zhang Sanshan. However, Qingfu Peak was utterly impoverished, devoid of anything besides talismans and formations. Whom else could they rob if not the herb hall? Realizing his shouts were futile, Su Huan struggled madly, wanting to rush forward to stop Moron Tian and the others, his eyes bulging in anger, trembling with rage. Damn beasts! Damn beasts! Shen Anzai tightened his grip around Su Huan's neck, preventing him from charging forward. Su Huan Master, think of your reputation. Reputation is paramount. In the end, 20 acres of the 100-acre herb garden were completely stripped bare. Xiao Jingsno had ravaged 2 acres of century-old spiritual herbs. All right. We can no longer accommodate any more at Qingyun Peak. Shen Anzai clapped his hands. Only then did Moron Tian put away his shovel, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Xiao Jingsno wiped the sweat from her brow, slightly gasping for breath. Looking at the desolate scene, with the earth turned over and bare, Shen Anzai turned with satisfaction. Upon turning, he was startled. Su Huan Master, what is wrong with you? Shen Anzai looked down and hastily released his grip around Su Huan's neck. Su Huan's face was as purple as an eggplant. His eyes rolled back. Master, have you suffocated Su Hall, Master? Shen Anzai exclaimed in shock. Xian Yuzi was equally alarmed. In his focus on watching the bandits at Qingyun Peak pillage the herbs, he had forgotten he was still holding someone. Fortunately, as Su Huan was in the late stage of the Qi Si, he had merely fainted due to lack of breath. However, had he tightened his grip for a moment longer, the outcome might have been dire. The compensation owed to you at Qingyun Peak has been rendered. This crystal stone I shall now destroy, Xian Yuzi admonished sternly. Rest assured, I, Shen, am famously tight-lipped. Shen Anzai, in great spirits, waved his hand with a smile. Let us return to Qingyun Peak to cultivate herbs. Yes. The three departed with the swagger of brigands, leaving a village after a plunder. Xian Yuzi cast a sympathetic glance at the fallen Su Huan, suddenly frozen, staring dazedly in the direction the trio had left. Only just realizing it, he thought Morong Tian's aura seemed somewhat different. Has he broken through to the Guiyuan realm? As the bright moon rose high, the disciples of the herb hall returned. Upon seeing Su Huan lying on the ground in the barren land before him, their eyes nearly popped out in shock. Hall Master, it's terrible. Our herb hall has been robbed. In the commotion, Su Huan slowly regained consciousness, barely opening his eyes, and upon seeing the 20 acres stripped clean, he was momentarily stunned. Then, his vision darkened, and he fainted once more. The disciples were taken aback, crying out in alarm, Hall Master, quick, pinch his acupoint. Why are you slapping him? Is that how you pinch someone's acupoint? At Qingyun Peak, in the back mountain, Shen Anzai reclined in a chair, while Xiao Jingsno placed freshly washed green grapes on a plate and poured him a cup of tea. Under the night sky, Murong Tian toiled diligently with a rake in the herb field. After breaking through to the Guiyuan realm, this young man found it much easier to till the land, navigating with ease, especially upon discovering that using spiritual essence while plowing solidified his somewhat unstable realm due to consecutive breakthroughs. He worked even harder. The 10 acres to be expanded in the herb garden were expected to be completed by nightfall. Shen Anzai, munching on green grapes, watched the scene with glee. Just in time, Murong Tian's injuries had not fully healed, making it unwise for him to practice immediately. Tilling the land served as a temporary reprieve until he fully recovered. After all, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. While Shen Anzai savored the green grapes, a sudden commotion interrupted him. Turning his head, he saw several particularly plump, vibrantly feathered ducks blinking at the large sacks of spiritual herbs beside Xiao Jingsno. What on earth is this? Shen Anzai was taken aback. Master, that seems to be the Wuling ducks raised by Qingfu Peak. They enhance spiritual energy. It is said that Elder Zheng only raised 30 of them. Murong Tian called out from a distance, wiping sweat from his brow. Wuling ducks. Shen Anzai's eyes lit up, and he dashed forward to capture two. The ducks quacked in fright, their colorful feathers flying in all directions. Jingsno, quickly prepare the fire. A moment later, the three sat in the bamboo courtyard, delightfully feasting on roasted and stewed ducks. Peak Master, these are raised by Elder Zheng. Will it be inappropriate for us to consume them so freely? Xiao Jingsno spoke with a hint of concern as she dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief. What is inappropriate? Wasn't he at you, junior sister? Who ate the most just now? Murong Tian replied with a satisfied burp. The former blushed. All right, Jingsno, your constitution is different. Consuming spiritually infused food will help alleviate the bone-corroding poison. Shen Anzai remarked while picking his teeth, deep in thought. Currently, most spiritual birds have been drawn to the aura of the spring water, and many wild ones were also present. Henceforth, there'll be no worry about food. The flavor of the Wuling ducks was indeed remarkable, leaving a savory taste. Disciple, tomorrow, you should set up about 10 hunting traps near the herb garden. We won't need to go down the mountain to buy ingredients anymore. Yes, master. As they conversed, a figure clad in azure robes gracefully descended, revealing Lu Yinxin. Sensing the unique aroma of the Wuling ducks wafting through the courtyard, her brows furrowed slightly. Am I late? Oh, Elder Lu, what brings you here? Shen Anzai inquired. I heard from the sect leader that the thief of the herbs has already been identified, Lu Yinxin replied, gracefully taking a seat nearby. Oh, what did he say? Shen Anzai's interest was piqued. He mentioned that remnants of the demonic sect infiltrated Lingfu Mountain to steal herbs, and they have since been dealt with, Lu Yinqin said. Her beautiful eyes filled with inquiry. She was aware of the contents of the crystal stone, thus she found his words hard to believe. Shen Anzai feigned a knowing expression. I primarily came to check on your injuries, but it seems you are recovering well, Lu Yinqin remarked, observing Shen Anzai's glowing complexion. Thank you for your concern, Elder Lu. I am well on the mend. That is good to hear. I had planned to personally assist you with your energy cultivation tonight, but since you are well, I shall take my leave, Lu Yinqin stated. Shen Anzai was taken aback, then hastily coughed, feigning illness. Elder Lu, I feel I am not yet fully recovered. Lu Yinqin cast him a skeptical glance, saying softly, the herbs from the herb hall are in your possession, correct? I can have Fei Shuang come by to gather a few for you to assist in alchemy. Her cultivation method is pivotal at this time. After speaking, Lu Yinqin did not linger, advising Murong Tian to rest well and not rush his training before gracefully departing. Watching her come and go, Shen Anzai stroked his chin thoughtfully. This will not do. To prevent any future thefts of herbs, a complete protective array for the peak must be established. Most importantly, the array must prohibit martial artists from soaring through the air. Otherwise, they will flit about Qinyan Peak while I, the peak master, am left to walk on foot, and I find myself quite envious of them. It must restrict not only those of the earth spirit realm, but also the celestial spirit realm. Where can I acquire such an array? Shen Anzai mused, his eyes soon brightening with a newfound idea. Who is the most adept at the art of talisman formations on Lingfu Mountain? It must be the master of Qingfu Peak, Zheng Sanshan. It is said that the protective grand formation of Lingfu Mountain has always been crafted by the successive masters of Qingfu Peak, with its annual maintenance personally attended to by Zheng Sanshan. He needs to devise an array even more formidable than that of the main peak for Qinyan Peak. As for whether he would be willing to do so, this rascal has a stake in the spiritual herbs of Qinyan Peak, so it would be unreasonable not to take advantage of him. Chapter 74. A power comparable to the Earth's might at the main hall of Lingfu Mountain. The atmosphere was tense. Is this news credible? Xian Yuzi, seated at the head, wore a look of astonishment, replying to the sect leader. This news has been conveyed from the palace, with not a hint of falsehood, spoke Zhao Cheng, the master of Qingxi Peak, in a low voice. Elder Shun cleaved a mountain peak with a single sword strike at Chunyuan Mountain, nearly slaying the elder of the Qin family on the spot. The other elders present inhaled sharply, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What strength does the elder of the Qin family possess? He is a formidable figure of the Tianling realm, and not merely a novice. Even if the sect leader himself were to engage, it would likely take more than a single strike to vanquish him. Shen Anzai nearly accomplished this? That is simply unfathomable. He has been under our watch all these years, and even with the assistance of a Nirvana realm sworn brother, how could he have quietly cultivated to such a level? Elder Mu of Qingling Peak hesitated, still unconvinced. The assembly fell into deep contemplation. This matter was indeed hard to believe. If they could accept that Shen Anzai, with the aid of his sworn brother, had barely ascended to the Guiyuan realm, they could not fathom how he could grow to the point of slaying a Tianling realm expert with a single sword strike. Xian Yuzi pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. That likely was not his own strength, but rather a life-preserving measure left for him by his sworn brother. Upon hearing this explanation, the others nodded in agreement. In that light, it held a degree of credibility. Yet, why would he resort to such a trump card for someone like Murong Tian? Zhao Cheng remained perplexed. The group shook their heads, expressing their confusion. Only Zheng Sanshan, enigmatic with his mask, hesitated before speaking. Perhaps his sworn brother left him more than just this sword? As these words fell, the assembly was taken aback, subsequently sinking into prolonged silence. If that were indeed the case, this was not merely a sworn brother. This was clearly a father figure. By the way, Elder Zheng, why have you been wearing a mask these days? Someone inquired, puzzled. Zheng Sanshan's lips twitched beneath the mask as he abruptly retorted, "What business is it of yours?" The individual was momentarily stunned, scratching their head in confusion, unsure of the sudden outburst. Was it merely a simple question? Enough, regardless of the circumstances. Elder Shun is still a revered member of Lingfu Mountain. When we go to Tinshua's sect, we must show him our support. Shen Anzai gestured dismissively. The assembly was startled. Li Yin furrowed his brow and stepped forward. Sect leader, do you truly believe that Murong Tian will be a match for Qin Xinyue in half a year? Indeed. Sect leader, recent news indicates that Qin Xinyue has broken through to the intermediate third realm, far surpassing others of the same level. The group hastily chimed in. Shen Anzai's gaze was piercing as he calmly replied, Qin Xinyue has broken through to the intermediate third realm in Chunyuan Pool, while Murong Tian has also advanced to the Guiyuan realm. With half a year remaining, why would he not have the opportunity to win? Although he stated this, in truth, he had never placed much stock in this 3-year agreement in the past. After all, Murong Tian's talent was exceedingly difficult to articulate. However, observing his recent progress, it seemed he had encountered considerable fortune, especially the sword intent displayed during the Grand Sect competition, which had truly caught his eye. Sect leader, the transition from the Guiyuan realm to the Diling realm is not something that can be achieved casually. It requires a long accumulation of understanding of the Earth's essence. It is simply impossible without it. Li Yin interjected once more, who said I was counting on him to break through to the Diling realm. Shen Anzai shot him a sidelong glance. The latter was taken aback. Then what does the sect leader imply? The transition from the lower 3 realms to the intermediate 3 realms does not see a significant disparity in the strength of the Guiyuan realm's peak and the Diling realm's spiritual essence. The only difference lies in the Earth's might. If one could grasp a power akin to the Earth's might, it would not be impossible for a peak Guiyuan realm expert to contend with the Diling realm. The assembly furrowed their brows, turning their attention toward Shen Anzai. The latter spoke calmly, for instance, true sword intent. Sword intent. The announcement took the gathered individuals by surprise. A genius capable of comprehending such intent holds immense potential for enlightenment in the future. Such individuals are either rare, born with a natural affinity for the Tao, like the Daozi of Qiyun Daozong, which far exceeds Lingfu Mountain, or they possess an extraordinary level of comprehension, true prodigies. As for Murong Tian, not only does he lack a natural affinity for the Tao, but he is fortunate to not be deemed a complete failure. Could it be that his comprehension is so astonishing that he could master sword intent within 6 months? Although unspoken, doubt lingered in their hearts. Throughout the entire Dun dynasty, only 2 known geniuses have grasped the so-called intent in recent years. One is the king of the south, Xiao Ao Hai, who comprehended the Zhenhai sword intent. His sword akin to mountains filling the seas, exuding a formidable aura. The other is the current prince of Dan, Xiao Tiansu, who comprehended the true intent of the imperial dragon, destined for greatness. Enough, no more discussions. You all should prepare yourselves. How long have you been stuck in the Diling realm? Seek an opportunity to break through, lest you embarrass yourselves at Tinshua's sect in 6 months. Shen Anzai waved his hand, his tone tinged with exasperation. The assembly forced smiles. Such breakthroughs are not as simple as wishing them into existence. However, after years of stagnation, it is indeed time to act. As the assembly took their leave, Shen Anzai sighed and shook his head. Lingfu Mountain has become increasingly desolate, with each peak master only at the Diling realm. There is little to be done. During the previous campaign against the demon sect, many elders sustained hidden injuries. Even he himself has accumulated internal injuries, unable to contain the qi of heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would have long since entered the Qiyun realm. This is also the reason many elders have yet to break through. If it weren't for the presence of a Qiyun realm elder overseeing matters, Lingfu Mountain would likely no longer be the foremost sect in Dun. Nevertheless, compared to the Tianxua sect of the Baiming dynasty, they are still considerably weaker. Not to mention the foremost sect of the southern Zhu, Qiyun Daozong. It is said that within Qiyun Daozong, even those in the Tianling realm are relegated to the position of deacon elders, while the truly powerful elders are all in the Qiyun realm. One cannot help but wonder when Lingfu Mountain will also flourish, achieving the status of the foremost sect in the southern Zhu domain. Shen Anzai rubbed his temples. Their generation is assuredly unable to achieve that. All hopes must rest upon the next generation to elevate Lingfu Mountain further. As for the previously mentioned intent, Shen Anzai's gaze flickered as he looked toward the distant Qinghuan peak, murmuring to himself, Lu Yinxin, how far have you cultivated the Jiuquan Dalian technique? In the Dan Dynasty, young geniuses capable of comprehending intent are not solely confined to the royal family. Liu Yunqin's personal disciple, Ling Feishuang, though currently weak in cultivation, is hindered by the uniqueness of her technique. Her terrifying comprehension, in Xian Yuzi's view, might not be inferior to that of the Daozi of Qiyun Daozong. After all, her comprehension encompasses more than one form of intent. Chapter 75. Ling Shitzi, would you care to join me at the training hall for a bite to eat? At Lingfu Mountain, Qingyun Peak. After several days of effort, the 20 acres of medicinal fields have finally taken shape, flourishing with lush spiritual herbs. A sight most pleasing to the eye. The dense spiritual energy even shrouded the back mountain of Qingyun Peak in mist, resembling a celestial realm. Peak Master, what exactly is different about the soil in our medicinal garden? Just 2 days ago, Brother Murong's herbs were nearly crushed by the soil. Yet they have now regained vitality after being planted, inquired Xiao Jingxue curiously as she washed the green grapes by the bamboo stream. The soil behind Qingyun Peak is truly more wondrous than any medicinal earth she has encountered in Yaowang Valley. The soil of Qingyun Peak has absorbed the essence of both sun and moon, and I personally nourished it with spiritual water for a total of 81 days. Can it even be compared to ordinary soil? Shen casually remarked. Xiao Jingxue pressed her lips together, clearly skeptical. However, she had indeed never witnessed such miraculous soil. In other medicinal fields, there would be accidents such as the wilting of spiritual herbs, but here, that was simply impossible. Moreover, the growth of the spiritual herbs was exceptionally vigorous, significantly shortening their maturation period. Some herbs that typically required several years to mature could be harvested here in just a month or two. The potency of spiritual herbs is categorized by age. The older the herb, the more potent its effects. Of course, this is merely a general classification. It does not mean one must truly wait 10 or 100 years. Some herbs that take 10 years to mature in the wild can reach their full efficacy within a year or two with the careful attention of an herbalist. By the way, Peak Master, why haven't we seen Senior Brother Morong all day? Xiao Jingxue inquired with some confusion. After his injuries fully healed, I gave him a Wu Dao Dan. He should be in the process of refining its effects by now. Shen replied with a hint of exasperation. He felt he had completely become Murong Tian's tool. This lad seemed incapable of resting even for a moment, now that his injuries had just healed. He had resumed practicing swordplay from dawn until deep into the night, followed by a night of meditation. Every morning, he awaited Shen and to concoct Qing Shun Dan to alleviate his fatigue. Wudao Dan? Xiao Jingxue was taken aback. What grade of elixir was that? And what effects did it possess? I believe it is a 5th grade elixir. Shen replied leisurely. As for its effects, it enhances your mental clarity, allowing you to comprehend concepts that are usually obscure and difficult. An elixir that enhances comprehension. Xiao Jingxue was astonished. She had not anticipated that the Peak Master could refine such a marvelous elixir. According to the Lord of Beichen Valley, such elixirs are exceedingly difficult to concoct. Even he could not guarantee success every time, and a failure could lead to serious consequences. Master, just as Xiao Jingxue was taken aback, a voice like thunder suddenly called out from afar. The startling shout caused Shun to shudder, causing the green grapes in his hand to drop. From a distance, Murong Tian, clad in black, was sprinting towards him with a face full of excitement, sword on his back. Shun frowned. What is all this commotion about? Did I not tell you not to be so boisterous? You might frighten Jingxue. Xiao Jingxue calmly caught the string of grapes he had dropped, her expression tranquil. She was already accustomed to Murong Tian's exuberance and understood that her Peak Master was merely testing her reaction, not genuinely frightened. After all, he had said as much last time. Master, after consuming the Wu Dao Dan, I feel as though I have gained some insights, but when practicing swordplay alone, I still feel something is lacking, and I am unable to suppress my sword intent. Murong Tian spoke with a hint of eagerness, a sharp aura faintly surrounding him. And in an instant, a beam of sword light sliced through the bamboo wall of the bamboo courtyard. Master, please strike me. Shen was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard someone make such a request. Looking at the bamboo wall that had been cleanly sliced in half and had collapsed with a loud crash, Shun An's mouth twitched. Murong Tian was already a practitioner at the Guiyuan realm, while he himself was merely at the later stage of body refinement. In a spar, one could not be certain who would strike home. Disciple, my state. Shen had just begun to speak earnestly when he suddenly saw a beam of sword light approaching. He quickly rolled to the side. Crack! The rattan chair shattered into two halves. Master, I cannot hold back any longer. Please hurry. The long sword on Murong Tian's back trembled slightly, producing a resonant cry that yearned for battle. The sword energy was not actively unleashed by him, but was rather an involuntary reaction to his overwhelming sword intent. Shen was alarmed. This lad is going to commit fratricide. Seeing him about to unleash another burst of sword light, Shen hurriedly interjected. Stop. Let us head to the training ground instead. Murong Tian paused. Is it not permissible to do so here? Shen, exasperated, retorted, You reckless child. Look at what you've done to Jingshua's bamboo courtyard and the rattan chair. Moreover, what if you accidentally injure Jingshua while practicing swordplay here? Murong Tian turned around and finally noticed that in his haste, he had inadvertently released sword energy, slicing through the bamboo wall and the rattan chair. All right then, master. Please hurry. He gritted his teeth, firmly gripping the black sword at his back, and turned to run. Xiao Jingshua was left in a daze. She could distinctly sense that the sword intent surrounding Murong Tian was subtly converging, making it difficult for him to suppress. Looking back, she found Shen and had already disappeared, leaving her alone in the bamboo courtyard. She shook her head slightly, amused, and began to tidy up the mess. Qingyun Peak was far more interesting than Yaowang Valley. At the foot of Qingyun Peak, as Shen ran while glancing back, he noticed Murong Tian had not pursued him and let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, I nearly became a casualty of that lad's sword energy. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Shen felt quite helpless. It seemed that revealing too much strength was not beneficial either, as it nearly cost him his life. No, I must find a place to hide for a few days before returning. Shen shook his head repeatedly, although the 6 Meridian's Divine Sword skill card was still available. Using it like this would be a waste. As for the sword intent provoked by the Wu Dao Dan, it would dissipate on its own in a few days, and Murong Tian would not be in any danger. It was merely unfortunate for the efficacy of the Wu Dao Dan. As he pondered while walking down the mountain, Shen considered that this could not continue. Otherwise, when would Murong Tian ever be able to consolidate his unparalleled sword heart and master his techniques? He needed to find someone to spar with him to make good use of the Wu Dao Dan, lest it be wasted. While he was deep in thought, a pair of long legs suddenly appeared before him. Startled, he looked up to see a radiant smile breaking across his face as he approached the coolly elegant woman before him, rubbing his hands together in warmth. Ling Shizizi, what brings you here? Have you eaten? Would you like to join me at the training hall for a bite? Chapter 76, The Strength of Ling Feishuang. Ling Feishuang regarded the middle-aged man before her, who was all smiles, and gently cupped her hands. Greetings, Elder Shen. I'm not hungry. I have come on the orders of my master to request your assistance in refining an elixir. Oh, what elixir are you refining? Shen blinked. Forward grade Zhu Diden. Upon hearing this, he was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized the coolly elegant woman before him with some confusion. Zhu Diden? That is an elixir for practitioners of the Di Ling realm. Did not you just enter the Guiyuan realm? Why would you need Zhu Diden? Ling Feishuang did not elaborate much, simply replying, It is required for my cultivation. I see. Shen stroked his chin and nodded in response. I can indeed refine it, but it will take some time. The spiritual herbs in my garden have just been planted and are not suitable for immediate harvesting. Additionally, purchasing spiritual herbs would be somewhat wasteful. Hearing his words, Ling Feishuang was taken aback. Initially, when her master instructed her to procure elixirs, she had been somewhat doubtful. Now, hearing him personally agree, she was inevitably astonished. Since when did Elder Shen become a 4th-grade alchemist? Thank you, Elder Shen. I will return in a few days. Ling Feishuang cupped her hands and was about to take her leave. Wait, Ling Shizizi, do not be in a hurry. Since you are here, why not accompany me to stroll around the peak, enjoy some pastries, and have a cup of tea? Shen hurriedly stopped her, smiling broadly. Ling Feishuang frowned slightly. She had been planning to return to continue her cultivation. Come, my disciple is currently practicing swordplay at the training ground. As fellow disciples, You can spar and provide each other with guidance. Shen Anzai's enthusiasm made Ling Feishuang feel somewhat out of her depth. The last time she visited, the other party was equally warm and then borrowed 10,000 gold from her. After some hesitation, she ultimately chose to nod in agreement. Coincidentally, she had previously heard that Mu Rong Tian had demonstrated a formidable sword technique during the sect's grand competition. Since she hadn't witnessed it last time, she thought it would be worthwhile to observe it this time. She was curious about what kind of swordsmanship could lead Mu Rong Tian to reject her master's offered Mirror Moon Palm. Under the enthusiastic invitation of Shunin, the two proceeded towards the training grounds together. Within the training ground, Mu Rong Tian sat cross-legged, firmly gripping his black sword behind him. Sweat dripped from his brow, and the fierce sword intent emanating from him had left numerous marks on the nearby blue bricks. Why hasn't my master arrived yet? If he doesn't come soon, I might lose control. Mu Rong Tian felt a sense of urgency. After all, it was rare for his sword intent to feel this invigorated, and he had even caught a glimpse of enlightenment regarding the Wu Shuang Yu Jianju. If he missed this opportunity, who knows how long he would have to wait for the next one. No, I must go find him. After waiting for a brief moment and still seeing no sign of his master, he stood up, his expression anxious. At that moment, two figures appeared on the distant mountain path. Upon seeing them, a glimmer of joy flashed in Mu Rong Tian's eyes, and he rushed forward. Master, you have finally arrived. As the black-clad youth approached, Shunin hurriedly retreated behind Ling Feishuang. Ling Shiji, my disciple has achieved success in his sword intent and wishes to spar with you. Please feel free to engage. Do not worry about hurting him. Although Ling Feishuang was only in the early stage of the Gui Yuan realm, she was a direct disciple of Lu Yunqin and had mastered earth-grade martial techniques, making it manageable for her to help Mu Rong Tian control his restless sword intent. Ling Feishuang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the flickering sword light surrounding Mu Rong Tian and Shunin hiding behind her. Weren't we just here for tea and snacks? How did it turn into Mu Rong Tian wanting to spar with me? However, there was no time for further contemplation as the sword light surged toward her. With a frown, she swiftly executed a palm strike. The palm shadow, ethereal and fluid like a wandering dragon, passed through several fierce sword lights, landing precisely on Mu Rong Tian's chest. Bang! The impact caused him to stumble backward. Shunin gazed on in astonishment, marveling at her impressive acuity and reflexes. She had effortlessly captured the trajectory of those sword lights and instantly repelled Mu Rong Tian. It was no wonder she had been the champion of the sect's grand competition for several years. His Ling Shiji was indeed extraordinary. Shunin did not know much about Ling Feishuang, only that she had been the top disciple before Mu Rong Tian's arrival and had consistently won her battles with overwhelming force, never encountering obstacles. However, for reasons unknown, her progress seemed to have stagnated over the last 2 years, and many had begun to catch up to her. My disciple, I fear that my intervention might injure you, so I have specifically brought your Ling Shiji to accompany you in your sword practice. Treat her well. I shall take my leave. After repelling Mu Rong Tian, Ling Feishuang turned to inquire, but heard Shun's distant voice. He had already vanished without a trace. She frowned, having planned to leisurely browse around before returning to her cultivation. Hearing her master's words, Mu Rong Tian's excitement intensified. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his black sword and exclaimed, "Thank you, Ling Shiji. Your junior brother has arrived." As his words fell, his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. His gaze sharpened, and he seemed to embody a half-drawn sword. Observing this change, Ling Feishuang's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. This sword intent felt somewhat unusual, subtly hinting at the emergence of sword consciousness. She quickly realized that Elder Shun's invitation for her to spar with Mu Rong Tian was a ruse, designed to allow her to cultivate his swordsmanship. Nevertheless, she was indeed curious to test Mu Rong Tian's true capabilities. As Mu Rong Tian gripped his sword, he executed the earth-grade movement technique, transforming into two shadows that simultaneously lunged forward, their sword lights forming a rapid net of strikes. In the face of this scene, Ling Feishuang maintained her cool composure, showing no signs of panic. With a light push from her toes, she became ethereal, effortlessly traversing through Mu Rong Tian's web of sword lights. And without looking back, she raised her hand to strike at one of his afterimages. Bang! Mu Rong Tian was struck again on his back, stumbling forward in a most undignified manner. Ling Fei Shuang lightly flicked her sleeve, slowly turning her head with a chilling expression. Your sword intent is commendable, but it lacks purity. You should simplify rather than complicate. As the sword intent surged around him, Mu Rong Tian rose, deep in thought, and charged forward once more. Thank you, Shiji, for your guidance. Let us continue. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Ling Fei Shuang effortlessly evaded his attacks and repelled him once more with a single palm strike. Throughout the encounter, she had not even utilized any martial techniques. From a distance, Shen Anzai watched this scene from behind a tree, bewildered. Wow, how impressive! Ling Fei Shuang's performance was truly astonishing. Despite being at the same Gui Yuan realm, she utilized very little spiritual essence. In contrast, with each of Mu Rong Tian's sword strikes, one could observe the robust flow of spiritual essence. Coupled with his formidable sword intent, which appeared quite powerful, it seemed ultimately ineffective, failing to even graze the hem of Ling Fei Shuang's garments. The disparity between the two lay not in the strength of their techniques, but in their perception and combat experience. Chapter 77. Trials in the Kangwu realm. Ling Fei Shuang had begun her independent trials 2 years prior, having faced countless life-and-death battles. Though they were of the same realm, it was no simple feat for Mu Rong Tian to defeat her. While Shen Anzai marveled at the unfolding scene, a male voice suddenly resonated beside him, startling him. Turning around, he found Xian Yuzi standing quietly behind him, observing the sparring duo. Descending the mountain for training? Shen Anzai inquired curiously. Indeed, Xian Yuzi nodded lightly, stepping forward to stand alongside him. 2 years ago, Fei Shuang would descend at intervals, either battling ferocious beasts in the mountains or undertaking sect missions. She even encountered remnants of the demonic sect who set traps against Ling Fu Mountain for revenge. Regardless of the number of perilous situations she faced, she emerged victorious. The battles outside are not like the friendly sparring matches within the sect. They're genuine life and death struggles, where she must manage her consumption with utmost precision. It is precisely in those life-threatening battles that her combat skills have far surpassed her peers. Listening to his words, Shen Anzai nodded slightly, well aware of this truth, for his previous life had not been spent in vain. After all, did not the internet often state that 2 individuals of the same realm with similar abilities could easily outplay 100 who lacked practical experience? Although Mu Rong Tian possessed a higher realm, sword intent, earth-grade martial techniques, and sword arts, he lacked the knowledge of when to employ them effectively. In contrast, Ling Fei Shuang had instinctively learned to conserve spiritual essence and identify her opponent's weaknesses. She did not possess exceptionally powerful techniques. Rather, she could analyze Mu Rong Tian's movements, discern the direction of his attacks, and swiftly find countermeasures. It was akin to the stark difference between an infant wielding a knife and a seasoned veteran returning from the battlefield. Yu Zhengyuan, Wang Hu, and even Mu Rong Tian were all still in their infancy, while Ling Fei Shuang had already left them far behind. On the training ground, within a mere span of a few breaths, Mu Rong Tian had been repelled by Ling Fei Shuang 5 times. His expression now bore a grave seriousness. He realized that no matter how he approached the attack, it seemed as though the woman before him had already anticipated his every move. At times, he would barely raise his hand before her palm strike would already be upon him. Repeatedly defeated yet undeterred, Mu Rong Tian grew more exhilarated with each exchange. Amidst the unrelenting defeats, he remained oblivious to the fact that the once tumultuous sword intent, which he had found difficult to control, was gradually falling under his mastery, moving as he willed it. In the distance, Xian Yuzi observed this scene with an appreciative glint in his eyes. I had not previously realized that Mu Rong Tian possessed such remarkable comprehension. After all, given his lackluster talent, it was only natural that he had not attracted much attention. Shen Anzai spoke softly. Are you at Lingfu Mountain? Xian Yuzi turned slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips as he regarded him. Noticing Shen Anzai's silence, he inhaled deeply, his gaze far-reaching, and began to speak slowly. Elder Shen, Lingfu Mountain finds itself in a precarious situation, I cannot attend to every detail. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. If you and Murong Tian continue as you have in the past, Lingfu Mountain will not value you. For even the most substantial investment in your cultivation will yield no results. After all, Lingfu Mountain was greatly weakened during the conflict with the Devil Sect. I could only exhaust our resources to nurture those with true talent, always remaining vigilant against the Devil Sect's potential resurgence. Listening to Shen Yuzi's earnest words, Shen furrowed his brow. Isn't the Devil Sect already eradicated? Shen Yuzi shook his head slowly. We merely eradicated their stronghold. The true leaders of the Devil Sect still lurk in the shadows, biding their time, ever ready to rise again. Shen frowned. They speak of the Devil Sect incessantly. What heinous deeds have they committed? At that time, he had been a mere disciple of Qingyun Peak, hardly qualified to partake in the true battles of the strong. Forced to engage in skirmishes on the periphery, thus he was not well versed in the matters of the Devil Sect. Regarding this topic, Shen Yuzi's expression grew serious. The Devil Sect is not so simple. When they invaded, the Ping Tian dynasty also launched an attack on Langyuan. Had it not been for Lingfu Mountain holding back the Devil Sect's assault and the King of the South maintaining his defense at Langyuan, the Den dynasty would likely have ceased to exist. Shen, not being foolish, quickly grasped the implications of his words. The sect leader suspects a connection between the Devil Sect and the Ping Tian dynasty? Shen Yuzi smiled faintly and replied, perhaps. The Devil Sect excels in demon manipulation, and the royal family of the Ping Tian dynasty conveniently possesses the most formidable demon manipulation technique in the entire Nanja domain. A jolt ran through Shen Anzai's heart. Shen Yuzi continued. Do you know who the 3 Qian Kuan realm warriors were that the King of the South faced alone? Shen shook his head slightly. The first was General Luo Hai of the Ping Tian dynasty, an early Qian Kuan realm practitioner who was slain. The second was the leader of the Tiger Hunting Army, the esteemed Ling Feng Wang Zhou Xiao, also an early Qian Kuan realm practitioner. The third was Zhou Zhao's demon beast, the Qi Yan Hu, which possessed the strength of the Qian Kuan realm. Demon beast, Shen exclaimed, astonished. He had assumed that the battle had solely involved 3 human warriors, unaware that a demon beast had also played a significant role. Do you know why the King of the South ventured to Langyuan recently? Shen Yuzi inquired once more. Shen still shook his head. Such matters were beyond his knowledge. There are rumors within the Dun dynasty that his strength has diminished to the Earth Spirit realm. Thus he must make an appearance to quell any ill intentions. Is the Ping Tian dynasty probing? Shen frowned. Shen Yuzi nodded. They are becoming restless. It is likely they wish to make a comeback. If my conjecture holds true, the remnants of the Devil Sect may soon resurface. The ambition of the Ping Tian dynasty has always been to annex the Dan and Baiming dynasties, thereby becoming the true sovereign of the Nanja domain. Shen shook his head, dismissing the matter. He had no time to concern himself with the Devil Sect or the Ping Tian dynasty. His only focus was to assist Murong Tian in winning the 3-year agreement 6 months hence and securing the system rewards before contemplating anything else. Sect leader, you have yet to mention your sudden arrival at Qingyun Peak. Is there something specific you wish to discuss? Shen Yuzi regarded him for a moment, then shifted his gaze to Murong Tian, who was barely managing to withstand a few strikes from Ling Feishuang. I have come to discuss another matter. Regarding the recent emergence of the Kangwu realm in the Nanju domain, I wish for Murong Tian, Feishuang, and Zheng Yuan to embark on a journey of experience together. Shen Anzai's gaze sharpened. The residents of the Kangwu Zuanzhang. Chapter 78. Then I shall trouble you, Master Ling. The Kangwu realm now lies at the entrance of the extreme northern region, and many have already set out in that direction. Judging by the extent of the seal's deterioration, it should open within 2 months at most. If you wish to enter, I can devise a way for you. Shen Yuzi spoke solemnly. Wait. Shen raised his hand suddenly, filled with suspicion. Did Elder Lu not say there are age restrictions for entry? Am I allowed to enter? Shen Yuzi cast him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly. It is said there are age restrictions, but it is not stated that one cannot alter their age. As long as one's cultivation does not reach the Tianling realm, one can enter by consuming certain specially crafted rare elixirs. Of course, these elixirs are not inexpensive. 1 pill from Yawang Valley costs 300,000 gold. As he spoke, he observed Shen Anzai's reaction, attempting to gauge his intentions and thereby deduce his cultivation level. However, Shen Anzai shrugged nonchalantly, shaking his head in refusal. I won't go. Shen Anzai was taken aback. Why not? Shen Anzai's reasoning was simple and clear. I am afraid of death. Shen Anzai's lips twitched. Aren't you quite formidable? You could even challenge old Master Qin. Why are you afraid now? That is only because my sworn brother left me ample resources. Otherwise, I would not dare to confront old Master Qin. Shen Anzai responded with a relaxed demeanor. Shen Anzai, tell me honestly, how many resources did your foster father leave you? Shen Anzai inquired, leaning closer with keen curiosity. What foster father? Is clearly my sworn brother. And there is not much left. I have used it all up. The two exchanged glances. Shen Anzai frowned. Is that true? Indeed. More truthful than pearls, Shen Anzai affirmed. Blinking earnestly, Shen Anzai scrutinized him, his gaze deepening as he slowly spoke. I do not believe you. Shen Anzai watched Shen Anzai soar away on the wind, stroking his chin, further solidifying his resolve to establish a protective formation at Qingfu Peak. Bang! Once more, a muffled sound echoed across the training ground, drawing his attention. Murong Tian was sent hurtling through the air, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. In front of him, Ling Feishuang withdrew her delicate hand, her cold eyes reflecting surprise. This time, Murong Tian had managed to endure 10 exchanges under her hand before being repelled. From the beginning until now, in a mere half hour, Murong Tian had progressed from being unable to block a single move to barely managing to withstand a few. His combat prowess was rapidly ascending. Sister, let us go again. Murong Tian scrambled to his feet, his eyes ablaze with determination. He thrust his sword forward, devoid of any flamboyant movements. Yet, Ling Feishuang furrowed her brows slightly, glancing down. She keenly sensed that Murong Tian's strike was merely a feint, with the true lethal move lying beneath. Tendeurblade technique. Third form, thunder from the ground. With a resounding shout from Murong Tian, lightning erupted from the ground, tearing apart the blue bricks and transforming into a flurry of lightning swords. The technique was commendable, yet the intention was all too apparent. Ling Feishuang had already anticipated this. Before the lightning surged, she lightly tapped her toes and leaped gracefully into the air, perfectly evading the onslaught of lightning swords. As the lightning dissipated, her brows suddenly knitted together. Murong Tian's aura had vanished. Beneath the dazzling lightning, she had failed to catch sight of his next move. Sister, watch your back. The low shout, accompanied by a gust of wind, surged from behind. Ling Feishuang's fair face flushed, and she spun around to deliver a palm strike. However, her hand passed straight through Murong Tian's chest, yielding no tangible feedback. A phantasm? Ling Feishuang's brows furrowed, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Whoosh! She suddenly lifted her head, her eyes reflecting the blazing sunlight, and faintly discerned a dark shadow rapidly enlarging. Due to the sun's brilliance, she was unable to immediately discern the trajectory of the strike. Almost instinctively, she raised her jade hand, launching an attack as graceful as falling leaves. In an instant, she navigated through the sword shadows cast by the glaring sunlight, landing 3 consecutive strikes on Murong Tian's chest. Bang, 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 puffed. Witnessing her disciple spitting blood from the force of the 3 strikes, falling in a perfect parabolic arc to the ground, Shen Anzai was rendered speechless in astonishment. Is this truly the realm of Gui Yuan? How can Murong Tian appear so weak in Ling Feishuang's hands? On the martial arts arena, Ling Feishuang watched as Murong Tian collapsed and twitched a few times before losing consciousness. Her mouth slightly agape, she glanced down at her hand. Had she perhaps exerted too much force? She hadn't intended to. However, she anticipated that Murong Tian would feign attacks twice merely to conceal his aerial assault. The most crucial aspect was that he had leveraged the sun's blinding light to obscure his sword's glow. One must admit, Murong Tian displayed considerable talent, devising such an offensive strategy in a short span of time. If it had been some inexperienced martial artist, they would undoubtedly have fallen prey to it. Ling Feishuang's sudden heavy-handedness was also a result of surprise. Had she not employed her Fei Hua Luo Yi Palm, she might have been injured herself. As for the 3 consecutive strikes, they were purely habitual. In combat, she typically unleashed 18 strikes whenever she had the chance, not relenting until she had shattered her opponent's vital organs. To cease after 3 strikes was already her realization that the one before her was not a mortal enemy, but rather her junior brother, Mu Ron Shikshunk. From a distance, Shout Jing Shui, who had just tidied up the bamboo courtyard, happened to witness this scene and hurried over, her face filled with concern as she helped Mu Rong Tian up. Shen also emerged from the shadows, examining Mu Rong Tian's injuries. Ling Fei Shuang, seeing him, bore an expression of regret. Elder Shen, I was too heavy-handed. How is his condition? Observing the remorse on her face, Shen was moved and stood up, feigning a sigh as he spoke. It's no trouble. However, he may lose considerable time practicing swordsmanship if in the future Ling Shitzi is absent. I wonder how many nights he will have to endure alone to make up for the lost time. In 5 months, it will be the 3-year agreement between him and Qin Xianyu. I am uncertain of what will transpire then. Ling Fei Shuang's beautiful eyes furrowed slightly, a sense of guilt rising within her. They had merely agreed to spar, yet her excessive force had injured Mu Rong Tian, impacting his sword training time. The thought of potentially delaying the 3-year agreement filled her with self-reproach. After a moment of hesitation, she made a decision and stepped forward to speak. Elder Shen need not worry. If necessary, I can come to Qingyun Peak for an hour each day to spar and practice swordsmanship with junior brother Murong. Shen feigned concern, but this would mean your time would. It matters not. I shall simply sleep a little less each day. Ling Fei Shuang continued. Then, it will be troublesome for you, Ling Shitzi. Shen nodded gently, turning away with a smile blooming on his face. Chapter 79. The dog relying on its master? Having a free sparring partner means he need not worry that Mu Rong Tian, this rebellious disciple, would wield his sword against him. With this thought, he stepped towards Mu Rong Tian. The latter appeared somewhat weak, still dazed from the impact of the 3 strikes. Come, dear disciple, open your mouth. Shen produced a bamboo tube, removing the cork to reveal a liquid sloshing within. Ling Fei Shuang instinctively pinched her nose, frowning at the green liquid that exuded a potent toxic aroma. What is this? Is it safe to drink? As these questions arose in her mind, Mu Rong Tian had already opened his mouth and gulped down the green liquid in one go. Ling Fei Shuang was taken aback, feeling a surge of admiration for Mu Rong Tian. To be able to consume such a substance, one must admit her junior brother possesses remarkable fortitude. Soon, an even more bewildering event unfolded. After drinking the poison, Mu Rong Tian sat cross-legged. Moments later, he sprang to his feet, gripping his sword with eyes ablaze. Seeing your sister Ling, once more, seeing him charge forth as if unscathed, Ling Fei Shuang stood rooted in place, her hair tousled by the gentle breeze, leaving her somewhat disheveled. Wasn't it said that his injuries would require considerable time to heal? How long had it been since he drank that substance? A quarter of an hour? Or perhaps half? Now, Mu Rong Tian appeared far from injured. He was positively brimming with vitality. As she instinctively dodged the sword light he emitted, Ling Fei Shuang's expression remained somewhat dazed. Did she feel as though she had been led into a trap? Shen observed Mu Rong Tian's increasingly adept control over his sword aura, nodding in satisfaction before humming a tune as he departed. With the matter of finding Mu Rong Tian a sparring partner settled, he needed to visit Qing Fu Peak to address the protective formation. Ignoring the sounds behind him, Shen leisurely descended the mountain. Qing Fu Peak. Yu Zhengyuan looked dejectedly at his master. Master, what is the matter? Why do you wear a mask all day? Bang! The crisp sound echoed as Zheng Sanshan flicked his forehead from a distance. Do not pry into the affairs of the martial world. How is your mastery of the Tianjin Fu progressing? Yu Zhengyuan, rubbing his head, replied gloomily. After consuming the spiritual medicine brought from Qing Yun Peak last time, my cultivation in the Gui Yuan realm has stabilized. With some more practice, I should be able to master the Tianjin Fu completely. As he spoke, a glimmer of battle intent flickered in his eyes. At that time, I would like to visit Qing Yun Peak once more. For what purpose? Zheng Sanshan inquired. To spar with junior brother Mu Rong again. However, upon uttering these words, Yu Zhengyuan was met not with encouragement, but rather with his master's somber voice. Enough. Shen had transmitted the Thunderbolt sword technique to Mu Rong Tian, a high-grade, earthly skill. That sword which opens the heavenly gate must be a heavenly-level martial technique. Unless you can comprehend the true essence within the talisman, like the former Tianjian elder, I would advise you to refrain from seeking a beating. To my knowledge, Mu Rong Tian's current cultivation is on par with yours. Zheng Sanshan stroked his beard and spoke. At these words, Yu Zhengyuan was taken aback. What? Junior brother Mu Rong has also broken through to the Gui Yuan realm? He was genuinely astonished. Just 2 months ago, he was still a martial artist at the initial stage of Qi Hai. How could he catch up so swiftly? Yu Zhengyuan's expression turned somewhat bitter. Who truly is the genius, and who is the waste? This individual wasted several years, yet now his cultivation can match mine. From now on, anyone who dares to call Mu Rong Tian a waste shall receive 1,000 transparent holes from my Tianjian Fu. Peak Master, outside the hall. A disciple from Qing Fu Peak hurriedly approached. Zheng Sanshan furrowed his brows beneath the mask, speaking with authority. What causes such alarm? It is Elder Shen. Elder Shen has come up the mountain. As the disciple's words fell, Zheng Sanshan sprang from his chair, swallowing hard. Shenan? What brings him here? Zheng Sanshan felt a pang of anxiety. Others believed that 20 acres of land in the spiritual medicine hall had been pillaged by remnants of the demonic sect. But he knew all too well that it was Shen Anzai's doing. It was said that Su Lao He fainted twice on the spot over this matter, and he had remained in the spiritual medicine hall for several days, staring blankly at the barren 20 acres with a silly grin. Now, he suddenly arrives at Qing Fu Peak. Could it be that he remembers he too had taken spiritual medicine and has come to settle accounts? Elder Zheng, I trust you are well. As soon as the thought arose, the soft voice of Shen An appeared at the entrance. With each step he took, Zheng Sanshan forced a smile, preparing to greet him. However, as Shen An scanned the surroundings, his gaze landed directly on Yu Zhengyuan, prompting a curious inquiry. Ah, Yu Shizizi, where is your master? Both men were taken aback, with Zheng Sanshan's lips twitching. What was this? Was he trying to assert dominance right from the start? Even if he couldn't see his face, could he not sense the aura of the Earth spirit realm surrounding him? Yu Zhengyuan pointed to the side, while Zheng Sanshan coughed twice in a feigned manner. Oh, why is Elder Zheng still wearing a mask? What is going on here? Upon hearing this, Shen An turned, surprised. He had not intentionally feigned ignorance. He genuinely failed to sense the other's aura. Zheng Sanshan, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, spoke in a melancholic tone. It's merely that Elder Lu was misled by you. Upon hearing this, Shen An immediately understood, chuckling as he replied, What a surprise. Purely a surprise. We are family, and family doesn't speak of such matters. I have come to request a small favor from Elder Zheng. Seeing the smile on his face, Zheng Sanshan realized this fellow certainly harbored ill intentions. Just as he was about to refuse, he caught sight of a graceful figure in green standing at the entrance. Lu Yinqin, with a gentle expression, smiled as she watched him from the hall's entrance. Her exquisite beauty combined with that tender smile made for a striking scene. Yet, at this moment, Zheng Sanshan, under her gaze, recalled his past encounter on Qingyun Peak. The bandit, Lu Yinqin, had been led astray by Shen An, and the two were now in cahoots. In this instant, he clearly understood that the phrase dogs relying on power was not merely about dogs. Elder Shen, please proceed with your matter. I will assist as far as my abilities allow. Zheng Sanshan spoke, a hint of bitterness in his voice. He did not wish to comply, especially with Lu Yinqin standing right at the entrance. What if he refused, and Shen An were to retort, Elder Lu, I will refine pills for Qingwan Peak daily. How will you deal with him? Come, Elder Zheng, let us find a place for a more in-depth discussion. Shen An said cheerfully, drawing closer and indicating the side of his face that Lu Yinqin had struck, lowering his voice. After all, you wouldn't want that incident to be known by others. Would you? Zheng Sanshan, his expression darkening, nodded reluctantly and followed him out. Yu Zhengyuan stood by, utterly bewildered. What incident? Could he not even discuss matters with his own direct disciple? Chapter 80. Does rumor-mongering require evidence? Elder Shen, what exactly is your business? Once outside, Zheng Sanshan could no longer withstand Shen An's gaze and couldn't help but ask. The latter rubbed his hands together, smiling broadly. It's like this. to prevent the spiritual herbs of Qingyun Peak from being stolen again. I would like to request Elder Zheng's assistance in crafting a protective formation for the peak. As for its effectiveness, it should be similar to that of the protection formation of Lingfu Mountain. What? Zheng Sanshan was left dumbfounded, his eyes wide under the mask as he stared at Shen and Elder Shen. Do you know how many people and how many years it took for the ancestors of Qingfu Peak to create that protective formation? You want me to do the same for Qingyun Peak? Shen understood that this was no small task. He retrieved 10,000 gold from his storage ring, placed it in Zheng Sanshan's hand, and winked at him. It's not for nothing. After all, there is compensation. Zheng Sanshan weighed the 10,000 gold in his hand, a sour expression on his face. Do you think Qingfu Peak lacks this 10,000 gold? Despite saying this, he quickly accepted the money, placing it into his storage ring while stating, 10,000 gold is not enough. I also need you to provide the medicinal herbs required for Qingfu Peak. I can refine the protective formation, but it will certainly not be as effective as the mountain protection formation. And the material costs will have to be borne by Qingyun Peak. Zheng Sanshan cleared his throat and spoke. Hearing this, Shen shook his head repeatedly, stepping forward to pat his shoulder earnestly. Old Zheng, you are mistaken. I am not here to negotiate. The matter of you stealing my spiritual herbs from Qingyun Peak is still unknown to the sect leader and the other elders. If I were to inform them, considering the prestige of Qingfu Peak and your esteemed reputation as a 5th-grade talisman master, why would you ruin your entire life over such a trivial matter? Zheng Sanshan's lips twitched. You have no evidence. Oh, Shen blinked. Does this require evidence? Do you know what it means to spread a rumor with a mere word? While refuting, it requires running a mile. If you do not agree, I will have the actors from Furong Pavilion call your name every day at Lingfu Mountain. After a moment's thought, he shook his head again, stroking his chin thoughtfully. No, it would be better if those male actors came to shout while crying and covering their behinds. Zheng Sanshan clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with indignation. Is there no dignity left in being an elder? Why speak and act like a bandit? Have you no shame to come up with such despicable tactics? Rest assured, I may not be able to refine the herbs for Qingfu Peak, but if you should seize needs any medicinal herbs, feel free to seek me out. Shen continued, thumping his chest in assurance. Though Zheng Sanshan wished to refuse vehemently, he could only nod bitterly at this moment. Did he dare to refuse? Shen could undoubtedly carry out such threats, not to mention that Lu Yinqin was still waiting in the Grand Hall of Qingfu Peak. Then it's settled. I await your good news, old Zheng. After patting his shoulder, Shen hummed a tune as he left. Outside Qingfu Peak, Lu Yinqin curiously looked at him. What did you want from Elder Zheng? Nothing much, just catching up, Shen chuckled, offering vague response. Catching up? Lu Yinqin asked suspiciously. Do they have anything to catch up on? And why bring me along? Hearing the sect leader mention that Fei Shuang was tricked by you into feeding a sword to Murong Tian today, how is that going? She shook her head and turned to inquire about other matters. Upon hearing this, Shen smiled awkwardly. Can something mutually agreed upon be called trickery? Lu Yinqin rolled her eyes at him. After spending some time together, she had come to understand Shen An's character. He was serious when he needed to be, but when he wasn't, no one could predict what he would do. For instance, taking a noble princess to the herbal hall to gather herbs. Although Fei Shuang was not sociable, she had rich experience in combat. If Murong Tian could learn well from her, it would be beneficial. Lu Yinqin brushed back her hair gently and spoke softly. If he can comprehend a certain sword intent combined with the sword techniques you taught him, it is not impossible for him to win against Qin Qianhua. Shen, slightly taken aback, asked, weren't you always skeptical that he could win? The former paused, recalling the stubborn determination Murong Tian displayed in the pure Yuan pool, where he exerted all his strength just to condense his qi back to its source. The torment of being washed by vast spiritual energy felt like 1,000 insects gnawing at his heart. Yet he endured in silence for nearly an entire month. Such resilience in a young man was simply astonishing. In the past, even if Murong Tian were to reach the Gu Yuan realm, Lu Yinqin still wouldn't believe he could be Qin Qianhua's opponent. However, after witnessing that unyielding spirit, she began to waver. In fact, she had even entertained the unbelievable thought that perhaps Murong Tian could truly win. How do you find the princess these days at Qingyun Peak? Lu Yinqin did not answer indirectly, but shifted the topic. Jing Shui? Quite good, clever, and considerate. Far more reassuring than that foolish Murong Tian, Shen replied, recalling the delicate and obedient figure of Xiao Jingshui. They say a daughter is her father's little cotton-padded jacket, and this female disciple is also her master's little umbrella. After Xiao Jingshui ascended the mountain, Shen profoundly realized that a disciple could indeed be so obedient and sensible. Each time he concocted elixirs, he would invite her to observe closely and explain the intricacies of the process. Although they bore no formal master-disciple title, their bond reflected the essence of such a relationship. Xiao Jingshui, being exceptionally intelligent, grasped concepts immediately and could draw inferences from them, embodying the quintessential ideal student that every teacher adores. Have you given any thought to accepting the Junju as your disciple? Lu Yanqin inquired. About that, Shen chuckled. Didn't I mention before? We must wait until Murong Tian resolves matters with the Qin family before we discuss it further. Given the current circumstances, Murong Tian's admiration level would reach its zenith only after the 3-year agreement concludes. Even if he wished to accept her now, the system would not permit it. Lu Yanqin stared at him in disbelief. Are you using this as a means to gauge the prince's stance, to ensure he supports you later? Shen quickly shook his head. I am not. Please do not speak nonsense. If he intended to do so, wouldn't it be simpler for him to directly take Xiao Jingshui as his disciple? In that case, they would be family. Would Xiao Ao Hai really allow them to be bullied at Tianshui's own? Their gazes met, and Lu Yunqin's beautiful eyes sparkled with understanding. I see. It appears that your delay in accepting the Junju as a disciple is a consideration of the prince's sincerity. When a 3-year agreement arrives, if there are no significant events in the Wolf Abyss, let the prince bring a few of his deputy generals to visit Tianshui's own. The 300,000 wolf army certainly cannot go. Otherwise, the royal family of Baiming will be terrified and unable to sleep at night. Chapter 81. Who will cook? Seeing her expression of enlightenment, Shen felt somewhat perplexed. What do you understand that warrants such a look? Come, let us visit Qingyan Peak. The two walked side by side towards Qingyan Peak. On the way, they encountered a scruffy individual passing by. Upon seeing the two standing closely together, his eyes darkened with rage, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. At Qingyan Peak, in the martial arts hall, dusk approached, and the setting sun cast a fiery glow, elongating the shadows of the two figures on the training ground, flickering like candlelight. Xiao Jingshui stood quietly to the side, watching intently. On the training ground, Murong Tian and Ling Feishuang continued their sparring. The former, and even the latter, were drenched in sweat and felt somewhat fatigued. After an entire afternoon of practice, one wondered where Murong Tian found such vigor, as he showed no signs of exhaustion. As long as I run out of spiritual energy, I can take medicine. Over the course of the afternoon, his progress left Ling Feishuang astonished. From initially wielding his sword with reckless ferocity, he had transitioned to striking with swiftness and simplicity, devoid of any flamboyance. With a swing like a flash of lightning, even without spiritual energy manifesting as thunder, one could still sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from his sword. Murong Tian had truly grasped the essence of sword intent. It was not merely the strength of cultivation or the purity of spiritual energy that constituted formidable sword intent, but rather the ability to convey the sensation of thunderclouds looming overhead and the force of earth-shattering thunder with a single stroke. Even in the absence of any cultivation or spiritual energy, this was the true sword intent. The fifth style of Benlei sword, Tianlei Donkeyinken. Whoosh! This time, the sound was not of thunder, but of the air being pierced. Murong Tian thrust his sword forward, the sound of the blade ringing out. Despite the absence of any spiritual energy leak, Ling Feishuang dared not underestimate it. In her eyes, this seemingly ordinary thrust transformed into a raging tempest of thunder. This thunder surged forth like a tidal wave, leaving no room for retreat. Although Murong Tian emitted no powerful aura of cultivation, nor did he gather spiritual energy to form a presence, it seemed as if a torrent of thunder appeared before her very eyes. This was the true sword intent. Jinghua Palm, Ling Feishuang, unwilling to be complacent, faced the surging sea of thunder. She called out sharply, deploying her earth-tier martial technique, manifesting countless palm shadows. In an instant, her figure and palm prints became ethereal, as elusive as flowers in a mirror or the moon in water. The thunder roared, and Murong Tian's sword pierced through her form. Causing no tangible harm. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Murong Tian, for the umpteenth time, was sent flying as if struck by a heavy blow. Yet in his fall, he instinctively thrust his sword upward. Bang! As Murong Tian landed on the ground, Ling Feishuang slowly lowered her head, her delicate brows furrowing. A corner of her white robe was gently cascading down, its edge smooth and even. Not far away, Lu Yinxin observed this scene with astonishment. She did not expect Murong Tian to seize the moment of Ling Feishuang's retreat from the Jinghua palm to exploit her vulnerability. Shen looked on with a sense of satisfaction. Although this lad's stubbornness often caused headaches, he indeed possessed talent in this regard. Mastering sword intent in half a day's time was no small feat, and he had learned how to identify his opponent's weaknesses. Senior Sister Ling, once more. Murong Tian wiped the sweat from his face and rose again from the ground. Ling Feishuang, still in shock from the earlier events, felt a tinge of bitterness at his insistence to continue fighting, despite her usually calm demeanor. Had she known, she would not have taken the extra trip to Qingyun Peak. Enough! Do not push yourself. Your grip on the sword is faltering. What more is there to fight? Have I not taught you the importance of balance between work and rest? Shen stepped forward, with Lu Yinxin closely following. Upon seeing their arrival, the two saluted respectfully. Master, I am not tired, Murong Tian exclaimed with enthusiasm. Bang! Shen delivered a swift knock to his head, then winced as he drew in a sharp breath. Murong Tian seemed unaffected, while Shen nearly strained his finger. Good heavens, this lad's physical strength has surely increased since breaking through to the Guiyuan realm. You are not tired because your adrenaline is surging. Once that energy fades, you will realize your fatigue. What surge? The others looked at each other, perplexed. Beside them, Xiao Jingxue stood on her tiptoes, straining to listen with a serious expression. Ahem, it refers to something that can temporarily diminish your pain and fatigue. Shen cleared his throat, raised his hand, and deftly inserted a needle into Murong Tian's body. This set of silver needles had been purchased from Qingling Peak, costing several thousand gold coins. Hiss, master, why did you suddenly poke me? The sudden sharp sensation startled Murong Tian, diverting his earlier focus on practicing swords with Ling Feishuang. You will understand shortly, Shen replied coolly. After the needle was inserted, Murong Tian, who had been lively just moments ago, suddenly collapsed backward, overwhelmed by a wave of fatigue that left his eyes heavy and drooping. In no time, amidst the gazes of many, a gentle snoring sound emerged. This lad lay on the training ground, as if he had not slept in 8 lifetimes. Peak Master, what kind of needle technique is this? Xiao Jingxue inquired curiously, with Lu Yinxin and Ling Feishuang simultaneously turning their attention to Shen. He stored the silver needles away and replied nonchalantly, "It is nothing. Just a casual poke to shift his attention. When one is in a state of high concentration, they tend to overlook their physical condition." Just moments ago, this lad was entirely focused on sword practice, selectively ignoring the fatigue accumulating in his body. A single needle merely pulled him out of that intensely concentrated state. It is akin to those who stay up late, flipping through pages oblivious to their fatigue until they finally stop, at which point exhaustion hits them all at once. Listening to his words, Ling Feishuang nodded silently, recognizing the truth in them. In her past battles for survival, she had often experienced similar circumstances. During fights, the pain seemed negligible, only to double in intensity once the battle concluded. So, it is Xiao Jingxue suddenly enlightened, nodding thoughtfully. All right, today has been hard on you. Ling Shizhi and Elder Lu, would you like to stay for a meal? Shen Anzai turned with a cheerful smile. Lu Yinxin and her disciple exchanged a glance and gently nodded. Since they were already here, they might as well share a meal before leaving. However, at that moment, Xiao Jingxue timidly raised her hand, blinking cautiously as she spoke. Peak Master, Murong Xixiang is asleep. Who will cook? Her words abruptly froze the air, leaving everyone staring blankly at the soundly sleeping Murong Tian on the ground, exchanging bewildered glances. Who would cook? In the end, the responsibility of preparing the meal fell upon Shen Anzai. As a princess, Xiao Jingxue naturally did not engage in such mundane tasks, and while she could assist with alchemy, cooking was beyond her. Similarly, Lu Yinxin and Ling Feishuang, being guests, could not be expected to prepare the meal. As for what was to be cooked, it was, of course, the Wuling ducks that Murong Tian had previously captured in traps. Shen Anzai was no master chef, so he simply set a fire by the stream, and after preparing everything, placed the Wuling ducks on the flames to roast. The ducks, brushed with a layer of oil, emitted a tantalizing sizzle as they cooked, filling the air with a delicious aroma. In just over half an hour, the duck meat had turned a golden, crisp color, arousing appetites. Here you go, Ling Shizhi, Jingxue. Shen Anzai tore off 2 golden duck legs, steaming and sizzling, and offered them to the 2 women. Ling Feishuang nodded in thanks as she accepted the duck leg. However, Xiao Jingxue softly insisted, "You've worked hard recently. Peak Master, you should eat first." Shen Anzai, pleased, took the leg back and turned to offer it to Lu Yinxin. "Elder Lu, do taste my culinary skills." Lu Yinxin gently nodded, her red lips parting slightly as her delicate hand carefully tore off a piece of duck leg meat and brought it to her mouth. Taking a bite, she found it crispy on the outside and tender within, the flavors lingering delightfully on her palate. A hint of spiritual energy seemed to spread throughout her, as if it could dissolve the weariness of the day. She was somewhat surprised, for despite Shen Anzai's usual clumsiness with alchemy, his roasting skills were quite impressive. "Elder Shen, are you not eating?" Noticing the 2 of them had not touched their food, Lu Yinxin inquired. Shen Anzai exchanged a glance with Xiao Jingxue and pulled off 2 duck wings with a smile. "It's all right, you enjoy, we're just on a diet. 2 duck wings will suffice for us." "Diet?" Lu Yinxin raised an eyebrow, somewhat skeptical. After finishing the entire Wuling duck, though not fully satisfied, it was now late, and lingering was no longer suitable. "Then we shall take our leave. We will return tomorrow." Lu Yinxin took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth and stood up. "Feishuang, let's go." "Take care," Shen Anzai called out. "Ling Shizhi, do not forget to accompany Murong Tian for sword practice tomorrow." Ling Feishuang, having just enjoyed the Wuling duck, felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. After watching the 2 depart and gazing into the distance for a while, Shen Anzai suddenly turned, rubbing his hands together. "Hurry, Jingxue, I am nearly starving." Xiao Jingxue looked at her Peak Master's impatience and couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the Peak Master was rather stingy when the Peak had an abundance of these spiritual birds. With a compliant nod, she retrieved a variety of prepared ingredients from her storage ring. There were spiritual ducks and chickens, as well as a whole pig, its skin as white as jade, all arranged to roast by the fire. As the sizzling sounds resumed, a richer aroma wafted through the air. At the halfway point of Qinyan Peak, Lu Yinxin and Ling Feishuang made their way down the mountain at a leisurely pace. The moon shone brightly, and the sky had turned completely dark. As they walked along the night path, Lu Yinxin suddenly furrowed her brow, casting her gaze to the side. In the grass, a figure wearing a mask was crouched down, seemingly up to no good. The path was dim, making it difficult to see clearly. "Sneaky, you look like no good person, come out," she called out coldly, summoning a sharp stone to hurl in that direction. Whoosh! Ouch! A pained cry erupted. The figure, clutching their backside, pushed through the grass, revealing tearful eyes beneath the mask. "Elder Lu, what have I done to offend you?" "I apologize. Is that not enough?" The mask was removed, unveiling a face marked by a handprint and a bruised eye. Filled with sorrow, "Zheng Changlao?" Lu Yinxin exclaimed in shock, recalling that Zheng Sanchan had indeed worn a mask in the Grand Hall today. Zheng Sanchan was on the verge of tears, wishing only to find a place to check the injury on his backside. How had he become so unfortunate lately? Could it truly be the consequence of his misdeeds? Once a virtuous man, he had never imagined that a single misstep would lead to such a series of humiliating events. Lu Yinxin quickly withdrew her hand, her expression somewhat strange as she asked, "What are you doing here at this hour on Qinyan Peak, lying on the ground?" "Elder Shen asked me to help set up a protective formation for the peak. I was hurrying to survey the terrain," Zheng Sanchan replied, his old eyes misty. "What do you mean by at this hour?" "I've been here for over an hour." Typically, when maintaining formations for the main peak, he would leave by sunset, unable to stay longer even for the sect leader. Staying at Qingyan Peak late was merely a precaution against Shen Anzai's antics involving rumors about the male actors from Furongxian. Little did he expect that working overtime without pay would also lead to such unfortunate consequences. Besides, isn't Elder Lu also at Qingyan Peak at this hour? He remarked. Hearing Lu Yunqin's words, Lu Yunqin coughed lightly. Fei Shuang practiced swordsmanship with Murong Tian all day today. I am here to bring her back. Fei Shuang blinked at her master, feeling somewhat puzzled. Hadn't she only come today? When she had not been around recently, had her master not frequently visited Qingyan Peak? Zheng Sanchan had just mentioned the protective formation. Was Shen Anzai indeed going to Qingfu Peak for that purpose? Lu Yunqin suddenly became curious. Indeed, upon hearing the confirmation, Lu Yunqin's beautiful eyes sparkled as she nodded slightly. Then when the formation is complete, do remember to send a token to Qingwan Peak. Zheng Sanchan paused, looking strangely at the elegant woman before him. Rumors had circulated that Lu Yunqin and Shen Anzai were involved romantically, and it seemed there was a high likelihood of truth to that. However, he dared not refuse her. He could neither match her strength nor challenge her. Fei Shuang, let's depart. Satisfied by his nod, Lu Yunqin led Fei Shuang away. After watching the two disappear into the distance, Zheng Sanchan took a deep breath, grimacing as he extracted a stone from his rear. Observing the bloodstains upon it, his aging eyes brimmed with tears. I, who have guarded my purity for many years, never expected today to become. Oh, what a calamity! As he lamented, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing his throat to involuntarily swallow. How fragrant! His stomach growled in protest, having been too busy all afternoon surveying the terrain of Qingyan Peak to remember to eat. Since I am at least working for Qingyan Peak, it should be fine to snag a meal, right? Zheng Sanchan pondered, quickly making a decision as he limped up the mountain. As he walked, he couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. I can't take it any longer. What exactly is being roasted that smells so delicious? It seems reminiscent of the Wu Ling duck I've had before. However, spiritual birds are rare. Qingfu Peak not only raises Wu Ling ducks and ordinary spiritual chickens, but also boasts a white jade pig, the meat tender and infused with abundant spiritual energy, rivaling some medicinal pills. If sold, it would fetch no less than 20,000 gold. Chapter 83. Truly Delicious. In the Zhu Yuan, after bidding farewell to Lu Yunqin and her companion, Shen Anzai savored a chicken and a duck alongside Xiao Jinxue, who displayed a more refined and gentle demeanor compared to his hearty consumption. However, her appetite far surpassed his. Shen Anzai, being only at the late stage of body refinement and without any significant needs, could easily reach his limit with just one chicken and one duck. Xiao Jinxue, on the other hand, bore the affliction of bone-corroding poison, and consuming more spiritually enriched food would effectively aid in nurturing her body and suppressing the toxins. Do you see the pig roasting by the fire? That is meant for Xiao Jinxue alone. TSK, Jinxue, who would have thought your clumsy senior brother could set a trap and catch a white jade pig? This creature is a treasure. Consuming it will ensure that the bone-corroding poison does not act up for at least 2 months. Shen Anzai remarked, sucking on his fingers. It must have been attracted by the spiritual energy of the Peak Master's medicinal fields. It seems that staying near the fields grants them some benefits. Xiao Jinxue, gracefully enjoying her meal, spoke softly. Upon mentioning this, Shen Anzai felt a pang of heartache. Indeed, the essence of the immortal spirit spring is a boon for martial artists, now squandered by that rebellious Murong Tian. Without the spring essence, the source energy is wasted on these spiritual creatures, nourishing them instead. They could even accelerate their growth simply by sleeping nearby. In a sense, we are the ones benefiting from the essence when we consume them. These spiritual creatures seemingly belong to Qingfu Peak. If Elder Zheng were to find out, would he? Xiao Jinxue voiced her concern. What do you mean? Belonging to Qingfu Peak? There are no names inscribed. I caught them on Qingyan Peak, and they trespassed into our territory. As the plaintiff, what is wrong with giving them a slight punishment? Shen Anzai nonchalantly replied, tearing off a piece of bone while eating the duck with his left hand. Xiao Jinxue nodded slightly, finding her Peak Master's reasoning sound. Indeed, they trespassed into Qingyan Peak first. A minor reprimand is warranted. She glanced at the bones on the ground, coughed lightly, and chose not to dwell on it further. Just as she prepared to continue her meal, she suddenly noticed a figure limping toward them down the bamboo path. "Peak Master, who is that?" she asked, pointing with a hint of confusion. Shen Anzai turned to look. Zhang Sanshan, rubbing his behind, cursed under his breath. It was bad enough to be ambushed by Lu Yanqin, but he had hurried here for a meal and stumbled along the way, nearly cracking his teeth. Whose good man wears black at night to sleep in the training arena? What a bunch of oddballs at Qingyan Peak. Sleeping in a training arena is one thing, but to sleep like a pig, impossible to wake, one might think they were dead. Elder Zheng? Shen Anzai stared, holding half a five-spirit duck in astonishment. Zhang Sanshan was equally stunned, glancing at the white jade pig roasting by the fire. The two exchanged incredulous looks, and he immediately grew furious. "What are you eating? I demand to know what you are eating. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding, old Zheng." Shen Anzai hastily tore off a duck leg and stuffed it into Zhang Sanshan's mouth, attempting to calm his near-explosive temper. "It's not as you think. I'm just kindling a fire to keep warm, and your pig jumped in the fire by itself. I couldn't stop it." Zhang Sanshan became numb, gazing at him with the expression of a slighted lover. Shen Anzai, appearing earnest and persuasive, locked eyes with Zhang Sanshan. He took the duck leg from Zhang Sanshan's mouth, who finally responded, "Elder Shen, do you even believe what you are saying? Old Zheng, you must understand, the princess suffers from bone-corroding poison. I am merely trying to help her delay the onset of its effects." Shen Anzai sighed deeply, a look of melancholy on his face. Zhang Sanshan turned his gaze to the girl beside them. Xiao Jinxue promptly averted her eyes, blinking innocently as if the matter did not concern her. The moon is particularly round tonight. The group looked up at the overcast sky, and the atmosphere became momentarily quiet and awkward. Observing Zhang Sanshan's woeful expression, Shen Anzai decided to lay it all out, reaching for the duck leg. "Are you going to eat it or not? If not, return it to me." He quickly stepped back to evade Zhang Sanshan's grasp, taking a hefty bite from the duck leg, his gaze filled with longing. "Eat." Despite the frustration, the flavor of the five-spirit duck was undeniably delightful. As Zhang Sanshan's eyes glimmered with resentment while he relished his food, the remaining white jade pig was soon devoured by the two. Zhang Sanshan had the largest share. In his mind, he reasoned, "If you killed my pig and I can't get my money back, can I at least eat it?" During their meal, upon learning that Zhang Sanshan was surveying the terrain to design the Qingyun Great Formation, Shen Anzai's mood brightened. He playfully patted Zhang Sanshan's oily hands while encouraging him, "Old Zheng, our Lingfu Mountain needs diligent people like you. Rest assured, once the formation is completed, we'll go to the city for a splendid meal. It's on me." Under his cajoling, Zhang Sanshan descended the mountain, albeit grumpily, limping as he continued to survey, the night deepening around them. At one moment, while focused on drawing symbols on a piece of blue stone, a sudden rumble echoed. Crash! A bolt of lightning struck a nearby tree. Startled, he jumped. Observing the gloomy sky, Zhang Sanshan furrowed his brow in suspicion. "Surely, I can't be that unlucky. Can I? Is the lightning aimed at me?" No sooner had he thought this than crash. Several bolts of lightning descended in quick succession, and rain began to pour down in torrents. "Damn it!" Zhang Sanshan's mouth twitched as he took off running, his legs suddenly nimble. Just as he fled, 3 bolts of lightning precisely struck the spot where he had been standing, shattering the stone. Meanwhile, Shen Anzai was jolted awake by the thunder outside, startled. It was a fine day. Why is there thunder and rain tonight? Who has sworn an oath on Lingfu Mountain? Or is some senior figure undergoing tribulation this evening? While pondering these thoughts, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. "Oh no, I forgot that Murong Tian is still asleep in the training arena." He hurriedly grabbed an umbrella, skipped putting on his shoes, and rushed out. When Shen Anzai caught sight of the scene in the training arena, he abruptly halted. He stood still, watching intently. Inside the arena, the black-clad youth had unknowingly awakened and was now practicing his swordsmanship relentlessly beneath the downpour. The rain soaked his robes, and his black hair clung to his youthful face, appearing somewhat unrefined. Each swing of his black sword sent droplets flying, resembling a curtain of pearls breaking apart. The boy's clear eyes shone with determination as he gripped his long sword tightly. Beside him, a frail girl in a white dress had arrived much earlier, holding an umbrella and anxiously calling out, "Senior brother, The rain is getting heavier. Please take a break. Murong Tian shook his head, resolutely continuing to swing his sword. Little junior sister, you should go back. There's no need to wait for me. I must comprehend the sword's essence quickly. I cannot disappoint master in 5 months. Hearing the boy's unwavering words, Shen Anzai stared for a moment, then sighed softly. That foolish child. The master once said, when the heavens are about to bestow great responsibilities upon a person, they must first toil their muscles and bones and endure hardships in their heart and mind. The master hopes for me to become a sword immortal. Thus, in my practice of martial arts and swordsmanship, mediocrity cannot be tolerated. With a resounding hum, the long sword vibrated, scattering a cascade of droplets. The master once remarked that my innate talent falls short, necessitating an effort tenfold or even 100-fold greater than that of ordinary individuals to truly grow stronger and become a source of pride for him as a sword immortal. When Murong Tian's stubbornness arises, no one can persuade him otherwise. Thunder roared as layers of dark clouds flickered with lightning, and torrential rain poured down like a waterfall, striking the blue bricks and green tiles with a rhythmic patter. In the distance, Shunin silently observed this scene, gradually turning to leave. Ding! The host disciple possesses a resolute spirit. Congratulations, the host has activated a phase task. Assist Murong Tian in becoming a sword immortal. At the sound of the system's voice, he paused for a moment. Becoming a sword immortal is no simple feat, requiring 2 fundamental conditions. First, at least possess the strength of the Qiankuan realm. Second, comprehend a sword path. Even the once great sword king Xiao Ao Hai could only be regarded as a sword king, not a sword immortal. Although he possessed the strength of the Qiankuan realm in the past, his understanding of the Zhenhai sword intent had not reached the level of Dao. As Shunin walked back, he carefully examined the task introduction. The so-called phase tasks allow for rewards to be settled upon the completion of each phase. This sword immortal task is divided into 3 phases, unrelated to realms, solely concerning swords. Phase 1. Murong Tian comprehends sword intent, rewarding 5 cards for the peak of the Earth Spirit realm and 1 lottery chance. Phase 2. Murong Tian masters the unmatched sword technique to perfection and comprehends the unmatched sword heart, rewarding 5 cards for the Heaven Spirit realm or 1 random positive or negative attribute. Phase 3. Murong Tian comprehends the sword Dao, rewarding 1 consumption card for the Qiankuan realm, 5 cards for the Heaven Spirit realm, or 1 permanent positive attribute of choice. Upon seeing these new terms, Shen curiously inquired within system, what is this random attribute? Previously, even with Murong Tian's admiration reaching its peak or winning against Qin Xianyu in the 3-year agreement, this random attribute had never appeared. This is a reward that can only be triggered by phase tasks. Random attributes can be positive or negative and can be permanent or temporary. What attributes are there? Could you elaborate? Child of the Wind. Enables the host to harness the power of wind, retrieve objects from a distance, traverse the winds, or even create a spiral sphere. Upon hearing this, Shen An's mouth gaped in astonishment, his heart racing. Isn't this more impressive than a skill card? Skill cards are consumed upon use, but this has a genuine chance of permanence and can be employed at any time. Is there more? Shadow of the Night. Grants the host perfect concealment at night, the ability to become invisible, traverse darkness at will, and doubles their strength, along with the capability to temporarily bestow the power of the night upon others. Friend of Beasts. Enhances affinity with all beast species and grants the ability to converse with them. Shuna was nearly moved to tears, filled with excitement. Finally, it has arrived. I thought I could only remain in the shadows, but it seems that while the system cannot help me elevate my cultivation, it can assist in enhancing my strength with these attributes. Do not rejoice too soon, host. These are merely positive attributes, and there are also negative ones. For instance, the attribute of being able to catch a blade with bare hands, even if the host utilizes a Dao Ancestor Realm Sword skill card. A 3-year-old child could catch it with their bare hands. Or the attribute of the second eunuch of Lingfu Mountain. The host loses their radish head, their skin turns pale, their voice becomes delicate, and they acquire the exorcism sword technique. Stop, halt. Shunin interjected. I advise you to abandon any fixation on my radish head. Even if I were to leap from here, I would never practice the exorcism sword technique. And why is it the second eunuch? Who was the first? The system fell silent for a moment before responding. After transformation, one need not cut radishes. Can you not practice the exorcism sword technique, which rivals the heavenly level? Well then, hey, system, speak. Why have you fallen silent? Did the rain short-circuit you? Shen tapped his head, and upon realizing the system's lack of response, he pouted and raised his umbrella, heading back. Meanwhile, at the martial arts arena, under the relentless downpour, Xiao Jingxue found herself unable to persuade Murong Tian after so long. With her silver teeth clenched, she turned towards Shen Anzai's residence. If he would not heed her words, he should listen to the Peak Master, right? Sprinting with her clothes slightly raised, the girl soon arrived outside the room. Her expression won a surprise. Inside, the candlelight illuminated the space, and through the window, she could see a blurred figure at the table, studying late into the night. Jingxue, come in, a gentle voice called from within, startling Xiao Jingxue. Did the Peak Master know she would come? Hesitating, she pushed the door open. Inside, Shen indeed sat at the table, holding a volume titled Sword Immortal Record, which chronicled the renowned sword immortals throughout history and their insights into the sword path. On the table lay a sheet filled with notes. Peak Master, Murong Xixiang is practicing swordsmanship in this thunderstorm. He is pushing himself so hard. What if something goes wrong? You must go and advise him. Xiao Jingxue voiced her concerns. Shen had set down the book and looked at the girl before him, speaking slowly. Jingxue, he is different from you. Throughout your life, no one has dared to disrespect you because you are the daughter of the Zhennan king, the princess of Qingshui. Xiao Jingxue was momentarily taken aback. Shen continued earnestly, but Murong Tian is not the same. The Murong family is merely an ordinary medicinal family, insignificant in this brutal world. He has faced countless insults due to his lack of talent. The Qin family once publicly declared him a waste, unworthy of uniting with the exalted Qin Xianyu, belittling the Murong family and his father as if they were mere ants. He must exert extraordinary effort to ascend to Tianshua's sect, to repay the humiliation endured by himself and his family. He aims to demonstrate to the Qin family and the world that Murong Tian is not a waste, that his father is not worthless, and that it is not he who is unworthy of Qin Xianyu, but rather she who is unworthy of him. Shen articulated each word with gravity, letting out a long sigh. If you advise him to rest now, and in 5 months he falls short of victory, he will surely regret not having worked harder at this moment. Xiao Jingxue's lips parted slightly, her head bowed in silence, unsure of what to say. Indeed, she had never faced ridicule and could not comprehend the depths of humiliation that would drive Murong Xixiang to practice swordsmanship and martial arts so obsessively. Yet, she understood that should he lose to Qin Xianyu by a narrow margin, he would likely be devastated. What if he exhausts himself? Xiao Jingxue still harbored concerns. Shen smiled gently and pushed the sheet of paper forward. Here lies the formula for a 3rd grade Gu Yuan Dan, complete with details and precautions for alchemy. You shall be responsible for crafting these pills to help stabilize your Xixiang's foundation, alleviate his fatigue, and once you master this, I shall teach you more formulas. Xiao Jingxue was taken aback. Peak Master, what is this? The disciples of Qingyun Peak share both glory and adversity. Henceforth, you shall create these medicinal pills to assist your Xixiang in solidifying his foundation and dispelling exhaustion. Once you grasp this, I will impart further formulas to you. But I am merely a 2nd-grade alchemist. And what of it? Shen replied earnestly, rather than merely worrying. It is far better to find ways to help your Xixiang recover and do your utmost to assist him. He rose, looking solemnly at the girl before him. Jingxue, if you truly wish to join Qingyun Peak and become my disciple, you must prove your worthiness to be taught by me. I, Shen, do not judge by talent or background, but by the sincerity of one's heart. Shen looked on with a sense of satisfaction, recognizing the deep concern you held for your senior brother, which clearly indicated you had embraced your identity as a member of Qingyun Peak. Should you manage to become a 4th-grade alchemist within the next 6 months, I shall truly accept you as my disciple. Xiao Jingxue's eyelashes fluttered. It was the first time she had distinctly heard the Peak Master express his willingness to take her as a student. However, upon hearing this, a look of difficulty crossed her face. Becoming a 4th-grade alchemist within 6 months would not be an insurmountable task, if it were not for the presence of the bone-corroding poison. Currently, she was utterly incapable of condensing her chi and returning to her original state, and the influence of the poison rendered her unable to refine fourth-grade elixirs. Although her understanding of alchemy had long surpassed that of a second-grade alchemist, she was still limited to concocting second-grade pills. Do you believe you cannot achieve this? The young girl lowered her head, remaining silent, yet her expression spoke volumes. Shen Anzai slowly shook his head. You should be aware that Su Laohai from the Lingyao Hall is merely a late-stage Qi-Si warrior, yet he is a fourth-grade alchemist. Is he not? Do you truly believe you are inferior to him? Xiao Jingxue nodded, acknowledging this fact. Yet, Master Su had dedicated many years to the study of alchemy, allowing him to refine fourth-grade pills perfectly with his late-stage Qi-Si strength. More importantly, he was not affected by the bone-corroding poison. Each time she exerted herself, the agonizing pain rendered her incapable of persisting in refining higher-grade pills. Observing the girl's somewhat dejected demeanor, Shen Anzai understood her thoughts and spoke with a solemn tone. When heaven intends to bestow great responsibilities upon an individual, it must first temper their spirit, strengthen their body, and test their endurance. Why do you perceive the bone-corroding poison as suffering rather than a means of sharpening your resolve? Sharpening? Xiao Jingxue was taken aback, her beautiful eyes reflecting confusion as they met the gaze of the silver-haired middle-aged man before her. Shen Anzai nodded. Though your senior brother's talent is lacking and he has endured much ridicule, it is precisely in such circumstances that he has cultivated an indomitable spirit, a tenacity that is indispensable for one aspiring to become a powerful being, a sword immortal. Although the bone-corroding poison may hinder your alchemy and make prolonged exertion unbearable, why should you fear it? This is a rare opportunity to hone your mental fortitude. Listening to the heartfelt words of the middle-aged man before her, Xiao Jingxue's mind conjured images of Murong Tian persevering alone in the Chun Yuan pool on countless nights, her delicate face momentarily stunned. She fell into deep self-reflection. Indeed, when the peak master concocts pills, even without the use of spiritual energy, he can still balance the medicinal effects through his profound knowledge of alchemy, achieving the desired results. Even if she could not reach that level, should she let the bone-corroding poison deter her from attempting to refine third-grade pills? So, the peak master's reluctance to assist her in detoxification was a wish for her to seize this opportunity to strengthen herself. Xiao Jingxue murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes sparkling with thought. Shen Anzai was momentarily taken aback, then replied, Ah, indeed, that is precisely the case. Jingxue understood. The girl lifted her head, her previously delicate face now adorned with a resolute expression akin to that of Murong Tian, as she stepped forward to grasp the pill formula on the table. Witnessing this scene, Shen Anzai nodded in appreciation. Jingxue, upon joining Qingyun Peak, you must first comprehend the 5 cardinal principles. Xiao Jingxue listened intently. First, never give up. Always believe in yourself. Second, do not bully the weak, nor misuse your learning from Qingyun Peak for reckless behavior. Otherwise, I will personally expel you, regardless of your status as a princess. Xiao Jingxue's expression turned serious as she nodded earnestly. Third, respect your teachers and value camaraderie among peers. Internal strife and scheming will result in expulsion from Qingyun Peak. Fourth, the master is always right, and neither brothers nor sisters should be bullied outside. At this juncture, Shen Anzai deliberately looked at her and stated, if one day, for any reason, your master or senior brother becomes incapacitated, even if they are reduced to mere body refinement stage, you must not display the slightest disrespect. Xiao Jingxue understood. She met his gaze, nodding earnestly, committing these principles to memory. Subsequently, noticing her master lost in thought, she blinked and asked, Master, what is the 5th principle? I have yet to formulate it. I shall convey it to you later. Xiao Jingxue was taken aback. Could it be that the previous 4 principles were improvised? Enough of this. Hurry along. Your senior brother has been practicing swordsmanship all night, and if he does not receive your Guyuan Dan by morning, he may injure himself. If you cannot concoct it, I shall not create that pill for him either. Shen Anzai waved his hand, imparting a sense of urgency. Xiao Jingxue nodded seriously, clutching the formula as she hurried off to prepare for pill refinement. She silently reminded herself that senior brother Morong was waiting for her pill to restore his body the following day, and she must succeed in her endeavor. Halfway there, she halted, then turned in another direction. Having spent so much time with the Peak Master, the mere mention of pill refinement led her towards the kitchen. She lacked the alchemical prowess to refine pills in an iron pot. To do so, she would need a proper alchemical furnace. Watching her depart, Shen let out a sigh as he settled down. He had successfully convinced another, from now on, let her handle all pills below the 4th grade, freeing him to dedicate more time to other pursuits. Naturally, this was not for leisure, but rather to delve into more books and acquire greater knowledge. After all, if his disciple aspired to become a sword immortal, as her master, he could not remain ignorant, teaching blindly as he once did. What should the 5th principle truly be? Shen pondered, stroking his chin. Had he known, he would not have mentioned the 5 principles. Based on his past observations and experiences from dramas, unfinished statements often lead to trouble. He certainly did not wish for the 5th principle to become his final words, as that would be exceedingly melodramatic. Chapter 86. The formation of Qingyun, the torrential rain, subsided only as dawn broke. After a night of practice, Murong Tian was utterly exhausted, his clothes soaked with a mix of sweat and rain. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Though fatigued, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He could distinctly sense that through this rigorous training, his mastery of the sword had become increasingly precise and skilled. His comprehension of sword intent had also risen to new heights. After merely 15 minutes of resting, he propped himself up with his sword, his legs trembling slightly. He still needed to prepare a meal for his master and junior sister. Wiping the water from his face, he murmured to himself. Just as he lifted his head, he noticed a figure standing by the training ground. Having been too focused on his sword practice, he had not realized when the person had arrived. Master, you. Murong Tian was taken aback. Finished practicing? Shen glanced at him and placed the meat porridge on a nearby table. Eat first, then rest. Having spoken these words lightly, he turned and walked away towards the alchemy room. Murong Tian watched the middle-aged man's retreating figure, feeling a surge of gratitude. Outside the alchemy room, Shen peered through the door crack, quietly observing Xiao Jingxue, who was engrossed in her pill refinement. The alchemy room lacked a furnace. She was using one she had brought from Yaowang Valley. The girl, already possessing a sickly pale complexion, now appeared quite haggard. Her brow furrowed as beads of fragrant sweat adorned her face, evoking sympathy. The alchemy furnace before her glowed red, flames flickering beneath it. Beside her lay heaps of waste materials, remnants of the unsuccessful concoctions from the night. From Shen Anzai's observations, she was currently at the final step of refining the pills, a stage fraught with danger. A slight misstep could lead to an explosion. Her tightly clenched jaw and furrowed brow indicated that she was enduring some excruciating pain while refining. It was even possible to see delicate, pale lines of dark blue-black threading across her slender neck, becoming more pronounced with each exertion, a sight both alarming and haunting. The bone-corroding poison. Shen Anzai's narrowed slightly. In recent days, he has immersed himself in numerous texts, deepening his understanding of this poison. Introduced into the body during childhood, it remains dormant for a short period, but once one begins practicing martial arts and channels energy into the body, the poison swiftly devours one's spiritual essence and penetrates the marrow, making it exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Each episode of affliction feels akin to insects gnawing at one's bones, inducing unbearable pain. During her youth, Xiao Jingxue spent her time in the imperial palace, seldom venturing outside. Who could have possibly planted this poison within her? As Shen pondered with furrowed brows, a sudden series of muffled sounds erupted from the pill furnace. The crimson furnace shook, flames erupted from the apertures above. This is bad. It's going to explode. Shen's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly pushed the door open. Calm down. A delicate command rang out. Xiao Jingxue. Her gaze resolute, bore the excruciating pain and forcefully stabilized the furnace. The furnace vibrated momentarily and then fell still. A waft of fragrant aroma dispersed, filling the entire alchemy room. Xiao Jingxue's complexion paled as she exhaled deeply, just as she intended to raise her delicate hand to wipe the sweat from her brow. She suddenly recalled the sound of the door opening behind her. Turning around, she was momentarily taken aback. Peak Master? The two locked eyes, and Shen cleared his throat awkwardly, feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had narrowly avoided wasting the indestructible skill card. Regaining her composure, Xiao Jingshua's face brightened as she exclaimed, "Peak Master, I have successfully refined a third-rank Guyuan Dan." The azure markings around her neck were rapidly fading, returning to normal. Excitement bubbled within her. Indeed, as the Peak Master had said, she was capable of refining third-rank pills. Moreover, enduring such pain throughout the night had significantly enhanced her mental fortitude. If she could persist in this manner, it would not be impossible to become a fourth-rank alchemist within 6 months. Well done. Quickly deliver the pills to your senior brother. Shen nodded in approval. All right. The young woman nodded eagerly, disregarding the sweat-soaked collar of her attire. As she waved her sleeve to open the furnace lid and prepared to depart with the Guyuan Dawn. Watching her hurried retreat, Shen's gaze deepened. His two disciples were truly remarkable. One possessed extraordinary talent and comprehension in swordsmanship, yet had frail bones. The other, despite having comparable aptitude and comprehension to Qin Xianwei, suffered from the torment of the bone-eroding poison, unable to break through to the Gui Yuan realm. Yet, it was gratifying to note that both of them understood the essence of perseverance and faced challenges head-on. With such determination, what was there to worry about regarding their future as formidable warriors? In the ensuing days, nothing significant transpired on Qingyun Peak. Murong Tian practiced diligently day and night, sleeping only a couple of hours each day. Without Xiao Jingshua's relentless support in refining pills, an ordinary person would have long succumbed to exhaustion. Ling Feishuang also arrived punctually every afternoon to spar with Murong Tian for an hour. With her as a sparring partner, Murong Tian's understanding of combat and swordplay soared. Initially, he could barely fend off Ling Feishuang's attacks, but gradually he was able to exchange blows with her, forcing her to exert herself completely without a hint of negligence. Such a terrifying rate of improvement astonished Lu Yunxin and even caught the attention of Xian Yuzi, who happened to visit Qingyun Peak. During this month, Zhang Sanshan stealthily roamed Qingyun Peak daily, scrutinizing the terrain and setting up restrictions to construct the Grand Array. Those in the know understood he was surveying for the formation, while others might mistakenly think he was there for nefarious purposes. Notably, one day Zhang Sanshan's disciple, Yu Zhengyuan, flew to Qingyun Peak, brimming with combat intent. However, upon witnessing the fierce sword momentum emanating from Murong Tian and Ling Feishuang's sparring on the training grounds, and observing the battered arena, he fell silent, merely uttering an apology before turning to leave. This series of events left Shen feeling somewhat perplexed, yet he thought little of it, assuming Yu Zhengyuan was merely there to peruse the surroundings. After nearly 2 months, Zhang Sanshan finally completed the construction of the Qingyun Grand Array, with Shen personally infusing his blood to become the array's master. Gazing at the towering runic light screen, Shen nodded in satisfaction. It must be said, Zhang Sanshan truly lived up to his reputation as the only 5th-rank talisman master of Ling Fu Mountain. His proficiency in formations was indeed remarkable. The aura of the array was undoubtedly on par with the protective arrays of the other 5 peaks, capable of suppressing even powerful beings at the Tianling realm. After handing some tokens to Shen, Zhang Sanshan left Qingyun Peak with tears in his eyes, not out of reluctance, but rather excitement. For he was finally free from the grueling task of painting talismans. As evening fell, Shen awaited guests while dining in the bamboo courtyard, when suddenly, a figure leisurely approached, soaring towards Qingyun Peak. With a thud, the air reverberated as a ripple spread through the void. Xian Yuzi froze, feeling a buzzing in his head. When did Qingyun Peak acquire a restrictive array? It appeared to be the handiwork of Qing Fu Peak. He felt a warmth on his nose, and upon touching it, saw vibrant red manifest. In a desolate cave within the Da and dynasty, flickering candlelight cast elongated shadows. Several figures clad in black approached a bald elder seated cross-legged, adorned in a blood-red robe, and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, great priest." The bald elder slowly opened his eyes, his muscular physique accentuated by the loose blood-red robe, revealing menacing tiger tattoos. He scanned the black-clad figures and spoke slowly. "Is everything arranged?" reporting to the great priest, the beast pouch has been delivered. This operation is sure to succeed. Shao Tians cannot escape. The bald elder nodded. What the recent news regarding Ling Fu Mountain? How is the investigation progressing? The leading black-clad figure clasped his hands and replied, the situation is as reported. The master of Qingyun Peak, Shen, has a sworn brother who is a Nirvana realm expert and has imparted numerous valuable items to him. Qin Baishan nearly perished at his hands. However, his sworn brother is not within the Dan dynasty, nor even in the southern Zhu domain. Nirvana realm? The bald elder's eyes narrowed as he contemplated before speaking again. Regardless of that powerhouse, if Shen Anzai's disciple enters during the upcoming Kangwu realm operation, ensure that they pay close attention and seize all the heavenly level techniques and martial arts from his mind. Understood. The black-clad figure bowed and, after a moment's hesitation, cautiously inquired, what about the disciples of Ling Fu Mountain? Leave none alive. The cold words fell from the bald elder's lips, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. Understood. At Qingyun Peak, Shen observed Shen Anzai walking up the mountain with a peculiar expression. Master, what troubles you? I'm feeling overheated. Shen Anzai wiped his nose, finally managing to staunch the bleeding completely. He inwardly scolded Zheng Sanshan repeatedly. That old rascal had set up such a formidable array at Qingyun Peak. Even a slight collision sent the restrictive force rampaging through his body. It was usually a hassle to get him to check the main peak's restrictions. Oh, Shen nodded, assuming the sudden disturbance from the array was merely caused by a bird colliding with it. He secretly contemplated that he should consider easing some of the restrictive forces so as not to impede the spirit creatures, lest Qingyun Peak run out of food. Unbeknownst to the master, what brings you here today? Upon hearing the inquiry, Shen Anzai cleared his throat, skillfully retrieving a bowl, chopsticks, and stool from his storage ring and seated himself at the dining table. The others were already accustomed to this scene. Ever since they discovered that Qingyun Peak's cuisine was unexpectedly delightful, this esteemed master, who typically held high regard among the disciples, occasionally came to share a meal, even bringing his own utensils. Of course, he only visited occasionally, while Lu Yanxin and Ling Feishuang never missed a meal. Shen Anzai, while picking up a piece of duck meat, spoke, the restrictions of the Kangwu realm are on the verge of being broken. You may begin your preparations. We shall set off the day after tomorrow. Hearing this, Shen exchanged a glance with Lu Yanxin and nodded gently. Murong Tian's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He never expected that one day he would have the opportunity to gain the qualification to venture into such a secret realm for training. Not only him, even Ling Feishuang's eyes flickered with interest. The inheritance realm of a Nirvana realm expert was anything but ordinary. It surely contained countless treasures and opportunities. After all, it was a domain of those at the upper three realms. This time, only you two and Zheng Yuan from Lingfu Mountain will enter if you encounter danger inside. You must support each other and face the outside together. Never engage in one-on-one combat. Shen Anzai stated solemnly. We shall obey the sect master's orders. Both Murong Tian and Ling Feishuang replied in unison. Satisfied with their response, he continued in a grave tone, besides you, there are also the Qin family and the Shengwan family entering the Kangwu realm. Moreover, from outside the Dan dynasty, both the Baiming and Pingtian dynasties will also send individuals in. Will that Daozi from Qian Daozong also go? Shen inquired with a frown. Not at all. Shen Anzai shook his head. He is currently in seclusion and will not participate in this secret realm expedition. Among the younger generation from the Daozong, the leader is a disciple named Gu Yun, along with Beichen Wangshu from Yaowang Valley. They both possess late-stage earth spirit realm cultivation, and their strength is formidable. If you encounter them, remember not to engage in battle. Preserving your lives is paramount. As for the other disciples from the two dynasties, there are also earth spirit realm existences among them, so be cautious. If you cannot obtain the heart of Kangwu, then do not lose your lives. As he spoke, Shen Anzai cast an extra glance at Ling Feishuang. Listening to all this, Shen could not help but sigh inwardly. Judging solely from the cultivation levels of the younger generation, it was evident how much Lingfu Mountain lagged behind Yaowang Valley and Qian Daozong, barely comparable to the second-rate sects of the other two dynasties. The younger generation from both Yaoang Valley and Qiandaozong already had Earth Spirit Realm practitioners, while on Lingfu Mountain, both Zheng Yuan and Ling Feishuang had merely stepped into the returning Origin Realm. The gap was clear. Moreover, Ling Feishuang was already 19 this year. Although Zheng Yuan was only 17 and would surely reach the Earth Spirit Realm before 20, he was still at a disadvantage due to age. As for disciples around 20 years old from Lingfu Mountain, they did exist, but their talent was somewhat lackluster. Most were merely at the returning Origin Realm, and in terms of strength, they might not even compare to Zheng Yuan, who had mastered the Heavenly Sword Talisman. Had it not been for the battle with the demonic sect 10 years ago, Lingfu Mountain would not be in such a state of decline today. That battle claimed too many powerful experts and promising youths, leaving Lingfu Mountain struggling to regain its vitality. One could say that the current peak masters were merely mid-tier combatants compared to those from that battle. The peak masters back then were all at the Heavenly Spirit Realm, with even two at the Qingquan Realm. One of them was the former master of Qingyan Peak. Had his eldest disciple not perished in that battle, and instead truly grown, Lingfu Mountain would undoubtedly have gained another Qingquan Realm expert by now. Unfortunately, that battle destroyed over half of Lingfu Mountain's gate, leading to a near-complete break in its legacy, resulting in its decline to a minor sect for several years, only recently beginning to improve. Were it not for the presence of a certain elder overseeing the sect, it would have likely vanished into oblivion long ago. After discussing matters regarding the Kangwu realm, Shen Anzai set down his chopsticks and turned his gaze to Shunin. Elder Shun, please follow me. He extended his hand, leading Shunin aside. The latter, filled with curiosity, followed him. What could be so important that he needed to speak about it discreetly? Once they left the bamboo courtyard, Shen Anzai waved his sleeve to create a barrier and spoke softly. How have you considered the matter we discussed last time? What matter? Shunin was taken aback. Seeing that he had completely forgotten, Shen Anzai's lips twitched. The matter of your entry into the Kangwu realm. He paused before continuing in a serious tone. In addition to Murong Tian and the others, there is another person who will accompany Lingfu Mountain into the realm. I hope you can protect him. Of course, it is likely that the other sects will also send elders to secretly guard him. Who? Upon hearing that someone else would enter the Kangwu realm, Shunin's curiosity was piqued. Shen Anzai fixed his gaze on him, enunciating each word deliberately. His Highness the Crown Prince. Chapter 88. What happened to the promised forbidden air formation? His Highness the Crown Prince? Shunin was taken aback. Why would the royal prince enter such a dangerous place? Given the royal family's resources, there is no need to take such risks. Not even the royal heirs of the Baiming and Pingtian dynasties would choose to enter such perilous environments. Shen Anzai's expression was grave. His purpose for entering is not merely to participate in this contest. There's a much more significant matter he needs to ascertain. A more significant matter? Shunin frowned, struggling to understand. What could be more important than the Crown Prince's life? The details are shrouded in secrecy. You will know when you enter. Shen Anzai looked at him anxiously, awaiting his response. Since even warriors below the Heavenly Spirit Realm can enter the Kangwu realm with that pill, why doesn't the sect master allow all the elders from the 5 peaks to enter? Shunin furrowed his brows, still perplexed. Shen Anzai's lips twitched. Do you think the Mantion pill is so common? It is a 6th grade pill with rare materials that are nearly impossible to refine. Then why choose me? Is Elder Lu not stronger than me, being a late-stage body refinement practitioner? Shunin looked at him with some suspicion. The latter fell silent. A late-stage body refinement practitioner? Who would believe that? He then continued. Elder Lu's situation is somewhat unique. She cannot enter the Kangwu realm. So I'm asking you. Your adoptive father. It's my adoptive brother, Shunin emphasized once more. Shen Anzai nodded. All right, if your adoptive father has left you with many hidden cards, you may enter. If not, or if you are unwilling, I won't force you. As he spoke, his gaze turned serious. I can only say that this time the Kangwu realm will likely be very dangerous. Extremely dangerous. With Murong Tian's strength, his life may be at risk. Shunin frowned, lost in thought. Protecting the Crown Prince was not something he felt particularly inclined to do. After all, he had no familial ties to him. Besides, the Crown Prince was Shen Anzai's nephew, not his own. However, Murong Tian was his own disciple, and considering his safety, he had to contemplate it further. Rest assured, unless absolutely necessary, you need not take action. Another elder will accompany you to secretly safeguard him. Seeing Shen deep in contemplation, Shen Anzai seized the opportunity to add, "Moreover, there are countless opportunities within. I heard from Elder Lu that you can refine pills. That revered figure in the Kangwu realm was once a 7th grade alchemist. If you can obtain his alchemical legacy, stop right there, do not tempt me." Shen looked up, stroking his chin, and, after much deliberation, said, "Give me some time to consider." "All right." Shen Anzai nodded, not rushing for an answer since they would not be departing until the day after tomorrow, leaving the entire day for Shen to ponder. "By the way, who is the other elder?" "Guess. Do you think I can guess?" Shen smiled amiably and turned to leave. After sending off Shen Anzai, Lu Yanxin and the others finished their meal and departed. Shen sat quietly on a chair beside the training ground, watching Murong Tian diligently practice his swordplay, while Xiao Jingsno perused books on the art of alchemy nearby. As for whether or not to enter the Kangwu realm, he found himself rather uncertain. After all, he truly had no skill cards available at the moment. Aside from a single indestructible card from the Diling realm, there are merely 2 cards of the 6-pulse divine sword at the pinnacle of the Gui Yuan realm. The experience in medicinal arts cannot be wielded against foes, and as for that cat teaser, really? In a life-and-death crisis, would he truly pull out a cat teaser? Entering the Congwu realm is contingent upon one condition: that Murong Tian can comprehend sword intent within these 2 days to complete the initial phase of his task. This would grant him an opportunity for a lottery draw and 5-time limited cards at the pinnacle of the Diling realm. As for breaking through to level 9 of the admiration value, that is currently out of the question. There remains a deficit of over 20 experience points for the breakthrough, which is simply unattainable in 2 days, especially considering that as one progresses, the level of admiration becomes increasingly difficult to elevate. Observing the black-clad youth drenched in sweat on the training ground, Shen felt a twinge of conflict. The Crown Prince's entry into the Congwu realm surely heralds some significant events. This lad has only just entered the Gui Yuan realm, against enemies of the same realm. He may find himself relatively unchallenged, but should he encounter a Diling realm opponent, escape would be futile. Furthermore, it is uncertain whether Ling Fu Mountain will send protectors in both Qiyin Dao sect and Yao Wang Valley, as well as other families, are likely to acquire that elusive man Tiandan. This implies that the Congwu realm will be engulfed in chaos among the Diling realm powerhouses, rendering the Gui Yuan realm participants mere cannon fodder. Contemplating this, Shen shook his head. Overthinking serves no purpose. There remains one day. And if Murong Tian successfully comprehends sword intent and secures his rewards, then he could contemplate entering. If comprehension eludes him, his entry would be futile, resulting only in certain death. Peak Master, why does Murong's sword technique seem increasingly simplistic, appearing rather ordinary? Xiao Jingshui inquired with curiosity, having unknowingly set aside her book. Shen glanced at the youth wielding his sword and replied softly, "The sword is a tool for slaying. Excessive flamboyance serves no purpose. The ultimate aim is to kill. What you perceive as ordinary is not a regression in his swordsmanship, but rather an indication of his growing prowess, so refined that even outsiders fail to detect the hidden sword energy and killing intent." Shen spoke with conviction. He had transformed significantly, whether through his daily reading or the martial arts mastery imparted by the system. His knowledge had deepened considerably. Now, his words were not mere fabrications, but grounded in reason. "Oh," Xiao Jingshui nodded, appearing to grasp some understanding, her delicate hand supporting her fragrant cheek as she quietly observed the black-clad youth practicing swordplay. Under the sparse moonlight, the gentle evening breeze caressed the flowers and grasses of Qingyun Peak, stirring the garments of the 3 individuals on the training ground. The black-clad youth practiced his sword. The delicate girl read, while the middle-aged man with graying temples quietly watched them. Occasionally, the girl would voice her queries from the book, and the middle-aged man would generously provide clear and logical answers. Beneath the tranquil night sky, only the sounds of the sword slicing through the air and the occasional exchange of questions and answers resonated, creating a scene of serene contentment. Soon, the night passed, and midday of the following day arrived. Lu Yunqin and her disciple floated gracefully into the scene, as was customary. Shen Anzai watched Lu Yunqin descend from the sky, falling into silence. That old fellow Zheng. Has he been slacking off these past 2 months while setting up the array? What happened to the promised ban on aerial entry? How dare he deceive me like this? I must ensure that the performers from Fu Rongxian make a trip to Qing Fu Peak's entrance. In a training ground, Lu Yunqin's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Her ears tinged with a hint of red as she asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Shen Anzai, filled with doubt, replied, "How did you get in?" "I flew in," she blinked. "You encountered no obstructions or restrictions?" "None," Lu Yunqin answered truthfully. "This is indeed perplexing." Shen Anzai stroked his chin, increasingly convinced that Zheng Sanshan has been cutting corners these past 2 months. This old fellow has been lamenting to me about working overtime every night to survey the terrain and draft the array for the Qing Yun Great Formation. It seems all of it was an act. Observing his bewildered expression, Lu Yunqin stifled a smile, refraining from revealing her acquisition of a token from Zheng Sanshan. After all, once the Great Formation was completed, he neglected to provide her with a token. Shen Anzai scratched his head, unable to fathom the situation, and decided to drop the subject. Clearing his throat, he turned to his disciple. "Today is the final day for sword practice. We must set off for the Tsang Wu realm tomorrow, striving to comprehend sword intent today." "Yes, master," Muron Qian replied solemnly, his gaze resolute as he approached the training ground to stand face-to-face with Ling Fei Shuang. During this time, he had practiced tirelessly, sensing he was on the brink of discovery, yet still needing that final push. "Today?" Lu Yunqin exclaimed. "You expect him to comprehend sword intent today? What other choice is there? Tomorrow we journey to the Tsang Wu realm. Having comprehended sword intent would afford him an additional layer of self-protection." Shen Anzai stated casually from his seat. The comprehension of sword intent cannot be rushed. He has only been wielding a sword for half a year. Achieving mastery over sword momentum is already commendable. Comprehending sword intent is not that simple. Lu Yunqin remarked. The understanding of intent is no easy feat. Even Xiao Ao Hai, with his extraordinary sword talent, took several years to grasp it. Even my disciple Ling Fei Shuang required 1 year and 2 months to comprehend intent. Expecting him to achieve this in half a year is not just a high level of understanding. It borders on the realm of prodigious talent. Shen Anzai remained silent, quietly observing the proceedings. Whether or not he could comprehend sword intent today would determine his decision to enter the Tsang Wu realm. On the training ground, under the watchful eyes of the three, Mu Rong Tian bowed respectfully. "Sister, please bestow your guidance." Ling Fei Shuang nodded, her expression grave. After so many days of sparring, she no longer possessed the composure of their initial encounters. Now, even she had to approach Mu Rong Tian's attacks with utmost caution, as his sword strikes were swift and cunning. Once the formalities concluded, Mu Rong Tian struck first, transforming into 2 afterimages as he dashed forward, launching a simultaneous assault from both sides. Thunderous rage. The swords in both afterimages thrust forward, their sounds clashing in a fierce symphony. Observers like Xiao Jingshui could scarcely discern the trajectory of the strikes. Shen Anzai's eyes narrowed slightly. Having gained a spirit eye, his vision was immensely enhanced. Even so, without active use, he could barely perceive the 2 beams of sword light. Ling Fei Shuang did not dare to underestimate him. Both palms extended gracefully, akin to falling leaves and flying flowers. Clang! A series of crisp sounds echoed as she accurately parried the long swords thrust by Mu Rong Tian, deflecting the attacks while simultaneously launching her own. However, Mu Rong Tian had evolved beyond his former self. His reactions were swift as he sidestepped and launched another thrust. Upon having his sword deflected once more, he leveraged the momentum to pivot, aiming directly for Ling Fei Shuang's brow with his sword. Startled, she immediately withdrew. Thunder from the ground. Mu Rong Tian shouted, and 2 arcs of lightning erupted from the ground, flashing in an instant. Simultaneously, the sword light was fierce and fleeting. Such speed. Lu Yunqin's beautiful eyes narrowed. Compared to yesterday, this lad's swordplay had advanced yet again. In the training ground, Ling Fei Shuang was taken aback, realizing it was too late to evade. In the next moment, Mu Rongtian's pupils constricted. Before him, it seemed that Ling Fei Shuang had transformed into a sky filled with fluttering flowers and falling leaves, swirling down, indistinguishable between reality and illusion. The sword light vanished amidst the falling leaves, instantly fading from sight. The gentle breeze stirred, causing countless leaves and flowers to drift and envelop him from all directions. One leaf passed through his sword light and struck his chest. Bang! A muffled thud sounded as he was sent flying, his insides churning. He looked on in astonishment as the fluttering flowers dispersed, revealing the form of Ling Fei Shuang once again. The latter's expression was cold as she softly spoke, Fei Hua Luo Yi Zhang Yi. Upon hearing these words, both Mu Rongtian and Xiao Jingshui, as well as Shen Anzai, were taken aback. Could Ling Fei Shuang have comprehended the essence of the palm technique? It was surprising, as she had not shown such prowess in daily interactions, revealing herself to be an extraordinary talent. He glanced in astonishment at Lu Yunqin beside him, who wore a gentle expression, clearly unperturbed, suggesting she had anticipated this revelation. Mu Rongtian's swordsmanship had truly reached a level of rapidity akin to a flash of lightning, so swift that it was difficult for others to react. If he were to rely solely on conventional martial techniques to counter, Ling Fei Shuang would undoubtedly reveal signs of defeat within 10 strikes. Therefore, she chose to unveil her understanding of the Fei Hua palm technique. Once more, after the initial shock, Mu Rongtian felt invigorated rather than discouraged, charging forward again with his sword. Facing the swift sword light, Ling Fei Shuang, now employing the Fei Hua palm technique, exhibited no signs of panic. With a delicate wave of her hand, the floating petals and leaves effortlessly deflected the sword light, rendering it incapable of striking her. He thrust his sword from various angles, yet to no avail. Not even a shift in Ling Fei Shuang's stance was observed. The Fei Hua technique leaned towards defensive maneuvers, utilizing countless petals and leaves to execute her palm skills. For Mu Rongtian to overcome this barrage, he would need to strike with such speed that Ling Fei Shuang would be unable to react, fast enough that the Fei Hua technique could not provide defense. Lu Yunqin softly elucidated from the sidelines, her eyes glinting with anticipation. Could Mu Rongtian achieve this? Her words reached Mu Rongtian, whose gaze turned resolute as he repeatedly swung his sword, striving to push the limits of his speed. Shen Anzai inhaled deeply, a hint of purple flickering in his eyes. With the activation of his Ling Mu, he glimpsed the trajectory of the swirling petals and leaves. Observing the subtle currents of air stirred by Ling Fei Shuang's delicate hand movements, the Ling Mu could discern the flaws in myriad formations, and it could also unravel the mysteries of this palm technique. Ling Fei Shuang's intent was to command the petals and leaves, while the sword aura surrounding Mu Rongtian seemed to carry a similar but erratic essence. The primary distinction lay in the fact that the petals and leaves moved in harmony with Ling Fei Shuang's intent, whereas Mu Rongtian's sword aura acted independently, leading to an apparent lack of coherence. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Anzai spoke calmly. Disciple, do not rush. Slow your strikes. Find tranquility and attune yourself to the essence of the petals and leaves. Mu Rongtian was taken aback. Slow down? Hadn't Elder Lu mentioned that one could only surpass the Fei Hua technique by striking faster? Why then did his master suggest he should slow down? Lu Yunqin, too, furrowed her brows in confusion. Ling Fei Shuang had utilized the Fei Hua technique precisely because of the swiftness of Mu Rongtian's sword. Why then instruct him to slow his strikes? Chapter 90. Enlightenment of the sword despite his bewilderment. Mu Rongtian complied. He endeavored to slow his strikes. Yet the aura around him suddenly collapsed, the sword light dissipating as his blade barely grazed the petals before being repelled. He staggered back a few steps, his grip on the sword trembling slightly, his brow furrowing in frustration. Why had his strikes suddenly become sluggish, causing the sword aura he had so diligently mastered to falter? At that moment, a gentle and familiar voice echoed from afar. It is you who must command the sword aura, not the other way around. The sword is a weapon. You are its master. If you desire swiftness, it must be swift. If you desire slowness, it must comply. The East Spirit Domain's flowing wind sword immortal had once said, Where the intent reaches, the momentum follows. Where the sword goes, there lies the sword-bearer. Lu Yinqin gazed at the white-haired middle-aged man, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, surprised that he was aware of matters concerning the East Spirit Domain. The East Spirit Domain was a sacred ground for sword cultivators, where martial artists revered the sword path, and countless sword practitioners flourished. Shen Anzai, with his piercing gaze, continued in a calm tone. What you need to do is align the sword in your hand with your will, so that your strikes may flow freely and the sword aura may take shape. Mu Rong Tian stood still, his gaze lowered upon the black sword in his hand, muttering thoughtfully, strikes that flow with intent, sword aura that conforms to form. Where the intent reaches, the momentum follows. Where the sword goes, there lies the sword-bearer. He furrowed his brow deeply. Although he had grasped the sword aura over the past few days, it seemed that each subsequent strike had been made merely to match his own sword aura, striving for greater speed. However, this also led to others easily discerning his sword aura and predicting the direction of his strikes. After some contemplation, Mu Rongtian focused again, drawing his sword. This time, his strikes were even slower, so slow that even Xiao Jingshui, at the Qi-Si realm, could clearly perceive the trajectory of his strikes and the surrounding sword light. Bang! Yet, as the sword barely emerged, his sword aura collapsed once more, the sword light dissipating, leaving only the unremarkable thrust of the long sword to be deflected by the petals. Once more, undeterred, Mu Rongtian rose from the ground and struck again. Each attempt was slower than the last, and once again, he was repelled by Ling Fei Shuang's palm, accompanied by the flurry of petals. Such teaching may cause all that he has comprehended in these days to unravel. 2 months of effort wasted. Lu Yinqin frowned, observing that Mu Rongtian's sword techniques were becoming increasingly chaotic, lacking the ferocity and swiftness he had initially possessed, even more so than during their first battle. To break and then establish is to gather momentum into intent, Shen Anzai softly stated. He did not deny that he had drawn upon the knowledge acquired from his extensive reading and the insights gained from his earlier observation to devise this approach. It was not guaranteed to succeed, but it remained the sole opportunity for Mu Rongtian to swiftly grasp the essence of the sword. Should he fail to comprehend, and instead ruin his sword aura, then not only would he not attend the Kangwu realm's heart,